Pingzhong High School Class 2, Grade 11. It was break time, and the classroom was noisy with waves of chatter rising one after another. Brothers and sisters, I just passed by the office and saw old cat chatting with a beautiful lady, and there was a girl beside her. The sports monitor carrying a bag of snacks from the school store spoke sneakily. This news was like cold water splashed into a hot oil pan, sizzling, drawing everyone's attention. Beautiful sister. Tell us more about how beautiful she is. Is she a transfer student? Directly transferred to our class? The mayor's daughter or the richest man's daughter? The Pingzhong school uniform was red and white, looking particularly festive. The sports monitor stood on the podium, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone quiet down, listen to my scoop." The noisy students all fell silent, looking up at him. This person seemed to have a star complex, and when being watched he smiled with satisfaction. She is very thin. A few seconds of silence. And then, the sports monitor looked innocent. She was looking down with a bowl-cut fringe who could see her face clearly. But her clothes looked cheap, not like someone with connections. Our class doesn't seem to have any extra seats left. Then she'll have to be the young master's deskmate. As soon as this was said, many people turned their heads in unison to look at the chosen spot in the last row by the door. 2 desks, the one by the aisle, had been empty for almost a year. The seat by the wall had a person lying down wearing earplugs with his school uniform jacket under his arms, completely indifferent to the noisy market-like atmosphere, as if he hadn't slept for centuries. Su Jiang, sitting in the front relying on his good relationship with Ji Sui, pushed his arm. "Wake up, wake up." Ji Sui remained unmoved. Su Jiang was not discouraged. Determined like the foolish old man moving mountains, he continued shaking his arm until the desk started to shake, and the boy finally lifted his head from his arms. His black hair was messy with strong brow bone features, deep double eyelids, long black eyelashes, and very dark pupils. He looked a bit sleepy and seemed difficult to mess with. His expression was quite impatient, the annoyance of being disturbed from half-sleep, as if he wanted to throw a bomb and blast this person away. "Are you crazy? You're going to have a deskmate soon, happy." Su Jiang smiled maliciously. Ji Sui was stunned. "Deskmate? In the office? Then please take good care of our child, Teacher Mao." "Not at all. With Jis excellent grades, it's my honor to have her in my class." Early September of Midsummer, the sun at 10 in the morning was scorching, shining through the extremely clean windows. Ji Xiwen was standing right under the window. She squinted her eyes, listening to her Aunt Ji Rong and the homeroom teacher's mutual flattery. The white t-shirt outlined her thin shoulders. The arms under the sleeves were very slender, especially her hands, long and thin, like a thin layer of skin, wrapping bone skin as white as snow with blue veins clearly visible. Until the two finished their mutual flattery. Ji Rong patted Ji Xiwen on the shoulder. "He'll pick you up after school this afternoon. First go with your teacher Mao to get familiar with the class." "Okay." Ji Xiwen nodded. The class bell had rung, and looking out the corridor window, there were only a few people on campus. Class 2 of grade 11 was at the end of the corridor, near a small balcony. Even from 2 classrooms away, the noise inside could be heard, reminding Ji Xiwen of the market in her town. Old Cat clearly also heard the noise. He had just said in the office that his class was the best disciplined in the school, and within less than 10 minutes, it was completely exposed. His face turned green like a huge lettuce, and he stormed into the classroom shouting at the group of kids, "What time is it? Don't you have any sense of time?" As soon as I entered the corridor, the noisiest class was ours. At last month's meeting, the principal said our class should have at least 5 students admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University. I even made a vow. But looking at today, there's no hope at all. If even one passes, I'll have to go to the temple outside the city to pray. The classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads, staring at their books, looking very studious. Old Cat calmed down reluctantly, turned to let Ji Xiwen in. "Our class has a new student. Everyone welcome her." Ji Xiwen stood near the podium and looked down. It was completely different from her old rundown high school in the small county town. Wide new light blue desks, not the inherited pitted wooden desks. Everyone wore school uniforms, looking spirited, and the desks were particularly clean, without bookends blocking the view. "Hello everyone, my name is Ji Xiwen. Ji of season Xiwen from Stream Noon does not hear the bell. In deep forests one sees deer. At Stream Noon the bell is not." The girl looked shy, but her self-introduction was poised. "The new classmate's name is quite nice." Su Jiang turned to Ji Sui and said. Ji Sui held a grudge for being woken up, and unmoved he flipped through his test paper, took out a black pen from the pencil holder, and circled something on the paper. Old Cat pointed to the only empty seat in the class, saying, "Go sit there for now. Seats will be rearranged after exams." Ji Xiwen instinctively looked over. She immediately saw the boy by the wall. He was writing his test paper. The boy in front turned to chat with him, but he only nodded coldly and perfunctorily. After a few seconds, Ji Xiwen tightened her grip on her backpack straps and nodded. Walking through the long aisle, she stood at the last row, pulled out the chair, and sat. Throughout the whole process, the boy beside her seemed too lazy to look at her, calculating on scratch paper. As class was about to start, Old Cat had already left. Many people in front secretly turned to look at Ji Xiwen, their gazes filled with curiosity. Ji Xiwen was very calm, already used to this. She took out her pencil case and textbooks from her backpack, vaguely smelling a pleasant and refreshing scent from the boy. Ji Xiwen had limited experience. She couldn't identify the specific smell. She could only describe it. Like the smell of dew on leaves in the mountain morning fog, faint woody fragrance mixed with the coldness of mist. Compared to her upright posture, Chi Sui was like a paraplegic. His whole body seemed to rely on the chair. Long legs bent the thin light from the window, clearly illuminating his silhouette. His front deskmate turned around, stared at Ji Xiwen for a moment, seemingly just curious. "Classmate Ji, which school were you from before? Doesn't sound like the accent from around here." Ji Xiwen answered vaguely, "My family is from the north. My parents work transferred here." Su Jiang nodded, didn't ask further, just smiled. He had a pair of small tiger teeth, very endearing. "Turn around." Ji Xiwen heard her deskmate speak impatiently, her voice cold enough to drop ice shards. But it sounded nice, like ice cubes dropped into cola at the moment of fizzing, except the tone was a bit casual with an innate. Su Jiang grinned cheekily. "I want turn around. I didn't provoke you." Ji Xiwen thought to herself, this deskmate probably wasn't easy to mess with. "I was asleep and you poked me awake. Isn't that provoking me?" The person beside her scoffed lightly. Su Jiang rubbed his nose, said nothing, and turned his head away. Ji Xiwen. She crossed out her previous thought. The class bell rang, and the English teacher walked in wearing high heels, speaking rapidly. "Take out your booklet." The booklet was compiled by the English group and not available outside. Ji Xiwen naturally didn't have one either. The people around her were searching their desks. The English teacher took a sip from her thermos, looked around, and noticed that the usually empty seat now held a strange girl. She touched the microphone near her lips and said, "Transfer student, share with your deskmate for now. After class, have the English representative get one for you." Ji Xiwen was stunned for a moment. Many people in front looked back, most of them girls. The person beside her tossed a thin booklet over. The booklet was very thin, with the school emblem of Ping High School on the cover. Below were two flowing characters, very elegant, clearly from much practice, standard running script. "Chi Sui." Ji Xiwen turned her head. "Thank you." Chi Sui hummed from his nose. Ji Xiwen placed the booklet between them. The boy bent two fingers and pressed the edge. "Look at it yourself. I don't attend class." Ji Xiwen was momentarily. She didn't expect him to say "I don't attend class" so matter-of-factly. "Okay." She stared blankly at Chi Sui. The boy pulled out two math test papers from his desk and started working on them. Before Ji Xiwen could recover, he had already circled the answers to the first two multiple-choice questions. So fast, the boy suddenly stopped, turned his head coldly, and stared at her. "Seen enough." "Sorry." Ji Xiwen quickly flipped through the booklet. The booklet was all reading comprehension questions, quite difficult and profound, at least harder than the current joint exam papers. The question types were also different, with 20 tricky multiple-choice questions following a short passage. The person who solved these seemed too lazy to mark the passage. It was clean. Only black pen wrote simple ABC before the question stems. Ping High School was a provincial key high school, with classes 1 and 2 being the top students in the grade. It was said that Class 1 was the top 40 science students from the sophomore year division exam, and Class 2 was the top 40 art students. Both the pace of the classes and the difficulty of the problems were worlds apart from Ji Xiwen's previous school. Turn to page 17. The English teacher was a fairly delicate-looking woman, but her voice was surprisingly firm. Ill read the answers. Ji Xiwen compared and found that the person's answers were all correct. No wonder he didn't attend class. With that level, he probably scored 145 every exam, only losing points on. The English class passed quickly. Ji Xiwen listened very attentively. Her previous high school teacher had taught very simply, repeatedly dragging on a few words and tenses for the whole class. The English teacher left the room, and right after Su Jiang turned around, studying Chi Sui expression. Chi Sui fumbled in his desk for a while, pulled out something like a game console, leaned back lazily in his chair, and played with it quite seriously. "If you have something to say it quickly." Su Jiang laughed slyly. "I heard from my dad that your stepmother is going to bring her daughter to live with you guys. Is that true or false?" Chi Sui's expression was completely blank. "You know why I ask?" Su Jiang leaned in and whispered, "I just can't believe it. Your dad is usually so smart, a big businessman. Why is he suddenly so stupid? Going to raise someone else's daughter?" He thought his voice was low, but Ji Xiwen was close to them and heard everything clearly. "This plot sounds familiar." Her note-taking hand paused, and in the corner of her eye she saw that her new desk-mate wasn't playing a game console. It was that kind of children's educational water ring game. His cold, pale, slender fingers casually pressed the buttons, and colorful rings tumbled in the water. "Benevolent." Chi Sui casually spat out two words, making Su Jiang crack up. "Haha, your dad is benevolent, haha." Chi Sui was annoyed. He hated this topic the most recently, but Su Jiang kept bringing it up, stabbing him in the heart. He kicked Su Jiang's chair under the desk. "Don't bother me, turn around." My mouth can't stay idle. Talk to your desk mate. Ji Xiwen's front desk was a girl with a low ponytail reaching her waist to ear piercings. She was reading a magazine, and when she heard Chi Sui words she turned around. Don't even think about it, I have nothing in common with him. Su Jiang leaned an arm on the desk. I apologize. I really didn't know that was your idol. If I had known I wouldn't have said he was not accepted, the girl said coldly. 2 seconds later she pulled 2 new test papers from her desk, turned around, and placed them on Ji Xiwen's desk. Her expression softened into a sweet smile, with 2 small dimples at the corners of her mouth. Classmate, the first 2 classes this afternoon are math and the teacher will be going over the papers. I have an extra set of new papers here. You can try to do them at noon. Thank you. Ji Xiwen looked down at the papers. They were the same 2 papers her deskmate had been working on for the whole class. No need to thank me. My name is Sui as in casual, and am the math representative. Feel free to come to me for anything. Sui said. Okay. Ji Xiwen responded. Su Jiang, who had been listening, was very dissatisfied. He grabbed Sui and demanded, why did you change your attitude so quickly? Sui glanced at him coldly. You insulted my idol, so this is the attitude. They bickered. Chi Sui was annoyed, pulled out earplugs from his desk, and was about to put them in when the girl beside him suddenly leaned in a little. She looked a bit nervous. Excuse me, what's the next class? Chi Sui. History. Okay, thank you. Ji Xiwen looked at the papers with regret. History class still needed to be listened to carefully. The test papers would have to wait until noon. There were still a few minutes until class ended. Outside the classroom corridor, a few tall students were scattered looking like athletes, their skin quite dark. They gathered outside chatting. Because they were all standing at the back door, their conversation clearly reached Ji Xiwen's ears. That bastard surnamed Lu isn't going to chicken out today, is he? Probably scared. Acting like a big shot in some crappy vocational school, thinking he's hot stuff. Absolutely. They carry bricks in their backpacks, losers who throw their bags when they can't fight. Let's teach him a lesson at noon today, and make him stop acting. After these words, a few people outside laughed mockingly. Ji Xiwen held her pen, staring at the blackboard, looking attentive, but somewhat distracted as she thought. Could there really be hooligans in this prestigious high school? Her deskmate, however, was quite calm, leisurely pulling out a pinkish tinder object from the desk, whole his long fingers slightly curved, opening something like a pill and popping it into his mouth, eating while lowering his head to do homework. The entire movement was fluid, completely ignoring the commotion outside. Ji Xiwen quickly reined in her wandering thoughts. Look how focused he is. After the bell rang, the history teacher had barely stepped out when the group of boys outside blocked the back door of the classroom. One of the crew cut guys shouted, Brother Sui, let's go. Chi Sui lazily put down his pen, massaged his neck and shoulders. Su Jiang, let's go. Su Jiang pulled out a black jacket from the desk hole. Ji Xiwen. No wonder she wasn't surprised. So they were in the same group. Chi Sui took out that pinkish thing again, took out a piece, and ate it. Such a hot day, why are you wearing a jacket? My school uniform is missing. If this one gets dirty, he'll have to write a self-criticism again. Su Jiang quickly put on the jacket. Chi Sui threw the thing in his hand onto the table, turned around, and went out. Now Ji Xiwen finally saw what he was eating. Strawberry-flavored milk tablets. Ji Xiwen's expression was bewildered. On the other side, as soon as Chi Sui and Su Jiang left the classroom, the tall and strong sports students nearby gathered around. The crew cut guy named He Ran couldn't help teasing, Brother Sui, I just saw that there's a girl sitting next to you. Didn't you say you didn't want a desk mate? There was only that one empty seat left. Chi Sui's face showed obvious annoyance. Su Jiang started laughing, his shoulders shaking. He Ran said, a female desk mate is definitely better than a male one. Girls smell nice. Chi Sui remained silent. Su Jiang slapped He Ran on the shoulder. Do you think our young master Chi is as vulgar as you? In his eyes, male and female desk mates are just 3 words. He Ran opened his clear and foolish eyes. What 3 words? Chi Sui ahead tilted his head slightly, casting a casual glance. Su Jiang enunciated clearly, annoying pests. The people around burst into laughter. They were all boys, tall and strong, exuding an aura of not to be messed with. The surrounding classmates all moved away. Pingzhong High School lived up to its reputation as a key school. The cafeteria had 3 floors with all kinds of windows: knife cut noodles, beef noodles, hiluo noodles, spicy hot pot, spicy stir-fry. Pingzhong High School lived up to its reputation as a key school. The cafeteria had 3 floors with all kinds of windows: knife cut noodles, beef noodles, hiluo noodles, spicy hot pot, spicy stir-fry pot, hamburgers, fries, old hen soup, oil cakes, fried dough sticks. Ji Xiwen was dazzled. Her previous school had a monthly unified payment system, 6 people per table, and everyone in the school had the exact same meals. Breakfast cost 6 yuan, lunch and dinner cost 10 yuan each. She searched for a long time and finally found a knife-cut noodle stall with relatively few people queuing. She originally thought it would be terrible since no one was in line. Unexpectedly, the taste was surprisingly good. After lunch, Ji Xiwen returned to the classroom and finished the test paper given by the front desk. It was harder than she imagined, but it felt great to do. Previously at No. 2 Middle School, the papers the teacher handed out were too basic for her, so she had to find papers online herself. She finished at only 130. Ji Xiwen lay on the desk and took a light nap. As class approached, more and more people came into the classroom and the noise grew louder. In her half-asleep state, a wave of warm air rushed over from beside her. Then came Su Jiang's voice. You fought too viciously today. That Lu Pingyu was almost scared to death by you curling up on the ground motionless, almost peeing himself right there. Do you have to talk so disgustingly? When she heard Chi Sui's voice, Ji Xiwen subconsciously opened her eyes. She happened to see the young man tilting his head back to drink water. That Adam's apple rolled gently, thin skin covering the cartilage, easily showcasing male hormones. The young man seemed to notice, put down the mineral water, and while shaking his t-shirt collar, he lowered his eyelids. His gaze glanced from under his lashes coldly. Before the young man could speak, Ji Xiwen quickly grabbed her pen and lowered her head, unconsciously scribbling on the paper. Oh no! Her new deskmate seemed to be a thug. It was Friday. School ended at 5 p.m. Ji Xiwen carried her backpack stuffed with 12 test papers. They were the homework for the weekend. Ji Rong drove to pick her up. In the short distance from the teaching building to the car, Ji Xiwen was already sweating. Ji Rong turned on the rear air conditioner and said, "How did it feel today?" It was rush hour, so the roads nearby were quite congested. Ji Xiwen thought seriously. The teachers speak very fast, and the efficiency is also high. Can you keep up? Yes. That's good. Ji Rong casually turned the steering wheel and said, Your Uncle Chi is still on a business trip abroad. He'll be back in about a month. You can stay here peacefully for this month without worrying about how to get along with him. Ji Xiwen stared at the setting sun outside the window. Doesn't Uncle Chi have a son? As she said that, Chi Sui's face inexplicably popped into her mind. Come to think of it, Chi Sui also had the surname Chi. But it shouldn't be that coincidental. His son is usually not at home much. Even if he is, as long as you don't actively provoke him, he can ignore you forever. Ignore? Ji Xiwen was taken aback. Yes. Ji Rong turned the steering wheel expressionlessly, just like he ignores me. That's his specialty. Ji Xiwen. Ji Xiwen followed Ji Rong into this unfamiliar house, carrying her backpack. A 3-story villa, white walls and black eaves, looking quiet and cool. At the entrance, Ji Rong bent down, took out a pair of brand new pink slippers from the shoe cabinet, placed them on the floor, and said, You need to change into slippers when entering. There's a housekeeper cleaning every day. Ji Xiwen nodded. Follow me. Let me show you your room, Ji Rong said as she went up the stairs. Ji Xiwen followed with her backpack. The 3rd floor is the bedroom for me and your Uncle Chi. The east side of the 2nd floor is your Uncle Kai's son's room, and the west side is yours. Ji Rong said in a low voice. This young master doesn't like others entering his room. Don't go in by mistake. All right. Ji Xiwen nodded again. She followed Ji Rong into her assigned room. This room was originally a guest room. Before Ji Xiwen's arrival, Ji Rong had deliberately gone to the mall to buy some daily necessities, including a 4-piece bedsheet set and a plush toy for sleeping companionship. If you need anything else, just let me know, Ji Rong said. Thank you, Aunt. I won't be shy, Ji Xiwen replied with a gentle curve of her lips. After giving brief instructions, Ji Rong hesitated, and then added, Let me tell you about this young master's temperament. You must never provoke him. Ji Xiwen listened attentively. This person is truly a spoiled young master, hard to please. Picky about food, obsessive about cleanliness, refusing to wear cheap clothes, insisting on the same fragrance on his garments, hating others touching his belongings, moody and sharp-tongued. The first time I had dinner with him, he asked me if there was something wrong with my eyes for falling for an old man. He almost drove his father to disown him on the spot. Ji Rong gritted her teeth, clearly showing how frustrated she was. Ji Xiwen comforted her. As long as Uncle Chi treats you well, that's enough. If it weren't for Chi Kai being good to me, I would have left long ago. After Ji Rong left, Ji Xiwen familiarized her. She pulled out her nightgown from the suitcase and entered the bathroom, planning to take a shower. At dinner, only Ji Rong and Ji Xiwen were present. Ji Xiwen took small bites of her food. She pulled out her nightgown from the suitcase and entered the bathroom, planning to take a shower. At dinner, only Ji Rong and Ji Xiwen were present. Ji Xiwen took small bites of her food. Where is that young master? Probably out with friends, Ji Rong said. As long as he's not around, he basically never eats at the same table with me. You can rest assured about that. All right. Ji Xiwen felt relieved. After finishing the meal, she instinctively began to clear the dishes. She was a left-behind child. Her parents worked in the capital city, and she had been living with her grandparents. Her grandparents were old and unsteady, so she did most of the housework. Ji Rong stopped her. You just need to study hard here. There are servants in the house. You don't need to do these chores. All right. Ji Xiwen was taken aback for a moment, then put down the bowl and returned to her room. She had nothing much to do. Her phone was an old one that Ji Rong had replaced, and she didn't have many friends on WeChat. Usually she kept in touch mostly with her best friend Zhang Cheng. She made a video call to Zhang Cheng. It was quickly answered, and the room filled with Zhang Cheng's lively voice. Zhang Cheng, with her hair tied in a small bun, sat cross-legged on the bed and waved cheerfully. Ji Xiwen and Zhang Cheng were childhood friends. The village was small, so peers usually started meeting at the age of 2 or 3. Ji Xiwen had many childhood friends, but the only one she still kept in close touch with was Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng had a lively and quirky personality, and at that moment she was holding her tablet frantically, sending bullet comments for her idol's newly aired drama. While sending comments, she asked, "How's the new school?" "It's pretty good. The teachers are excellent, and the cafeteria food is nice too." Ji Xiwen rested her chin on her hand, her eyes curving in a smile. "How's the atmosphere in the new class? What about the classmates? Especially your desk mate?" "The class atmosphere during lessons is good. As for character, I don't know them well. I'm not sure." "The desk mate." Ji Xiwen fell silent. Zhang Cheng keenly noticed and finally moved her eyes away from the tablet. She squinted at Ji Xiwen. "What's wrong with your new desk mate?" "Nothing much, I just think he's a bit strange." Ji Xiwen briefly recounted their short encounter today. Zhang Cheng opened her eyes wide in disbelief. "A hooligan who loves strawberry milk slices. Oh my god, what does he look like?" "He's quite handsome," Ji Xiwen said. True. Zhang Cheng paused for 2 seconds, then waved her hand. "Words are not proof. I don't trust your judgment." Ji Xiwen usually watched Korean dramas, if she occasionally watched TV series. She hardly paid any attention to domestic entertainment, unable to even recognize Zhang Cheng's idol, whom she had been a fan of for years. Previously, Zhang Cheng had deliberately held up her idol's photo card and a rival's photo card for Ji Xiwen to choose the more handsome one. At that moment, Ji Xiwen felt as if she had been asked the deadly question of save your mother or your wife from drowning. After a long pause, she carefully picked one out. Zhang Cheng was completely defeated and nearly fainted with anger. Ji Xiwen said gloomily, "He really is handsome. He just didn't apply himself. The organization does not accept your opinion." Zhang Cheng waved her hand, her eyes rolling, and began asking again, "Have you met your aunt's boyfriend? And his son?" "Not yet, he hasn't come back." Ji Xiwen instinctively glanced at the window, feeling a bit uneasy. "My aunt said that his son doesn't like her and probably won't like me either." "That can't be." Zhang Cheng paused. "You have such a good personality, and you're pretty. After a few days of contact, he'll definitely lose his prejudice." "Okay." Ji Xiwen smiled. While showering, she also washed her hair. She pinned up her long bangs with 2 hair clips, revealing her entire small face. Her eyebrows were slender and long, her lashes distinct and defined. She had a pair of standard almond-shaped eyes with soft, rounded lines that held no aggression. Her eyes were moist and clear like a limpid pool under the night sky. Innocence and coolness blended perfectly like a lotus standing gracefully in the misty, ethereal rain of Jiangnan. She was delicately charming with a touch of vulnerability that inspired pity. Zhang Cheng stared at the screen and sighed. "CC, if you weren't so good at studying, you could become an internet celebrity or even break into domestic entertainment. It's been so long since I've seen such a pure beauty like you. You're such a smooth talker." Ji Xiwen couldn't help it as she took out her exam paper and said in a muffled voice, "I'll do my homework. Go ahead, I'll keep admiring my screen. I'm going to cherish this wonderful weekend." Zhang Cheng said. Ji Xiwen, "Okay, bye." 9 o'clock in the evening. The desk was cluttered with draft paper, exam papers, and a light pink pencil case. After finishing the last big problem on the math exam, Ji Xiwen picked up her cup and took a sip. It was only when the water hit her lips that she realized it was empty. She had been so focused on her work that she hadn't noticed the water was gone. Ji Xiwen stood up with her cup and left the bedroom. The hallway was lit with soft night lights, winding and gentle, not harsh, but enough to clearly see the way. She was unfamiliar with the stairs here, so she carefully gripped the handrail and descended slowly. The first floor had no night lights. Only the courtyard's illumination filtered through 2 windows. Ji Xiwen, still unfamiliar with the house, felt a bit uneasy. The switch should be near the entrance. Ji Xiwen groped her way forward, ready to walk over, when the door suddenly opened from the outside. She froze, lifting her eyes to look. The light in the courtyard was very bright, spilling in through the angle of the door as it opened, illuminating the floor. The figure of the person who opened the door was stretched long. He carried a backpack slung over one shoulder, his legs exceptionally long, one hand resting on the door handle. When he caught sight of Ji Xiwen, the young man stood still at the doorway, seemingly puzzled as to how a stranger had ended up in his home while he was out. Then he asked lazily, "Who are you?" That voice. Although she had only been his deskmate for a day, Ji Xiwen recognized it. It was precisely the deskmate she had exchanged only a few words with during that single day. So he really was Chi Kai's son. How could such a coincidence? Ji Xiwen stood rooted to the spot in shock. Seeing her silent Chi Sui, snapped the light on with a click. Under the circular lamp at the entrance, the young man regarded her coldly. He wore the red uniform pants of Pingzhong on his lower body and a black thin jacket over his upper body with a string of English letters as a logo on the chest. A very mismatched outfit, yet on him it exuded an indescribably casual coolness. Broad shoulders, long legs, the zipper pulled all the way up. Ji Sui casually grabbed the strap of his backpack, his fingers long and slender, his skin a cold white like jade. Not talking. Are you mute? No, I'm not. Ji Xiwen gripped the plastic cup tightly. I'm just a bit confused. A bit confused. Ji Sui glanced at her from head to toe. When Ji Xiwen did her homework, she found her bangs obstructing her vision, so she pinned them back, with a clip revealing her brows and eyes clearly. She had slender brows and almond-shaped eyes, her gaze moist and clear, of very pure and gentle appearance. She wore a white cotton nightgown that reached her calves. Her ankles were delicate and slender, and the exposed half of her calves looked even thinner than his arms. Staring at a girl like this wasn't proper. So after 2 glances, Ji Sui averted his gaze. He lazily fished his phone out of his pocket and found the message Chi Kai had sent him yesterday, saying that Ji Rong's child would be staying with them for a year, probably not arriving until September. Ji Sui had been annoyed ever since receiving the message. He hadn't expected the surprise to arrive today. Realizing this, his originally casual expression suddenly turned cold, tinged with an inexplicable irritation. Ji Sui had been annoyed ever since receiving the message. He hadn't expected the surprise to arrive today. Realizing this, his originally casual expression suddenly turned cold, tinged with an His movement of changing shoes paused unnaturally. The next second, he stepped closer to Ji Xiwen, looking down at her. I know who you are. Ji Rong brought you. Yes. Ji Xiwen nodded, a beat slow. She wondered uncertainly if this young master hadn't recognized her at all. If he had, he wouldn't be this calm. Before she could continue her thoughts, she heard Ji Sui snort. The laughter was cold, as if the chill could seep into one's heart. Ji Xiwen's heart skipped a beat. She looked up only to meet the young man's indifferent eyes, a mocking expression in his gaze. As thick-skinned as Ji Rong, showing up without even a word, making yourself at home. Ji Xiwen frowned, a rare surge of anger arising. Uncle Chi agreed. Who told you he agreed? Ji Sui gave another cold laugh, unlocked his phone with his face, and with a long finger directly dialed a number. A few rings and the call was quickly answered. What now? The man's deep, mellow voice flowed slowly in the quiet living. Ji Sui's tone was flat. You said someone was moving in last time. I didn't agree, did I? I said it's either her or me. Right, the man sighed. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Ji Sui answered irrelevantly. Didn't you say last time that we'd discuss it later, and that she shouldn't come first? The 2 clear words reached Ji Xiwen's ears. Before Chi Kai could continue, Ji Sui hung up the call abruptly. He stared at Ji Xiwen's pale, embarrassed face, leaning in slightly. Hear that? Neither my father nor I agreed to let you stay. Ji Xiwen's face was entirely red. She clutched the cup tightly, bowed her head, and apologized. Sorry. Her voice trembled at the end, her accent not sounding like the local Ping City accent. It sounded oddly familiar to his ears. Ji Sui's brow furrowed involuntarily. He took another look at the girl before. From the delicate small curve of her chin, he vaguely recognized a hint of familiarity. You're the new transfer student from our class. His voice carried a note of surprise. He even stepped back. Ji Xiwen nodded, then quickly said, I'm sorry, I didn't know you, and your father didn't agree. Don't worry, you'll move out tomorrow. Recalling the timid way she had acted as his deskmate all day, Ji Sui fell silent. She didn't seem to be the arrogant personality he had imagined. He awkwardly adjusted the strap of his backpack. You'd better keep that promise. With that, he headed upstairs without looking back. He had played basketball at noon and messed around all afternoon, so he was eager to shower. Ji Xiwen watched his retreating figure, dazed for a couple of seconds. She tightened her grip on the cup, planning to ask Ji Rong about it properly tomorrow. Coming back to herself, she got a glass of water and tiptoed back to the 2nd floor, careful not to disturb the young master next door. The bedroom light was very bright, and the decoration had a cozy, homely style. It was worlds apart from her old home back in the countryside. Ji Xiwen took a sip of water, lowered her eyes, and immersed all her thoughts in the problems. She loved doing problems, and when she sank into them, she could briefly forget all her troubles. In the bedroom, just one wall away, Ji Sui casually tossed his backpack onto the desk, fished his constantly vibrating phone out of his pocket, and threw it onto the sofa. Then he leisurely took off his sweatpants, his cold white fingers gripping the hem of his t-shirt, and went to the walk-in closet in just his underwear to change into loungewear. After washing his hands in the bathroom, he finally sat down on the sofa and picked up his phone. A 3-person group chat on WeChat was buzzing with Group Don't Chat, and well crushed 3 Su Jian Young Master, why did you leave so early? School Beauty Meng's face fell. Li Junior, yeah, the game table got boring after you left. Group Don't Chat, and well crushed 3 Su Jian Young Master, why did you leave so early? School Beauty Meng's face fell. Li Junior, yeah, the game table got boring. Su Jian, go to hell. Chi Sui lounged lazily in the soft sofa, scrolling through the screen with an air of indifference. The image of the girl he had seen in the living room came back to him. A nameless irritation rose within him. He typed a message going to the city library tomorrow. Li Junyu, didn't you say it was too noisy before? Chi Sui, someone's at home. Annoying. Su Jiang, your stepmother's daughter came this soon. Chi Sui Su Jiang, she's definitely here to fight for your inheritance, poor little Sui. Li Junyu, Uncle Chi shouldn't be foolish enough to fall for that, right? Su Jiang, you underestimate the power, but it had to be a young girl. She looked frail and delicate, her legs thinner than his arms. Even a harsh word felt like bullying. Young Master Chi stared at the cherry tree's branches for a long time, but it had to be a young girl. She looked frail and delicate, her legs thinner than his arms. Even a harsh word felt like bullying. Young Master Chi stared at the cherry tree's branches for a long time, then decided to simply ignore her. The next day was Saturday. Ji Xiwen woke up very early. She pulled open the curtains and saw a light drizzle outside. She had heard the raindrops when she woke in the middle of the night. She hadn't been mistaken. Ji Xiwen quickly freshened up and went to check the walk-in closet. Ji Rong had prepared an array of clothes for her, a dazzling. Ji Xiwen stared at the clothes for a long while, then returned to her bedroom and took out a set of old clothes from her suitcase. She tiptoed to Ji Rong's bedroom and knocked, but there was no answer. Probably still asleep. Afraid to disturb Ji Rong, Ji Xiwen turned and left. When she encountered a maid dusting the stairs, she asked, and the maid replied, Ms. Ji usually sleeps until afternoon on Saturdays. Ji Rong didn't have much education. In her youth, she had a fierce quarrel with her parents, refused the marriage they arranged, and came to the city alone to work. Over the years, she had worked as a cashier and a waitress, and finally became a salesperson at a bar, a job she held for 15 years. Recently, she had been promoted to sales manager. The pay was better now, but workdays were hectic and her schedule was upside down. Every weekend, she had to catch up on sleep. Ji Xiwen nodded. Okay, thank you. She was a little hungry, so she went to the kitchen, but it was empty. Ji Xiwen lingered for a while, too embarrassed to open the fridge without permission from the owners. She changed her shoes and prepared to go out to buy something to eat. However, the neighborhood was quiet and serene, with only a few people wearing headphones and jogging in sportswear. Ji Xiwen wasn't familiar with the roads. She took several wrong turns before finally exiting the community, only to find a single beef noodle shop outside with a sign saying it opened at 10. In the end, she had to turn back. Just as she entered the courtyard, she nearly collided with someone. Ji Xiwen quickly looked up. The boy was wearing a sleeveless t-shirt, his black hair wet on his forehead, as if he had just washed up. His forearms were slim and long, his wrist bones prominent, his skin a fair jade-like white. He looked sleepy, as if he hadn't fully registered the situation. He cast his eyes down lazily, his pupils jet black, the corners of his narrow eyes carrying a hint of frivolity. Remembering the undisguised annoyance in Chi Sui's eyes the night before, Ji Xiwen lowered her head and tried to avoid him. Sorry. With that, she turned and walked past Chi Sui toward the house. Chi Sui clicked his tongue and tilted his head. Where were you going? Ji Xiwen stopped in her tracks. I was hungry and wanted to buy something to eat outside, but I don't know the way. Perhaps because Chi Sui had initiated the conversation, she mustered a bit of courage. Can I take something from the fridge? Chi Sui finally turned his precious head. He stared at the girl a few steps away. She was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, her long hair falling down her back, looking gentle and well-behaved. She seemed a little embarrassed. When she noticed Chi Sui's gaze, she raised her hand and pretended to rub her earlobe. Seeing that the young master remained silent for a long time, Ji Xiwen thought for a moment and added, if it's not okay, never mind. Chi Sui. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of bullying. He stared at Ji Xiwen with an unpredictable expression. Ji Xiwen met his gaze for 2 seconds, then looked away sheepishly. She had been quite upset the night before when Chi Sui had scolded her and Ji Rong. But after learning that Chi Kai hadn't known she was moving in, that bit of unhappiness was quickly replaced by guilt. After all, she was an outsider. This was Chi Sui's home. If a stranger had come to her house without warning, she wouldn't have been happy either. Little did she know that in Chi Sui's eyes, her current demeanor looked just like an act of playing pitiful. So she was a little green tea, just with terrible acting skills. He gritted his teeth and coldly threw out a line, eat whatever you want. They'll give you the whole fridge. Bang! A loud door slam followed. Ji Xiwen blinked. This guy wasn't so bad after all. City library. After the three met up, Chi Sui put down his backpack, tore open the straw of his yogurt, and took a sip. Across from him, Li Junyu was sorting out the test papers they needed to do today. Su Jiang, munching on bread, asked in a low voice, so, how is she? How is what? Chi Sui mumbled through the straw. Your cheap stepsister, what does she look like? Su Jiang pressed. Chi Sui wanted to say ugly, but recalling the girl under the moonlight and lamplight the night before, her skin whiter than snow, pure and beautiful, the word ugly stuck in his throat. Young Master Chi had never had a crush before, but he had an ideal type. He liked innocent pretty girls. And this cheap stepsister unfortunately hit every single one of his preferences. If she hadn't come with Ji Xiwen might have impulsively asked for her number. The young master's expression shifted unpredictably, and finally he said through gritted teeth, "What she looks like is none of your business. Go to your problems. I don't know who got a 120-something on the math final. If I were you, I'd jump off a building. I got 129, 1 point away from the 130 mark. And I was going through a breakup that week, you know that." Su Jiang was furious. "Keep making excuses for your mediocrity." Chi Sui sneered coldly. Su Jiang clutched his chest and shut up, burying himself in his problems. Chi Sui finished his yogurt, pulled out a pen, grabbed a random test paper, collected his thoughts, and started working. Ji Xiwen also spent the whole morning doing problems. At 2 in the afternoon, Ji Rong finally woke up. She came downstairs in her pajamas, yawning. Seeing Ji Xiwen doing homework in the living room, she asked in confusion, "Cece, why aren't you doing your homework in your room? Is it uncomfortable?" "No." Ji Xiwen stood up and shook her head. "I have something I want to ask you." Ji Rong casually sat down on the sofa. She was wearing a pair of sandals, her toenails painted a bright red that made her skin look even whiter. She poured a glass of warm water, took a couple of sips, and said, "Go ahead." "I was thirsty last night," Ji Xiwen said quietly. "When I came down to get water, I ran into Chi Sui. He wasn't exactly welcoming. Said he never agreed to me moving in." Ji Rong remained silent. After draining an entire glass of water, she finally said he really didn't agree. Hearing the confirmation, Ji Xiwen felt the heat rising to her cheeks. She had always been terrified of being a burden. This transfer was no exception. If her previous high school hadn't become unbearable, she would never have troubled her aunt to arrange a spot at Pingzhou. "Then I should move out." "No need." Ji Rong dismissed her words with an airy lightness. "I'm the lady of this house now, and what I say goes." Ji Xiwen was taken aback. "Just stay put. Chi Kai agreed to let you live here too." Ji Rong set down her glass. "He called his father yesterday, but his father didn't say yes." That's Chi Kai placating his son. "If he hadn't agreed, I wouldn't have been able to move you in so openly." Ji Rong poured another glass of water, took a sip, and said, "Chi Sui refuses to accept his father's remarriage. He thinks his father wronged his mother." Ji Xiwen asked softly, "So his mother? Is she?" Ji Rong paused for 2 seconds. "Did you use the shampoo when you showered last night?" "Yes," Ji Xiwen said. "It smells wonderful." "Did you see the big portrait of the spokesperson on the bottle?" "I did." Ji Xiwen nodded. That was the actress who had just won an international award. She had spent nearly 2 decades in the entertainment industry, acting less frequently in earlier years, but lately she had been churning out high-budget TV dramas and films one after another, her fame soaring. Even the old ladies in the countryside knew her. "That's his mother." Ji Rong replied with nonchalance. After she divorced Chi Kai, she got involved with a big shot in the film industry. He was divorced with kids, and she became his stepmother. Ji Xiwen was stunned. She instinctively put down her glass. Ji Rong fished a small bag of chips from the coffee table drawer, tore it open, and ate a piece. Chi Sui doesn't know his mother cheated first. He's very close to her, and Chi Kai can't bear to ruin her image in his heart. Chi Sui was born a little prince. Everyone in the family doted on him, and he lived up to it. Got the best features from both parents, ridiculously handsome and top of his class. He's been smooth sailing all his life, never learned to handle setbacks. I can understand why he doesn't accept me. But Chi Kai isn't just his father. He's also a man who wants a wife. Chi Kai and I have been together for 2 years. Last year we could still live apart, each in our own homes. But during Chinese New Year, Chi Kai couldn't hold back anymore and brought it up with Chi Sui. Chi Sui threw a fit, but Chi Kai didn't waver. As much as he loves his son, he can't stay single for the rest of his life, just for him. After I moved in, I initially tried to win over this young master. After all, if we got along, I'd be comfortable, and so would Chi Kai. But I exhausted every method, and he still ignored me. Ji Rong pulled a tissue to wipe her hands. When his father is home, we can eat at the same table. But if his father is on a business trip, he's almost never home. Doesn't come back until 8 or 9 in the evening. Don't pay any attention to how harsh his words are. Focus on your studies and make your grandparents proud. Besides, at this time of year, you won't find any rentals near Pingzhou. Just stay here. It's only for the weekends anyway. Once school starts, you can move into the dormitory. He'll accept it eventually. Ji Xiwen was dazed, still processing those words. I just feel it's not right. So what? Ji Rong said, the property deed bears Chi Kai's name. He's agreed, so even if Chi Sui disagrees, there's nothing he can do. Ji Xiwen was silent for a long time before finally nodding. At the library, for in the afternoon the three of them finally dragged themselves through the weekend homework. Li Junyu rubbed his brow and said, Baldy's questions were tough this time. Baldy was their math teacher, also the homeroom teacher of Pingzhang's math competition class. Chi Sui snorted with a laugh. His wife's been divorcing him lately. He's in a bad mood, so he takes it out on us. No wonder. Su Jiang looked pale, scrolling through his phone. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Old Cus calling us to sing karaoke. Li Junyu cleared his throat. Time for this king of singers to shine and blow everyone away again. Chi Sui showed little interest. Let's go. Even though he wasn't keen, he'd rather sing than go home. At a KTV in Pingxing, VIP room scattered with nearly 20 people. Chi Sui lounged lazily in a corner playing cards with two other boys. The lights were mottled, a streak of blue suddenly caught his face. His skin was pale, eyebrows dark, eyes deep, lips light, all laid bare. Several girls around were casting glances at him overtly or covertly. He seemed not to notice or simply couldn't be bothered. With a thumb and forefinger, he casually pushed two cards out, muttered something, then fell silent again. His profile was serene, creating an isolation amidst the chaotic market-like room. Like deep, dark seawater under moonlight, silent and still. Meng Laren finished a song, and the boys led by Su Jiang started cheering. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. One more school beauty. All right. She feigned shyness, glared at them, and said, my throat's almost hoarse. I can't sing anymore. Her voice, amplified by the microphone, filled the entire room. Meng Laren deliberately glanced in Chi Sui's direction. The boy was looking down, saying something, a faint smirk on his lips, but he didn't look back even once. Her heart suddenly felt like she'd bitten into a lemon. She immediately set down the microphone. Su Jiang, quick as lightning, grabbed it and raised it above his head. Calling Li Junyu. It's time for you to show off your pipes. Li Junyu had been munching on an orange while watching the people next to him play Monopoly. Hearing this, he quickly got up. As he walked towards Su Jiang, he happened to cross paths with Meng Laren. Meng Laren nearly bumped into him. Under the lights, the boy's features were clear and refined. Inner-fold eyelids, bright pupils, and a smile that made one feel like a spring breeze. Li Junyu was actually quite handsome too, and also in the math competition class. But compared to a guy like Chi Sui, who had a bit of a bad boy edge, he lacked some appeal. Thinking this, Meng Laren nodded at Li Junyu, and then edged toward Chi Sui. Chi Sui. The girl's sweet voice was followed by a strong wave of perfume. Chi Sui paused in his card-playing motion, lifting his head. When those dark, deep-set eyes looked over Meng Laren's entire being tensed up. Something on your mind, Oi? He quickly lowered his head again, tossing out two cards. Pair of twos. His play was too strong. The other two boys shook their heads in unison, declining, then turned to look over with gossipy expressions. Something on your mind, Oi? He quickly lowered his head again, tossing out two cards. Pair of twos. His play was too strong. The other two boys shook their heads. He lost all interest in the game. And then, Oi. Meng Laren was genuinely striking. A simple black dress, tall and slender, collarbones so deep they could hold water, her hair in a bun, with a few loose strands falling across her forehead. She was bold and beautiful. In front of her crush, she grew a little shy. I just wanted to ask, is your new deskmate pretty? Su Jiang had just walked over and heard the question. He chuckled about to speak when he heard Chi Sui murmur a low mem, followed by, she's quite pretty. Those words made Su Jiang stop dead in his tracks, staring at Chi Sui in astonishment. No way, bro. If you really think that I can book you an appointment at the eye clinic. Meng Laren's nose tingled with inexplicable bitterness. She couldn't bear hearing Chi Sui praise someone else. You're lying. I already asked around. Your new deskmate is a country bumpkin, poor and ugly. Chi Sui had completely lost patience. He played his last card, looked up at Meng Laren, and said calmly, I think she's very pretty. Pretty. The moment the words fell, the surroundings fell silent. Su Jiang, like a chicken whose neck had been wrung, stared at Chi Sui, and Chi Sui straightened up, hunched over, and grabbed a bottle of beer from the table in front. He hooked his middle finger through the pull tab, gave it a light yank, and took a few gulps. His Adam's apple bobbed gently under the light. Meng Laren stormed off in a huff. Su Jiang sat down, his hands propped on the sofa edge. No way, bro, were you just trying to make the school beauty mad? After finishing the last English exam paper, Ji Xiwen picked up her new school uniform and headed to the laundry room on the first floor. She still wasn't used to having the maid. After finishing the last English exam paper, Ji Xiwen picked up her new school uniform and headed to the laundry room on the first floor. She still wasn't used to having the maid wash her clothes. She fumbled with the washing machine for ages, unable to figure it out. In the end, she had to scrub the clothes by hand. Fortunately, the summer uniform was light and easy to wash. She was used to hand-washing clothes back home. Ji Xiwen wrung out the clothes and went to the balcony. After hanging them up, she was about to head back when her phone rang. She took it out and saw it was a call from her grandmother. Grandma. Even though the old lady couldn't see her face, Ji Xiwen's eyes crinkled into a smile. When are you settling in okay at your aunt's place? The old lady was probably sitting in the yard with the sound of a dog barking in the background. Yes, I'm fine. Ji Xiwen leaned on the windowsill, letting the hot night breeze wash over her. It was actually quite pleasant. The school here is much bigger than No. 2 middle school. The cafeteria has lots of good food, and the teachers explain things very clearly. That's not what Grandma's worried about. I'm worried about you living in someone else's house. It's like being under their roof. How comfortable can that be? The old lady lowered her voice. Ji Xiwen's phone was old and had obvious sound leakage. The words didn't just fall on her ears. They also clearly reached the ears of the person standing at the door. Ji Sui instinctively stopped in his tracks. He rubbed his temples wearily and unconsciously glanced toward the balcony. The girl was still wearing the clothes she had on when they met this morning, denim shorts that revealed her long pale legs. She held the phone in one hand, the other hand dripping wet. It's really fine, Grandma. The girl's voice was sweet and soft, clearly showing she had a close, dependent relationship with her grandma. Ji Sui lifted his foot to head back to his room. I haven't met Uncle Chi yet, but his son seems like a nice person. Those words made he wondered if he was so tired that he was hallucinating. Or was this cheap stepsister just trying to reassure her grandmother? The next second, Ji Xiwen said earnestly, I was hungry this morning and asked him if I could get something from the fridge. He even told me to eat more. I was a bit embarrassed at first. Ji Sui. Good. The old lady sighed in relief. Ji Sui. The old lady continued, I don't understand why your parents won't take you to live with them. Ji Xiwen was a left-behind child. Her parents had been working in the capital for years. She stared at the cherry blossom tree outside. Mom said the rental is too cramped. She had barely seen her parents since she was born. Ji Xiwen lived in a dilapidated backward village with a small stream at the edge, a nice place surrounded by mountains and water, but too poor. Nearly all the houses were single-story, and poor transportation meant all the young people had left. Her parents were migrant workers in the capital working there for nearly 2 decades. They usually only returned home during the spring festival since the travel costs were high. Ji Xiwen had been left in the countryside since birth. By contrast, her younger brother, 10 years her junior, had always stayed with their parents. You're such a small girl. They could easily squeeze in a little space for you, the old lady said indignantly. They're just partial. They think you're a girl and don't want you around. Grandma. Ji Xiwen soothed, schools in the capital are hard to get into. Mom and Dad don't have the connections. They're not as capable as Annie. Is that so? The old lady, uneducated, was half convinced. She felt those parents didn't want Ji Xiwen with them simply because she was a girl raised by her grandparents. It's true, Ji Xiwen coaxed gently. And I'm doing well now. The new school is great, so don't worry. Her voice was naturally sweet, and in this soothing tone, it was like a late-night ASMR host, soft and calming, making people unconsciously quiet down. Ji Sui was dazed, feeling that maybe the one can of beer had gone to his head, and for a moment, he didn't leave. Ji Xiwen hung up and was about to go back to her room when she turned around and saw him, startled. She instinctively clutched her phone. You? How? Ji Sui looked down at her. Aren't you Ji Rong's daughter? Ji Xiwen had been studying all day with her bangs clipped up by 2 cute little hairpins revealing her distinct features. Long curled lashes, each one visible. Now she looked up with slightly widened eyes, her pupils clear as water. What? No, she's my aunt. Ji Sui responded lazily. The scent of alcohol and perfume clung heavily to him, faintly mingled with a hint of minty tobacco. He was tall and thin, blocking most of the light from the corridor. Where are your parents? Ji Xiwen pursed her lips. My parents are working in the capital city. So you're a left-behind child? Ji Sui asked back. Yes, Ji Xiwen nodded. Ji Sui leaned in closer, his breath tinged with alcohol brushing against her face. She stepped back uncomfortably. Ji Xiwen. Ji Sui lowered his head slightly, his voice low, his gaze indifferent. I have something to tell you. Go ahead, Ji Xiwen said nervously. Ji Sui said I can let you live here for a year, but there's a condition. Ji Xiwen swallowed carefully. What condition? At school you're not allowed to say we live together, and you can't greet me. He was a bit too close, the corners of his eyes were tinged with a faint red from the alcohol. And don't tell my family anything about what I do at school. Okay. These conditions weren't harsh. Ji Xiwen quickly nodded. Thank you. Ji Sui was speechless. The young master straightened up, never expecting to receive a thank you for this. This new cheap little sister must be a thank you incarnate. Early Monday morning, Ji Xiwen woke up very early, changed into the brightly colored school uniform of pinching, and stood in front of the full-length mirror, still dazed and hardly recognizing herself. This morning Auntie made chicken soup wontons. At the dining table, only Ji Rong and Ji Xiwen were present. When footsteps sounded outside the kitchen, Ji Xiwen turned her head to look. Ji Sui was wearing the same school uniform as hers. He looked sleepy, lazily carrying his backpack, picked up the rice ball Auntie had prepared, and turned to leave, during which he didn't spare a single glance at the 2 people at the table. Ji Xiwen finally understood what her aunt meant by being ignored. So he really treated them like air. As Ji Sui left the kitchen, Ji Rong remembered something and said, Ji Sui's personality probably won't let you ride in the same car. I'll call a taxi for you. Ji Xiwen was taken aback, then quickly thanked her. Thank you, Annie. Ji Rong smiled and said, why be so polite with me? I was the one who changed your diapers when you were little. Ji Rong was 15 years older than Ji Xiwen, now 31 years old. After giving birth to Ji Xiwen, her parents went to work in the capital city, living in a cramped single room and only coming back home for the spring festival. In Ji Xiwen's memory, she had always lived with her aunt, uncle, and grandparents. After giving birth to Ji Xiwen, her parents went to work in the capital city, living in a cramped single room and only coming back home for the spring festival. In Ji Xiwen's memory, the ride-hailing car Ji Rome ordered arrived quickly. The car drove fast and smoothly, reaching the destination in 15 minutes. Ji Xiwen got out of the car with her backpack. On Monday morning, the school gate was bustling with activity. Many breakfast stalls open and long queues in front of shops on both sides. Among the countless students at the gate, she spotted Chi Sui at once. He was sitting in front of a milk tea shop, lazily playing on his phone with his head down. A large group of boys sat around him, including the one who sat in front of him in class, a boy with a dimpled smile when he laughed. Ji Xiwen glanced at him briefly, then quickly looked away and entered the school gate. What she didn't know was that Su Jiang had also noticed her. "Hey, I saw your deskmate," Su Jiang said. Chi Sui remained unmoved. He looked down indifferently, quickly scrolling through the morning's international news. He chimed in, "Which one? Point her out so I can recognize her." Chi Sui remained unmoved. He looked down indifferently, quickly scrolling through the morning's international news. He chimed in. Chi Sui finally reacted. "You're blind." Su Jiang was speechless. By the time Ji Xiwen reached the classroom, there weren't many people in the class. Only about a dozen scattered. She had just put down her backpack when Sui Yu came in through the front door with a stack of brand new test papers. She rolled them up and put them in her desk, greeting Ji Xiwen warmly. She had just put down her backpack when Sui Yu came in through the front door with a stack of brand new test papers. She rolled them up and put them in her desk, greeting. Ji Xiwen was startled. "Notice the school convenience store sell them." "Yes, you can use mine first," Sui Yu said. "You can buy one at noon." Ji Xiwen hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'll go buy one now. Oh, I have time. Also, I forgot to bring my water bottle." "The convenience store is next to the playground," Sui Yu reminded her. Ji Xiwen thanked her and left the classroom. In truth, she didn't even know where the playground was. She had spent almost the entire day on Friday in the classroom. But she didn't want to trouble Sui Yu any further. After all, everyone's patience has limits. Ji Xiwen took a huge detour around the school, passing by the teaching buildings for the first and second years, the cafeteria, and finally the art and sports building, where she spotted the playground behind it and the convenience store beside it. The convenience store was quite crowded, mostly students buying breakfast and snacks. Ji Xiwen picked out a mechanical pencil of the kind she used to buy and 2 black pens, and at the checkout, she also grabbed a bottle of water. The shopkeeper gave her a fairly large plastic bag to put everything in. Ji Xiwen walked back with the bag, this time taking a detour around a science building. Her previous school was very small without such tall buildings, so she found it quite novel. But she regretted it as soon as she walked over. In a hidden corner stood a group of girls not wearing school uniforms. Each of these girls was dressed very stylishly, looking like art students. They surrounded a girl in a school uniform. "Zhang Qingyan, aren't you really cocky and tough?" One of the girls with a mushroom haircut tugged at the uniformed girl's hair. "This is my last warning. Stop stealing my friend's boyfriend. If there's a next time." The mushroom-haired girl sneered. "I'll strip you naked and see just how slutty you are, like you can't go a day without a man." "Got it." The mushroom-haired girl raised her voice. "Got it," the girl in the middle said, as if admitting defeat. Satisfied, the mushroom-haired girl let go of Zhang Qingyan's hair and led her other friends away. She immediately spotted Ji Xiwen had nowhere to hide. She kept her head down, obediently pressing against the wall. The mushroom-haired girl gave her a once-over, and seeing her docile and timid demeanor, didn't take it seriously. She just reached out and patted her shoulder, leaning in closer. "Classmate, you know what to say and what not to say, right?" Ji Xiwen nodded. "I didn't see anything. Such a good girl." The mushroom-haired girl smiled, straightened up, and left with her group. The mushroom-haired girl left. Ji Xiwen stood still for a few seconds, then lifted her foot and walked over to the girl who had just been bullied. Zhang Qingyan sat on the ground in disarray, her curly hair in a mess, her school uniform trousers covered in kick marks. She wore the school uniform jacket open, revealing a white t-shirt underneath. The t-shirt was maliciously smeared with lipstick prints. A pair of spotlessly clean canvas shoes appeared in her line of sight. Zhang Qingyan paused, looked up, and said something. Ji Xiwen lowered her eyes, took a folded stack of tissues from her pocket, and handed them over. Zhang Qingyan stared at the paper in her hand for a few seconds, then took it. Seeing her take the paper, Ji Xiwen picked up her things and left. Seeing her walk away without looking back, Zhang Qingyan called out, "Wait a moment." Ji Xiwen turned around in confusion. "What's wrong? I don't have the strength." "Help me up," Zhang Qingyan said. Ji Xiwen hesitated for a moment, then went over and extended her hand. Zhang Qingyan grasped her hand and stood up. "Thank you. You're welcome." She had only offered a bit of warmth because she recognized that this person was from her own class. More importantly, what Ji Xiwen hated most was school. Zhang Qingyan paused and said in a low voice, "I didn't steal her friend's boyfriend. It was that jerk who confessed to me, and to condemn without cause one can always find an excuse. Ji Xiwen understood this better than anyone. The reason she transferred from No. 2 high school to Pingzhong was that she couldn't stay at her previous school any longer. This place was far from her hometown, so far that no one would know her past. Zhang Qinjian's words caught in her throat. She stared at Ji Xiwen for a couple of seconds, and said with utmost sincerity, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Ji Xiwen said again. Most of the students had arrived in the classroom, and the chatter was noisy and chaotic like a vegetable market. Chi Sui had already arrived. On his desk were a cup of strawberry milkshake and a Bluetooth earphone case tossed aside. He was reading an extracurricular book with his head down. Ji Xiwen's footsteps faltered. Behind her, Zhang Qinyan limped back to her seat, which was just one aisle away from hers. Ji Xiwen pulled out her chair, keeping in mind young Master Kai's 3 rules of conduct. She didn't say a word, with her eyes lowered, being extremely careful not to brush against him. Chi Sui's page-turning movement paused. He said nothing. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Ji Xiwen unscrew a bottle of water, tilt her head back, and take small sips. Sui turned around. "Brother Sui, what's the answer to the last math problem?" "1/2. Chi Sui didn't lift his head and turned another page. "Your answer is different from Li Junyu's." Sui was taken aback. Chi Sui responded softly. Su Jiang, always eager to stir up drama, said, "Only Chi Sui and Li Junyu got the last problem right in our class, and their answers are different. There's going to be a good show." Sui shot him a contemptuous look. "It's none of your business. Why do you have to say it like that?" Su Jiang patted his chest. "Both of them are my good brothers. How is it none of my business?" Sui curled his lips. "You sure know how to flatter yourself." Chi Sui raised his head expressionlessly. "Can you two turn around and continue your conversation?" After the morning self-study, the first class was math. The math teacher, with a bald head and noticeable dark circles under his eyes, stood on the podium, holding a stack of test papers. "All right, first period, we'll go over this week's weekend homework. Second period, we'll have a test." The math teacher, with a bald head and noticeable dark circles under his eyes, stood on the podium, holding a stack of test papers. "All right, first period, we'll go over this week's weekend homework. Second period." Because Chi Sui had previously said that she was not allowed to greet him at school. Chi Sui. He silently pushed his own test paper onto Ji Xiwen's desk and took hers. While papers were being exchanged with a rustling sound, Su Jiang turned around and offered a piece of gossip. "Looks like Baldy's wife still hasn't forgiven him. He looks awful." Hearing this, Ji Xiwen couldn't help but look up at the bald teacher. The bald teacher was holding an oversized glass cup with goji berries soaked in it. He asked leisurely, "Was this week's homework difficult?" "Yes. Extremely difficult. Unusually difficult." The class instantly became lively. The bald teacher chuckled. "It's supposed to be difficult. Your math scores from last week's quiz were terrible. Some of you didn't even get 140. I want names to save you some face. When I saw those scores, my heart felt cold. The math teacher from class 1 even came to ask me about it. I was too embarrassed to say anything. I was ashamed. You've been having too easy a time lately. When the monthly exam comes next week with these scores, you'll be laughed to death." Ji Xiwen was stunned upon hearing this. She couldn't help but quietly ask, "Next week's monthly exam?" Chi Sui twirled his pen, nonchalantly looking down at Ji Xiwen's test paper. He couldn't help but take a second look. It was a very pleasing paper. Chi Sui twirled his pen, nonchalantly looking down at Ji Xiwen's test paper. He couldn't help but take a second look. She planned to ask someone about the exam scope after class, and then focus on reviewing this week. After all, No. 2 high school normally started on September 1st, so the two schools had different progress. Chi Sui flipped to the last problem. Skipping a series of steps, Ji Xiwen's final answer was 1/2. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. While he was looking at Ji Xiwen's paper, Ji Xiwen was also looking at his. This young master had the same habit for math problems as for English. His paper was clean, with only the answers and relatively short steps. And their answers were exactly the same. The bald teacher lectured very quickly. For simple problems, he just gave the answers. For slightly more complex ones, he only hinted at the solution approach. It wasn't until the last few difficult problems that he picked up chalk and wrote on the board. "This is the last big problem. I heard none of you could solve it." Su Jiang couldn't help but ask directly, "Teacher, have you been hiding under a pseudonym in our class group chat? How do you know everything?" "Do I need to hide?" That's an ugly way to put it. The bald teacher snapped a piece of chalk and threw it towards Su Jiang. Su Jiang, no fool, quickly ducked his head, and the chalk flew toward Chi Sui. He was writing an English essay with his head down. He tilted his head slightly, and the chalk brushed past his cheek. Ji Xiwen was startled. For a moment she felt like she was watching a circus. Ji Xiwen heard the math representative from the front desk Sui you sigh. "Even when dodging chalk, there's a gap between a handsome guy and an ordinary person." She wholeheartedly agreed with that statement. Su Jiang suddenly straightened up. "What do you mean?" "Sui you, nothing much. Don't overthink it. After a few seconds of silence, Su Jiang said, I'm going to draw a circle and curse you. I never want to be your deskmate again. Do you think I want to be your deskmate? After a few seconds of silence, Su Jiang said, I'm going to draw a circle and curse you. I never want to be your deskmate again. Even when the bald teacher finished explaining the last problem and revealed the answer to be one half, the two of them showed no reaction. Instead, Su Jiang turned around and gave a thumbs up. Amazing Sui. Ji Xiwen shuddered with disgust. Get lost. For a moment, he couldn't even continue writing his English essay, just staring blankly at the composition. Ji Xiwen had been holding it in for most of the class and finally couldn't resist. She seized a gap to whisper, can I do other subjects' homework? After speaking, she added, I'm not trying to get chummy with you. Ji Xiwen. He paused and nodded lazily. So Ji Xiwen confidently pulled out her geography exam paper. It was a paper she had bought herself. If there's anything you don't understand, consult each other. The bald teacher, having moistened his throat with goji berry tea, glanced toward Sui Yu, then tally up the scores, and have the class monitor collect them and bring them to my office after class. The bald teacher screwed the cap back on his bottle, left through the front door, and then re-entered through the back. In one glance, he spotted the geography test paper on Ji. The bald teacher screwed the cap back on his bottle, left through the front door, and then re-entered through the back. In one glance, he spotted the geography test paper on Ji Xiwen's desk and the English essay on Ji Xiwen's. He gave a cold laugh. You too. Do you have any respect for me? Even just a little bit would do. The sudden voice from behind startled Ji Xiwen, and she nearly flung her black pen away. The young master beside her was clearly even more easily startled. His black pen flew straight out of his hand, and he let out an uncivilized exclamation. Damn. The entire class fell silent, turning their heads in unison to stare. The bald teacher crossed his arms, one writing geography, the other writing English. He gritted his teeth. That Ji Xiwen kid relying on his good grades has never taken me seriously. I can understand that. But you, the new student, what's your story? I'm giving you this time to correct your mistakes, not to do homework for other subjects. Math is worth 150 points. Don't you know its value? Ji Xiwen nodded. I know. Then why are you still writing geography? Ji Xiwen looked at him with innocent, sincere eyes. I don't have anything to correct. The bald teacher's eyes were sharp. He immediately spotted the math test paper on Ji Xiwen's desk. He sneered, let me see how many mistakes you've made to be so arrogant. The moment he said this, the whole class held their breath. After all, the math teacher was the quickest to change moods among all subjects. Even Su Jiang subconsciously closed his eyes. Ji Xiwen calmly handed Ji Xiwen's paper to the bald teacher. The teacher looked down and saw a bright red 150. He paused, then flipped between the two papers, checking them again. They were all correct. A flicker of surprise and doubt crossed his eyes as he reassessed Ji Xiwen. The girl sat obediently in her seat, her hair tied in a high ponytail, smooth and silky. Her skin was fair. When she sensed his gaze, she pursed her lips into a smile, revealing two charming dimples. The bald teacher turned the paper over again, took a deep look at the name. Ji Xiwen. He placed the paper back on the desk. Go ahead and continue writing. The moment he said that, the entire class erupted. No one expected the bald teacher to say nothing and even let the new student keep working on her geography homework. Holy crap, how many points did she get? Su Jiang, ever the tactless one, craned his neck to look, his face full of shock. Holy crap. A perfect score, damn. Sui Yu gasped, then followed his gaze. The bald teacher clicked his tongue. Keep correcting your mistakes, especially you, Su Jiang, single-handedly dragging down the class average. Su Jiang clasped his hands in a gesture of surrender and turned back to face his blotchy test paper. The bald teacher returned to the podium. Up ahead, a few students still turned back to sneak glances at Ji Xiwen. On campus, grades were everything. Sometimes even more talked about than attractive people. Feeling a bit embarrassed under the scrutiny, Ji Xiwen subconsciously tugged at her ear. Ji Xiwen caught the gesture and thought she was scared. After a long pause, a pang of guilt struck him. For the first time, he spoke to comfort her. That's just how this class is. As long as you have good grades and high scores, you can do whatever you want. Ji Xiwen's hand still lingered on her earlobe as she looked at him. The morning sunlight was warm and gentle, falling into her clear eyes, turning them into a beautiful amber hue. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she said politely, thank you. Ji Xiwen thought expressionless. Sure enough, she's a thank you addict. After class, Sui Yu collected everyone's papers and handed them to the math teacher. Secrets didn't last in the class. In the 10-minute break, almost everyone knew the new student had scored a perfect 100 on the math test. Still, it was just a weekend homework assignment, so it wasn't impossible that she had used external help, looked it up online, or copied from someone else. This is a weekend assignment. Who knows if she copied it? Besides, she's Ji Xiwen's deskmate. In the restroom, voices from the next stall reached Ji Xiwen's ears. Her expression unchanged, she opened the door. There was hand soap by the sink. She squeezed some out. The same girl continued. Qian overestimated her. Look at how shabby she is. She's probably from some mountain village or rural area. How could a student cultivated in such a backwater compare to us? All right. We'll see her real level at the monthly exam. This voice was sweeter, accompanied by the sound of doors opening and closing. Through the mirror in front of her, Ji Xiwen saw the two girls gossiping about her. One was a short-haired girl with a weak complexion, now standing awkwardly, clearly aware she had been caught talking behind someone's back. The other was a rather pretty girl with an oval face and soft hair, her ponytail reaching down to her waist. The oval-faced girl paused, walked over to Ji Xiwen, squeezed out some hand soap, and said in a soft voice, "Sorry, my friend is a bit blunt. Don't misunderstand." Misunderstand? Ji Xiwen turned off the faucet. Misunderstand what? Li Qian's smile froze. She had a pair of amber eyes, and now she looked at Ji Xiwen with an unreadable expression. Ji Xiwen asked calmly. Every single sentence she just said was quite clear, looking down on students from rural and mountain areas. Which word, which punctuation mark needed any misunderstanding? Li Qian. Li Jiaojiao, standing beside her, grew impatient. She said bluntly, "I was the one who spoke just now." Qian didn't say anything. "Why are you being so harsh to her? Is my attitude really that bad?" Ji Xiwen tilted his head. "Which word gave you the impression that I was being harsh with her?" "You?" Li Jiaojiao choked, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Qian reached out and gently patted Li Jiaojiao's shoulder, saying softly, "Jiaojiao, it's okay. She probably didn't mean it." A huge hat was directly thrown onto Ji Xiwen's head. There was no reasoning with someone like this. Realizing this, she shook off the water droplets from her hands, said nothing more, and walked straight out of the restroom. The corridor was bustling with people. "Ji Xiwen." A familiar voice called out to her. Ji Xiwen paused, stopped in her tracks, and turned around. Zhang Qingyan caught up with her hands still wet, clearly having just been in the restroom. The lipstick stain on her white t-shirt wouldn't come off no matter how much she tried, so she zipped up her school uniform jacket. "Don't let what those two said bother you." She tugged at her school uniform jacket, feeling the heat, and said, "The one with fairer skin is Li Qian, our class Chinese class representative and propaganda committee member. She's such a poser. The one who's dark and dim-witted is Li Jiaojiao, her lackey." After finishing, Zhang Qingyan studied Ji Xiwen's expression, worried that the girl might burst into tears. But her face was calm, as if nothing had happened. Meeting her gaze, she curved her lips slightly. "It's okay, I won't take it to heart." That's what she said, but when she returned to her seat, Ji Xiwen couldn't help but tighten her grip on her pencil case as she opened it, slamming it down on the desk with a faint thud. Though it was very faint, Chi Sui, who was half asleep, was still startled. He irritably opened his eyes. He saw his new deskmate with her head down, working on the test paper, as if she had a vendetta against it, every stroke of her pen forceful. Her bangs covered most of her face, but her light-colored lips were tightly pressed together, forming a deep little dimple on her cheek. Chi Sui sat up, wanting to lose his temper, but unable to, wanting to sleep, but unable to do that either. He took a deep breath, picked up the strawberry milkshake on the table, and started drinking it, soothing himself. The bell for the last class before noon rang like a liberating spring breeze sweeping across the land. The classroom instantly felt like New Year's Eve, lively and bustling. Su Jiang leaned back. "Young master, want to eat outside at noon?" "I'm fine with anything." Chi Sui was working on the last problem of the math paper. His thoughts had been stuck for a long time, so he simply threw down his pen and stood up. Ji Xiwen remained seated, her expression slightly bewildered. The next second, she looked over at him. Chi Sui stared back at her warily. Ji Rong was not a good person, and he didn't believe that anyone Ji Rong brought along could be an innocent little white rabbit. Even though in these few brief encounters, Ji Xiwen hadn't done anything that made him uncomfortable. Ji Xiwen held the young master's gaze for a second, then decisively gave up and lightly poked Suiyu with her pen. Suiyu turned around. "What's up?" Ji Xiwen asked. "Can we leave the school gate at noon?" "Of course," Suiyu replied with a smile. "Our school isn't that strict." "Great, thanks." Ji Xiwen planned to go home at noon today to pack her suitcase. She would take it to the dormitory during lunchtime so that she could finish packing more quickly when she returned in the evening. She had originally intended to ask the homeroom teacher for a permission slip, but it turned out she could just go out freely. Chi Sui licked the tip of his canine tooth. He had fangs, and whenever his emotions fluctuated even slightly, he liked to lick the sharpest one. Chi Sui kicked Su Jiang's stool. "Let's go." "Oh." Su Jiang put down his pen cap and shouted, "Li Junyu. Let's go." His shout was so loud that half the class fell silent. Ji Xiwen was also startled. The others in the class seemed used to it and continued with their own business. A boy in the third row stood up. He was very handsome, elegant, and refined, a clean-cut type of handsome guy. When he reached Sui's desk, he snapped irritably, "Su Jiang, are you sick?" "My ears aren't deaf." Su Jiang slipped out from behind Suiyu, slung an arm around his shoulder, and chuckled twice. "I'm used to it." Chi Sui picked up his empty strawberry milkshake. "Let's go." After the three left the classroom, Li Jiaojiao ran over to Li Qian's side. "Qian, I heard Chi Sui and his friends are going to eat outside the school at noon." Li Qian watched Chi Sui figure disappear through the back door of the classroom. "Then we'll go too." Li Jiaojiao said, let's go. It was the hottest time of day during the lunch break. The Pingzhong campus was never short of sycamore trees, especially on the road leading to the school gate. Both sides were lined with sycamores, creating a shaded path for the students. Dappled shadows of the trees. The boys walking together were chatting nonsense. Su Jiang glanced at Qi Sui. Did your deskmate do that test paper herself, or copy yours? She did it herself. Qi Sui raised his hand and rubbed his neck. Ji Xiwen's test paper was absolutely beautiful, and the steps were written in great detail. Qi Sui was often criticized by Baldi for writing too few steps and having messy handwriting. Ji Xiwen's paper was exactly the kind Baldi liked best. Oh, Su Jiang remarked. This little girl seems pretty low-key, but she's actually a top student. Can we change the subject? He clicked his tongue. Li Junyu squinted, saw something, then turned his head to look at Qi Sui. Young master, your family's car is at the gate. Huh? Qi Sui looked at the gate in confusion. A familiar Bentley was parked outside bearing his family's license plate. Wait for me a moment, he instructed, then walked over to the car with his aloof, aristocratic stride, curled his fingers, and knocked on the window. The driver Xiao Wang rolled down the window and greeted politely. Young master. Qi Sui asked, why are you here? Xiao Wang looked a bit awkward. Ms. Ji asked me to deliver the suitcase to Miss Ji. Suitcase? Qi Sui was taken aback. Yes, Xiao Wang nodded. Ms. Ji told me to inform you that this Miss Ji will only visit on weekends and holidays. Whatever. Qi Sui withdrew his hand and walked straight off. Su Jiang asked nosily, what did your family's driver come for? Qi Sui stared at him coldly. Does it concern you? Su Jiang was stunned. Who pissed you off again? Weren't you in a good mood just now? Li Junyu chuckled. His uncles come knocking, I guess. The young master gets that 10 times a month. Ha ha ha. The boys burst into loud laughter, startling those around them. Qi Sui remained silent, his hands in his pockets, his thick eyelashes casting a distinct shadow over his eyelids. In short, he had thought Ji Xiwen was an ally of Ji Rong, a villainous antagonist coming to his doorstep to seize the family fortune and his father. But it turned out she harbored no ill intentions, merely forced to stay out of necessity. She would only be there on weekends and holidays. He had become the villain who liked to overthink without reason. The young master didn't even know where to vent his anger. Li Qian and Li Jiaojiao followed closely behind. They happened to catch sight of that eye-catching group of boys heading into the small stir-fry restaurant across from the school. Li Jiaojiao asked, want to get some milk tea? Sure. Li Qian curved her lips, slightly inadvertently catching a glimpse of that familiar car at the school gate. Pingcheng could hardly be considered a thriving first-tier city, and most students at Pingzhong High came from fairly ordinary families. The Bentley at the gate was a car that few in the entire school could afford to have at home. Pingcheng could hardly be considered a thriving first-tier city, and most students at Pingzhong High came from fairly ordinary families. The Bentley at the gate was a car. Li Qian remembered the license plate number of that Bentley very clearly. Let's go. Li Qian thought it was probably someone delivering something to Qi Sui, so she didn't pay it much mind. Just as she was about to pull Li Jiaojiao away, she suddenly noticed a figure with a ponytail rushing toward the Bentley. Her footsteps came to an involuntary halt. Li Jiaojiao asked in confusion, what's wrong? Li Qian didn't speak, simply pursing her lips as she stared at a certain spot. Following her gaze, Li Jiaojiao looked toward the Bentley in bewilderment. The driver's door opened, and a tall, thin man in a black suit stepped out. He pulled open the rear door, lifted out a white suitcase, set it on the ground, and exchanged a few words with a girl wearing the school uniform of Pingzhong. The girl seemed rather reserved, nodding at something she said. When she turned around gripping the suitcase, it was unmistakably Ji Xiwen with her bowl-cut bangs. Ji Xiwen had originally thought she'd need to go home to get it, but it turned out Ji Rong had the driver deliver it to her instead, saving her the trouble. She was quite pleased, and she pulled the suitcase toward the dormitory building, completely unaware that someone beneath the shade of the trees was watching her every move. Li Jiaojiao was astonished. How could she be connected to Qi Sui family driver? Li Qian frowned, saying nothing. Li Jiaojiao joked, could they be living together? What nonsense are you talking about? Li Qian snapped softly. She was always gentle and mild, rarely so blunt. Li Jiaojiao was startled and said nervously, sorry, I was just speaking off the cuff. Li Qian's brow remained furrowed. Don't say things like that anymore. It's not good for reputations. Qi Sui isn't that kind of person. True. Li Jiaojiao hugged her arms and nodded. Qi Sui is so picky. How could he possibly fancy this country bumpkin? What if that driver is Ji Xiwen's father? Hearing this, Li Qian unconsciously relaxed her grip on her clothes. Right. She was just worrying over nothing. How could a spoiled young master as fastidious as Qi Sui ever take a liking to a poor student transferred from the countryside? The girls' dormitory building had 5 floors in total. Right at the entrance was the room where the dorm matron lived. Ji Xiwen set her suitcase aside and was about to knock on the door when she noticed it was already half open. Inside, the air conditioner was running and a chilly draft rushed straight at her through the gap in the door. The trees outside cast dense shadows, and from within the room came the soft voice of the dorm matron. Now that you've moved to a new dormitory, remember to get along well with your roommates. I will. Zhang Qingyan, holding a key, turned to leave and collided with Ji Xiwen. She froze. Ji Xiwen said, I'm here to get my key from Annie. Huh. The dorm matron with her permed hair like instant noodles looked quite kindly. She grabbed a large bunch of keys. Which dormitory, classmate? Show me the note your homeroom teacher gave you. Ji Xiwen quickly pulled the slip from her pocket and handed it over. The matron glanced at it. Oh, you're in 217 too. What a coincidence. Coincidence. Ji Xiwen instinctively looked at Zhang Qingyan. Zhang Qingyan jingled her key. I'm in 217 too. Dormitory 217 was at the very end of the second floor, a bit far from the washroom and the toilets, but it had good sunlight and was relatively quiet. Zhang Qingyan used her key to open the door, revealing a 4-person room with beds above and desks below. The 2 beds nearest the balcony were already taken. Zhang Qingyan asked, which bed do you want? Ji Xiwen replied, I'm fine with each. Zhang Qingyan casually placed her bag on the desk closest to her. Then I'll take this one. Okay. Ji Xiwen stood in front of the desk and ran her finger over the surface. There was a bit of dust. Zhang Qingyan casually placed her bag on the desk closest to her. Then I'll take this one. Okay. Ji Xiwen managed to make her bed, grabbed a few hangers, and went out to the balcony. There were only 2 wash basins on the balcony, no toilet. She stood on tiptoe to hang the hangers on the drying rack, then washed her hands. Just as she stepped back inside, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. 2 people entered, chatting and laughing, each holding a cup of milk tea. Qian, did you see how awful Meng Laren's face looked just now? Li Jiaojiao, walking in front, twisted her head to talk to Li Qian and didn't notice the 2 extra people in the room. If you ask me, she's just throwing herself at him. Boys don't like that kind of thing. It was only when Li Qian nudged her with an elbow that she sensed something was off. Turning around, she locked eyes with Ji Xiwen. Li Jiaojiao frowned, her tone harsh. What are you doing in my dorm? That she sensed something was off. Turning around, she locked eyes with Ji Xiwen. Li Jiaojiao frowned, her tone harsh. I just moved in. You. Li Jiaojiao clicked her tongue, expressing all her displeasure through her expression and gestures. She stormed back to her own bed and slammed her milk tea down on the desk. Li Qian was from the next dormitory, but since Li Jiaojiao's room had always had only 2 people, it was quieter than her own. She usually spent half an hour in Li Jiaojiao's room chatting. Ji Xiwen ignored the pair and climbed straight into her bed. Zhang Qingyan, who was sitting cross-legged on her bed playing on her phone, asked, Ji Xiwen, have you had lunch? That single question startled Li Jiaojiao, who jumped up from her chair and stared at her in disbelief. What are you staring at? Zhang Qingyan shot back. Li Jiaojiao retorted, why are you so rude? Jiaojiao, it's fine. Li Qian patted her shoulder, then turned to Zhang Qingyan with a smile. Qingyan, you've moved into Jiaojiao's room. I live right next door. Zhang Qingyan glanced at her, gave a cold and looked back at Ji Xiwen as if waiting for an answer. Ji Xiwen shook her head. No, Zhang Qingyan said. Then later when class starts, I'll take you to buy a bread roll. Sure, sounds good. Ji Xiwen pulled up the thin blanket and lay down. Her suitcase couldn't hold much. The quilt was too big, so this thin blanket took up less space. Seeing that Zhang Qingyan wasn't going to acknowledge her, Li Qian awkwardly ran her fingers through her hair, took a sip of her milk tea, and started chatting with Li Jiaojiao. The atmosphere in the dorm was a bit strange, but it didn't affect Ji Xiwen at all. No matter how awkward or suffocating the situation, she could go about her own business as if no one else was there. After all, she had been separated from her parents since childhood and grew up with her grandparents. There was no elementary school in the village, so she had to attend school in the town a long distance away, leaving her no choice but to board. Through elementary school, middle school, and high school, Ji Xiwen had always been a boarding student. Over a decade of dormitory life had thoroughly tempered her endurance. She pulled a book from beneath her pillow and began to leaf through it. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open from outside. The newcomer seemed taken aback by the lively scene inside and stood frozen at the doorway for a long moment. Ji Xiwen put down her book. At the door stood a girl with a low ponytail, her features delicate and refined, the kind of quiet, diligent student. In one hand, she carried an oversized water bottle, and in the other a small booklet of key knowledge points. She looked up at Ji Xiwen, a hint of puzzlement in her eyes, and asked, Are you the new transfer student in our class? Yes, Ji Xiwen nodded. I just moved. My name is Luo Wenjing. Luo Wenjing smiled. The dormitory can finally liven up. She then glanced at Zhang Qingyan, who was on the opposite bed. Zhang Qingyan sat cross-legged on her bed, staring down at her phone. Pingzhong High School officially forbade bringing phones, but inspections were rare, so bolder students would sneak them in. Zhang Qingyan didn't have the best reputation in the class. Luo Wenjing didn't greet her and returned to her own bed. After sitting for a few more minutes, Li Qian felt uncomfortable and went back to her dormitory. Ji Xiwen slept through a rather long afternoon nap only to be awakened by the school's broadcast. Students, it's time to get up. A midday nap shouldn't be too long. Half an hour is ideal. Let's sit up in bed, throw off the covers, and wake up quickly to prepare for the rich afternoon lessons ahead. The voice was unmistakably that of a middle-aged man. Startled by the thunderous broadcast, Ji Xiwen abruptly sat up in bed, clutching her blanket, and exchanged a dazed look with Zhang Qingyan on the opposite bed. Zhang Qingyan seemed amused by her expression. She cleared her throat, and though her voice was still a bit hoarse, she said, "Our school has always been like this. Broadcasts in the morning and at noon. It's the grade director, old." She paused awkwardly. Ji Xiwen asked in confusion, "Old what?" "Old go director go," Zhang Qingyan said, unable to suppress a smile. "His recording." "Oh." Ji Xiwen nodded, barely managing to choke out, "Impressive. Very impressive." There was still half an hour before the first afternoon class. She went to the wash basin on the balcony, splashed her face with water, and fully woke up. "Let's go," Zhang Qingyan said, rubbing her stomach. "I'm a bit hungry." Ji Xiwen's stomach also growled. She folded a few tissues and stuffed them into her pocket. Just as the two were about to leave, Luo Wenjing bit her lip and suddenly called out, "Zhang Qingyan, Ji Xiwen, you too." The two girls at the door turned around. Just as the two were about to leave, Luo Wenjing bit her lip and suddenly called out, "Zhang Qingyan, Ji Xiwen, you too." The two girls at the door turned around. Ji Xiwen instinctively glanced at Zhang Qingyan. Zhang Qingyan said softly, "I'm fine with it." "I'm fine with it too," Ji Xiwen added. Her dormitory had originally only had her and Li Jiaojiao. Although it was quite peaceful, Li Jiaojiao always hung out with Li Qian from the next room, leaving Luo. Her dormitory had originally only had her and Li Jiaojiao. Although it was quite peaceful, Li Jiaojiao always hung out with Li Qian from the next room, leaving Luo Wenjing constantly alone. At this age, a girl's greatest worry was being left out, having no friends. Luo Wenjing had been isolated for nearly an entire semester. Now that she finally had company, even the scorching sun on the way to the convenience store didn't feel oppressive. The school convenience store had no shortage of snacks. Bread alone filled an entire shelf, in every variety, a dazzling array. Ji Xiwen picked for a while and finally chose a purple rice bread that was affordable and 90% foolproof in taste. The three of them left the store and headed toward the classroom, passing by the playground. Beside the playground was an open-air basketball court. A group of people were still playing ball under the blazing sun, with quite a few girls gathered near the fence. Sweating profusely in this heat, they must really love the game. Luo Wenjing suddenly laughed and said, "Qi Sui isn't playing this time." Zhang Qingyan glanced over. "Probably hates the heat. Lately Qi Sui seems to play on the indoor court at the gym." Hearing them mention him, Ji Xiwen noticed a person sitting on a bench in the shade of a tree. It was Qi Sui. No wonder he had such fair skin. He hated the sun. She stared intently at the purple rice bread in her hand. By the time the three reached the classroom, about half the students were already there. Ji Xiwen pulled out a classical Chinese vocabulary summary and slowly ate her bread. She stared intently at the purple rice bread in her hand. By the time the three reached the classroom, about half the students were already there. Ji Xiwen pulled out a classical Chinese vocabulary summary and slowly ate her bread while reading. After finishing her bread and solving a couple of problems, the back door of the classroom suddenly erupted with noise. "Su Jiang, you little rascal, have you been practicing secretly? Looking pretty sharp today." A slightly teasing laugh followed. Then came Su Jiang's irritated retort. "Bullshit. I've always been handsome on the court, haven't I?" Many in the classroom turned to look. Ji Xiwen followed suit and glanced back. Her eyes met a pair of jet black ones. The person was leaning against the wall beside the back door. The few boys behind him, some familiar, some not, were all drenched in sweat, but he didn't have a single drop on him, wearing the Pingzhong High School uniform t-shirt. The t-shirt was loose and simple, but his broad shoulders effortlessly filled it out. A faint smile lingered in his eyes, seemingly amused by the teasing from the boy next to him. The person was leaning against the wall beside the back door. The few boys behind him, some familiar, some not, were all drenched in sweat, but he didn't have. Feeling like an intruder, Ji Xiwen instinctively withdrew her head and focused on her homework. Qi Sui, on the other hand, was momentarily stunned. He knew he was blessed with good looks, and from a young age girls had flocked to him like a river of fish. Though he was too proud to have ever taken a fancy to anyone. But he had never encountered someone like Ji Xiwen before. She treated him like a monster and fled at the first sight. "Qi Sui, are your ears stuffed with wool? Can't you hear me talking to you?" Qi Sui snapped back to reality. "What?" Chui Kai was exasperated, but repeated patiently. "I said let's go karaoke tonight." "Oh." Qi Sui pondered for a couple of seconds. "We'll see." He pulled out his own chair and sat down. Chui Kai chuckled twice. All right, you're a big shot, Master Qi. If anyone else had said that to me, I'd have already started giving them a piece of my mind, you know. I know. The social butterfly Su Jiang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "You're the bully of the sports class, we've got to give you face right. The main thing is we might have class tonight. The teacher might not let us off." Li Junyu finally chimed in. It's Chi Sui and I who might have class. Not you. Chui Kai couldn't stifle his laughter. He waved a hand and left with his lackeys. Su Jiang gave a disdainful snort. TCH, what's so great about a math competition class? He stormed back to his seat. When he came in from behind Sui Yu, he even reached out to steady Ji Xiwen's cup and pencil case, afraid of knocking over her things. Chui Kai couldn't stifle his laughter. He waved a hand and left with his lackeys. Su Jiang gave a disdainful snort. TCH, what? She wanted to ask more, so she turned her head and glanced at Chi Sui. The boy pulled out a set of test papers from the desk, then fished out a pen. Chi Sui was naturally careless. He didn't use a pencil case. When a pen ran out, he just stuffed it into the desk. He bent down and searched the desk thoroughly, but found no black pen. He cursed under. Chi Sui was naturally careless. He didn't use a pencil case. When a pen ran out, he just stuffed it into the desk. He bent down and searched the desk thoroughly, but found no black pen. He cursed under his breath and was about to ask Su Jiang to borrow one. Suddenly a fair hand reached over and a black pen appeared on the desk. Ji Xiwen had been observing him for a while and quickly offered timely help, pursing her lips. When she sensed the boy's gaze, she stammered, "Thank you for letting me stay at your house." Chi Sui stared at the black pen on the 2 seconds later he picked up the pen. "Thanks. You're welcome." Ji Xiwen quickly replied, then rubbed her nose awkwardly. "Can I ask you a question?" Chi Sui held the pen, unsure whether to take it or put it down. He realized he had fallen into a trap. The young master ground his teeth. He had thought this new sister was truly obedient and well-behaved, ready to smooth things over. More like a radish, always digging holes. "Go ahead," Chi Sui said coldly. Ji Xiwen keenly noticed the change in his attitude, but she was genuinely curious. Chi Sui said, "I've already agreed you can ask, so you can ask anything." Ji Xiwen looked a bit confused. "I just want to ask that. More important," Chi Sui said. "I've already agreed you can ask, so you can ask anything." Ji Xiwen looked a bit confused. "I just want to ask that. More importantly, how do I get into that class? Can I audit?" Chi Sui. He lowered his head, flipped through the test paper once, then flipped it back again, as if spreading out a flatbread. Ji Xiwen watched his little movements and said considerately, "If you don't want to say, it's fine. I want to take back the pen." Chi Sui. Get a perfect score in math on the monthly exam, midterm, or final, or consistently excel in classroom quizzes, and Baldy will let you in. But the first round is in mid-September, so if you want to go, it might be too late. Only when the bell rang did he snap back to reality and look down at the test paper. Class 2 was a key class. The pace in every subject was very fast. Only when the bell rang did he snap back to reality and look down at the test paper. Class 2 was a key class. The pace in every subject was very fast. If you spaced out for 5 minutes, you'd fall behind. Ji Xiwen enjoyed this intensity. The afternoon flew by. When the final bell rang, everyone in the class got up to head to the cafeteria. Ji Xiwen, Zhang Qingyan, Luo Wenjing, who sat in the first row, traveled all the way from the first to the last row, her eyes sparkling. "Can we go to the cafeteria together?" Ji Xiwen, sure. She finished writing the last word and capped her pen. The three of them left through the back door of the classroom. On the way, Ji Xiwen asked, "Is there a monthly exam next week?" "Yeah." Luo Wenjing nodded. "It's next Monday and Tuesday, 2 days. That's good, but won't affect the weekend." Ji Xiwen said. "Zhang Qingyan, you're too naive." "Right." Luo Wenjing nodded emphatically. "The teachers will make up for the classes missed during the monthly exam. They'll either take over PE class or morning self-study or evening self-study." Luo Wenjing nodded emphatically. "The teachers will make up for the classes missed during the monthly exam. They'll either take over PE class or morning self-study or evening." "I see." Ji Xiwen understood. The teachers were quite responsible to sacrifice morning or evening time to make up for lost class. Luo Wenjing sighed worriedly. "I really don't want the monthly exam. Every time I don't do well, my mom checks my phone to see if I'm dating, playing games, or reading novels." Zhang Qingyan was shocked. "Your mom is that controlling?" "Yeah." Luo Wenjing said, "My mom is a middle school teacher." She turned and asked, "What about you two?" "My mom doesn't bother with me. Even if I come in last place, she wouldn't care." Zhang Qingyan chewed bubble gum. Pingzhong always advocated for student freedom and didn't strictly enforce dress codes. As long as it wasn't too extreme, like nose rings, lip rings, or fluorescent hair, curly hair, or light makeup were fine. Zhang Qingyan was one of the more fashionable girls. She had long curly hair, diamond studs in both earlobes, eyelash extensions, and tattoo. She was always free-spirited and unconventional, seen by many as a bad girl. The girls in the class thought she had personality, but few were willing to eat with her. If Luo Wenjing hadn't been alone for too long and Ji Xiwen had just transferred in, she would still be a loner. Luo Wenjing said, "But your grades are always." Class 2 itself was a key class, and Zhang Qingyan's grades were consistently stable, hovering between 5th and 10th in the class. Zhang Qingyan blew a bubble. "When I'm in a bad mood, I like to do practice problems." Luo Wenjing's eyes instantly filled with awe. No wonder you're so good at studying. Since they had just met and didn't know much about each other, they could only chat about recent school events. Although Luo Wenjing was named Wenjing, which means quiet and gentle, since they had just met and didn't know much about each other, they could only chat about recent school events. Although Luo Wenjing was named Wenjing, since they had just met and didn't know much about each other, they could only chat about recent school events. Although Luo Wenjing was named Wenjing, which means quiet and gentle, she was anything but. She chattered away, "They'll be grateful if I can make it into the top 20 of the class in this monthly exam." Practice the key problem types the teacher has gone over. Do them several times. Zhang Qingyan took a bite of rice and mumbled, "A test paper only has a few problems and a few question types. You don't need to look at everything. Focus on the ones you know or partially know. As long as you make sure you don't lose points on those, your score won't be too bad." Wow, that makes sense. Luo Wenjing said, "Whenever I review, I always start from the beginning." Ji Xiwen ate silently for a while, then suddenly asked, "Who's the top student in our class?" At these words, both Zhang Qingyan and Luo Wenjing looked over, a hint of surprise in their eyes. Ji Xiwen raised a hand and rubbed her cheek. "What's wrong?" "The top student in our class is your desk mate," Luo Wenjing said. "Chi Sui is basically always first and has even been the top of the grade a few times. Li Junyu is actually really good at studying too, but he's not good at Chinese, so his total score isn't as advantageous." Ji Xiwen's chopsticks paused over the lunch tray, a bit surprised. But recalling the small English booklet she had seen earlier and the morning's math test paper, she seemed to understand. "I can see you're a bit surprised, ha." Luo Wenjing leaned in and whispered, "But it's normal to be surprised. After all, Chi Sui is handsome, and I heard his family is extremely wealthy. As the saying goes, when God opens a door, he must close a window. How can someone be perfect in every way? But Chi Sui really excels in every aspect." "That's right." Luo Wenjing nodded. "Ah, if only God were so kind to me too." After dinner, the three of them went for a slow walk around the track. There was an hour of break between the last afternoon class and the evening study session. The track was packed with people, and the adjacent basketball courts and table tennis courts were also full. Ji Xiwen had never seen such a lively school before. Her previous high school, though a key county school, was relatively small, with an extremely intense study atmosphere. Almost everyone was grinding, especially the senior year. Most people could sit in their chairs from 5:30 a.m. to 11 p.m., even eating their 3 meals on the way or at their desks. Under this high-pressure mode, even going to the bathroom became a way to slack off and rest. Ji Xiwen said, "The monthly exam is coming soon. Why don't you guys seem anxious?" "I am anxious, but we need to balance work and play." Luo Wenjing smiled. She usually wandered alone, always careful, afraid of others casting strain. "Oh, why is this person alone? Is she too unsociable that she has no friends, blah blah blah." This time she could finally circle the track to her heart's content. After one lap, they were about to leave. As they exited the track, they passed by the adjacent basketball court. The chain-link fence was surrounded by girls. By now the sun had set, and it wasn't as scorching as noon. The crowd was bustling, and occasionally a good ball would land accompanied by cheers. Ji Xiwen turned her head and followed the crowd, peering through the green mesh fence. A new group of players had taken over the court. They all looked like sports students. Each one was tall, their long legs and sneakers especially striking as they competed fiercely. Ji Xiwen didn't understand the game, but she thought it looked cool. Chi Sui was surprisingly not there. She was a bit surprised. When she returned to the classroom, Ji Xiwen quickly gathered her thoughts and pulled out her test paper from the desk. The long evening study session was perfect for students to review and fill in gaps. Ji Xiwen had just done 2 problems when Chi Sui returned. He was holding a lemonade with lots of ice, the plastic cup covered in a thin layer of condensation. He bent down, pulled out a set of problems from the desk, and sat quietly for a few minutes. When Li Junyu finished packing up and walked over from the front, he called out, "Chi Sui, let's go." Chi Sui stood up, not forgetting to grab his lemonade, and the two left through the back door of the classroom. Ji Xiwen turned her head to glance at Chi Sui retreating figure, paused for 2 seconds, then lowered her head to continue working on the test. Chi Sui didn't return until the end of the second period. It was the 10-minute break, and the classroom was noisy. Chi Sui sat down, twirling a black pen between. His presence was strong. So strong that Ji Xiwen subconsciously shifted a little to the other side. Su Jiang turned around. "Why are you two back so early this time?" His presence was strong. So strong that Ji Xiwen subconsciously shifted a little to the other side. Su Jiang, "Don't know." Chi Sui slouched onto the desk, mumbling, "Turn around, I'm going to take a nap." Ji Xiwen listened for a while, but didn't catch any useful information about the math competition class. This week passed quite quickly for Ji Xiwen. The new school certainly had many things she wasn't used to, such as the different pace of lessons. Aside from Zhang Qingyan and Luo Wenjing, the others were a bit exclusive, and there was also Li Jiaojiao in the dormitory, who didn't get along with her. But these discomforts were nothing to Ji Xiwen, who had been a left-behind child since childhood. As long as they didn't affect her studies, nothing else mattered. Friday afternoon, Ji Xiwen returned to the small villa, changed her shoes at the entrance, and was about to close the door when a rush of hurried footsteps sounded outside. Ms. Ji Rong, carrying a bag, pushed the door open and entered. The earrings on her earlobes swayed with her movements, the brilliant diamonds on them sparkled. Cici, I remember I bought you several skirts. Go change into one, and later your aunt will take you out to eat. She put down her bag and bent down to— No need, no need. Ji Xiwen quickly said, that's too much trouble. It's not your aunt's treat. Ji Rong smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, your Uncle Chi came back early. He said he'll take us to that new buffet restaurant in the city center tonight. Buffet? Ji Xiwen was stunned. Yes. Ji Rong had already started up the stairs, but then remembered something and turned to look at Ji Xiwen. She stood there wearing the redand white uniform of Pingzhou. The uniform was already a small size, but it still looked loose on her. Her slender legs were in slippers, revealing her thin ankles. A trace of melancholy suddenly flashed in Ji Rong's eyes. It's similar to the revolving mini hot pot in our hometown, but with a wider variety. Besides hot pot, there's also barbecue, Western food, desserts, and so on. You can eat whatever you want, don't be afraid. I know, I've seen it on my phone. Ji Xiwen fidgeted with her backpack strap. I'm just worried it'll cause trouble for you and Uncle Chi. No trouble. Your Uncle Chi has wanted to meet you for a long time, Ji Rong said with a smile. Ji Rong drove Ji Xiwen to the renowned buffet restaurant in the city center. On the top floor, a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offered a splendid view of the outside. The car was parked in the underground garage, and Ji Xiwen followed Ji Rong into the elevator. The elevator was packed with people, and Ji Xiwen tugged uncomfortably at her skirt. She rarely wore skirts, especially ones so light and pretty. The elevator ascended all the way to the top floor. When the doors opened, Ji Xiwen felt as if she had stepped into another world. The waiters carrying trays were all remarkably good-looking, dressed in uniform. The floor beneath their feet was transparent glass, beneath which lay colorful stones and artificial flowers and grass. The lights on the dome were exceptionally beautiful. The Chi father and son were already seated at the table waiting. Ji Xiwen followed Ji Rong and was the first to spot Chi Sui. He was lounging crookedly on the sofa, head down, playing on his phone. At some point, he had changed out of his school uniform into a black t-shirt with a red string bracelet on his left wrist. When he lowered his head, the slender pale nape of his neck was particularly striking. Chi Kai heard the commotion and looked up, smiling as he greeted Ji Rong, while under the table his foot nudged Chi Sui unobtrusively. Chi Sui clicked his tongue. Dad, did you go abroad to train your iron foot skill? Chi Kai was so angry he couldn't speak. Because Ji Rong and Ji Xiwen had already reached them, he suppressed his temper and said with a smile, you're here. Brother Kai, this is Cici. Ji Rong said, Cici, this is your Uncle Chi. Hello, Uncle Chi. Ji Xiwen smiled and greeted him. She was clearly a little shy and her voice had become soft and gentle. Chi Sui slowly put away his phone, looked up, and froze in place. Across the table stood a girl in a light pink cardigan paired with a matching layered skirt, her long hair draped over her shoulders, the heavy bangs on her forehead pinned up with 2 hair clips. That pure yet delicate face was thus revealed, creating a striking visual contrast. The orange sunset outside tinted the surrounding clouds, casting light on one side of her cheek. The sleeves of the cardigan were slightly short, revealing her slender arms and fair skin. She looked just like a little strawberry milk cake. Somehow Chi Sui's mind wandered. He recalled a PE class a few days ago when some boys, after finishing their laps, said that the new transfer student might have a birthmark on her face ugly enough to scare people, which was why she kept her bangs so long and thick. Chi Sui thought to himself, what a bunch of blind fools. I'm talking to you, why are you spacing out? Chi Kai smacked his son's shoulder in dissatisfaction. Chi Sui snapped back to reality. What? I said your sister is here for the first time, so take her around for a look. Chi Kai said. Where did I get a sister? Chi Sui swallowed the words and looked up at Ji Xiwen. After 2 seconds of eye contact, he turned his head away and mumbled an answer, got it. Although Ji Xiwen had been Chi Sui's deskmate for a week, they had barely interacted. During class, they either listened or wrote exam papers. As soon as the bell rang, Master Chi would go out to fool around. But now, standing beside Chi Sui, she could clearly smell the faint incense fragrance on his clothes. He was very tall, Ji Xiwen realized. Chi Sui took a brand new plate from the nearby stand, paused, then picked up another and handed it to Ji Xiwen. Ji Xiwen quickly took it. Thank you. Chi Sui seemed to want to say something more. After a few seconds, he took 2 steps forward and said in a faint voice, you're welcome. This buffet restaurant was quite expensive and the food selection was vast. The desserts alone were spread over several tiers. Mini cakes, cream puffs, mochi, egg tarts, everything imaginable. There was a section for representative regional Chinese dishes, Western cuisine, like steak and pasta, and a separate table with hot pot ingredients. Ji Xiwen asked softly, can we take anything we want? Yes. Ji Sui nodded, then paused again for some reason. You've never been to a place like this before? No. Ji Xiwen shook her head. Her hand gripping the plate was a little tight, her fingertips turning white, clearly uncomfortable. Ji Sui fell silent. The young master had always gotten whatever he wanted to him. This kind of restaurant was routine and nothing special. Every time he treated someone to dinner, Su Jiang thought such places were not classy enough. Coming here tonight was simply because they didn't know what the new sister liked to eat, and the food at this restaurant was decent. Ji Rong usually wore gold and silver, and her clothes were all designer brands. But her own niece had never even been to a buffet. Ji Xiwen had no idea what he was thinking. The table nearby happened to be laden with an array of desserts. She stood there awkwardly for a while, her gaze landing on one of the strawberry mini cakes. It was a perfect triangle topped with a large strawberry and sprinkled with white icing sugar. There was only one left on the tray. Ji Xiwen picked up the tongs and looked uncertainly at Ji Sui. Do I use this? Yes. Ji Sui also took a pair of tongs and put 4 egg tarts, 4 cream puffs, and a small piece of chocolate cake onto his plate. Ji Xiwen glanced at it and was not surprised. In the week they had been desk mates, Ji Sui would bring a cup of milk tea to class every now and then, with strawberry milkshake being the most frequent choice. She was about to leave when her skirt was suddenly tugged. Startled, she met the eyes of a little boy. He looked up at her, his cheeks chubby, his lips greasy, and his fingers also oily. Sister. His voice was a little hoarse. Ji Xiwen looked at his fingers, frowned, and stepped back, pulling her skirt free from his grip. The little boy was stubborn and grabbed her other side again. Sister, I like strawberry flavor. Can you let me have this mini cake? On a normal day, Ji Xiwen might have given it to him without hesitation. But now, she looked down at the clear oil stain on her skirt, feeling repulsed. But I like it too. Please, please. The little boy clasped his hands together. You're so much older, and I'm a kid. Our teacher said we should respect the elderly and love the young. Ji Xiwen almost laughed in anger. Then why don't you respect the elderly? I'm older than you. You're not old now. The boy glared. Why are you being so? With that, he reached out to grab the cake from Ji Xiwen's plate. A pair of chopsticks shot out from the side and smacked hard on the back of his hand, making him yelp in pain. Ji Sui had lost his patience. He turned his head and asked, how old are you? Ji Xiwen was startled, meeting his dark eyes, and answered belatedly, 6. 16. Ji Sui then naturally lowered his head and looked down at the little boy. Did you hear that? Sister is only 16, so she's a kid too. The little boy's eyes widened, clearly bewildered that Ji Xiwen referred to him as a child. Pouting, he said with a look of grievance, you're bullying me. I'm going to tell my mom to come and beat you up. Ji Sui let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, I'm so scared. The little boy fell silent, then dashed off in a flash. Ji Sui watched his retreating figure and clicked his tongue. To dare act so rambunctiously right in front of him. Everyone among his childhood friends knew that Ji Sui had been a little devil since birth, and no one could ever outdo him. In his presence, it was truly like wielding a broadsword before Guangong. Ji Sui withdrew his gaze and was about to pour himself a cola when he suddenly noticed that the person beside him had been staring at him the whole time. He lowered his eyelids slightly, his gaze coincidentally meeting the girl's pure, limpid eyes. The bright light strip above reflected in her pupils, stretching like a long Milky Way. At that moment, her eyes were entirely filled with his reflection. What's? He began, his voice catching unexpectedly. Why are you looking at me like this? What else could it be? Because Ji Xiwen had rarely been defended like this in her entire life. Although she had a good friend named Zhang Qing, Zhang Cheng was lively by nature and spoiled at home. When the two spent time together, Ji Xiwen always found herself making concessions. As for her parents, Ji Xiwen was less familiar with them than she was with the neighbors. Thank you for speaking up for me, she said earnestly. Her tone was even somewhat serious. Ji Sui was taken aback for a moment. His Adam's apple rolled subtly twice, and he turned his head away, staring ahead as he mumbled, it's nothing. Each carrying 2 plates, they returned to their previous seats. Ji Rong and Chi Kai were chatting about recent work matters, and Ji Rong was laughing heartily. Ji Xiwen could clearly sense that Chi Sui's mood was low. She silently took a sip of her orange juice. From Chi Sui's perspective, it was understandable that he wouldn't accept this stepmother. From Ji Rong's perspective, Chi Kai had been divorced for years and single for a long time, so there was nothing wrong with it either. Suddenly someone stormed over, and a familiar squeaky voice sounded. Mom, these 2 people bullied me. Ji Rong and Chi Kai, who had been deep in conversation, stopped simultaneously. All 4 of them looked up. A middle-aged woman with a perm that looked like a bowl of instant noodles glared at them fiercely, her face screaming trouble. Who is it that smacked my precious son's hand red? It's him. The little boy pointed straight at Ji Sui. Ji Xiwen looked at him with concern. This young master remained unruffled. He placed his chopsticks on the bowl, leaned back in his chair, folded his arms, and said with a calm, mocking tone, it was me. So what do you want to do about it? You? The middle-aged woman was so angry she could barely speak. She took a deep breath, her nostrils flaring. He's just a 7-year-old child. You're much older. How could you hit him like that? This is bullying the weak. What did your teacher teach you? How did your parents raise you? Oh please, your kid here is clearly no saint. Don't act so innocent. Ji Sui clicked his tongue. The middle-aged woman tugged at her son's hand, feeling embarrassed by his words. She turned to Ji Rong. You're his mother, right? Look at the fine son you've raised. As soon as she said that, Ji Xiwen's eyelids involuntarily twitched and goosebumps rose all over her body. She snuck a glance at Ji Sui across the table. His face had gone blank. He stared coldly at the troublemakers, his lips pressed together, his aura low, as if he was barely holding back his temper. His sharp brows and eyes were now covered in a thin layer of shadow, exuding an intense sense of intimidation. Chi Kai interrupted the woman. I trust my son. If your son hadn't started the trouble, he wouldn't have laid a hand on him. You? What do you mean? Are you saying my little boy could bully your two children? The woman's face contorted, clearly furious. Chi Kai remained exceptionally calm. There are surveillance cameras here. If you want to know who's at fault, just check the footage. If our child is blameless, you'll have to compensate us for ruining our meal. Compensation? The woman faltered, her earlier self-righteousness gone. She clutched her son's hand tightly. Are you crazy for money? Chi Kai's expression remained unchanged, exuding a gentle, spring-like warmth. He was a stark contrast to Chi. Though older, Chi Kai was well-preserved with fair skin, thick black hair, and a light gray suit that fit him perfectly, tailored to his physique. A faint smile graced his face, radiating scholarly elegance and tolerance. In contrast, Chi Sui's face screamed, "Don't mess with me," with a cold, arrogant, and slouching demeanor. It was hard to imagine that these two were father and son. Ma'am, how about we check the surveillance? Chi Kai said. Arguing over trivial matters here will only waste both our time. Is your time so precious? The woman glared. My consultation fee is 5,000 yuan for 10 minutes, Chi Kai. The woman's expression shifted in panic. Stop trying to scare me. No wonder you raised such a son. With that, she dragged her son away. Cowardly and loud, Chi Sui snorted. Enough, Chi Kai scolded. That little boy was probably only 7 or 8. Whatever he did, you didn't have to flick a chopstick at his hand. I just didn't like his attitude. Chi Sui shrugged nonchalantly, picking up an egg tart to eat. Ji Xiwen was taken aback. At Chi Sui's response, Chi Kai's expression grew even angrier. You're getting more and more out of control. Ji Xiwen pressed her lips together, about to explain, but Chi Sui, as if sensing her intention, looked up at her. It was a silent warning, likely hoping she would keep quiet. Ji Xiwen didn't understand why, but she complied and lowered her head to eat her cake. Ji Rong quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Brother Kai, we're having dinner. Don't spoil the kid's mood. Let's talk about it after the meal. After dinner, the sky had already darkened. The night view from the top floor was even more beautiful. Neon lights outlined the outdated yet developed contours of this small town. Cars flowed like a stream on the roads, lights flickering on and off like an unfolding scroll painting with no end. Ji Xiwen got into Ji Rong's car and returned to the small villa ahead of the Chi father and son. She went to her room, took a shower, dried her hair, and changed into pajamas. Then she frowned at the oil stains on her dress. Carrying a small basin, she planned to go downstairs to find some dish soap to treat the stains. As she passed by the small study on the second floor, she heard Uncle Kai's furious roar coming from inside. Look at yourself now. Underage, smoking, drinking. How far have you fallen? Ji Xiwen's footsteps unconsciously came to a halt. The small study room, which separated her current bedroom from Chi Sui, was actually quite spacious, with a small self-service pantry inside. Chi Sui usually did his homework here. Ji Xiwen rarely entered. At that moment, the door was half open, and Chi Sui's lazy voice drifted clearly into Ji Xiwen's ears. His articulation had always been a bit slurred, and he said indifferently, I've always been like this, it's not like I suddenly became this way. You? Uncle Chi was probably too furious to speak. Chi Sui said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Chi Kai's breath hitched again. What kind of attitude is this? Chi Sui merely leaned against the desk, hands in his pockets, his long legs casually crossed, his rather sharp, yet handsome face filled with impatience. Does my attitude really matter? He seemed to find it somewhat amusing, a hint of laughter in his tone. You've always thought I had no proper demeanor, that if it weren't for my decent grades I'd be no different from a thug. What do you mean I think? Chi Kai frowned deeply. Aren't you exactly that? So there's nothing to talk about between us. Chi Sui spread his hands. Isn't it better to just let each other be? Chi Kai was breathing heavily, his gentle and refined demeanor from the restaurant completely gone, his expression terrifying as he stared at Chi Sui. Chi Sui waited for 2 seconds, then turned and walked out. As he stepped out of the small study, he paused. Ahead, the girl was carrying a basin and hurrying away. Oh, she had apparently just bathed, her long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a creamy yellow short-sleeved top and shorts. Those straight, slender legs were particularly dazzling. Chi Sui quickly averted his gaze. Ji Xiwen was terrified of being caught by Chi Sui. She entered the first-floor laundry room, filled half a basin of water, and headed toward the kitchen. Just as she entered, she happened to bump into Ji Xiwen. He was holding a bottle of cola fresh from the fridge, its surface covered with a thin layer of condensation. He paused in his steps. Their eyes met. Ji Xiwen awkwardly rubbed her hands together. He hummed softly. Why didn't you tell Uncle Chi the truth? Clearly you were standing up for me. Ji Xiwen said this with difficulty. She feared Ji Xiwen would blurt out, don't flatter yourself, ooh, I just couldn't stand that kid. The kitchen lights were off with only the light from the corridor. At that moment the boy's face was somewhat blurred. He was much taller than Ji Xiwen, so he had to lower his head slightly to meet her gaze. He had striking features with full eyes and deep double eyelids, his pupils pitch black. When he looked at someone with intense seriousness, it gave a false impression of deep affection. No need to explain to him. Ji Xiwen looked utterly unconcerned. Even if I explained, he wouldn't believe it. Ji Xiwen was stunned. Ji Xiwen added, and Ji Xiwen bit her lip. Tomorrow is the weekend. Ji Xiwen just stared at her as if he thought her statement was too obvious. No one in the world is more sensitive to weekends than students. Ji Xiwen took a deep breath and said, the desk in my room is a bit small. Could I do my homework in the study? No one in the world is more sensitive to weekends than students. Ji Xiwen took a deep breath and said, the desk in my room is a bit small. He brushed past Ji Xiwen expressionlessly. She stared blankly at his retreating figure. She suddenly recalled a meal with Luo Wenjing and Zhang Qingyan, where Zhang Qingyan said that Ji Xiwen was truly a man of many facets. At first glance, Ji Xiwen did seem arrogant and overbearing from head to toe. Even the strands of his hair exuded a sense of superiority. Yet as he brushed past her, she caught a hint of loneliness. Or perhaps it was just an illusion. The next day, Saturday, after staying up all night playing games, Ji Xiwen woke up only in the afternoon. The air conditioner in the bedroom was set to a very low temperature, and the thin blanket had been kicked to the foot of the bed. He was so cold that every hair on his body stood on, and it took him a while to grope for the remote and raise the temperature. He had high standards for sleep. No light allowed. He had chosen premium blackout curtains, so not a single ray of light entered the room. He pulled the blanket over himself and dozed off again. When the drowsiness completely dissipated, he sat up slightly, propping himself with his arms on the edge of the bed, the lines of his muscles clearly defined as he exerted a little force. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and drew the curtains. The outside world was overwhelmed by heavy rain. The ginkgo leaves in the courtyard were dripping noisily, and tiny streams of water had accumulated on the glass. Summer was prone to rain, and Pingxing saw light showers every few days. Ji Xiwen took a moment to wake up fully, then went into the bathroom to freshen up. After washing up, he picked up his phone for a glance. In the pinned three-person group chat, Su Jiang had sent a message at 4 a.m. Brothers, it's raining. Cancel tomorrow's library plan. Li Junyu had replied 2.5 hours ago, you'll probably be out cold until evening. Ji Xiwen put down his phone and went downstairs for lunch. Not going out, Ji Xiwen answered vaguely. All right, Chen Sa said. Then I'll cut some fruit for you. I doubt you think to eat it. Not going out, Ji Xiwen answered vaguely. All right, Chen Sa said. Then I'll cut some fruit for you. I doubt you think to eat it. After Ji Xiwen finished the wontons, Chen Sa's fruit was ready. She used a delicate white porcelain bowl, cutting a variety of fruits and arranging them meticulously. Ji Xiwen thanked her, took the fruit bowl, and went upstairs. As he climbed the stairs, he sighed inwardly at the apple in the bowl. He truly hated apples. But Chen Sa firmly believed in the saying, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, and always cut him one. He first went to his room to grab his backpack, then kicked open the door to the small study. With a piece of cantaloupe in his mouth, he chewed as he walked, and then locked eyes with Ji Xiwen. The small study had excellent lighting with a large window. A long table was placed by the window, now cluttered with a stack of test papers and a few history and politics textbooks. Ji Xiwen stared at him blankly. Ji Xiwen slowly chewed the cantaloupe in his mouth, stunned. What are you doing here? Ji Xiwen bit her lip. I asked you last night. Ji Xiwen, clearly he had forgotten after sleeping. It would be too deliberate to turn and leave now, and besides, his bedroom only had a computer desk, making it impossible to do homework. The young master kept a straight face, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then sat down opposite Ji Xiwen. She carefully tucked her legs in and continued her work. The small study was silent for a while, with only the rustling sound of rain outside, like natural white noise. The air conditioner hummed quietly, and the room temperature was comfortable. Ji Xiwen flipped through her test papers and heard the person across from her put down his pen. She said cautiously, Ji Xiwen, if you mind, I'll go back to my room to study. Ji Xiwen paused, lifting his eyes to look at her. The young girl grabbed the pen, clearly a bit nervous, her shoulders held straight. She had her hair in a bun, and like yesterday, her bangs were pinned up with 2 colorful hair clips. Her doe-like moist eyes now held a trace of unease. Ji Xiwen's train of thought stuttered for a moment, puzzled as to why she would suddenly ask such a question. It wasn't until he glanced at the pen on the table that he seemed to understand. This cheap little sister of his had a rather keen ability to read people. He was silent for a moment, then picked up the pen again. If I minded, I wouldn't have agreed yesterday. Ji Xiwen thought that made sense, so she lowered her head and continued writing the test paper. The rain outside grew heavier and heavier. Ji Sui stared at the test paper, but his attention couldn't focus for a long time. Ji Xiwen's movements were actually very small, even her breathing was soft and silent. For a moment, all that could be heard was the rustling of her pen on the material questions. She was wearing the same cream-yellow pajamas as when they had accidentally bumped into each other in the kitchen last night. The short sleeves were very short, and a black hair tie circled her slender wrist. She was deeply absorbed in her work. Ji Sui absent-mindedly took a bite of fruit. The moment it entered his mouth, he realized it was a detestable apple. Under normal circumstances, he would have spat it directly into the trash bin. Ji Xiwen was sitting across from him at that moment. The young master, burdened with 1,000 pounds of idle image, grimaced, but forced himself to swallow that small piece of apple. The apple was so sour that he felt like cursing. How could the merchant have the nerve to sell such sour apples? Ji Sui took a deep breath and glanced at the fruit plate. It turned out to be green apples. The pale green skin still had undried water droplets. No wonder it was so sour. All day Saturday, Ji Xiwen worked on test papers, finishing this week's weekend homework ahead of time. The next day, the rain finally stopped. The sky cleared, and the scorching sun pierced through the thin clouds, making the entire town feel as stuffy as a steamer. Ji Xiwen walked for 5 minutes from the bus stop to the mall, drenched in sweat, as if she had just taken a shower. Luo Wenjing, wearing overalls and her hair loose, stood at the entrance of the mall. When she spotted Ji Xiwen, she waved happily. "One went over here." Coming. Ji Xiwen trotted over. Luo Wenjing held a small fan given away as a promotional item and fanned her face. "Why didn't you bring an umbrella?" "My umbrella is broken. He'll buy a new one in a bit." Ji Xiwen looked around. "Where is Zhang Qingyan?" "She went in to buy milk tea." Luo Wenjing said, "That milk tea shop usually has long queues. We were worried you wouldn't find us, so I waited here for you." "You're so nice." Ji Xiwen followed Luo Wenjing to the milk tea shop. It was indeed bustling. The shop was quite large, with over a dozen tables inside, all occupied mostly by young students. Zhang Qingyan wore a cropped t-shirt revealing her belly button with a very defined waistline. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, making her particularly eye-catching. There were 2 empty chairs beside her. The air conditioning in the milk tea shop was set very low, and every pore on Ji Xiwen's body screamed with comfort. There was a menu on the table. Zhang Qingyan's fingertip tapped the top signature item. "I didn't know what you two would like, so I ordered this one. Normal ice, half sugar." "I love this one," Luo Wenjing exclaimed with delight. Ji Xiwen was taken aback. She opened her mouth about to say something, but Zhang Qingyan seemed to have mind-reading abilities. She looked up and said, "Don't be polite with me. If you must, you can treat me next time." "Okay." Ji Xiwen nodded, swallowing the rest of her words. She glanced down at the menu and saw the price next to it, so expensive. Ji Xiwen was silently astonished. The milk tea shops back in her hometown were basically under 7 yuan. Good thing she had her own little savings. Ji Xiwen used to help others with homework at No. 2 high school and occasionally sold her own study notes on trading platforms. She was frugal with her spending, so her savings were still quite substantial. The door of the milk tea shop was pulled open and 6 or 7 people squeezed in, both male and female, all quite good-looking, mostly wearing brand-name clothes. They attracted the attention of most people in the shop. Ji Xiwen was idly reading the names of the milk teas on the menu when she heard the commotion and looked up. Then she froze. This group of people looked too familiar. There was Su Jiang and a dark-skinned sports student she had seen outside the classroom last time, and Ji Sui. He had his hands in his pockets, looking somewhat displeased. His long legs were wrapped in light-colored jeans, straight and slender. Su Jiang, as if boneless, leaned on his arm and hooked his shoulder, whispering something in a low voice. Ji Sui remained silent, listened for half a minute, then pushed him away. Just then a table of people got up, took their milk teas, and left, so the group moved over in a... "Don't be mad, okay? We didn't know she would come," Su Jiang said in a low voice. The she referred to Meng. They had agreed to play billiards, but when Ji Sui arrived, he found Meng Laren had also come. Meng Laren sat down first, pulled out the chair next to her, and looked at Ji Sui with a smile, her voice sweet. "Ji Sui, sit here." Across the aisle, her voice clearly reached Ji Xiwen's ears. "So nice." Ji Xiwen propped her cheek on her hand and thought. Ji Sui had good taste, finding such a beautiful and sweet girlfriend. However, Ji Sui stood there without moving, only casting a cold, indifferent glance at Su Jiang. Su Jiang gritted his teeth, put on a brazen smile, and went to sit there. Meng Laren's smile vanished. She glared at Su Jiang in annoyance. "What are you sitting over here for?" Su Jiang cursed Ji Sui 10,000 times in his heart, then gave an awkward smile. "School beauty, you smell so good. I like it." That remark managed to placate Meng Laren again. She curled the corners of her lips, obviously pleased with Su Jiang's compliment. "Smooth talker," she muttered. Su Jiang rubbed his face, pulled out the chair next to him, and said to Ji Sui, "Young master, please have a seat." Ji Sui stood still because he saw a familiar person at the next table. Ji Xiwen was also staring at him blankly. They exchanged glances and then looked away as if they didn't know each other. Ran sitting across from them couldn't bear to watch. He wrapped his arm around the girl beside him and said, Ji Sui, you have an emperor complex, don't you? Ji Sui leisurely sat down. Glad you know. Ran. Can someone like you ever find a girlfriend? The moment this topic was brought up, Meng Laren flicked her hair, her expression expectant as she glanced at Ji Sui. Thanks for your concern, Ji Sui said. Ji Sui leaned back against the chair, seemingly boneless, his long legs crossed. The neckline of his t-shirt was low, revealing two deeply sunken collarbones. I'm currently in a passionate relationship. Wah. Su Jiang turned his head in shock and after exchanging a glance with Ji Sui quickly recovered. That's right, this guy treasures his little girlfriend very much. Meng Laren's expression instantly froze. The corners of her lips twitched slightly. What? Ran was stunned, only finding his voice after his girlfriend urgently poked him in the side. What the hell are you talking about? Ran said, how come I didn't know you were seeing someone? Just started, Ji Sui replied with extraordinary calm. Ran, who is it? Which school? There's probably no prettier girl in all of Pingcheng than our school beauty. Exactly. Ran's girlfriend murmured she was close friends with Meng Laren. She had come along today specifically to help her friend. She never expected Ji Sui to say he was already in a relationship. Seeing Meng Laren on the verge of tears, Ran's girlfriend couldn't stay silent. Ji Sui paused for only a second. Our housekeeper's daughter. We grew up together. Ji Xiwen at the neighboring table. She had met Aunt Chen's daughter before. This year she was 8 years old in 2nd grade. Su Jiang, no less startled than Ji Xiwen, echoed after a 2-second shock. Yeah, I've seen her. Ran, why didn't you mention it before? Ji Sui drawled lazily. Keeping a beauty hidden in a golden house, you know. Ji Sui. Meng Laren's voice trembled with tears. You're too much. Ji Sui. How am I too much? You know I like you. Yet you. Meng Laren choked, tears falling like broken pearls. Through her blurry vision, the young man's expression remained unchanged, as cold as ever. He was of course extremely handsome. As an art student, Meng Laren often attended various training classes and had seen many different types of handsome guys, but none were more handsome than Ji Sui. Nor did anyone possess his kind of effortless ease. Like a distant moon right before your eyes, yet forever out of reach. I've rejected you before. Ji Sui tilted his head. Haven't I? His voice was cold, leaving no room for sentiment. Meng Laren stood up in humiliation and ran out, drawing the attention of many around. Those people's gossipy eyes swept back and forth. Ji Sui was very calm. He glanced at Ran. I want milk tea, full sugar with ice. Drink crap. Ran cursed, but obediently pulled out his phone to order through the mini program. After all, it was his idea to come to the milk tea shop, and he had said. Su Jiang thought for a moment. I want a watermelon bucket, half sugar. Zhang Qinjian's phone chimed. A notification that the milk tea was ready. She whispered, we can go. With that, she got up and walked to the counter to pick up the milk tea. Only then did Su Jiang notice that the neighboring table seemed to be from his own class. He looked up and happened to meet Ji Xiwen's gaze. Her bangs were slightly damp. Annoyed, she brushed them to both sides, revealing her forehead. There was no birthmark like the boys whispered about in private. Ji Xiwen had already stood up. When she met Su Jiang's eyes, she lowered her head slightly, her soft-featured eyes and nicely shaped brows clearly visible. She paused, hesitating whether to say hello. Su Jiang was usually the lively one in class, and Ji Xiwen had spoken more to him this week than to her deskmate Ji Sui. But Su Jiang only looked at her coldly with no intention of greeting. Ji Xiwen understood, feeling a bit awkward, and quickly slipped away. She couldn't stand heat and loved wearing shorts in summer. Her legs were beautiful, straight, and slender. Only when she met up with Zhang Qinjian and they left the milk tea shop did Su Jiang snap back to reality. He reached out and tugged at Ji Sui, swallowing in shock. Did you see that just now? See what? Ji Sui looked down at his phone, asking impatiently. Your deskmate, Su Jiang said, excitedly shaking his arm. I just saw your deskmate's face. She's not ugly, she's really beautiful, really beautiful. He struggled for an adjective. Incredibly pure. Ji Sui. Annoyed by Su Jiang's shaking, he said, so what? What are you so shocked about? I just can't figure out why she's so pretty, yet wears such a dowdy hairstyle, Su Jiang said. Ji Sui, finger tapping on the screen, paused. He really couldn't figure it out either. She likes it that way. You're managing quite a lot. He snorted. Su Jiang didn't argue, continuing on his own. It's a pity you didn't see her just now. She's definitely your type. Ran was busy coaxing his girlfriend in a low voice, not paying attention to them. Hearing Su Jiang's words, Ji Sui completely lost interest in his game. The little character on his phone crashed into the subway and got caught by the security guard. In his mind, the look Ji Xiwen had given him yesterday surfaced again. Dark, bright pupils, looking moist, carrying a hint of unease and hesitation. He slowly exhaled. I should have gone fishing outside the city with Li Junyu today. What's so fun about fishing? Su Jiang scoffed disdainfully. He bumped into Ji Sui again, puzzled. By the way, how did your little deskmate start hanging out with Zhang Qingyan? That girl is no pushover. Li Zhaozhao said she's going to get someone to teach her a lesson. Don't let it drag your deskmate into trouble. You're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? Ji Sui pushed him away, annoyed. True, Su Jiang sighed. You two have been deskmates for a week and you're like two mutes. I was starting to wonder if our school was a school for the deaf. Ji Sui, screw you. As soon as they left the milk tea shop, Luo Wenjing couldn't contain her excitement. Holy crap, Ji Sui actually rejected Meng Laren. Is that Meng Laren? Ji Xiwen was a bit surprised. Yeah, Luo Wenjing said. She's the art student I told you about before, from a pretty well-off family. Oh, right. Luo Wenjing looked quiet on the surface, a model student, but she was quite gossipy and loved to fill Ji Xiwen in on all the school celebrities. So Ji Xiwen now knew many names, but couldn't match them to faces. Ji Xiwen nodded sincerely. She is indeed quite pretty. Zhang Qingyan clicked her tongue. You're pretty too. Just change that ugly hairstyle of yours. Yes, Luo Wenjing nodded vigorously. Meng Laren is really pretty, but there are plenty of beauties like her around. I haven't seen many like you, Wen. Why do you keep that hairstyle? Ji Xiwen gave an awkward smile, amused to it. Zhang Qingyan glanced at her, clearly knowing she wasn't telling the truth. Luo Wenjing carefree changed the subject, but what shocks me more is that Ji Sui is actually in a relationship. Ji Xiwen, eager to avoid the topic of her hairstyle, went along with Luo Wenjing. He's good looking, so it's not surprising he's dating. What's shocking about that? I just didn't expect him to be with the housekeeper's daughter. He usually has high standards. Shouldn't he find someone from a similar background? Luo Wenjing said. At this age, romance is usually about looks, Zhang Qingyan said, taking a sip of her milk tea. Students rarely consider family background unless it's too poor or too complicated. True. Luo Wenjing was quickly convinced and dragged Ji Xiwen and Zhang Qingyan straight to the bookstore and stationery shop on the 4th floor. The bookstore and stationery shop on the 4th floor were actually the same store named A Piece of Letter. The shop was very spacious with 2 entrances beautifully decorated. Wind chimes hung at the door and star-shaped lights adorned the glass windows. A few small tables were placed outside, now filled with resting students, most of them girls. During their school days, girls loved to visit bookstores and stationery shops on weekends, browsing newly released beautiful notebooks and adorably designed pens. The romance novels and comic books on the bookstore side were even more popular. The store's bags were also extremely cute. Small size in light blue, medium in white, large in light pink, adorned with simple line drawings of puppies and kittens. As soon as Ji Xiwen entered the shop, she caught a whiff of fragrance. It was hard to tell whether it was the scent of girls' shampoo or the shop's incense. The background music was softly soothing, and the shop was filled mostly with girls, and there was no unpleasant odor. Luo Wenjing headed straight to the romance novel section. Ji Xiwen, on the other hand, picked out a few nice black pens and bought a pale pink petal-shaped eraser. With the monthly exam approaching, she hesitated for a few seconds before grabbing a pack of refill leads. Zhang Qingyan grandly swept up several draft notebooks. The 3 of them spent nearly an hour browsing before leaving. The shopkeeper was very kind and even slipped them a few lollipops during checkout. Luo Wenjing had saved a group buy deal on her phone. A 3-person meal at a newly opened grilled fish restaurant in the mall. The food was quite good. Ji Xiwen even finished a bowl of rice. After the meal, Ji Xiwen suggested splitting the cost with Luo Wenjing. Luo Wenjing clicked her tongue in displeasure. What do you take me for? Ji Xiwen had no choice but to drop it. However, feeling uneasy, she stopped when passing a bakery and went in to buy 2 boxes of puffs. The cashier, wearing a mask, asked, anything else? Ji Xiwen shook her head, but suddenly a handsome face popped into her mind. He must be a sweet tooth. Ji Xiwen hesitated. Give me another box of puffs, please. Sure, miss, the cashier replied with a warm smile. When Ji Xiwen came out carrying 3 boxes of puffs, Luo Wenjing's eyes widened. Why did you buy so many? She smiled and handed 1 box to Luo Wenjing. Luo Wenjing paused. When you're too kind. Take it, as sharing makes things last. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. Ji Xiwen said earnestly. Alright, I'll take it. Zhang Qingyan readily accepted it. Seeing this, Luo Wenjing also took the box. Luo Wenjing ordered a ride-hailing car on her phone. Where do you both live? If you're on my way. My home is near Xingxing, said Zhang Qingyan. Luo Wenjing said regretfully, opposite direction. She turned to Ji Xiwen. Wen, how about you? Ji Xiwen was taken aback. I just moved here, so I'm not familiar. She didn't even know where Xingxing was. Luo Wenjing asked, what's the name of your apartment complex? Ji Xiwen replied, Huaiwe Bay. Luo Wenjing froze, looking up. Wow, your family actually lives there. Even Zhang Qingyan turned to look. Ji Xiwen was confused, worried she had said something wrong. She even stammered, well, what's wrong? This complex is a famous wealthy area. Oh, ordinary people can't get in, Luo Wenjing said, shaking her head. Luo Wenjing shook her head. When I really underestimated you before. So that's it. Ji Xiwen breathed a sigh of relief. I live at my aunt's place. My aunt is quite capable. I see, Luo Wenjing said. We're not going the same way either, alas. It's fine, I'll take the bus, Ji Xiwen said with the three parted ways. The bus jolted along, arriving at Huaiyue Bay a little after 5 in the afternoon. The sky was still bright, but not as scorching hot as at noon. Ji Xiwen carried bags in both hands, walking briskly toward the small Western-style villa. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed herself as much as today. Though it was nothing special, just browsing, looking, eating, and drinking. Turning the corner, the gate of the Qi family's villa came. Ji Xiwen carried bags in both hands, walking briskly toward the small Western-style villa. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed herself as much as today. The girl had an exceptionally slender figure wearing a baseball cap. Ji Xiwen had only caught a glimpse of her back. Her long hair beneath the cap was smooth and Qi Sui, you weren't like this before. How can you now trample a girl's sincere feelings underfoot? Her voice was pleasant, but her tone was extremely displeased, as if deeply disappointed. Qi Sui leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, his black hair slightly disheveled falling over his forehead. He cast his eyes down with a nonchalant air. But I've become like this now. He paused, curled his lips, leaned forward a little, and smiled with a hint of roguishness. Isn't it all thanks to you? You? Do you have to say these things to anger me? The girl asked softly again. If you don't want to hear it, you can leave, Qi Sui said coldly. No one asked you to come. This girl must be Qi Sui's girlfriend. Ji Xiwen pressed herself tightly against the wall, afraid of being discovered. Even her breathing became... Bumping into a couple arguing was already awkward, especially when it involved someone she knew. That made it even more awkward. Fortunately, the girl didn't notice her and stormed off angrily. Ji Xiwen breathed a sigh of relief, straightened up, and was about to leave when she suddenly froze at the corner. The young man had somehow appeared in front of her, arms crossed, looking at her expressionlessly. His fair skin and black hair created a stark contrast. In the height of summer, with white walls and black tiles, leaves in the distance trembled in the wind. He lazily stretched his long legs, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Enjoying the eavesdropping. Ji Xiwen. This guy was quite perceptive. She didn't say a word. Qi Sui walked over with swaggering steps, coming slightly closer to her. He was tall, with broad shoulders enough to envelop Ji Xiwen entirely, creating a strong sense of pressure. Ji Xiwen had always been intimidated by such tall boys, given the physical disparity between boys and girls. She swallowed nervously and explained, I didn't mean to. Didn't we meet at the milk tea shop this noon? I was out with my friends and was heading home when I accidentally ran into this. Qi Sui stared at her silently. Her bowl-cut bangs covered most of her face again, revealing only the delicate half of her jawline, her cherry-red lips nervously pressed together. Seeing that Qi Sui didn't speak, Ji Xiwen quickly added, but don't worry, I didn't see what your girlfriend looks like, and I won't tell anyone. They'll keep your secret, I won't let anyone know. She probably felt that wasn't quite accurate. She corrected herself, at least it won't get out from me. Ji Xiwen was very satisfied with her response. Neither humble nor arrogant, poised and graceful, with meticulous details and rigorous logic. So she raised her head with particular composure. Qi Sui stared at her with a blank expression. Upon noticing her gaze, he took a step back. As if irritated by her, his jaw tightened for a moment. Then he suddenly curled his lips into a faint smile and said softly, what did you just say? Ji Xiwen had calculated every possibility, but never expected this reaction from him. She was stunned for a moment. I said I didn't mean to. Qi Sui said expressionlessly the part after that. We saw each other at the milk tea shop at noon. Further back. Don't worry, I didn't see what your girlfriend looks like. Ji Xiwen said tentatively, then glanced at him. Seeing no reaction, she boldly added, I swear, I absolutely won't. That person was my mom. Qi Sui said lightly. Ji Xiwen suddenly fell silent. She closed her mouth and stared at Qi Sui blankly. The young man, probably furious, glared at her coldly. Ji Xiwen had never been this embarrassed in her life. Her cheeks burned bright red and a thin layer of heat spread over her earlobes. She closed her eyes, wishing she could faint on the spot. But there was no time for her to play dead. Ji Xiwen opened her eyes again. The young man opposite was still staring at her with an unfriendly expression. Ji Xiwen said with utmost sincerity, I'm sorry, truly sorry. Your mom is so young. Qi Sui, do you think that's enough for me to forgive you? No. Ji Xiwen hung her head in dejection. She asked herself, what should she do after offending the young master of the house just 1 week into her stay? What a miserable fate. She raised the cream puffs in her hand and offered them to Qi Sui. Here, take these. Qi Sui lowered his eyes. Inside the plastic bag was a box of plump little puffs. He was taken aback. Why are you giving me this? Ji Xiwen looked up. I felt like you have a sweet tooth. Qi Sui's Adam's apple bobbed subtly. His gaze shifted from the puffs to Ji Xiwen's face. Just then a breeze came, lifting her bangs slightly. Those dark, moist eyes held a hint of shyness. I mean, why are you giving me things? Because I'm quite a bother to you by staying here, and thank you for letting me use the small study to do my homework yesterday. Ji Xiwen paused. As for Uncle Chi, I haven't interacted with him much, so I don't yet know what he likes. Based on her brief encounter with Chi Kai last night, he was a typical businessman. A successful man, seemingly gentle and refined, but with a strong desire for Ji Xiwen truly didn't know what to give him, and she couldn't afford anything too expensive. Chi Sui lowered his eyes again. Ji Xiwen shook her hand. The slender porcelain white fingers holding the plastic bag had neatly trimmed nails. He took it as if by some inexplicable impulse. Seeing him accept it, Ji Xiwen breathed a sigh of relief. Chi Sui suddenly snorted again. So this is for thanking me for letting you use the study yesterday. And what about you mistaking my mom for my girl? He paused, skipping over the word. What about that? Ji Xiwen. What a grudge-holding guy. She lowered her head, patted her pocket, then opened the stationery shop bag. Her eyes lit up. There was still a lollipop the shop owner had given her. She had eaten one on the bus just now, and there was one left. She pulled out the lollipop and held it out to Chi Sui. Here. Chi Sui stared at the lollipop in her hand. A cheap one from a roadside convenience store worth 50 cents. Ji Xiwen. His tone was flat, as if he was amused by her audacity, his lips curling slightly. Do I look that easy to appease in your eyes? Ji Xiwen smiled as bitterly as the most pathetic emoji. Then what do you want? Chi Sui tore open the lollipop wrapper, stuck the stick into his mouth, and mumbled, haven't decided yet. You owe me one. One debt would only grow larger. Ji Xiwen said tactfully, how about you think it over again? Chi Sui ignored her, just opened his lips, took out the lollipop, and looked down at it. Ji Xiwen was startled, and asked cautiously, what's wrong? It tastes terrible. What flavor is this? Chi Sui. Ji Xiwen took a peek. Green. Probably apple flavor, she guessed. Chi Sui. What bad luck. A day of bad luck. He scowled at Ji Xiwen for a couple of seconds. Ji Xiwen had no idea what was going on. She just stared at the lollipop in his hand and stammered that was a gift from the stationery shop owner. I don't know if it's expired. Is something off about it? I just had an orange one on the bus, and it was really good. Chi Sui. He raised a hand and ran it through his hair, his face slack. He was talking about one thing, and Ji Xiwen was thinking about another. And yet she looked at him with that innocent, pure face, all wide-eyed and guileless. Chi Sui couldn't vent the anger building inside him. She's here to collect a debt. He reached a conclusion. This cheap little sister was here to collect a debt. The two walked toward the small villa. Chi Sui's legs were long. With every casual step, Ji Xiwen had to scurry 2 steps to keep up. She was a bit out of breath, but couldn't contain her curiosity. Your mom really looks so young. She seems about my age. Chi Sui answered absent-mindedly. Can you ask her for an autograph for me? Ji Xiwen asked timidly. Chi Sui finally stopped walking. He bit the lollipop stick. Are you a fan of hers? No, my grandma is. Ji Xiwen smiled shyly. But I've seen clips of her TV series before. She's really beautiful. Colorful clouds adorned the sky, and half an orange sun hung over the horizon. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, the rays seeming to blend into a half-phthalo, half-pink hue. The white villa turned yellow and pink. Ji Xiwen's fair earlobes and cheeks also turned half-phthalo, half-pink. Her earlobes flushed a faint red from embarrassment. The sunlight, the blue sky, the refreshing summer evening breeze, and the girl's jet-black hair fluttering in the wind along with the slightly reddened earlobes, all blended into a vivid painting in Chi Sui's eyes, with colors both light and deep. Chi Sui was silent for too long. So long that Ji Xiwen looked at him with a hint of confusion. Why aren't you saying anything? If it's too much trouble, forget it. Trouble. Chi Sui was a beat late. Ji Xiwen felt a little regret, but not too much. She nodded. The cream puffs in his hand had some weight. Perhaps his conscience pricked him, so he scratched his head with his free hand in discomfort and explained, you came at a bad time. I just had a fight with her. Oh. Ji Xiwen recalled the few words they had exchanged. Their tones had been quite calm, unlike in her hometown, where people would scream at each other to see who was louder. This mother and son were clearly both dignified people, but there was no shortage of gunpowder in their words. She swiveled her head, casting a cautious glance at Chi Sui. The lingering irritation on his face had yet to fade. Ji Xiwen offered a word of comfort. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll make up in no time. Who wants to make up with her? Chi Sui let out a cold scoff, grinding his teeth on the plastic stick of his lollipop. Family members don't hold grudges overnight. Ji Xiwen said earnestly. Chi Sui lowered his eyes. I bear grudges. Why, oi? Ji Xiwen asked instinctively, then quickly caught herself. You don't have to say if you don't want to. I spoke out of turn. It's nothing much. Chi Sui said with a nonchalant air. That girl who ran out of the milk tea shop, crying just now, knows my mom. She called her crying, and I don't know what she said, but my mom thought I trampled on the girl's sincere feelings, so she came over and gave me a scolding. Ji Xiwen was taken aback. Why didn't you explain? Why should I? Chi Sui snorted. Ji Xiwen thought to herself, this young master not only loves sweets, but also cares a lot about his pride. Well, all right then. Chi Sui's eyelids drooped, and he said unhappily, You're so perfunctory. Ji Xiwen replied. am not being perfunctory. It's just that we think differently. I think if it's a misunderstanding, clearing it up would be fine. Since she could misunderstand you, why should you explain? Because even if she misunderstands you, the fact that she came to find you at least shows she cares about you. Ji Xiwen considered for a moment. She just cared in the wrong way. From Chi Sui angle, he could see the slender fair nape of her neck beneath her ponytail, so pale, it was almost dazzling. What kind of twisted logic is that? The young master was dissatisfied. Maybe it is twisted logic. Ji Xiwen lowered her head. Anyway, if I did something wrong, or if my mom thought I did something wrong, she wouldn't come to me, nor would she pay me any attention. Chi Sui was stunned. He recalled the phone call he had overheard earlier. His fingers fidgeted uncomfortably with the plastic bag, holding the cream puff. Is your relationship with your mom not good? Ji Xiwen remained silent, entering the house and changing her shoes. After slipping into her slippers, she looked up with a hint of bewilderment. I don't know. It's neither good nor bad, because we basically see each other once a year. Chi Sui leaned against the entrance, quietly watching her. Ji Xiwen wanted to go back to her room to shower, so she asked politely, is there anything else? No, Chi Sui said. Alright, I'll head back then. Thinking about taking a shower, and then possibly playing on her phone in the air conditioning, Ji Xiwen's tone couldn't help but carry a hint of cheerfulness. Chi Sui stood still, watching her retreating figure. This person sure changes moods quickly. The courtyard was quite hot. Back in her room, Ji Xiwen turned on the air conditioner, the coolness dispelling the restlessness of the day. She went into the bathroom to shower, then changed into a freshly dried nightgown, lay comfortably on the bed, and took out her phone. This phone was one that Ji Rong had replaced before. Ji Rong had specially changed the screen before giving it to her. Although it was an older model, it looked as good as new. Ji Xiwen rarely played on her phone, mostly just scrolling through videos, watching old shows, and occasionally chatting with Zhang Cheng. Today she learned from Luo Wenjing that she could also stock up on group buy deals, which would be cheaper than going to the store. She found it quite novel. While scrolling through Douyin, Ji Xiwen suddenly received a message from Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, give me a call when you're free. Ji Xiwen blinked, puzzled, but she quickly dialed Zhang Cheng's number. Zhang Cheng answered just as the call was about to auto-disconnect. Hey Cici. Zhang Cheng was usually lively, but now she sounded a bit cautious. What's wrong? Ji Xiwen asked hurriedly. It's just Shen Jundao posted a status on his space at noon today with. Zhang Cheng paused as if she found it disgusting. Ji Xiwen had already frozen at the mere mention of that name. A chill ran through her, and she even felt nauseous. The slender fingers holding the phone trembled slightly. What did he post? Ji Xiwen's voice was very soft, and she swallowed with difficulty. He posted a ticket from Huaishui to Pingqing saying everything was ready. After saying this, Zhang Cheng cursed. What a fucking idiot. If he doesn't want it, he should cut it off. Ugly as hell, but full of fantasies. How does he know I'm in Pingqing? I'm wondering that too. He seems to know which school you're in. I don't know if it was your relatives who told him. Those cousins of yours are disgusting one by one. Zhang Cheng said he deliberately showed it to me. He knew that if I saw it, I'd definitely tell you. Ji Xiwen couldn't stand steadily as she stumbled to the edge of the bed. She sat on the soft bed, curling her legs, her toes curling anxiously. Aren't you a boarder? Your school should have strict regulations. He can't get in. Just be careful on your way home on weekends. Walk with a few people you know. Zhang Cheng softened her voice. Cici, don't be afraid. Ignore him. Guys like him are no different from dog shit. The more you pay attention, the more disgusting he gets. Got it. Ji Xiwen was dazed for a long time before nodding, letting out a faint She had been so happy before her shower. Now all that happiness had vanished, replaced by intense fear, nausea, and disgust. After hanging up, Ji Xiwen lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, lost in thought for a long time. She needed to find something to do to distract herself. She scrolled through short videos for half an hour, but had no idea what she had watched. She took a brand new set of math test papers from her bag along with scratch paper and a black pen and left her room to go to the small study next door. The small study was quiet. Ji Xiwen opened the first set of papers and did 2 multiple-choice questions, and soon her mind had no other thoughts. Chi Sui was in a bad mood, so he stayed in his room curled up on the small sofa gaming all night. He only stopped when his phone battery warned him. Su Jiang had sent 10 messages in the group chat urging him and Li Junyu to send the weekend homework. Li Junyu didn't reply. Chi Sui slowly typed, beg me, and I'll send it to you. Su Jiang, I'm begging you, I really can't write it, cry. Su Jiang sent a sticker of a little person kneeling on the ground crying. Only then did Chi Sui get up. When he pushed open the door of the small study, he found the light was on. Ji Xiwen was bent over a scratch paper writing down formulas, so absorbed that she seemed not to notice his arrival. A slender pale wrist held a black pen. Her hair like black silk draped over her thin shoulders, and her long lashes cast a dense shadow on her eyelids. She was wearing a loose cotton white nightgown. Chi Sui paused for 2 seconds. Ji Xiwen. He called out in a low voice. Ji Xiwen seemed to wake from a dream. Her pen paused, and she looked up with just the right amount of bewilderment. What's wrong? Nothing. Chi Sui walked to the desk, rummaged through a pile of homework books, draft notebooks, and textbooks for various subjects, found this week's weekend homework, took a photo, and sent it to the group chat. Su Jiang sent 2 kneeling emojis in gratitude. Chi Sui put away his phone and glanced at Ji Xiwen. She had already lowered her head to work on the problems. For some reason, she seemed a bit unhappy, her brows slightly furrowed. Chi Sui moved his lips. Ji Xiwen. Moi. Ji Xiwen looked up again. Why do you look unhappy? Chi Sui's tone was indifferent, as if he had just casually, perhaps not expecting this young master's observation skills to be so sharp. Ji Xiwen was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Chi Sui tapped the table with slight impatience. She lowered her voice and made an excuse. I'm on my period, it hurts a bit. Chi Sui was taken aback. Oh, Ji Xiwen was watching him at that moment. His fair ears quickly flushed a thin red, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Then you. Drink more hot water. With that he grabbed his phone and left. The small study fell silent again. Ji Xiwen. What a pure-hearted young master. After a night of math problems and a few words with Chi Sui, Ji Xiwen's unease barely receded. Chengsheng was right, her future could not be trapped by this person. Face whatever comes and allow everything to happen. The next day, after breakfast, Ji Xiwen was about to go back to her room to study. There was a monthly exam next week. She had asked about the scope in advance and planned to spend the whole day memorizing key points in her room. Just as she stood up, she bumped into Chi Sui. He seemed half asleep, yawned, and called out to Aunt Chen from the kitchen doorway. Aunt Chen, I'm running late, I'll eat on the way. Sure. Aunt Chen handed Chi Sui a wrapped sandwich which he stuffed into his bag and turned to leave. Seeing him in such a hurry, Ji Xiwen was startled, thinking it was Monday. She turned to ask, Aunt Chen, where is he going? To the club, he goes once a week. Aunt Chen smiled while wrapping wonton. What club? Ji Xiwen asked. Sonda. Aunt Chen said, the young master has been going since he was 4. Although he's an amateur, he's really good. Aunt Chen always talked about Chi Sui, always mentioning any of his strengths. She lowered her voice and said, last semester the young master took on 5 alone, and all 5 of them were down. He only got hit on the back. Recalling the first day of school, Ji Xiwen nodded. Impressive, impressive. No wonder he got along so well with those hooligans. He was the big shot among the hooligans. What time does he usually come back? Ji Xiwen asked again. Aunt Chen didn't think much, usually around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Okay. Ji Xiwen smiled and nodded. She spent the whole day in her room memorizing key points, flipping through the textbooks for 3 elective subjects. At 4 in the afternoon, Ji Xiwen sat on the swing in the yard, holding a political knowledge booklet. She waited from 4 until 5:30. As dusk fell, the yard gate was finally opened. The young man strolled in lazily, a bag slung over his shoulder. He wore the same white t-shirt from the morning and black training shorts that looked light and breathable. His long legs were fair and lean with no trace of fat. Every movement revealed the muscle lines from years of training. He had a strawberry-flavored popsicle stick in his mouth. Chi Sui. Ji Xiwen called out boldly. What? Chi Sui, caught off guard, was startled and looked over with a blank expression. You? Ji Xiwen stood up and walked in front of Chi Sui. Up close, she could smell a faint lemon scent on him. It was the first time Ji Xiwen had smelled it. He must have showered at the club after training. His forehead hair was slightly damp. I heard from Aunt Chen that you've been practicing Sonda since childhood. She was obviously embarrassed, looking down at her own toes. Yeah. Chi Sui responded, taking a sip of the popsicle. Ji Xiwen cleared her throat. What do you think of me? Chi Sui. What do you mean? Ji Xiwen gathered her courage and looked up, meeting his eyes, only to find the young master's expression somewhat strange. She then realized her previous words seemed a bit out of the blue. Seeing Chi Sui's current expression, he had clearly misunderstood. She quickly waved her hands. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to ask if you think I have any talent for Sonda. Chi Sui. He became even more silent. The afterglow of the setting sun made the small yard especially peaceful. A gentle breeze brushed the tips of the ginkgo leaves and caressed the faces of the young man and woman. After a long while, Chi Sui finally found his voice. You? Yes. Ji Xiwen puffed out her chest. Chi Sui's eyes lowered, his gaze traveling from her slender shoulders down to her thin arms and finally to her legs. Those legs looked very thin, probably not as thick as one of his arms. You're a bit underweight now. Do you have any experience? No. Ji Xiwen shook her head. Chi Sui Adam's apple bobbed. He took a sip of the popsicle and said vaguely, it's too late. If you want to stay fit, you can do more outdoor activities, hiking, cycling. If not, you can go to the gym for incline walking or running. Okay. Ji Xiwen nodded dejectedly. She didn't really want to stay fit. She had just heard from Aunt Chen this morning that Chi Sui could take on 5 alone. If she could be even 1/5 as strong as Chi Sui, she wouldn't have to live in fear. Then do more running. Thank you. Ji Xiwen turned around, picked up her study materials, and walked toward the living room. Chi Sui frowned at her back. He felt that this new sister was acting strange. Monday, the monthly exam. As early as last Friday, everyone had already arranged the desks, separate desks, according to the exam seating list from the previous final exam. For newcomers like Ji Xiwen, they were placed directly in the last exam room together with some students who ranked last or had missed exams. 6 subjects taking 2 full days. On Tuesday afternoon after the last exam, Ji Xiwen felt a bit dizzy. She held her file folder and returned to class 2. Everyone else was already back. Since exam room 1 was class 1 of senior 2, the entire class was basically in nearby rooms. She was the farthest. The desks had been restored to their original arrangement. Ji Sui was talking to Su Jiang. Ji Xiwen returned to her seat and tossed her geography exam paper into the desk cubby. Su Jiang looked as if he had seen a savior. Classmate Ji, what did you choose for the last multiple-choice question on the geography exam? Ji Xiwen pulled out her exam paper and glanced at it. D. Why did you also choose D? Su Jiang asked, a bit devastated. My. Ji Xiwen looked at the question stem. Because A, B, and C are all wrong. Su Jiang. His face was like he had eaten spoiled food. I really hate it when you top students talk like that. But Ji Xiwen noticed the word, also, in his words, her gaze shifting to Ji Sui. Did you also choose D? Ji Sui responded. A pen twirled endlessly in his hand. Right after the exam, the class was basically divided into 2 kinds of people: those who were cursing about how difficult and tricky the test was, and those frantically comparing answers. Ji Sui was the calmest, leisurely flipping through a manga on his desk. He twirled his pen as he read, then sensing something amiss glanced up at Ji Xiwen. Ji Xiwen had already begun working on math problems. She occasionally let her hair down at home on weekends, but on school days, she always wore a high ponytail. After a day of exams, the liberal arts subjects with all their writing were particularly grueling. Her ponytail drooped a bit, and there were many stray strands around her ears. Her skin was a warm tone of white, the faint blush on her cheeks barely noticeable. Ji Xiwen. He couldn't help calling out. Ji Xiwen didn't stop writing as she finished a formula before looking up. What's up? She could even multitask. Your face is a bit red. Ji Sui frowned, not good at expressing concern. He swallowed the words, are you sick? And changed to something he could say, did you put on too much foundation? No, my face always gets red during exams. I don't know why. Ji Xiwen raised her hand to touch her cheek, but her attention was elsewhere. Isn't foundation white? Can you get red from putting on foundation? She looked utterly confused, having never worn makeup before and knowing nothing about cosmetics. Ji Sui was also stunned, staring back at her blankly. If you don't know, then I definitely don't know. Su Jiang turned around to call Ji Sui for lunch outside, but caught sight of the 2 of them gazing deeply into each other's eyes. He froze. You two. Is this love at first sight? He was always glib-tongued, and students of this age loved to tease a boy and a girl. At that remark, the 2 at the back desk simultaneously averted their gazes. One stared down at the math paper while the other gave Su Jiang a cold look. I truly feel sorry for your brain. Nothing but water in there. Su Jiang. Sui Yu, who was listening, chuckled softly. Li Junyu walked over from the front of the classroom, stopping by Sui Yu's desk, wearing a black sun protection jacket. He pulled the jacket on as he said, let's go out to eat. Coming. Su Jiang jumped up, lost his balance, and stumbled in. Sui Yu herself was frail, and being knocked by someone as tall and big as him, her eyes widened as she nearly flew out. Catching the scene from the corner of her IG eye wings, heart skipped a beat. Oh, watch out, was about to escape her lips. Then a slender hand steadied Sui Yu's shoulder. The owner of the hand wore silver-rimmed glasses, likely with low prescription, just a thin layer. He said softly, careful. He then looked up and scolded Su Jiang. Bro, you really need to get your cerebellum checked at the hospital. Sorry, my deskmate. Su Jiang quickly apologized. Sui Yu, who usually loved to curse him this time, let it go lightly. It's fine, it's fine. She leaned forward a bit, scratched her arm awkwardly. Su Jiang paused, said, oh, and left. Once out of the classroom, he gave Li Junyu a suspicious look. Li Junyu zipped up his jacket. Spit it out. What's with the creepy stare? Does Sui Yu have a crush on you? Her ears were really red just now. Su Jiang scratched his head. I barely have any, Li Junyu said offhandedly, probably scared by you. Ji Sui was unusually quiet, staring at his phone. Su Jiang elbowed him. What are you looking at? Ji Sui replied a beat late. I'm searching whether foundation is white or red. Su Jiang and Li Junyu were both stunned. Su Jiang asked sincerely, are you a pervert? After the exam, everyone went to eat. Ji Xiwen wasn't very hungry, but thinking of 3 evening study sessions, she followed Zhang Qingyan and Luo Wenjing to the cafeteria to buy a wrap. On the way, Luo Wenjing sighed. Do you guys think this exam was hard? Zhang Qingyan glanced at Ji Xiwen. Ji Xiwen found it quite easy, but seeing Luo Wenjing's expression, she modified her words. I think it was okay. Zhang Qingyan said, other subjects were fine, but geography was tough. Except for Chinese and English, I found everything else really hard. Luo Wenjing was on the verge of tears, gritting her teeth. Tomorrow is my death day. Ji Xiwen was surprised. Tomorrow? Why? Because our school's teachers are really twisted. They'll probably grade the papers tonight after work, and tomorrow's first class is Chinese, so they'll probably hand out the papers right away. The grade ranking list, including progress and regression, will be out before evening study. Luo Wenjing let out a deep sigh. The report card will also be sent to parents' phones. Our school has an app that records every exam score with comments from each subject teacher only accessible by parents. Ji Xiwen, her fingertips hovering in the air, felt cold. But then she thought only Ji Roan would probably download that app. She let out a very soft sigh. That's so twisted. It really is twisted. I shouldn't have listened to the rumors back during the high school entrance exam. Luo Wenjing said indignantly, Pinghai is far from my home, so I thought boarding would keep me away from my mom. But who knew that in first year the school leadership suddenly had this thing developed? Such a tragedy. After buying food and returning to the classroom, Ji Xiwen felt a bit sleepy and took a nap on her desk. At a small off-campus restaurant, Li Junyu pulled out his phone. Class is almost starting. Su Jiang, stop eating. Screw that, tonight all those teachers are probably frantically grading papers. What's the rush? Su Jiang elbowed Li Junyu's arm in dissatisfaction. He laughed. Hey, brother Kai and I aren't worried. We'll just sign in at the dormitory tonight. Chui Kai chuckled a couple of times, twisted open a bottle of iced cola, and took a sip. His gaze fell on the person across from him, the quietest of them, looking down at his phone. From this angle his jawline was distinct. Chi Sui, did you take the wrong pill today? You're so quiet. Chui Kai cursed. Don't disturb me. I'm doing research. Chi Sui said seriously. Chui Kai was taken aback. No way you're studying, even while eating. He sighed. No wonder young Master Chi always ranks first. You're overthinking it, Su Jiang said nonchalantly. Our young Master Chi is a pervert. He's studying foundation. Everyone at the table except Li Junyu was stunned. Chi Sui swore irritably. Su Jiang, are you insane? What's going on? Chui Kai tapped the table, urging. Both he and Ran were athletes, but they loved nothing more than seeing Chi Sui make a fool of himself. Chui Kai and Chi Sui had become friends after a fight. Chui Kai was moderately handsome, tall, an athlete with decent grades, and had many friends. Within days of freshman year starting, he had subtly become the leader of the sports class. A leader needed a girlfriend. It sounded better when the story spread. That girlfriend had to be stunningly beautiful. Chui Kai searched high and low and finally set his sights on Meng Laren. Meng Laren had been dancing since childhood, always walking with her head held high and chest out like a human peacock with a long porcelain white neck. She loved wearing her hair in a bun and was incredibly eye-catching in a crowd. Within 2 days of military training, everyone in Pingzhong knew there was a stunning beauty named Meng Laren in the arts class. Chui Kai specifically had a lackey buy a bouquet of roses and confessed to Meng Laren in public. He thought Meng Laren would happily agree. Instead, she glanced at him with disdain, her eyes welling up with tears as if she had been bullied, walked toward the onlookers, and pitifully called out to Chi Sui, whom Su Jiang had dragged over to watch the spectacle. Chi Sui, this shameless freak, confessed to me. She sobbed. But don't worry, my heart will always belong only to you. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chui Kai felt as if his face had been trampled into the ground. He glared at Chi Sui, but the man lazily draped in his school uniform jacket shook off Meng Laren's hand and said in the most languid tone, "What's it to me?" Throughout the entire process, he didn't spare Chui Kai a single glance. Chui Kai felt deeply offended. So after school, he swaggered with his crew and cornered Chi Sui in an alley, ready to beat him up. Unexpectedly, even when alone, the guy was still arrogant as hell. Then Chui Kai and his 4 lackeys all got a beating. Chui Kai's ambition to become the school bully and leader crashed and burned the moment he met Chi Sui. Even now that they were friends and hung out, Chui Kai still loved seeing Chi Sui make a fool of himself. Nothing's going on. Chi Sui put away his phone, cruelly shattering all of Chui Kai's fantasies. Just browsing. Give me a break, I don't believe you were just browsing. Chui Kai pursed his lips. Ran, who was very experienced in romance, chimed in faintly, Sui, have you got something going on lately? Chi Sui almost dropped his cola. The condensation on the bottle wet his fingertips. How could that be? He retorted, then twisted open the cap and took 2 gulps. You're acting weird. You definitely have something going on. Ran squinted. After downing half the bottle of cola, Chi Sui cursed. I have your damn something going on. Tell me, who would I have something with? Ran fell silent. Girls who pursued Chi Sui were as numerous as carp crossing the river, but he was so picky, he looked down on everyone. He probably hadn't even exchanged a few words with any girl. Chui Kai frowned for a moment and said, Is it that new deskmate of yours? I saw her back once, she seemed pretty. It couldn't be his deskmate, Ran said. His deskmate isn't good looking. Su Jiang, she's pretty good looking. Shut up. Your opinion doesn't count, Chui Kai said. Everyone knows you'd call even that ugly little stray cat. She really is beautiful. Su Jiang said indignantly. All right. Li Junyu stepped in to mediate. 1 minute till class starts. Hurry up and eat. Chi Sui remained silent and finished the remaining half bottle of cola. When Chi Sui returned to the classroom, the first self-study session was already half over. He had a lollipop in his mouth and instinctively glanced at Ji Xiwen. She was fast asleep on the desk, her small face half buried in her arms with distinct eyelashes and tightly pressed rosy lips. Chi Sui bit the paper stick, looked at her, then quickly lowered his head to stare at the workbook. After solving one problem, he raised his head and looked at Ji Xiwen again. During the evening self-study sessions around monthly exams, everyone was quite unrestrained, knowing the homeroom teacher was busy grading papers and rarely came to check. Some students whispered, others secretly read comics, a rustling of activity. Yet she slept peacefully, her small nose tip gracefully curved. It was a face that was both obedient and stubborn. When those eyes opened, they would look pure. Realizing he had been staring at her too long, Chi Sui Adam's apple bobbed, and he closed his eyes, cursing himself silently. Are you an animal? If Chi Kai and Ji Rong really get married in the future, she'll be your sister. Even if she looks a lot like your ideal type, you can't just go into heat like. Chi Sui sulked for half a minute, then opened his eyes, banishing all stray thoughts from his mind. He refocused and seriously worked on his problems. He worked through the entire first session and halfway through the second, finishing the last problem. He straightened up, rubbed his neck, and turned to find Ji Xiwen still sleeping. Her cheeks were flushed red from sleep. It was at that moment Chi Sui realized something was wrong. He picked up a pen and poked Ji Xiwen's arm. Ji Xiwen didn't react at all. He thought for 2 seconds, then poked harder. Her eyelashes fluttered uneasily, and she slowly opened her eyes, which were hazy with tears. What's wrong? The classroom lights were bright. Chi Sui frowned slightly. Ji Xiwen, do you have a fever? Fever? Ji Xiwen was stunned. She slowly realized her current state was strange. She straightened up, slowly reached out to touch her forehead, and found it alarmingly hot. I think so, Ji Xiwen said, glancing at the electronic clock on the blackboard, then back at Chi Sui. The school should have a clinic. What time is it? Isn't the school doctor off duty? Chi Sui said. Old Cat should still be in the office grading papers. Go ask him for leave. Ji Xiwen hesitated. It's just a fever. I shouldn't need to ask for leave, should I? Since childhood, she had rarely been sick and seldom asked for leave. She only took leave for family matters. For colds and fevers, she would just wear a mask, take medicine, and soldier through another day. But Chi Sui frowned, as if he couldn't understand her words. If even a fever doesn't warrant leave, then what illness does? Ji Xiwen scratched her nose sheepishly. The kind that requires hospitalization for a serious illness. I think you have a serious illness. Chi Sui met her gaze, took a deep breath, and said, Go ask Old Cat for leave now. You can still get in 4 drip at the hospital. Get some sleep tonight, and you'll be able to get up for class tomorrow morning. Ji Xiwen pondered for a moment, finding the young master's words quite reasonable. Having just transferred to this school and requesting leave for the first time, Lao Mao was amiable and readily granted her permission. Ji Rong drove over to pick her up, arriving in about 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang felt a surge of jealousy. When I ask for leave, I beg for ages, but Lao Mao never approves. It's really biased. Chi Sui sneered. You ask for leave at least 20 times a semester, how dare you speak? Su Jiang grumbled and turned his head away. Ji Xiwen left the classroom early and waited at the school gate. Ji Rong took her to the nearest hospital, where her temperature was measured at 39 degrees Celsius. She actually had a fever. Ji Xiwen hadn't had a fever for a long time, so she found it quite novel. The infusion room wasn't too crowded. Ji Rong looked a bit tired, rubbing her brow. How can you get a fever in such hot weather? Is the air conditioner in your dorm set too low? No, it's at 26 degrees at night, Ji Xiwen said. Not wanting to worry Ji Rong, she added, I've been taking monthly exams these past 2 days, maybe I'm just too tired. Ji Rong comforted her. With your grades you can get into any key school, don't push yourself too hard. Then she folded her arms, leaned back against the chair, and stared at the medicine bottle. She was too busy with work. Ji Rong had no education. When she first came to Pingxing to make a living, she was just a country girl, plain and rustic, unable to even distinguish between makeup brands. Now she had mastered these things effortlessly. She dressed beautifully for work every day, and today was no exception. Dressed in a white chiffon blouse paired with a dark gray suit skirt and nude pointed toe heels, she was just over 30 and had taken excellent care of her skin. But the fatigue on her was too heavy. Ji Xiwen said softly, Aunt, you should also take care of yourself. Ji Rong smiled. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After evening self-study, dormitory 217. Luo Wenjing finished washing up and was about to share with Zhang Qingyan her feelings about Ji Xiwen. After evening self-study, dormitory 217. Luo Wenjing finished washing up and was about to share with Zhang Qingyan her feelings about Ji Xiwen's absence. Suddenly, she noticed an extra person in the dorm. Li Qian was sitting on Li Jiaojiao's stool, playing with a Rubik's Cube. Among the 4 roommates, Li Jiaojiao had the most belongings. Zhang Qingyan and Luo Wenjing's desks were messy, and Ji Xiwen had the few. On her desk, besides textbooks, there was only a bottle of Dabao. She seemed very curious. Hey, where's Ji Xiwen? Did she ask for leave? Yeah, Li Jiaojiao chimed in. Li Qian said enviously, I want to go home too. Zhang Qinyan was playing with her phone, ignoring her. Luo Wenjing just smiled. Li Jiaojiao said soon the weekend is almost here. Li Qian twisted the Rubik's Cube, then turned to Luo Wenjing with a smile. Jingjing, are you close with Ji Xiwen? Luo Wenjing was taken aback. Why do you ask? Nothing, I'm just curious where she lives. If it's too far, she'd have to get up very early the next day. Li Qian smiled. Luo Wenjing said, it shouldn't be too far. Zhang Qinyan suddenly said, Wenjing, come look at this. The topic was interrupted. The smile on Li Qian's face slowly froze. Ji Xiwen's fever broke in the middle of the night. The next morning, awakened by the alarm, she quickly got up and took a shower in the bathroom. She had sweated a lot last night. In the dining room downstairs, Qi Sui walked in drowsily. Ji Rong hadn't gotten up yet. At the table sat Qi Kai and Ji Xiwen. When he caught sight of Ji Xiwen, Qi Sui's mind was still a bit slow, and he was surprised. What are you doing here? Huh? Ji Xiwen paused in her porridge drinking. Didn't I ask for leave last night? Forgot about it. He replied in a cocky tone, took the freshly squeezed juice from Aunt Chun, and while tilting his head back to drink, pulled out a chair. Qi Kai, as usual, was in a suit. He glanced at his watch and said, take your sister to school together later, got it? Qi Sui responded lazily with a grunt. After breakfast, Ji Xiwen sat in the same car with Qi Sui for the first time. She initially felt a bit embarrassed and racked her brain for topics, only to find she had worried unnecessarily. As soon as he got in the car, Qi Sui put on Bluetooth earphones, listening to something unknown, and closed his eyes. Ji Xiwen wisely kept quiet. They drove to Pingzhong in silence. When they were still one street away from the Pingzhong school gate, Qi Sui suddenly spoke up and signaled the driver to stop. After the car stopped, his dark eyes fell on Ji Xiwen. Get off first. Ji Xiwen was taken aback, then quickly nodded. Okay. Without asking further, she grabbed her bag and pushed open the car door to get out. As the door closed, a gust of hot wind blew in. Qi Sui's unfinished explanation got stuck in his throat. The strands of hair on his forehead were lifted by the hot wind. Qi Sui thought to himself, this cheap little sister of his was truly submissive. No matter how she was treated, she seemed to accept it and handle her emotions properly. She lacked a certain assertiveness in everything she did. It was the complete opposite of Qi Sui's personality. From birth, Qi Sui had never known what it meant to be satisfied with what he had, nor what it meant to be docile and obedient. He was arrogant and unruly and insufferably conceited. The Chinese teacher named Li Li was a petite female instructor with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, holding a stack of test papers in her hand. Her long hair was half draped behind her, and her brows curved gently, giving her an air of tenderness and scholarly elegance. Yet every student familiar with her knew this was merely a facade. She gently pushed up her glasses, her voice soft as she spoke through the headset. I truly feel for you. Her tone was light, carried through the entire classroom by the tiny microphone. Su Jiang visibly shuddered. Ji Xiwen happened to notice. A flicker of evident confusion crossed her eyes. The next second, her bewildered thoughts were answered. To achieve such shameful results, I can hardly bear to claim you as my student's right. Her tone shifted as she turned to Su Jiang. Su Jiang, 97 points. Utterly disgraceful. She abruptly cast a sharp dagger-like glare. Come up here and collect your paper. Su Jiang replied, Roger that. He stood up, snapped a crisp military salute right there, then trudged to the podium with a grimace, retrieving his Chinese test paper that scored 97 points. Lily always liked to start handing out the papers from the lowest score. After distributing half of them, she remarked, this exam was indeed a bit tough, but our class still has 2 students who scored above 135. As soon as the words fell, whispers erupted throughout the classroom. Su Jiang turned to Qi Sui and said, Bro, you're amazing. How did you manage such a high score on this ridiculously hard test? Get lost, Qi Sui replied, too lazy to engage with him. Qi Sui always had a clear idea of how he performed after each exam. He felt he did fairly well this time, but it would likely be just over 130, unless his essay precisely hit the grader's preferences and earned a perfect score. Otherwise, scores this high were nearly impossible. As the papers were handed out in reverse order, the ones later were higher. Qi Sui 131. Su Jiang turned his head in shock. Damn, who got over 135? Li Qian, sitting in the front row, clutched her textbook and turned along with the rest of the class to glance at Qi Sui. No matter the situation, he always wore an air of casual indifference, exuding a cocky demeanor. He wore a redanned white school uniform t-shirt washed spotlessly clean. Lily sighed. Your classical Chinese answers were pure nonsense. The grader probably just liked your handwriting. If it were me, you definitely wouldn't have scored 130. Qi Sui said, then I guess I'm pretty lucky. Lily, annoyed by his glibness, picked up the paper and smacked it on his shoulder. Qi Sui took his exam paper and quickly returned to his seat. Li Qian could no longer see his figure. She let out a slow breath, then turned her gaze to Li Li. Her exam paper had yet to be handed out. Her desk mate leaned over smiling congratulations. Qian, you must be the top scorer again. Li Qian shook her head. I didn't write my essay well. It's probably not me. Her desk mate said, if not you then who? She leaned in closer. Even Ji Sui only got 131. You're definitely the highest. Li Qian, flattered by the praise, felt elated, but tried hard to suppress her joy. Come on, it's our class representative's turn. Li Li's grave expression finally eased. She smiled warmly at Li Qian. Come on, 137. That's top 3 in the entire grade. As Li Qian left her seat to get her paper, she noticed another exam paper lying underneath. For a moment, she couldn't feel how. Who could it be? Su Jiang turned his head, looking at Ji Xiwen with astonishment. Sis, haven't you gotten your paper yet? Ji Xiwen shook her head. No. Su Jiang opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, finally forcing out a sentence. Terrifying indeed. She. 1. Lily looked over with a smile. Come on, darling, our school's only 140. Li Qian had already returned to her seat. Hearing this, she instinctively pinched the corner of her exam paper. People around were already discussing. After all, a perfect score in math was not common, and scoring this high in Chinese was extremely rare. This new transfer student could actually score so high, and no wonder she was placed directly into class 2. Li Qian didn't say a word, just stared blankly as Li Li smiled and praised Ji Xiwen, finally saying, keep up the good work, before letting her go back. As soon as she returned to her seat, Su Jiang said with great reverence, Master, could you let me admire your exam paper? Sui turned her head too. I want to see it too. Ji Xiwen readily handed her the paper. Ji Xiwen had transferred to this class nearly 2 weeks ago and had been keeping a low profile all along. She usually only hung out with Zhang Qingyan and Luo Wenjing and barely spoke to others. Today was the first time she had such a presence. After a morning, the Chinese politics and history exam papers were handed out. Ji Xiwen got the highest score in all 3 subjects. During lunch, Su Jiang did some calculations and suddenly became anxious. Bro, I feel like your #1 spot in the grade is slipping away. Ji Sui was unconcerned. If it can't be kept, then it can't be kept. Li Junyu took a bite of braised pork. Damn, is there any hope for me to stay in the top 3? Probably not. Su Jiang said with a pitying expression. You were always the perennial 3rd place. This new student got a perfect score on that super difficult math test last time, and this time she'll probably score high too. As long as her geography and English aren't too bad, her total score will definitely be higher than yours. No fun. Li Junyu sighed. Su Jiang rubbed his chin. I really didn't expect this transfer student to be so. In another corner of the cafeteria, Ji Xiwen, Luo Wenjing turned into a repeating machine. You're so awesome, why didn't you say so before? You're too modest. I really didn't. Ji Xiwen said helplessly. My previous school was far away from here, and the questions were easier, so it's not really a reference. Zhang Qingyan lowered her head and took a few bites of food, then suddenly said, You should be careful. There are definitely people who will resent you. Class 2 was almost entirely composed of top students. But even top students were different. Some were particularly obsessed with grades, including other people's, and they were quite jealous. Doesn't matter. Ji Xiwen's expression was calm. It's impossible to keep a low profile anyway. Zhang Qingyan was taken aback, then said from the heart, Don't mind these people, Luo Wenjing said. There are relatively few petty and narrow-minded people in our class. Look at your desk mate, he's easygoing and never gets involved in these things. The top-ranking students in class 2 liked to stick together and had created a private chat group. Even Li Junyu was in that group, only Ji Sui had not joined. Ji Xiwen asked, why didn't he join? He's too high and mighty, he didn't even join our class group, Luo Wenjing said. During the afternoon break, Li Qian, carrying a box of small cakes bought from outside, knocked on the door of a 3rd-floor dormitory. She knocked several times before someone answered. Who the hell is it? An angry shout came from inside. Li Qian flinched in fright. The dormitory door was yanked open from inside. A girl with winered hair opened the door wearing a crop top. The air conditioner must have been set to the lowest temperature. Cold air surged out aggressively. The girl looked down her nose at Li Qian, sizing her up. Who are you looking for? Li Qian pursed her lips. Is Li Zhao here? The girl glanced at her and turned her head. Sister Zhao, someone's looking for you. A short-haired girl came over chewing on a spicy snack. If Ji Xiwen were here, she would definitely recognize her as the mushroom head she had bumped into before. What's up? Strictly speaking, Li Zhao looked like a typical good student, fair-skinned with a bowl-cut hairstyle and dressed simply. But she had a slight scleral show which made her look a bit intimidating when she stared at others. That suited her status as a big sister. Zhao. Li Qian handed her the small cakes, offering a fawning smile. This is for you. In dormitory 217. Ji Xiwen turned her head and sneezed. Her right eyelid twitched. She had an inexplicable bad feeling. She was usually quite accurate with her premonitions. Ji Xiwen pulled the covers over herself, thought for a while, but couldn't recall having offended anyone. So she mentally ran through the timeline of modern history and soon fell asleep. The first class in the afternoon was math. Compared to the Chinese teacher's slow and torturous pace, the bald teacher was much more straightforward. He simply handed the exam papers to Sui Yu and had her distribute them. As she passed by the table where Ji Xiwen and Chi Sui were seated, Sui Yu no longer knew how to control her expression. 2 perfect scores. After distributing all the exam papers, she turned around and quickly said to Ji Xiwen, "Sis, you're amazing." Before Ji Xiwen could respond, the bald teacher had already started tapping the table. "You all did fairly well on this exam." The bald teacher took a sip of tea and continued, "There are 10 perfect scores in the humanities stream, and 4 of them are in our class. I want names. I've always believed that once the results are out, there's no changing them. You can only look at where you lost points, improve on those areas, and strive not to lose points next time. Aim to secure those points in the college entrance exam. That's the true meaning of taking exams." The bald teacher's resume was exceptionally impressive, and his lessons were so captivating that few students ever let their minds wander. 2 periods of math class flew by. There was a break for eye exercises in between. Some students did them diligently, while others merely went through the motions. Su Jiang was undoubtedly the most half-hearted of them all. As soon as the disciplinary inspector finished checking the eye exercises and left, he immediately turned around and said to Ji Xiwen, "Damn, new classmate, which school were you from before? How are you so amazing?" Out of nowhere, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, Ji Xiwen was earnestly doing her eye exercises. She had always had a deep reverence for them since childhood. Because she knew glasses weren't cheap, a single pair cost several hundred yuan. Ji Xiwen had never been well off since she was young. It wasn't until high school that she started a small business and managed to save a little nest egg. For her younger self, a pair of glasses costing several hundred yuan was far too expensive and unaffordable. So she had always been careful to protect her eyes since childhood, especially with eye exercises. Whenever her eyes felt tired, she would do them. With her eyes closed, she answered with the name of a school. Su Jiang said, "I've never heard of it." "It's normal that you haven't," Ji Xiwen replied. "It's just an ordinary high school in a small county town. Probably only a handful of students get into key universities each year." Su Jiang and Chi Sui exchanged glances. Along with Li Junyu, the 3 of them were childhood friends, all born into wealthy families. They had been ahead from the starting line in kindergarten, attending the best schools in Pingzheng for elementary, middle, and high school. The undergraduate admission rate at Pingzheng reached 99, with over half of the students entering key universities. Su Jiang racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. "So were you always the top student by a landslide at your old school?" Ji Xiwen pinched her earlobe, performing the final movement. At her previous school, she had always been the undisputed top student, often outscoring the second-place student by dozens of points. When she applied to schools To high school had promised a reward of 1,000 yuan. For the Ji family, that was no small sum. "Damn, that's impressive, little sis," Su Jiang couldn't help but exclaim. Chi Sui, that beast, is good at studying, but it's not just his brains. The most important thing is his access to excellent learning resources. You, on the other hand, achieve this purely through your own hard work. Chi Sui kicked him under the table. "Do you have to praise one by putting down another?" Su Jiang shrank back and chuckled. "I'm just expressing my admiration, that's all." "Get lost," Chi Sui cursed. "And is she that familiar with you?" Throwing around little sis left and right. Su Jiang snorted. "Oh, and is she familiar with you? What right do you have to butt in?" "Familiar? Much more familiar than you." But he couldn't say that out loud. Chi Sui. He choked, his face darkening. "Get lost then. And don't talk to me." When Ji Xiwen finished her eye exercises and opened her eyes, they were slightly misty. She responded to Su Jiang. "That's right, I work very hard, so I actually envy Chi Sui, who doesn't need to put in that much effort." Ji Xiwen was born in the countryside. Her grandparents were farmers who worked the land from dawn till dusk. Her parents were ordinary laborers, except for her aunt, who was doing slightly better. From a very young age, she knew that only education could change her destiny. It was the only way to escape her current life. Chi Sui's gaze fell on her face, but he quickly looked away. There was no geography class that day, but during the last period in the afternoon, Old Cat smiled, holding the score sheet, and asked the class monitor to post it on the bulletin board at the back of the classroom. As soon as the monitor posted it, a crowd of students swarmed around. Only a few scattered people remained motionless. Su Jiang was the first to dart over. He quickly scanned the key information, then dashed back to his seat. Turning around, he glared at the 2 who had been desk mates for less than 2 weeks. "Why aren't you 2 moving?" Chi Sui couldn't be bothered to respond and continued working on his problems. Ji Xiwen was lying on the desk reading a book. "I've already checked my geography answers. It's pretty much what I expected." Su Jiang was stunned and humbly asked, "May I ask, esteemed one, what do you think you scored on geography?" "No need to call me esteemed one, that's too formal." She was reading selected full-mark essays. She turned a page and said, "I got 1 multiple choice wrong, so I should be around 85 or so." "Amazing." Su Jiang gave a thumbs up. "You guessed perfectly, 86, total scores 698, first in the humanities stream. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed Ji Xiwen look up. Su Jiang added with regret, your first place is gone. You're now second. Second is still better than your bottom-of-the-barrel score, Ji Xiwen retorted with a sneer. Su Jiang straightened his neck. Why are you making it personal? As if you weren't just making it personal. Ji Xiwen, after just a week and a half as desk mates she had gotten used to it. The two would inevitably end up arguing whenever they talked. Ji Xiwen continued reading her essay book. Only when the crowd behind her had mostly dispersed did she get up to take a look at the score sheet. Her name was at the very top. Ji Xiwen let out a slow breath and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Every cell in her body seemed to be cheering and jumping. She loved the feeling of being first. Loved it, loved it, loved it. Habitually suppressing her emotions, she allowed herself a moment of joy, then went back to sit down and continue reading her essay book. After school at a street-side food stall, a group of boys filled a table. Su Jiang rolled up a grilled flatbread and held it to Li Junyu's mouth. Interview: how does it feel to be ranked fourth in the grade A? Not much different from being third, I suppose. Li Junyu took a bite of the flatbread, which was covered in white sesame seeds, releasing a rich aroma. But the gap between second and first is huge. Li Junyu smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You might as well interview our dear Sui Sui. Ji Xiwen, caught in the crossfire, said nothing. Su Jiang laughed. Come on, young master, time for an interview. Get lost, Ji Xiwen cursed. He ran, who had been listening the whole time, asked, so, did your new desk make it first place? Yeah, Ji Xiwen replied. Ji Xiwen responded lazily. Since the Division of Arts and Sciences in the second year of high school, Ji Xiwen had consistently held the top spot in the liberal arts cohort. This time suddenly dropping to second place. It was impossible not to feel a twinge of discontent. He was indeed a bit annoyed, but the moment he thought of Ji Xiwen, that irritation dissipated. To be fair, Ji Xiwen was extraordinarily diligent. During the time they shared a desk, while he was studying, Ji Xiwen was studying. While he was daydreaming, Ji Xiwen was still studying. While he was sleeping, Ji Xiwen was still studying. This first-place finish he accepted with genuine admiration. From childhood to adulthood, Ji Xiwen never liked to exert himself too much in anything. He preferred to leave himself some leeway. In Chi Kai's words, he had been spoiled from a young age, accustomed to thinking everything could be obtained effortlessly. Oh, what a coincidence! A familiar voice interrupted Ji Xiwen's wandering thoughts. He squeezed the bottle in his hand and turned his head. Li Zhaozhao smiled as she sat down in the empty seat beside him. You guys are eating out today. Don't we eat out every day? He found her question rather redundant. What about you? Why are you alone today? Li Zhaozhao had crowned herself the school's female gang leader, amassing a group of underlings, and she was always surrounded by a crowd wherever she went. Something came up at home, so I asked for leave to go back. Li Zhaozhao pulled a thin cigarette from her pocket. Just as she took out a lighter and was about to light it, the person beside her slowly put down his chopsticks and turned. His tone was languid. Don't smoke in front of me. The smile on Li Zizio's face stiffened for a moment, but she readily put away the cigarette. Fine. Li Zhaozhao was quite notorious in Pingzhong. Most timid students would steer clear of her. Yet none of the people at the table were afraid of her. He even looked down on her. He thought she was too pretentious. Every fight she picked was based on numerical advantage, and she only dared to bully the meek, relying on her gang to swagger around the school. He asked with a grin, I heard this afternoon that Sister Zhao was going to teach someone a lesson. Who is it this time? Li Zhaozhao chuckled. I forgot the name, but it's that transfer student from your class. Ji Xiwen slowly turned his head to look at her. Su Jiang was startled. The transfer student was quite well behaved. How could she have crossed Li Zhaozhao? Baffled, he was about to ask when Ji Xiwen spoke first. What did she do to you? Li Zhaozhao explained, she didn't do anything to me, but she offended one of my sisters, so I have to stand up for her. The bell for evening self-study rang. Lao Mao stood at the front door of the classroom, holding a stack of exam papers blocking the latecomers. He caught several people who were tardy. Ji Xiwen took out the newly issued math paper from the afternoon and started working on it. Lao Mao scolded the students at the door for a full 5 minutes before letting them in. Ji Xiwen pulled out his chair, and Ji Xiwen looked up at him. His expression was indifferent, revealing nothing about his mood, but his lips were a deep red, suggesting he had eaten something. She bent down, took the exam paper from her desk drawer, found a pen, and began solving problems. Meanwhile, Su Jiang turned his head to glance at her. Ji Xiwen was sensitive to others' probing gazes, so she shot Su Jiang a puzzled look. But Su Jiang simply turned his head away again. When almost everyone was present, Lao Mao stood at the podium and began his pep talk. The results are out today. Our class did pretty well except for a few students who scored low and are as thick-skinned as a rolling blade. They don't even know shame and still went out to eat off campus. Huffed. Someone couldn't hold back a quiet laugh. Even Ji Xiwen knew this was a veiled jab at Su Jiang. Su Jiang kept his head down, studying with unusual intensity. Lao Mao then meandered into a round of praise for Ji Xiwen, finally advising everyone to cherish their time before leaving the room cup in hand. No sooner had he left than Su Jiang turned around. He stared at Ji Xiwen with a very strange expression. Ji Xiwen couldn't pretend not to notice because his gaze was truly odd. She instinctively touched her cheek. Is there something on my face? No. Su Jiang shook his head quickly, then said with a look of awe, classmate Ji, have you ever been in a relationship before? The topic shifted far too abruptly. Ji Xiwen shook her head. No. Su Jiang pressed on. Do you have someone you like? No. Ji Xiwen shook her head again. She asked, utterly confused, why are you asking? Chi Sui suddenly coughed. Su Jiang snapped back to reality and quickly said, nothing, just asking. Ji Xiwen. He was probably having another one of his crazy episodes. Su Jiang was always a bit offbeat, so she lowered her head and continued working on the. Su Jiang stared at her with a complicated expression for 2 seconds, then glanced at Chi Sui. His mind was still stuck on the scene at the roadside. Chi Sui had cracked open a peanut and said casually, don't touch her. Li Zheo's expression had darkened instantly, feeling that his words were too ruthless, and left her no face as the big sister. What do you mean? Nothing. Although Chi Sui was laid back, he sat upright, his figure lean. He looked at Li Zhao without expression. If you dare to mess with her, I'll mess with you. Those words seemed poisonous. The entire table fell silent, exchanging glances, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Su Jiang had known Chi Sui for years. They had met since they were in diapers. This was the first time he had ever seen him. It was utterly baffling, a fantasy beyond belief. Not until after school did Su Jiang ask cautiously, Chi Sui, tell me the truth. Are you into your deskmate? The night was thick. The teaching building was brightly lit. The road to the school gate was bustling with noise, and the aroma of snacks from the food stalls wafted for miles. Chi Sui slung his bag over one shoulder, twirling his earphones in his hand. Are you crazy? Li Junyu stood between them. Emboldened by the wall of flesh separating them, Su Jiang became reckless. Is it me who's crazy or you? We all know the truth. He hooked his arm around Li Junyu's shoulder. Oldly, tell me, wasn't he acting weird today? Li Junyu smirked. Chi Sui. I can't be bothered with you too. He simply thought Ji Xiwen was pitiful sometimes. With no one to care for her at home, facing Li Zhao would only leave her in tears. Besides, his relationship with Ji Xiwen, though odd, meant that once they registered the marriage certificate, she would be his sister. If his own sister was bullied right under his nose, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. In dormitory 217, Li Qian pushed open the door with a large bag of chips, smiling as she shared them with Li Zhao, then glanced at Ji Xiwen with a flickering expression. Ji Xiwen had already washed up and was sitting on her bed, head bent over a book. It was hard to tell what she was reading. Li Qian's mind churned, then she suddenly walked over to Ji Xiwen's bed, holding up the chips. Ji Xiwen, do you want some? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Ji Xiwen shook her head. Thanks, but I've already brushed my teeth. Oh ha! Li Qian narrowed her eyes, wearing a sweet smile. When I went to the office to pick up the exam papers today, I overheard the Chinese teachers praising you, saying your essay was exceptionally good, and they planned to print it out for the whole grade to read. Ji Xiwen's essay in this monthly exam scored full marks. Basically, every high-scoring essay from exams is printed separately for. She nodded perfunctorily. She lowered her head again to read, appearing completely indifferent to Li Qian's topic. Li Qian. Her jaw muscle twitched. She squeezed the potato chips tightly, thinking, pretending, huh? Li Zhao went home on leave today and will come back tomorrow to deal with you. Let's see how you pretend then. The next day, Li Qian waited all day until 1:30 p.m. when the dormitory was about to turn off the lights, yet the neighboring dormitory remained silent. She hurriedly went upstairs to find Li Zhao. Li Zhao had indeed returned, sitting on the bed playing games, seemingly too lazy to bother with her. The entire dormitory was filled with the strong smell of pickled cabbage, instant noodles, and spicy strips. Li Qian suppressed her nausea, walked to the bedside, and said, Zhao, do you still remember the thing you promised me last time? Li Zhao and Li Qian were junior high school classmates in the same class. Back then, Li Zhao was completely different from now, an invisible person in the class, while Li Qian was still the teacher's favorite good student, pretty and very popular. The only intersection between them was when the school distributed extracurricular books. Li Zheo's was missing, and Li Qian helped search for a long time and found one. I can't help you with that matter anymore. Li Zhao frowned, feeling embarrassed at the thought of it. Chi Sui is protecting her. You've caused me trouble. How could that be? Li Qian was stunned, unable to speak. Li Zhao no longer wanted to deal with her, waving her hand to signal her to leave. Li Qian was used to being pampered. How could she tolerate such an attitude? She immediately walked out. In the corridor, people were still playing and joking. Li Qian's nails dug into her flesh. How could it be? After the monthly exam, they spent 2 consecutive days going over the test papers. There was a PE class on Friday afternoon. The PE teacher first gathered everyone and had them jog 2 laps around the track. Boys and girls did sit-ups, separately timed for 1 minute. Those who did more than 40 were free to do whatever for the rest of the class. Those who didn't had to continue practicing. 20 minutes later, almost everyone had finished. This class was combined with Class 10 of Senior 2. Zhang Qingjian's good friend was in Class 10, so she didn't join Ji Xiwen and Luo Wenjing. The two sat on the grass enjoying the breeze. It was an overcast day, no sun and no sign of rain. Luo Wenjing was a little chatterbox. Ji Xiwen quietly rested her chin on her hand, listening, occasionally chiming in with a word to agree. From their direction, they could see the basketball court opposite, separated by a green wire fence. Inside were a group of teenagers in short sleeves, quite a few people. Ji Xiwen had just transferred to this school. Apart from Qi Sui and Su Jiang, who were familiar, she couldn't even tell whether the others were from Class 2 or Class 10. PE class was always more interesting than other classes. Even couples could find a place to stay quietly. Most girls like Ji Xiwen and Luo Wenjing sat together with their close friends having a tea party. This was beauty visible to the naked eye. No Photoshop, no filters, no need to adjust angles. Pure raw handsomeness. For the first, under the hoop, the teenager in a short sleeve casually dribbled the ball with one hand. People surrounded him from both sides, eager to snatch the ball, but his posture was relaxed, as composed as ever. He bent his knees and raised his hands, seemingly ready to jump from where he stood. Just as he jumped to shoot, the hem of his t-shirt rolled up. Almost everyone's eyes were glued to the ball in his hand. With a clang sound, the ball steadily dropped into the hoop. Cheers erupted, rising and falling, voices boiling like a tide wave, surging one after another, even reaching Ji Xiwen's ears. She stared blankly at Qi Sui. If she were the center of attention, she would probably be weak in the knees by now, but he was exceptionally calm, or perhaps perfectly at ease. His shot was so brilliant that Su Jiang even came over and bumped his shoulder. Qi Sui rolled up the hem of his t-shirt to wipe the sweat off his forehead, revealing a fleeting glimpse of his cool, pale, and tantalizing abs. Halftime break. Meng Laren, who had been waiting nearby for a long time, walked up with a proud expression, holding out her bottle of water. Qi Sui, you played really well. Earlier in the milk tea shop, she had felt embarrassed and ran out. Later, she learned from Qi Sui's mother that he was not in a relationship, and she felt her chance had come again. Earlier in the milk tea shop, she had felt embarrassed and ran out. Later, she learned from Qi Sui's mother that he was not in a relationship, and she felt her chance had come. Earlier in the milk tea shop, she had felt embarrassed and ran out. Later, she learned from Qi Sui's mother that he was not in a relationship, and she felt her chance. Qi Sui tugged at his clothes to let the wind blow in. Fine beads of sweat slid down his jawline, a few strands of black hair stuck to his brows and eyes. His cool, pale skin took on a porcelain texture under the faint daylight. Thanks. After a cold expression of thanks, he didn't even glance at the water bottle in Meng Laren's hand, but walked straight past her toward. He called out loudly, Li Junyu. Li Junyu wasn't playing. He had gone to the convenience store to buy a big bag of water. Hearing this, he tossed a bottle over to Qi Sui. Qi Sui caught it steadily, the impact making his body sway slightly. The smile on Meng Laren's face froze. She could faintly hear the mocking laughter of some girls around her. So arrogant. What's the use of being pretty? Qi Sui still ignores her, ha ha ha. Meng Laren squeezed the bottle tightly and bit her lip. Girls of this age have strong self-esteem. With 10 minutes left until the end of class, the weather played spoilsport and it started drizzling. The students of Class 2 and Class 10 had to return in disappointment. The PE monitor was a tall boy rumored to be 1.9 meters with a whistle hanging around. He held a water bottle in one hand and a whistle in the other. Group 7, the duty students, remembered to collect these mats and put them in. Ji Xiwen was about to leave. She helplessly said to Luo Wenjing, Wenjing, you go back first. I'm on duty today. Luo Wenjing hesitated. Maybe I'll stay with you. No need. Ji Xiwen raised her hand to cover her forehead. The rain is probably going to get heavier. You go back first. It'll be faster on my own. Luo Wenjing patted her shoulder. I'll go back then. Bye. Ji Xiwen waved her hand. The sanitation group consisted of only 6 people arranged by seating order. Besides Qi Sui Yu and Su Jiang, there were also 2 girls. These 2 girls sat in front of Sui Yu and Su Jiang. As it was drizzling, the 2 classes hurried back to the classroom, and the playground quickly emptied, leaving only a scattered few. The only 2 boys in the group had vanished without a trace, leaving the 4 girls staring at each other in bewilderment. One girl said, Where's our group leader? Sui Yu replied, He's probably off gallivanting with Su Jiang. Let's not wait for them. Let's gather the things ourselves and be quick about it while the rain hasn't picked up yet. All right. The other 2 girls reluctantly agreed. Ji Xiwen silently picked up 2 mats and hurried to the equipment room. The rain was still not heavy at this point, pattering softly, shrouding the world in a light mist, yet the summer heat had receded somewhat. The sports equipment room had a stale, musty smell. She put down the mats and happened to run into Sui Yu. Sui Yu, struggling with 3 mats, said, The math teacher asked me to go to the office, so I'm leaving first. There were 12 mats in total, and with 4 people, it was indeed 3 each. Ji Xiwen nodded. When she came out of the equipment room, she noticed the rain had grown heavier, quickly soaking the upper part of her clothes. She raised one hand to shield her eyes and ran back to the playground. The rain intensified, showing no signs of stopping. The next PE class had already been moved to the indoor gymnasium, and the playground was now completely empty. The mats were already wet. Ji Xiwen braved the rain and returned to the equipment room. The upper part of her clothes was thoroughly soaked. She stood in the equipment room, gazing gloomily at the rain outside. Summer rain was indeed sudden, with a maddening tendency to intensify. What had been a light drizzle turned into a downpour as a dreary wind swept through the clouds, darkening, and raindrops the size of beans pelted down denser and faster, crashing loudly against the concrete floor of the equipment room. The wind also turned chilly. Ji Xiwen couldn't help hugging her arms. Her hometown was up north, where the weather didn't change. When Pingcheng was hot, it was truly hot. Not a dry heat, but a very humid one that always made people feel sticky. It was raining, and the cicadas chirped loudly and endlessly. Ji Xiwen tugged at her t-shirt, worrying about the rain. If she braved the rain back to the classroom, now she would likely be soaked through and unable to focus on the lesson. Suddenly someone came from afar holding an umbrella. As they approached, she recognized the 2 girls from earlier. Each carrying one mat, they shared an umbrella and only put it down when they reached the eaves of the equipment room. Those who had brought umbrellas had mostly done so for sun protection, but it turned out to be just right for the rain. The 2 placed the mats in the equipment room and were about to leave when they came out. One of the girls took the initiative to say, "Sorry, this umbrella is only a sunshade. It's too small for 3 people. It's fine, Ji Xiwen quickly said. "It'll probably let up in a while. They'll go to the classroom and borrow an umbrella for you and bring it over later," the other girl said. "The PE teacher is nowhere to be found either." "Thanks," Ji Xiwen said gratefully. This time she didn't refuse, planning to buy some snacks later to express her gratitude. The next class was history. The history teacher was witty and humorous, not sticking rigidly to the textbook. He always told stories like a narrative, and before exams, he would drill specific question types. Ji Xiwen's previous history teacher used to just read the textbook aloud, with poor Mandarin repeating each sentence 2 or 3 times, then circling the key points, and the class was over. Ji Xiwen quite liked the current history teacher. The 2 girls walked a bit farther away before lowering their heads to chat. "Ji Xiwen's bangs are completely wet. Did you see what she looks like?" The other nodded frantically. "I saw her. She's really beautiful." "Yeah," the first girl said a bit dejectedly. "She doesn't have a birthmark on her forehead. With such a pretty face, why does she hide it?" At the school convenience store, the bell had just rung and the store was nearly empty. Meng Laren bought a small bowl of oden and was about to leave with her umbrella when a girl behind her called out. At the school convenience store, the bell had just rung and the store was nearly empty. Meng Laren bought a small bowl of oden and was about to leave with her umbrella when a girl behind her called out, "Meng Laren." Meng Laren was in a bad mood. She frowned and turned around. Li Qian. In school days, the popular figures usually fell into 3 categories: the exceptionally good-looking, the academically outstanding, and those with special status. Children of teachers or principals, the rich or powerful. Li Qian was pretty and studious and had a certain fame in the grade. Meng Laren recognized her, but had never interacted. "Is there something you need?" she asked, chin slightly raised with a hint of pride. Li Qian's eyes curved. "I have something I do." Meng Laren was dismissive. She took a bite of the fish tofu pouch and said vaguely, "I don't have time to listen." Li Qian's smile remained unchanged. "It's about Qi Sui and a girl. Are you sure you don't have time to hear it? Don't you want to know why he treats you so poorly?" Meng Laren's expression froze instantly. She stared at Li Qian without blinking. You'll know if I'm joking once you listen," Li Qian said confidently. Meng Laren's lips pressed white. "Go ahead." Under the second-year teaching building. "Group leader, why did you run off?" one of the girls teased. Qi Sui was about to leave, but paused at the words. His gaze fell on the 2 girls, recognizing them as members of his group. "Sorry, I forgot," Qi Sui said, the casualness fading slightly as he curled his lips into a smile. "After playing basketball, just now Li Junyu insisted on playing badminton, and they were short of players. He went along to join in, completely forgetting about today's duty. He only remembered after returning to the classroom and running into Suiyu. Though Qi Sui was a bit of a scoundrel with no grand ambitions, he was unusually responsible. He couldn't sit still. The girl said, "We figured, ha." He asked further, "Have all the mats been collected?" "Yes, they're all back," one girl said. "Thanks for your hard work. You don't have to do today's after-school duty. Su Jiang and I will handle it." Qi Sui was relieved and turned to leave. "Group leader," the girl added, "Ji Xiwen is still in the equipment room. She doesn't have an umbrella and the rain is too heavy. Maybe you could go pick her up." "We too won't go. We haven't previewed our lessons yet." Qi Sui was taken aback. "Okay." The wind blew cold. It had been unbearably hot at noon, but the weather in Pingcheng changed so quickly. Ji Xiwen instinctively rubbed her arms with her hands. She was alone in the equipment room, and the distant playground and basketball court were also empty. Accompanied by the pattering sound of raindrops, it felt as if the entire world had been reduced to just her. Everyone else had gone to class. She seemed to have been left behind. Ji Xiwen blinked. That familiar feeling again. Although she grew up with her grandparents besides her and Ji Rong, there was also her uncle's family of 4. Her uncle's family lived next door. There was a connecting door between the 2 single-story houses, and meals were usually shared. Her aunt always spoke with a sarcastic tone, feeling that her grandparents spent too much money on her and favored the eldest son. Her parents didn't want her. Her grandparents had 3 children and 4 grandchildren. They couldn't favor only her. Now, having come to the Chi family, she was still an outsider. Transferring to a new school and joining a new class, she was still an outsider. She had long been accustomed to this feeling. Ji Xiwen reached out and caught a handful of rain. The air was filled with the scent of dust washed away by the rain. But suddenly a black umbrella appeared in the distance. Her gaze froze. The sky was gray with pouring rain. The raindrops fell densely, and the worn plastic track glistened with a dull hue. He walked across the lawn, and then over the track, his figure beneath the umbrella exceptionally long and lean. He wore the autumn long-sleeve school uniform, but apparently finding it too restrictive, he had rolled the sleeves up to his elbows. His forearms were smooth and fluid with prominent wrist bones and a cool, stark line. The sky was gray with pouring rain. The raindrops fell densely, and the worn plastic track glistened with a dull hue. He walked across the— "Someone just told me you didn't have an umbrella," Chi Sui said lazily, his gaze falling on Ji Xiwen's face. The hair on her forehead was wet, sticking up like a parted pot lid, clearly revealing her eyebrows and eyes. Ji Xiwen's hometown was in the north. She was a pure northerner. But Chi Sui had always thought she looked like a southerner. Her eyebrows were curved and slender, her eyes jet black and translucent, her gaze soft and warm, her chin delicate and pointed. Especially when she smiled, the corners of her eyes would gently curve, filled with tiny fragments of light, like stars. She had a naturally pure appearance, seemed somewhat slow in character, and often wore a shy expression with a hint of fragile vulnerability. Staring at her so directly was not appropriate. He lowered his eyelids instinctively. Ji Xiwen's short-sleeved school uniform top was damp from the rain. The fabric was already thin and light, and many had complained that the school was cutting corners and secretly overcharging. At this moment, the fabric over her chest was transparent, faintly revealing a hint of pale pink. Ji Xiwen was completely unaware. Chi Sui glanced quickly and then averted his gaze, handing the umbrella to her. Before he could speak, Ji Xiwen had already taken it without hesitation. After all, she had only stayed at home for a few weekends and had heard Aunt Chen mutter many times that Chi Sui was a lazybones. Being too lazy to hold an umbrella was reasonable. Faced with such an understanding, cheap sister Chi Sui paused, unzipped his school uniform jacket, quickly took it off, and tossed it into Ji Xiwen's arms. Ji Xiwen was stunned. Chi Sui had already turned his head away, his ears tinged with a faint blush. "Put it on." Ji Xiwen frowned. "Why?" "Just put it on." Chi Sui glanced at his watch and said, "1 minute until class. Put it on, and let's go back." Ji Xiwen didn't understand why, but was about to refuse when she caught his awkward expression. A sudden realization dawned, and she looked down. Her fingers tightened on the school uniform jacket. Embarrassed, she fell silent for a moment, then without a word, she slipped it on and zipped it up. Suppressing her embarrassment, she held the umbrella. "Let's go then." Chi Sui walked under the umbrella. They walked side by side for a few steps, then Chi Sui clicked his tongue. 87 meters tall." "Huh." Ji Xiwen was confused. "Why are you suddenly announcing your height?" Chi Sui was silent for a few seconds, stopped walking, and called her full name. "Ji Xiwen, have you used all your IQ on studying?" Ji Xiwen stopped as well and looked at him. "Yeah," she said with complete sincerity. "Chi Sui." He was amused despite himself. "Give me the—" Ji Xiwen obediently handed it to him. After Chi Sui took it, the umbrella's height suddenly rose. Only then did Ji Xiwen realize she had been holding it too low. Ji Xiwen obediently handed it to him. After Chi Sui took it, the umbrella's height suddenly rose. Only then did Ji Xiwen realize she had been holding it too low. Someone who could make him furious one moment, then instantly calm him down the next. As they stepped onto the plastic track, the class bell rang, and Ji Xiwen could no longer hear the breathing of the person beside her. With her hearing disrupted and her vision obscured by the curtain of rain, her sense of smell and touch became more. The jacket she was wearing, Chi Sui had probably put it on not long ago, carried a faint incense scent mainly of mint and lime, very refreshing. Unlike ordinary laundry detergent or soap powder, it had deeply penetrated the fabric fibers, leaving a lasting fragrance. When talking to Chi Sui normally, it wasn't very noticeable. But now that she was wearing it, the scent was very distinct. It smelled quite nice. Ji Xiwen lowered her head and sniffed. Chi Sui happened to catch this gesture. He felt as if he had been pricked by a needle hitting the most sensitive nerve. He jerked like a stroke patient, and the umbrella in his hand even trembled. He secretly looked at Ji Xiwen with a completely new perspective. Not to be narcissistic, but who would sniff a member of the opposite sex's clothes like that? He stared straight ahead, silently leaning away a little, letting the raindrops soak the fabric on his shoulder. Then he leaned back in. The two walked in silence to the teaching building. At the entrance of the teaching building there was no one. A few steps led up to the door where a girl stood. She wore a pink and white pleated skirt and a fitted short t-shirt with big wavy curls draped over her shoulders. Her expression was somewhat angry, and she stared intently at the two of them. Ji Xiwen noticed Meng Laren before Chi Sui did. Seeing her staring, Chi Sui unconsciously followed her gaze. When he saw Meng Laren, he didn't react much. He just closed the folding umbrella and shook off the rainwater. Chi Sui. Meng Laren broke the silence first. Ji Xiwen said instinctively, "You two talk, you'll go back to class." "Stop, you're not allowed to leave." Meng Laren stepped forward and blocked Ji Xiwen, her gaze falling on the obviously oversized jacket Ji Xiwen was wearing, which hung down to her thighs. It was clearly a boy's jacket. She glanced at Chi Sui's short-sleeved top, and her eyes turned red with jealousy. She pointed a finger at Ji Xiwen, but her eyes were fixed on Chi Sui as if to scrutinize his expression. "What's your relationship with her? Is that school uniform?" Chi Sui's lips curled slightly, not even bothering to smile, his gaze cold. "Does that concern you?" "Of course it does." Meng Laren shouted hysterically. "You know very well how much I like you." Ji Xiwen felt a bit awkward. Her hands fluttered helplessly, and for a moment, she didn't know whether to speak up, and before she could finish hesitating, someone tugged at the collar of her school uniform, followed by a force applied to her shoulder. "Go back to class first." Chi Sui's tone was indifferent. Ji Xiwen felt relieved, and quickly said, "Okay." She walked around Meng Laren and entered the teaching building with quick light steps rolling up the hem of her school uniform. The history teacher from the previous class had said that this lesson would show a 20-minute historical short film. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. As Ji Xiwen's figure disappeared from sight, Chi Sui replied casually, "You like me, I know. I've rejected you many times, do you realize that?" Meng Laren's lips trembled, and she whispered, "I know. So what right do you have to question me now?" Chi Sui looked at her. He had known Meng Laren for quite a while. They were classmates in middle school and alumni in high school. Back in middle school, most girls were reserved and shy, but Meng Laren was more outgoing. She studied dance, had an elegant demeanor, and got along well with boys, as sometimes she was even invited to parties. Chi Sui met her often. Su Jiang had previously been especially puzzled about why Chi Sui had rejected her. Because Meng Laren was indeed beautiful. Although she was a bit spoiled and dramatic, she had no ill intentions, a little coaxing would suffice. Actually, there was no particular reason. Dislike is just dislike. Since childhood, Chi Sui had gotten everything he wanted. The only prerequisite was that it had to be something he liked. Meng Laren's nose tingled. "Can I even ask? You avoid me every day, won't accept the water I give you, treat me so coldly. Why did you lend your clothes to that girl?" "It's none of your business," Chi Sui said, enunciating each word as if afraid she wouldn't hear clearly. "He'll say it again, I don't like you. At best we are classmates. I have no obligation to answer your questions." Meng Laren's tears welled up in her eyes. "You're too heartless. Good that you know." Chi Sui's tone was unhurried. "I've never been a good person anyway." With that, he picked up his umbrella, walked around Meng Laren, and headed into the teaching building. In the classroom of Class 2, the lights were off. Dark clouds rolled outside, visibility was extremely low, and the multimedia screen was playing a black and white historical short film. When Chi Sui pushed open the front door of the classroom, everyone turned to look. The history teacher was a woman in her early 40s with curly hair. She taught with humor and wit, mingling with the students, unlike the more serious math and Chinese classes. She had been sitting on the podium looking at her phone. Hearing the commotion, she looked up, caught sight of Chi Sui, and without saying much, just waved her hand. Chi Sui acknowledged and closed the door. He was tall and slender with a somewhat casual gait, but he had broad shoulders and didn't slouch. More importantly, his legs were exceptionally long, making even the standard-issue school uniform trousers look like a custom fit. The length ended above his ankles, slim and straight. The only obvious moving point in her field of vision. Ji Xiwen's gaze unconsciously drifted over. The air conditioner in the classroom was still on. She was curled up in the much larger school uniform jacket with a faint fragrance lingering around her nose. Her fingertips beneath the sleeves clenched silently. After Chi Sui took his seat, he pulled out his history textbook from the desk and then looked up at the multimedia screen ahead. Her fingertips beneath the sleeves clenched silently. After Chi Sui took his seat, he pulled out his history textbook from the desk and then looked up at the multimedia until the short film ended. While the history teacher was adjusting the PPT and some students were whispering, Ji Xiwen took a deep breath and summoned the courage to ask, Chi Sui instinctively gripped his history textbook, feigning calmness. "What's up? Did you explain things clearly just now, eh?" Ji Xiwen asked. Chi Sui was taken aback. "You mean downstairs?" "Yes," Ji Xiwen said. The school beauty seemed to have misunderstood. Chi Sui frowned. What school beauty? That pretty girl downstairs, Ji Xiwen said. I heard she's the school beauty. Ji Sui pondered for 2 seconds. Didn't explain. Ji Xiwen hadn't expected that answer. She stared at him in astonishment. Why didn't you explain? Her eyes were dark and bright. Ji Sui coughed to cover his embarrassment. She and I have nothing to do with each other. Why should I explain? Ji Xiwen couldn't find an answer, but felt something was off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. After history class came politics class. Today was Friday, and after politics, it would be the weekend. Near the end of the class, the teacher received a phone call and went to the hallway with her phone. The quiet classroom instantly turned into a noisy marketplace. Su Jiang turned around and said, "The rain has stopped. Want to go out later?" Chi Sui leaned lazily against the wall. "Where to?" "Don't know, well, see then. Anyway, you have nothing to do at home," Su Jiang said. Chi Sui thought for 2 seconds and agreed. Su Jiang suddenly crossed his arms, leaned against the desk, and said in a sly tone, "So, how are things going with your cheap sister?" Ji Xiwen's hand suddenly stopped as she was writing in her exercise book. The tip of her pen pressed against the parentheses of a multiple-choice question, leaving a somewhat thick ink blot. Ji Xiwen's hand suddenly stopped as she was writing in her exercise book. The tip of her pen pressed against the parentheses of a multiple-choice question, leaving a somewhat thick ink blot. "Which school does she go to?" Chi Sui frowned, not wanting to answer, so he chose another response. "Why do you have so many questions?" "I'm just asking," Su Jiang said in a low voice. "Bro, I'm looking out for you. After all, your dad really likes that." He was referring to Ji Rong. Given that Ji Rong and Chi Kai hadn't registered their marriage, he couldn't directly say stepmother, or he'd get kicked out by Chi Sui. "That little girlfriend," Su Jiang said. "I'm worried about you." "A bit younger than me," Chi Sui said. "You might as well have said nothing." Su Jiang changed his approach. "Is she from our school?" Chi Sui instinctively glanced at the person beside him. She was bent over her work, doing a big problem, writing with great fluency, neat characters line after line. As if she hadn't heard, or perhaps didn't care. He cleared his throat. "Yes." That single word successfully made Ji Xiwen's hand stop. Chi Sui felt inexplicably pleased. "Damn, who is it? Tell me you'll go and find out about her character." Su Jiang was a person of unknown IQ, unknown quality, but full of loyalty. "No need for you to investigate, she's quite honest," Chi Sui said, caught in a dilemma. "I don't believe you. Don't I know you? Even if you live under the same roof, you've probably barely exchanged a few words. How about this?" Su Jiang had a sudden idea. "Later, Li Junyu and I will come to your place to hang out and have dinner. I guarantee you'll find out everything about your cheap sister's background and character." Su Jiang's words were clearly a spur of feminine impulse. Ji Xiwen and Chi Sui both froze in unison. Ji Xiwen instinctively raised her eyes to catch a glimpse of Chi Sui's expression, only to meet his gaze directly. A glimmer of light in the dark pupils resembled the moon hanging at the edge of the sky. She was startled for a moment, then quickly lowered her head, picked up the pen, and paused for a long time at the tip. The smooth line of problem-solving thought was like a broken bicycle chain. "No need for you to probe," Chi Sui refused. "All right, then let's go straight to your place for dinner, and after dinner, we'll play some games in your esports room. I've been craving that setup for a long time." Su Jiang said. "No," Chi Sui said. Su Jiang's eyes widened. "Why? You never said anything before when I went to your place." "That was then, this is now," Chi Sui forced himself to say. Su Jiang's mother was strict. Whenever he did poorly on exams, all electronic devices, except his phone, would be confiscated at home, especially his beloved game consoles, which often played the role of hostages, until he did well on exams and could retrieve them. He had done poorly on the last exam, and his game consoles were currently under seizure. "So it's different now?" Su Jiang probed cautiously. "Yes. How is it different?" "It's different in every way." Young Master Kai's principle was to be stubborn even when he had no reason. Su Jiang curled his lip. "Forget it, I know you too well. You're probably just afraid to let us see your sister." Chi Sui. There was no reasoning with him. Just as he was about to get rough, the politics teacher, having finished her phone call, pushed open the front door of the classroom and came back in. She picked up the textbook and tapped the podium. "Quiet." Su Jiang immediately turned his head, afraid of being called on if he was even a second late. This politics teacher was also a female teacher. Because all her social media profile pictures used that calm and lotus photo, she was affectionately called Lotus by the students. Especially her QQ avatar. This Lotus and the Chinese teacher Li Li were close friends. Li Li's teaching style was strict, and she had countless little tricks for punishing students, such as the train style, random roll call via computer to answer questions, which successfully made countless students who didn't take Chinese seriously reform and mend their ways. Lotus often learned from her. Generally, those who were called on in politics class would suffer in Chinese class. The main idea was mess with Lotus and you'll be dealt with by her best friend. The friendship between the two teachers was still a story told at Pingqing No. 1 high school. After class, Ji Xiwen slowly packed her school bag and homework. The representatives of each subject gathered in front of the blackboard, dividing the area to write down the weekend homework for this week. Class 2 had nearly 50 students, of which only 20 were boys, and among the 6 subject representatives, only the geography representative was a boy. Su Jiang, as the geography representative, was the first to rush up, swiftly wrote 2 lines, and then quickly dashed back. He turned his head and stared at Ji Sui with bright eyes. Spill it quickly. Ji Sui lowered his head, writing on a math test paper. Spill what? Why don't you want us to meet that cheap sister of yours? Su Jiang kept guessing reasons. Is she too ugly to show off? Or maybe she's too beautiful, and since you two live under the same roof, you've developed some ulterior motives and are trying to make a move on your cheap sister, so you're embarrassed. Get lost. Ji Sui couldn't bear to listen anymore and uttered, "Get lost," with perfect enunciation. As for Ji Xiwen, she was greatly startled by Su Jiang's conjecture. It would be good enough if Ji Sui didn't dislike her. Then just tell me, why won't you let me go? Su Jiang persisted. Ji Sui had no choice. Go, 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 go. Su Jiang turned around contentedly. Ji Sui looked at Ji Xiwen's profile, his lips moving, but hindered by Su Jiang sitting in front. He only said, "You can go straight home after school, no need to clean." Ji Xiwen finished writing the last line and nodded. Okay. Ji Sui thought to himself that if Ji Xiwen arrived home first and minded letting Su Jiang and Li Junyu know about their relationship, she would probably stay in her room. At this time, Ji Rong hadn't left work yet. She had given Ji Xiwen cash in advance and told her to take a taxi home. There were many taxis at the entrance of Pingzhong. After school, Ji Xiwen walked with the crowd to the school gate. Near Pingzhong was a whole snack street with 2 boxed lunch restaurants across the gate, as well as several Zhuangyuan barbecue, Peking University Stationery City, Confucius Book City, and so on. The school gate after school was always bustling with an incomparable liveliness. The air was filled with the aroma of various foods, and the noise of people was loud. Some held hands with their girlfriends, discussing where to play later. Some boys and girls made plans to go karaoke or play billiards, but most were parents picking up their children, asking about the week's academic results. Ji Xiwen had always been quite averse to leaving school. She liked going to school, because as she grew up, no one ever picked her up after school. To be honest, Ji Rong had picked her up a few times, but not many, and she was too embarrassed to ask Ji Rong to continue. After all, Ji Rong was only her aunt, still so young, and could never replace her parents, nor did she have the same authority. Usually she planned to go back to her grandparents' house, and the previous 2 weeks, she had to go back to the Chi family. But now Chi Sui friends were going to play at his home. He had previously laid down rules that she must not tell anyone about them living together. Ji Xiwen stood there in confusion. Many people walked past her, all kinds of laughter and chatter flooding into her ears. The setting sun's afterglow spilled onto her slender, straight shoulders. Like a lonely, homeless child, Ji Xiwen stood there for a moment thinking, then found a taxi. The taxi driver was a woman looking just over 30. The car was sprayed with perfume and kept very clean. Young lady, went to the city library. Ji Xiwen hugged her backpack to her chest. Got it. The Chi family. Su Jiang changed into slippers and called out self-consciously, "Aunt Chen, do you miss me?" Aunt Chen was originally picking vegetables in the kitchen. When she heard the voice, she came out again, caught sight of the 3 musketeers at the door, and instantly beamed. "Oh, Yang Yang and Junjun haven't been here for a long time." Su Jiang immediately complained, "It's all Chi Sui's fault for not letting us come." Chi Sui kicked him, his eyes discreetly sweeping over the shoe cabinet. He didn't see Ji Xiwen's canvas shoes. Instead, the pair of slippers with a smaller size were still neatly placed in the shoe cabinet. His brows gradually furrowed. Hadn't Ji Xiwen come back? Just then Su Jiang also leaned in and asked in a low voice, "Where's that cheap sister of yours?" Before Chi Sui could speak, the always meticulously Junyu said first, "She hasn't come back, has she?" Su Jiang, huh? Li Junyu pointed at the shoe cabinet. "There's an extra pair of slippers. Aunt Ji usually wears those Quite observant, Su Jiang said, slinging an arm around Li Junyu's shoulder with a click of his tongue. "What a pity. I wanted to see her too." Chi Sui pushed his shoulder. "What's there to see? Didn't you want to play games? Let's go." Su Jiang's attention was quickly diverted. Li Junyu followed. Happy times were always fleeting. After seeing off Li Junyu and Su Jiang, Chi Sui returned to his room and lay down for half an hour. After finishing the movie he hadn't completed last time, he went downstairs again. Chen Sa was still preparing breakfast for the next day. He pretended to be casual, glanced at the shoe cabinet, then frowned. "Chen Sa, hasn't Ji Xiwen come back yet?" Chen Sa was taken aback. "I haven't seen her. She probably hasn't returned yet." Without even bothering to change his shoes, Chi Sui said, "I'm going out." "Huh," Chen Sa said. "At least put on proper shoes." Chi Sui had already pushed the door open and left. The evening in Pingcheng was still muggy and humid, and the streetlights in the neighborhood had come on. Holding his phone, Chi Sui walked all the way out of the neighborhood. Right outside the gate was the bus stop. He stood there for a moment, dazed, before realizing he had no idea where to look for Ji Xiwen. The most ridiculous part was that they didn't even have each other's contact information. Ji Xiwen's hometown was in the north. She was a stranger to Pingxing, and it was so late. Ji Sui clicked his tongue, took out his phone, and was about to call Ji Rong when a voice suddenly sounded from afar. Ji Sui. A sweet, clear voice, uncertain in tone. Ji Sui lifted his gaze from his phone, fixing it on the figure under the streetlight. She was carrying a backpack, her ponytail slightly disheveled, especially the stray strands at her temples. She wore a school uniform several sizes too large, her legs long and slender, her face bare and fair, the soft light pooling on her shoulders. Her brows and eyes curved gently like a still from a movie. Ji Sui showed no reaction. He simply stood there frozen in the act of meeting Ji Xiwen's gaze. Puzzled, Ji Xiwen walked up to him and quickly noticed he was only wearing slippers. Do you have something urgent? She asked, baffled. It took Ji Sui a long time to find his voice. No. Okay, Ji Xiwen nodded. I'll head back then. After a 2-second pause, Ji Sui followed her. Where did you go? The library. Ji Xiwen yawned. What did you go there for? To do problems. Ji Xiwen said matter-of-factly. You mentioned before that you didn't want people at school to know about our relationship. Weren't your friends coming over to your place? I didn't know where else to go, so I went to the library. Ji Sui opened his mouth to say something, but racked his brain and couldn't find a single word. After all, those were indeed words he had spoken. He tilted his head slightly, watching Ji Xiwen. With her backpack on, she occasionally hopped a little, as if savoring the tranquility of the night. Ji Xiwen. My. Are you always like this? Ji Xiwen paused mid-step. Like what? I mean. Ji Sui had intended to say submissive, but when he met her bright, clear eyes, he changed his words. What usually makes you? Ji Xiwen thought for a moment. Nothing much. Ji Sui was surprised. Such a good temper. Not really. Ji Xiwen said, looking ahead as the cicadas chirped loudly in the night. I just think anger is useless. No matter how angry she got, her parents wouldn't come back, nor would they stand up for her when she was wronged. Ji Xiwen said, looking ahead as the cicadas chirped loudly in the night. I just think anger is useless. No matter how angry she got. Ji Xiwen had already eaten outside. When she returned to her room and took off the ill-fitting coat, she remembered it was Ji Sui. She hugged the coat and knocked on his bedroom door. Half a minute later, Ji Sui opened the door. The moment it opened, a blast of cold air rushed out. He seemed to be gaming with a pair of over-ear headphones around his neck. His door was almost fully open. One entire wall was made into a transparent cabinet filled with various models, exuding astonishing opulence. What's up? His voice was a bit hoarse. Ji Xiwen handed him the neatly folded jacket. Thanks for the coat. Ji Sui took it. After a few seconds, as if something occurred to him, he asked, Do you have WeChat? Yes, Ji Xiwen. Ji Sui fell silent. It had always been others who asked to add him on WeChat, never the other way around. His sense of entitlement was severe, as if adding someone on WeChat would cost him a piece of flesh. Ji Xiwen met his gaze for a moment, then asked in confusion, What's wrong? Ji Sui put on a sour face. I'll add you on WeChat, so we can stay in touch. Oh, okay, Ji Xiwen said. Ji Xiwen quickly returned with her phone. Will you scan me, or should I scan you? Ji Sui didn't speak, just looked at her with an inscrutable expression. A flash of insight struck Ji Xiwen. She proactively opened the scan feature, and her tone unconsciously became respectful. I'll add you. Ji Sui's face showed no change, but inwardly he was satisfied. After adding each other on WeChat, Ji Xiwen left. Once back in their respective rooms, neither could focus on anything else. They began scrutinizing each other's profile pictures, nicknames, and moments. Ji Xiwen's moments were set to be visible to all, but she had only posted 3 posts in total. All 3 photos were of the same little stray dog. Ji Sui stared at them for a long time, wondering what was so worth taking photos of this ugly little dog that Ji Xiwen kept. One of the posts even had a caption praising the little stray dog's cuteness. He couldn't help but screenshot it and send it to Ji Xiwen. CS, where is it cute? Ji Xiwen hadn't had time to set a nickname for him yet. She was immersed in the colorful and rich moments of the young master when she suddenly received a message, startled by the nickname. Shiwubu Wenzhong, don't you think your nickname is weird? CS, not as weird as your taste. Shiwubu Wenzhong Tingzhong. CS, which genius came up with that name? Shiwubu Wenzhong, my grandma. CS withdrew the Shiwubu Wenzhong smiley face son. In the next room, Ji Sui massaged his temples in exasperation. His grandmother always sent those 2 emojis whenever she messaged him, as if she had to include them in every single one. He exited the chat, scrolled through some videos, and when he received a group message, opened WeChat. He noticed many red dots under his moments. Forgetting to check the group chat, he opened his moments. Shiwubu Wenzhong had liked every single one of his posts, and the number was still increasing. Ji Sui. CS, why do you keep liking my posts on moments? Shiwubu Wenzhong, because they're really interesting. CS, is it really just because they're interesting? Ji Xiwen was momentarily stunned upon seeing this message. Could Ji Sui have misunderstood her intentions as flirting with him? Shuwu Wenzhong, yes, I only have 10 people on my list, and your moments are the most entertaining I've ever scrolled through. Chi Sui, 10 people on your list. His first instinct was disbelief. CS, do you know what happens to those who deceive me? Ji Xiwen felt a cringe that made her scalp tingle. She sent a screenshot of her contact list. In the next room, Chi Sui stared at the screenshot for a long time, never expecting that including himself there were indeed only 10 people. What kind of bizarre human was this? Everything about Ji Xiwen struck Chi Sui as novel. After browsing Chi Sui moments, Ji Xiwen picked up her towel and headed for the bathroom. Time slipped by in a flash. Soon it was the end of September. After 3 days of classes, next week the National Day holiday would begin. The elderly who followed the news daily were most aware of the dates. Ji Xiwen emerged from her shower to a phone call from her grandmother. She has your aunt told you when she's coming back? Her grandmother's voice carried a cheerful note. Not yet, Ji Xiwen replied, shaking her head. During this National Day holiday, Ji Rong planned to bring Chi Kai home to meet her parents. After the meeting, they would likely discuss marriage. Your father called me today and said they're coming back too, her grandmother sighed. At least we'll finally have a family reunion. Ji Xiwen was stunned. Since she transferred to Pingqing, neither her father nor her mother had called her. Okay, she responded with a delay. The elderly woman added, your aunt is usually busy with work, so I don't want to bother her with too many calls. Ask her about the exact date, and let me know so I can buy groceries in advance. Okay, Ji Xiwen agreed. In truth, she rarely saw Ji Rong, even though they lived under the same roof. Ji Rong typically worked late into the night and slept until the afternoon. At 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, Ji Xiwen finally saw Ji Rong. She came downstairs with sleepy eyes, yawned, and asked Sister Chen to prepare her a lunch. Sister Chen acknowledged. Ji Xiwen sat obediently on the sofa and called out, Aunt. Ji Rong, what's up? Grandma called me yesterday and asked when we're going back. Oh, that. Ji Rong settled into the single sofa opposite. We'll take the morning flight on the first, arriving around 2 in the afternoon. Ji Xiwen, okay. As they chatted, footsteps suddenly echoed from the staircase. The conversation paused, and Chi Sui seemed to have just woken up as well. His hair was slightly disheveled, strands damp against his forehead, and he wore a black t-shirt that accentuated his pale, cool skin. Their eyes met, then simultaneously looked away. Just then Sister Chun came over with a bowl of hand-pulled noodles. Catching sight of Chi Sui, she asked, Young master, are there any clothes to wash today? Chi Sui was extremely particular about his grooming. He changed clothes daily and washed them the next day. Not much, just a school uniform jacket, he said lazily. At the mention of this, Ji Xiwen felt a strange twinge of guilt. She looked up only to find Chi Sui staring back at her. They exchanged another glance, then again averted their eyes in unison. The incidents of borrowing the jacket yesterday and adding each other on WeChat seemed to be matters only between the two of them, having nothing to do with this household. Chi Sui withdrew his gaze and went to the entrance to change his shoes. Ji Rong took a sip of warm water and called out, Remember to be back before 8 tonight. Your father ordered a cake. Chi Sui responded coolly, pushed the door open, and left. Ji Xiwen was startled. Whose birthday is it? Ji Rong. Who else but Ji Xiwen whispered, Should I prepare a gift for him? Ji Rong slurped a few noodles, her head bowed. It's up to you. Just give him something casual. He lacks nothing. Food, clothes, accessories. They all have to be the best, and we can't afford those anyway. Ji Xiwen thought that made sense. For someone as materially abundant as Chi Sui, choosing a gift was indeed tricky. She couldn't afford anything too expensive, and handmade crafts seemed unnecessary given that they were barely, perhaps, ordinary friends. Ji Xiwen pondered for a long time, then went out in the afternoon to a flower shop and picked out a bouquet. Chi Kai left work early today. Passing by a chain bakery, the driver brought back a cake. In the past, Chi Sui birthdays were always celebrated in grand style. The finest restaurant in Pingqing, the largest private room, inviting relatives and friends. But ever since Chi Kai divorced Zhuang Qingping, Chi Sui had grown distant from his father and refused to hold birthday banquets. His son excelled in every way, born a child of destiny, but he was too accustomed to smooth sailing, unable to withstand setbacks and turbulence. The back seat of the Bentley was spacious. He adjusted his posture, leaning against the genuine leather seat, and closed his eyes slightly. A temperament like this, once deprived of the family's protection, would suffer greatly. When he returned to Huaihua Bay, he carried the cake, his steps unusually light, and entered the villa. Sister Chun was busy in the kitchen preparing thoroughly for today's birthday feast, determined to create a banquet worthy of an emperor. Ji Rong had finished lunch, gone back to her room to shower, and put on makeup, and was now in the living room with Ji Xiwen blowing up balloons and decorating to create a festive atmosphere. She wore a beautiful black dress. Chi Kai placed the cake in the kitchen refrigerator and glanced at the dishes laid out on the counter. All Chi Sui favorites. Sister Chun had been with the Chi family for over a decade, and no one understood Chi Sui palate better than she did. Chi Kai returned to the living room, took off his suit jacket, slowly unbuttoned his cuffs, and said with a smile, "Is there anything I can help with?" Ji Xiwen silently pumped air into balloons, wisely keeping her mouth shut. Ji Rong teased, "Oh, the great President Qi is being so approachable." Qi Kai sighed helplessly. "How could I dare to put on airs in front of you?" Ji Rong was amused by his remark. She picked up a balloon pump and handed it to him. "Do you know how to use this?" Qi Kai shook his head. "I've never used one, but it should be easy to figure out." Ji Rong walked over to him, took a balloon, demonstrated the process, and then planted a kiss on Qi Kai's cheek. Ji Xiwen quickly turned her head away. Though she was single, she had watched plenty of Korean dramas, and the syrupy romantic aura between these two was practically overflowing. It was a good thing Qi Sui was out at the moment, or he'd be furious. She is still here," Qi Kai said in a low voice. "Restrain yourself," Ji Rong said smugly. "Isn't this exactly what you like about me?" Qi Kai smiled, but didn't refute. In truth, there was a 12-year age gap between him and Ji Rong, which seemed quite large. But compared to the disparity in their family backgrounds, it was like a molehill compared to a mountain. No matter how successful Ji Rong was in her career, her home in that remote mountain village had already destined that she and Qi Kai were not from the same world. The outside world now said that Qi Kai was bewitched by a woman, having been involved with an ordinary woman for so long. In truth, he genuinely admired Ji Rong's personality. Passionate and intriguing, she had a special knack for living. Qi Kai's previous marriage was a profound failure, though it lasted nearly 2 decades. The process and outcome were both undignified. When he was with Zhuang Qingping, arguments outweighed sweet words, monotony outweighed amusement, and complaints outweighed expressions of affection. Qi Kai was an introverted person, and so was Zhuang Qingping. In their youth, they could still overcome these issues with their love for each other, but after marriage and the birth of Qi Sui, an additional layer of responsibility was placed on their shoulders. The Chinese concept of marriage has always been intriguing. At first they married for love, but later it transformed into a shackle that trapped them both. Qi Kai and Zhuang Qingping supported each other through 2 decades, but their affection gradually waned until Zhuang Qingping began to sprout white hairs. This woman, who had been beautiful for nearly 40 years, could not bear to see herself ravaged by marriage in such a way. She decisively shattered the fragile peace they had painstakingly maintained. Qi Kai had to admit that he too felt a sense of relief. What he needed was someone as passionate as Ji Rong, someone who made every day feel interesting. Unfortunately, his son could not accept this and grew increasingly distant from him. Once a student praised by everyone, he had now learned to fight, smoke, drink, and had befriended a host of street thugs. Qi Kai sighed and focused on blowing up balloons. At 7:30, everything was ready. Qi Kai glanced at his watch. Ji Rong, on the other hand, was sweating with anxiety because Qi Sui had not yet returned. The minute hand ticked round and round, and it was exactly 8:30. The atmosphere in the living room took a sharp turn for the worse. Ji Xiwen cautiously stole a glance at Qi Kai's expression, only to see his face as dark as water. Ji Rong cleared her throat, breaking the silence. Maybe he got held up on the way. They'll give him a call. Qi Kai remained silent, which was taken as acquiescence. Ji Rong dialed Qi Sui's number, and the clear ringing sound fell distinctly into the ears of the 3 at the dinner table. In the end, no one answered, and the call was disconnected. Ji Rong pursed her lips. His phone probably ran out of battery. He said yes at noon, and he's not the type to go back on his word. Qi Kai gave a cold laugh. Ji Xiwen had been happily preparing for the birthday banquet all afternoon, thinking that tonight would be a lively celebration. It wasn't her birthday, but she enjoyed being part of the festivities. Moreover, after being busy all afternoon, she felt a sense of involvement, which made her happy. Now all her joy vanished without a trace, and she silently prayed that Qi Sui would come back soon. She quietly pulled out her phone and sent a message to CS under the table, but received no reply. Time slipped away minute by. It was already 8:30. The food on the table had gone cold. Qi Kai picked up his chopsticks and said flatly, "Let's eat first. No need to wait for him." Maybe. Ji Rong habitually tried to smooth things over, mainly because she was worried about Qi Kai's health. Qi Kai was 43 years old with a seemingly normal build and a regular exercise routine, but his annual checkups were full of red flags with poor cardiovascular health. During the last examination, the doctor had advised him to avoid getting angry or emotionally agitated as much as possible. No need to wait. I doubt he cares anyway. Qi Kai picked up a shrimp. Let's eat. The 3 of them finished the meal in utter silence, the only sounds being the clinking of spoons, chopsticks, plates, and bowls. City Hospital. The lights in the corridor outside the emergency room were glaring. Su Jiang rushed over in a hurry and immediately spotted Qi Sui sitting on a bench with drops of blood still splattered on his chin. At that moment, Su Jiang's legs went weak, and he nearly prostrated himself before Qi Sui. Qi Sui was taken aback. "You may rise." "Get lost." Su Jiang stared at his face, noticing a bruise at the corner of his mouth. He looked further down and saw bruises on the outside of his forearm. "Any other injuries?" "No," Qi Sui said in a low voice. "He ran is in worse shape." Footsteps behind them suddenly stopped, and Li Junyu's teasing voice rang out. It's still early for New Year's, isn't it? Why are you asking for lucky money now? Su Jiang looked up, get lost. He pushed himself off the floor, changed positions, and sat down on the ground. What? Li Junyu took out a bottle of water and a pack of wet wipes from his bag and handed them to Chi Sui. We got surrounded by those assholes from the neighboring school when we left the billiard hall. They brought a lot of people. The guy leading them had a grudge against He-Ran. He-Ran's current girlfriend was the ex-girlfriend of that guy. Li Junyu and Chi Sui couldn't just abandon He-Ran and leave. Lu Pingyu is such a coward. He only dares to fight when he has the numbers advantage, Su Jiang cursed. If only I hadn't been at tutoring class, I would have knocked his teeth out. Oh, come off it, Li Junyu said, rolling his eyes. Among the three of them, he and Chi Sui had practiced kickboxing since childhood, while Su Jiang was a lazybones who quit after one lesson and turned to the guitar pretending to be a melancholy prince. In the past, many girls had pursued him thinking he was clean-cut, sunny, sweet-tongued, good with instruments, and not bad at academics. But whenever they got to know him better, they would decisively give up. He was like a central air conditioner, able to chat with any girl and show boundless concern. Ordinary people couldn't handle him. Chi Sui wiped off the blood splatters on his body, unscrewed the bottle of water, and downed half of it in one go. Then he picked up his phone and glanced. Shiwubu Wenzhong. Why aren't you back yet? Chi Sui was stunned. Only then did he remember the time tonight. But it was already nearly 9 o'clock. See, something came up and delayed. Ji Xiwen didn't reply, and Chi Sui turned off his phone again. Su Jiang suddenly leaned in with a sly grin. Spill it, who was that pretty girl you were chatting with? Li Junyu instinctively looked over. Both of their gazes were unbearably nosy. No one, he denied flatly. Don't give me that, Su Jiang snorted. My 5.0 vision saw clearly that the person you were chatting with had a female avatar. Chi Sui. What if it's a guy? Su Jiang wagged his finger. The more you say that, the more it's a girl. Li Junyu, wow. Chi Sui had to admit, it's my bargain bin sister. At these words, Su Jiang gasped in surprise. You two are on such good terms. Chi Sui frowned and retorted, we just added each other on WeChat. Does that count as being on good terms? If Su Jiang did something like that, it wouldn't count as good terms, Li Junyu said. But with you, it's different. You usually hate Aunt Ji so much, and you definitely avoid her bargain bin sister like the plague, let alone add her on WeChat. Exactly. You've known Meng Laren for years, and still haven't added her on WeChat. Su Jiang shook his head. Sui, you might fool others with that line, but you can't fool Jun and me. That's right, Li Junyu chimed in. Faced with their interrogation, Chi Sui was silent for a long time. He did feel somewhat differently toward Ji Xiwen, but he still wasn't sure exactly what kind of difference it was. I just think she's an interesting person. Interesting how, eh? Interesting in every way, Chi Sui said. I've never met anyone like her. Although Su Jiang's romantic history was pitifully sparse, he fancied himself a love expert. So do you think she's cute? Chi Sui. He tilted his head back and was silent for a moment. Sometimes she's pretty cute. You're done for, Su Jiang said with a pained expression. You're already in deep. Get lost, Chi Sui said. I just see her as a little sister. Chi Sui was an only child. Li Junyu had an older brother, and Su Jiang had a younger sister. When he was little, he had always envied those two. Now that a bargain bin sister had popped up, sometimes she was quite cute. Then find a time for us to meet her, Su Jiang chuckled. If I happen to hit it off with little sis, we'll be doubly related. Then you'll be my brother-in-law, and he'll go through fire and water for you at your command. Get out. Chi Sui's pronunciation was precise. Feeling that wasn't enough, he kicked Su Jiang again. Su Jiang clicked his tongue. See, you're getting worked up. Worked up? I'm not angry. Again with the anger, Su Jiang said calmly. Admit it, Sui, you're no longer the innocent virgin you used to be. Chi Sui. To avoid being infuriated to death, he chose silence and stopped arguing with that idiot Su. When Chi Sui returned to Huaiwa Bay, it was exactly 10 o'clock. The yard was lit up with the ginkgo and cherry trees standing silently. He stopped under the cherry tree, tilting his head slightly. His silhouette stretched long under the illumination, the wind shaking the branches, and leaves the shadows swaying along with it, unconstrained and free-spirited. As everyone knew, female celebrity Zhuang Qingping adored cherry blossoms. When the family first moved to Huaiwa Bay, Chi Kai planted this cherry tree himself, just to win her a smile. The blooming season had yet to arrive, so the swaying branches were bare. It only highlighted how things had changed, and people were different. He thought to himself, Ji-Rong really knows how to hold back. The wind was strong tonight. A window in a second-floor bedroom was left open, and the wind blew the curtains out. Chi Sui seemed to sense something, and looked up. Upstairs, Ji Xiwen was carefully pulling the curtains, struggling to bring the fluttering fabric back inside. Catching Chi Sui's gaze, she awkwardly tugged at her lips, freed one hand, and waved at him as a greeting. Then she quickly shut the window and hid behind the curtains. Ji Xiwen suspected Chi Sui was drunk, since he could actually stare at a tree with such deep emotion. What was that? A tree fetish. Downstairs, Chi Sui, The melancholy stirred by his birthday simply vanished into nothing. He entered the house expressionlessly. The living room was pitch black save for a faint red glow on the sofa, and the air was thick with the smell of cigarette smoke. Ji Xiwen paused for 2 seconds, turned on the light at the entrance, and bent down to change his shoes. You still remembered to come back. Ji Kai's voice was a bit husky. This was clearly a call to account. Ji Xiwen said, I was held up by something earlier. He rarely offered an explanation, because on his way back he had scrolled through Ji Xiwen's moments. She had posted a picture of balloons scattered all over the floor with the caption, first time blowing so many balloons, son. Ji Xiwen recognized it immediately. It was in his living room. No doubt she was setting up a birthday party for him. What could be more important than having dinner with your family? Ji Kai stubbed out his cigarette and slapped the table. A dull thud. Ji Xiwen, hiding at the staircase with a bouquet in her arms, flinched in fright and stealthily retreated. After closing the window earlier, she had been about to go to sleep when she noticed the flowers on the table. After half a minute of hesitation, she mustered the courage to come out and give them to Ji Xiwen. After all, they wouldn't be fresh the next day. Who knew father and son were having a night talk? Family. Ji Xiwen repeated. What family? Ji Kai squinted at him. The main light in the living room was off, only the light at the entrance was on. Ji Xiwen was silhouetted against the light in a black t-shirt and sweatpants, one hand in his pocket, looking casual and indifferent. You have a point, Ji Kai said. Next week is the National Day holiday. I bought you a plane ticket. Remember to pack your luggage. Ji Xiwen was taken aback. Where to? To your Aunt Jis home? Ji Kai said, watching his expression. I want to meet her parents and get the marriage certificate and hold the wedding. Ji Xiwen stood there quietly as if he hadn't heard. He rarely showed that expression. Sui, Ji Kai said softly. You'll grow up one day and leave home. When that day comes, your father will be all alone. The bedroom door was open. Ji Xiwen crouched by the door, straining her ears to listen, until she heard footsteps going upstairs heading to... That should be Ji Kai. The father and son must have finished their talk. Realizing this, Ji Xiwen picked up the flowers and stood up. She peeked out from the staircase and looked downstairs. Ji Xiwen was sitting on the sofa, his back to her, hunched over, lost in thought. Ji Xiwen was already sleepy, so she thumped down the stairs with the bouquet in her arm. I've already agreed. What more do you want? Ji Xiwen turned around impatiently. In the dim room, she wore a white cotton nightgown, holding a fresh bouquet in her arms. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, and her moist, sparkling eyes blinked gently. The air was thick with cigarette smoke. Ji Xiwen's gaze drifted from Ji Xiwen's impatient expression to the cigarette he held between his fingers. Only half a cigarette remained pinched between his slender fingers. In the grayish-white smoke, they stared at each other for a few seconds. Ji Xiwen broke the silence first. What are you doing here? Ji Xiwen stepped forward and handed him the flowers. Happy birthday. She had chosen many varieties, red, yellow, blue, purple, a riot of colors that reflected in his dark eyes. Ji Xiwen was stunned for a long time. He stubbed out his cigarette. Why are you giving me this all of a sudden? It's your birthday, Ji Xiwen said naturally. Even though you speak harshly, you're a good person, and you've been nice to me. Yesterday, you lent me your jacket. I can't afford anything too expensive, and cheap things feel too cheap, so after thinking it over, I decided to give you a bouquet. I hope every day ahead of you is filled with flowers and a blaze of color. Ji Xiwen looked at her in silence. The clock on the wall ticked minute by minute, chiming. At that moment, it was exactly 10:30 with a few ticks. At that moment, Ji Xiwen couldn't quite tell whether it was the clock chiming or his heart beating too wildly. After a long while, Ji Xiwen finally reached out and took the flowers. Thank you, he said softly. Ji Xiwen breathed a sigh of relief when he accepted them, then asked, How old are you turning? 17, Ji Xiwen said. Oh. Ji Xiwen twisted her nightgown a bit awkward. Well, you're still a minor, you shouldn't smoke. If you start too early, your lungs will turn black and it'll be hard to quit. Her grandfather was like that. His lungs were clearly problematic, always coughing, but he couldn't quit. At his worst, he smoked. Ji Xiwen, Ji Xiwen said earnestly. If you have worries, you can talk to Doubao. Ji Xiwen's mouth twitched, and all his melancholy vanished like smoke. Thank you. Ji Xiwen had thought the young master would scold her for meddling. Ji Xiwen's reaction was somewhat unexpected. She quickly waved her hands. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. I'm going back to sleep now. Good night. With that, Ji Xiwen quickly slipped away. Ji Xiwen's gaze followed her retreating figure all the way to the second floor until she disappeared around the corner. He stared blankly at the empty staircase for a long time, then lowered his head, brought the flowers close to his nose, and gently sniffed the natural floral scent mingled with a hint of pear blossom-scented body wash. School began on Monday. Ji Xiwen carried her change of clothes and headed to the dormitory first. The dormitory door was half open, indicating someone had already... She pushed the door open, and Zhang Qingyan was squatting on the floor, her suitcase lying open. Hearing the sound, Zhang Qingyan turned her head, and her gaze met Ji Xiwen's. Zhang Qingyan looked relieved. Thank goodness you're here. Let me copy this week's homework. My. Ji Xiwen was taken aback. You didn't do it. No. Zhang Qingyan remained in that position, a hint of shyness in her expression. Remember that gaming buddy I mentioned? I met him in person the day before yesterday. Is he very handsome? Ji Xiwen asked. Not exactly, just slightly handsome, Zhang Qingyan said. And you know him too. Take a guess. I know him too. Ji Xiwen said casually. Su Jiang. Zhang Qingyan was startled. How did you guess him? In this school I'm only close to him, and Qi Sui and Su Jiang often talks about games. Ji Xiwen said. Zhang Qingyan shook her head. Not him. I don't like the pretty boy type. Ji Xiwen was speechless. She had been about to guess Qi Sui. But Qi Sui was even more of a pretty boy than Su Jiang. She shook her head. I can't guess. Cui Kai, Zhang Qingyan said. The one Wen Jing mentioned to you before. That school bully from the sports class. Ji Xiwen had a vague memory. Yes, Zhang Qingyan said, wincing. That title is a bit awkward, but he's not exactly a model student. He's also good friends with your desk mate. Your eyes. Zhang Qingyan fished out her homework, took the test paper from Ji Xiwen, and began frantically copying. Your eyes. Zhang Qingyan fished out her homework, took the test paper from Ji Xiwen, and began frantically copying. He was pretty wild in his first year of high school, but he's a bit better now. Ji Xiwen shook her head. I can hardly imagine it. She had interacted with Qi Sui quite a bit. She only felt that this young master was a classic case of a tough exterior, but a soft heart needing to be coaxed, and once coaxed he would agree to anything. The first 2 evening self-study sessions were for the math competition class. Ji Xiwen had scored full marks in the monthly exam, and after the morning math class Baldi specifically called out to her reminding her to attend the class tonight. When the last class of the afternoon ended, Ji Xiwen asked Su Jiang for advice on what to bring. She had dinner at the second-floor cafeteria. Luo Wenjing said, I heard that the academic prodigy from class 1 is also there. When you see him, help me check if he's really as amazing as the rumors say. Ji Xiwen chewed on a vegetable stalk slowly. You mean the one who scored full marks in physics and chemistry during the joint exam? Yes, Luo Wenjing nodded. They say his mental arithmetic is incredible. He rarely even uses scratch paper. Alright, I'll go take a look then, Ji Xiwen agreed readily. She naturally had a fondness for people who excelled academically, especially those who were legendary. Ji Xiwen said, what does he look like? I'm afraid I won't recognize him when I see him. Zhang Qingyan had been classmates with this academic prodigy before. She raised her hand to gesture. He's a bit taller than me, probably around 1.75 meters. Fair skin, wears black-rimmed glasses, and is quite reserved. Okay, Ji Xiwen nodded, committing it to memory. The 3 of them chatted while eating, and just as they were about to leave, someone suddenly sat down next to Zhang Qingyan. All 3 stopped in unison and turned to look. It was the first time Ji Xiwen had seen Cui Kai's face clearly. His skin was tanned to a healthy wheat color with a crew cut, a broken eyebrow, a high nose bridge, and deep-set eyes. However, his lower face was not as well proportioned. His lips were a bit thick, so he could only be considered slightly handsome. He held a milk teacup bought from an outside shop and smiled at Zhang Qingyan. Want some? Zhang Qingyan asked. I missed you, Cui Kai said with a grin. The straightforward words made Ji Xiwen and Luo Wenjing both lower their heads and focus on their food. Zhang Qingyan scolded, smooth talker. But there was a faint smile on her face, clearly enjoying this kind of attention. At a distant table, a group had witnessed the whole scene and sighed in unison, shaking their heads. He-Ran's injury wasn't serious. He came to school after lying low at home for a day. He shook his head. Damn, that bastard actually managed to get a pretty girl through online dating. Su Jiang said, what a strange thing to focus on. Shouldn't you be shocked that his online dating partner is Zhang Qingyan? What's so surprising about that? He-Ran asked. Su Jiang said, a lot of people in the grade think she's quite loose. She's been dating since the first year of middle school, and none of her relationships have lasted more than 2 months. She has countless ex-boyfriends. So what? He-Ran said. Now Kai is dating her, not you. He's jealous, Li Junyu said. Huh. He-Ran's eyes widened. Jealous of whom? Li Junyu cleared his throat. We were in the same middle school as Zhang Qingyan. Back then she often gave Su Jiang gifts. Su Jiang thought she liked him. He wanted to reject her, but was too embarrassed, so he held it in for an entire semester. He-Ran was eager to know what happened next. And then, Li Junyu had just started 2 words, when Su Jiang, flushed with embarrassment, covered his mouth. Qi Sui calmly took over. Later it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Zhang Qingyan actually wanted to give the gifts to Su Jiang's desk mate. When Zhang Qingyan found out, she even said something. He-Ran what? She said she wouldn't go for a pretty boy like him. Qi Sui finished glancing toward Cui Kai's table. Compared to the tall and sturdy Cui Kai and the strikingly beautiful Zhang Qingyan, the first person he noticed was Ji Xiwen. She still had that bangs covering most of her face, wore a well-fitting school uniform, and was eating quietly with her head down. He-Ran laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha, pretty boy. Ha ha ha. It's kind of funny. Damn it, Ji Sui, aren't you also a pretty boy? Su Jiang released his hand and glared at Ji Sui angrily. Ji Sui said calmly, so what? I'm not the one who got embarrassed. Su Jiang, I can't take this anymore. Li Junyu put an arm around his shoulder. Don't be upset, Yang Yang. Then he redirected the conversation. Sui, look, Kai is about to find a girlfriend. When will you find one? Hiran was shocked. Really? Who? Su Jiang grinned like a cat that got the cream. Ask him yourself. Who is that girl with the light pink avatar in his WeChat? Hiran gasped. Which pink avatar? Su Jiang frowned, thinking. It's like a strawberry from the show Fruity Robo. What's her name? Li Junyu calmly supplied, Shangwanzi. Right, Shangwanzi. Su Jiang clapped his hands. From the corner of his eye he noticed that the group at the table had burst into laughter, all four of them. Unlike the others' exaggerated gestures, Ji Xiwen merely curved her lip. From the corner of his eye he noticed that the group at the table had burst into laughter, all four of them. Unlike the others' exaggerated gestures, Ji Xiwen merely curved her lips, revealing two small dimples. As expected, her beautiful eyes would also crinkle, arching like a small bridge. Here he was the very person involved enduring the torment of being grilled. Yet she remained oblivious, laughing cheerfully over there. The classroom for the math competition class was on the top floor of the teaching building. The room was exceptionally large with a wooden floor beneath their feet. The desks were far more luxurious than those in their own classroom, brand new solid wood with chairs that had backrests. The room was exceptionally large with a wooden floor beneath their feet. The desks were far more luxurious than those in their own classroom, brand new solid wood with Ji Xiwen was a new face, but few people paid her any attention. Because this classroom often saw new arrivals, and some unable to adapt to this style would leave after a few lessons. They came and went like the tide, people passing by, gathering and dispersing without permanence. Up until now, including Ji Xiwen, there were only 30 people in total, with only 7 girls. Only 4 students from Class 2 of Liberal Arts were present. Besides Ji Sui and Li Junyu, there was a girl named Jian Xing who had ranked 3rd in the class this time. Ji Xiwen had never interacted with Jian Xing before, not even exchanged a single word. Ji Xiwen spotted Jian Xing at a glance. She was sitting in the last row by the window with a low ponytail, no bangs, revealing her full face, and wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Her figure was slightly plump. Ji Xiwen walked over. Excuse me, are the seats fixed? Jian Xing looked up at her, shook her head, and said, sit wherever. Ji Xiwen glanced around. The others were all chatting and laughing. Ji Sui and Li Junyu were probably still dawdling in the cafeteria. Then he'll sit now. Jian Xing shrugged. Suit yourself. With that she lowered her head again and continued working on her problems. With nothing to do, Ji Xiwen propped her chin on her hand and silently surveyed the classroom. Competitions had always been far from her reach. No. Two High School's annual goal was simply to improve the undergraduate enrollment rate, leaving no room for competitions. Ji Xiwen had been pushed into a few before making it past the preliminary round, only to stumble at the semifinals. The world was never short of prodigies. There were countless brilliant students from every province, especially those from prestigious schools with deep foundations, gold medal teachers, and abundant resources. She wasn't exactly a naturally gifted seedling, she relied more on hard work. In competitions, relying solely on oneself would never get her far. Ji Xiwen searched for a long time, but couldn't find the academic prodigy Luo Wenjing had mentioned. Just 1 minute before class, Ji Sui finally deigned to enter, holding a cup of strawberry milkshake. Ji Xiwen stared at the strawberry milkshake in his hand. It was a regular fixture on Ji Sui's desk, appearing every now and then. As soon as Ji Sui entered, he drew many eyes. It wasn't exactly innocent. He pulled out the chair in front of Ji Xiwen's desk, a meaningful look on his face. Have you had enough of looking? He had said this. It wasn't exactly innocent. He pulled out the chair in front of Ji Xiwen's desk, a meaningful look on his face. Have you had enough of looking? He had said the same thing to Ji Xiwen before. It was the first day they met. But the tone was completely different this time. The first time was genuinely cold and fierce. This time it sounded quite indifferent, with a faint, almost imperceptible hint of teasing. No, Ji Xiwen shook her head. Ji Sui paused in the motion of pulling out the straw, not expecting her to admit it so bluntly. So he was right. Ji Xiwen was definitely harboring a crush on him. This put Ji Sui in a dilemma. He only intended to treat Ji Xiwen like a little sister. You? He stopped after one word, feeling a headache coming on. Unaware of the little drama playing out in his mind, Ji Xiwen instead said, I've been wanting to ask for a long time. Where did you get this? It's really beautiful. Ji Sui was taken aback. Li Junyu put down his pen and looked over. What's beautiful? Ji Xiwen extended a fair, slender finger and pointed at the strawberry milkshake in Ji Sui's hand. Ji Sui's expression nearly cracked. You've been staring at that all along. He stressed the word that. Ji Xiwen tilted her head. Yes, what else would it be? Ji Sui was speechless. Li Junyu barely suppressed a laugh. Our young master is particular. He thinks the milk tea shop at the school gate is no good, so he ordered this in advance as delivery. I see, Ji Xiwen said, suddenly enlightened. She had previously gone off campus to eat with Luo Wenjing and Zhang Qingyan and had ordered a strawberry milkshake from a milk tea shop outside. The taste was very mediocre, all sweetness, and it wasn't as pretty as the one in Chi Sui's hand. Chi Sui expressionlessly inserted the straw. It's pretty, huh? Yes. Ji Xiwen nodded, catching his displeased expression. She thought he was having a bout of his young master's temper and was about to sincerely praise how beautiful his strawberry milkshake was. Chi Sui suddenly placed the strawberry milkshake on her desk. It's yours. Ji Xiwen let out a puzzled huh. Congratulations on your love. With that, Chi Sui turned his head away. Ji Xiwen was bewildered, a look of confusion on Li Junyu couldn't hold it in any longer. He draped an arm over Chi Sui's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. Reading too much into things, huh? Shut up. Chi Sui ground out through clenched teeth. Li Junyu was thoroughly amused. It was rare to see Chi Sui suffer a loss. Wednesday was the last day of September. During the noon break, the dormitory was bustling with activity. No one was in the mood to sleep, everyone was discussing where to go for the National Day holiday. Dormitory 217 was no exception. Luo Wenjing sat on her bed stealthily, pulling out her phone to watch her idol's stage videos. What are you all planning to do during the holiday? A date, Zhang Qingyan said with a smile. Aren't you two not even together yet? Luo Wenjing asked. Well, it depends on how he performs during the holiday. If he does well, I might reluctantly agree, Zhang Qingyan said slowly. Ji Xiwen listened quietly nearby. Li Jiaojiao, while packing her clothes, asked, is it that Shui Kai guy? Yes, Zhang Qingyan nodded. Li Jiaojiao wasn't a bad person, but she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Usually she was quite generous, liked to share snacks with her roommates, was very clean, and went to bed on time. Doesn't he like Meng Laren? Li Jiaojiao's mouth got the better of her again. Luo Wenjing wisely kept quiet. It doesn't matter, Zhang Qingyan said nonchalantly. As long as he's mine from now on, his eyes will only have me. Who doesn't have a past? Zhang Qingyan waved her hand dismissively. As long as he's my man, his eyes will only see me from now on. Everyone has a past, right? Handsome indeed. Luo Wenjing was struck by Zhang Qingyan's remark and gave her a thumbs up. Zhang Qingyan smiled. A person's heart is limited, it can only hold one person. Ji Xiwen nodded silently. Makes sense. Luo Wenjing's attention shifted to her. Woman, what are your plans for this National Day holiday? I'm going back to my hometown, Ji Xiwen said. Where is your hometown? Luo Wenjing asked with interest. You said before that your family is in the north, and I never quite believed it. I don't quite believe it either, Zhang Qingyan chimed in. You look like someone from our region. Ji Xiwen smiled. My home is in a mountain village in Dong Province. Dong Province is near the sea with a relatively pleasant climate. Oh, I see, Luo Wenjing said curiously. I heard that women in your area aren't allowed to eat at the table. Is that true? That's false, Ji Xiwen quickly clarified. It's not true. In my family, my grandmother's word carries more weight than my grandfather's. Good to know, Luo Wenjing said. The three chatted aimlessly throughout the noon, with Li Jiaojiao occasionally chiming in, but mostly lying on the bed playing on her phone. It was the last noon before leaving school. On the first day of National Day, both airports and train stations were packed with people, some traveling and others heading home. Ji Rong had been too busy lately and bought tickets rather late. Only 2 business class seats remained, while the other 2 were economy. She had intended for the Chi father and son to take the business class seats, as both were tall and would find economy cramped. But Chi Kai directly handed the 2 economy tickets to Chi Sui. Let these 2 young ones sit in the back. With that, he took Ji Rong's hand, and they walked toward the jet bridge. Left behind were Ji Xiwen and Chi Sui staring at each other. Chi Sui's face was expressionless, but it was clear he was teetering on the edge of fury. With that, he took Ji Rong's hand, and they walked toward the jet bridge. Left behind were Ji Xiwen and Chi Sui staring at each other. Chi Sui's face was expressionless, but Ji Xiwen had a sudden inspiration. Maybe Uncle Chi wanted us to bond a little. Cough, cough. Chi Sui coughed unexpectedly. Bond? What kind of bond? Ji Xiwen fell silent again. The 2 shuffled through the crowd into the plane, found their seats under the flight attendant's gentle greetings. Ji Xiwen sat by the window and finally blurted out, sibling bond. She seemed a bit embarrassed, a faint blush coloring her fair cheeks. Chi Sui. He couldn't be bothered to say a word, just staring straight at Ji Xiwen. Ji Xiwen met his gaze. I haven't had my 17th birthday yet. I'm younger than you. So she was indeed the younger sister. Then why are... Ji Xiwen blinked. I'm not sure if you still dislike me now. I think we're already friends. But I don't know your thoughts. Ji Xiwen blinked. I'm not sure if you still dislike me now. I think we're already friends. But I don't know your thoughts. I'm afraid. Chi Sui breath caught. Afraid of what? Afraid that I'm being presumptuous, Ji Xiwen said, tugging at her seatbelt uneasily. Chi Sui clicked his own seatbelt into place, remained silent for a long moment, then dispelled her doubts. No, you're not being presumptuous. He had stopped disliking her long ago. The one who had been presumptuous all along was him. Ji Xiwen remained silent after that remark. He was wearing a black hoodie today, pulled up the hood, fastened his seatbelt, and leaned back with his arms crossed. Ji Xiwen, on the other hand, kept fidgeting. This was her first time on a plane, and everything felt novel and exciting. As the plane taxied down the runway and suddenly lifted off, Ji Xiwen's heart gave a little leap. Her ears felt stuffed with cotton, and all the faint sounds became muffled. The narrow cabin was nearly full, and the window shades had to be lowered, plunging the view into a dimness that felt apocalyptic. She instinctively gripped her seatbelt. Once the plane was cruising in the sky, the window shades were allowed to be raised. Outside, it was a beautiful day of blue sky, and white clouds and sunlight poured in through the window. The window itself was small and somewhat worn, and the view outside was a bit blurry. But that didn't dampen Ji Xiwen's enthusiasm. When she was young, she and her friends would sometimes spot a plane flashing across the clouds overhead. The children would get excited, pointing at the sky and shouting, "A plane! A plane!" She had always thought planes were something distant from her. Only today did she realize that plane tickets weren't as expensive as she had imagined. In the future, when she worked, she could treat herself to a flight. Ji Xiwen had stayed up late playing games the night before and was sleep-deprived. Since the plane was boring anyway, he planned to take a nap. Before sleeping, Ji Xiwen was facing away from him, staring out the window, as if she wanted to stick her head out. After he slept for what felt like an eternity, a flight attendant pushing a cart down the aisle while serving lunch gently woke him with her voice. When he woke up, Ji Xiwen was still facing away from him, utterly absorbed in the clouds outside the window. Ji Xiwen. By the time the flight attendant reached the row ahead of them, Ji Xiwen finally deigned to pull her head back. She waited excitedly for the meal, and from the corner of her eye she noticed the slumbering boy moving his wrist, probably numb. She immediately looked over and smiled. "You're awake." Ji Xiwen replied nonchalantly. "What are you so happy about?" "Happy to be on the plane," Ji Xiwen said. Ji Xiwen. That was indeed easy to please. The lunch was a rice bowl, small in size, with a choice of beef or... Ji Xiwen chose the fish one. She leaned close to Ji Xiwen's ear and whispered, "Is the drink here any good?" "Not good." Ji Xiwen always slept through every flight. Unless it was an international flight lasting over 10 hours, he usually didn't eat or drink. "Oh," Ji Xiwen responded with a hint of disappointment. Ji Xiwen pinched the bridge of his nose and changed his answer. "Cola and orange juice taste the same as what you'd buy in a convenience store." "Then can I have one?" "You can have 10 if you want," Ji Xiwen said. Ji Xiwen said regretfully, "But she's already gone." Ji Xiwen stared at her for a couple of seconds, then turned his head and called out to the flight attendant. "1 cola, please." The flight attendant quickly poured a cup of cola and handed it to Ji Xiwen. Ji Xiwen then passed it to Ji Xiwen. Actually, Ji Xiwen could have called out herself, but she didn't know if she could still order after the flight attendant had passed. Who would have thought that Master Chi would take care of it directly? Ji Xiwen was touched. "Ji Xiwen, I misjudged you before. You're really a good person." Ji Xiwen. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a lean, angular arm, his skin pale enough to be dazzling. "I'm warning you about one thing." Ji Xiwen. "Go ahead." Ji Xiwen leaned in a little closer, the scent of incense from his clothes threatening to envelop. "If you ever give me a good person card again, I'll make sure you know just how bad I can be," he said through gritted teeth. "All right then," Ji Xiwen replied, finding him quite strange, even as she diligently placated the young master. "I won't say it anymore." After exiting the airport, Ji Rong had arranged a business taxi in advance. After all, those two from the Chi family were both afflicted with the young master's syndrome, endlessly fussy. They traveled from the city to the county, then the 4 of them got off and boarded a bus. Ji Xiwen, on the other hand, adapted quite well. It was Ji Xiwen who was nearly overwhelmed by the smell on the bus, and with the bumpy road, the swaying vehicle almost made him dizzy to the point of passing out. "Bear it a little longer, just a little longer." Ji Xiwen used a small fan handed out as an advertisement to cool him down. Ji Xiwen leaned against the window with difficulty and asked, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Over half an hour on the bus, then we'll switch to another vehicle for another half hour, and we'll be there," Ji Xiwen said. Upon hearing it would be another hour, Ji Xiwen lost all his profanity. He leaned against the window, his expression melancholic and his face pale. Yet thanks to his strikingly handsome features, even sitting in a shabby bus with barren trees and a dried-up stream outside, he still looked like a scene from a romantic drama. The black hoodie contrasted sharply with his cold, fair skin. Ji Xiwen had seen many boys in hoodies, but none had given her the visual shock that Ji Xiwen did. She couldn't tell whether it was because his plain-looking hoodie was actually a haute couture piece with superior fabric and cut, or because his broad shoulders carried it well, or simply because he was too handsome. His black hair tousled his delicate yet sharp features. Ji Xiwen kept stealing glances at him. Pure appreciation. Every time she looked, Ji Xiwen noticed. If not for his severe dizziness and nausea, he would have pulled Ji Xiwen over and interrogated her. Weren't they supposed to be cultivating sibling affection? Why did she keep sneaking looks at him? Wasn't that strange? After a grueling journey, Ji Sui had never endured such hardship in his life. At 4 in the afternoon, they finally arrived at Ji family village. The Ji family's house was one of the more spacious in the village with a 3-step staircase at the entrance. At that moment, nearly 20 people stood neatly by the door smiling as they welcomed the incoming son-in-law. When Ji Sui saw this from the car, he turned to Ji Xiwen in surprise. "Do you have this many relatives?" Ji Xiwen was speechless. For some reason, her grandmother and grandfather, her second and third uncles, and her grandparents' siblings had all one might have thought an engagement banquet was being held. As soon as Chi Kai appeared, a swarm of relatives rushed forward. Ji Rong was displeased inside, wondering why so many people had been called, but with all the relatives present, she couldn't show her feelings. She could only force a smile and exchange pleasantries. A crowd gathered in the living room to chat. Chi Sui's expression grew darker, and someone soon brought him up. "Oh, is this young Master Chi? He's really handsome, takes after his father. How old is he now?" Chi Sui remained stone-faced and silent. Fearing he might throw a tantrum, Ji Rong quickly said, "He just turned 17. She then turned and waved at Ji Xiwen. "Xiao Sui isn't feeling well. She take him to the clinic at the intersection." Ji Xiwen caught her hint, grabbed Chi Sui by the wrist, and pulled him out. The fresh air outside made her stretch comfortably. Though Pingqing was nice, she still preferred her hometown. Halfway down the road, Chi Sui seemed to snap out of it. "Are your relatives always this enthusiastic, Mom?" Ji Xiwen nodded. "It's okay. Let's take a walk around. By the time we get back, Annie will have sorted everything." Chi Sui shoved his hands in his pockets. "Where to now?" "They'll take you to the convenience store," Ji Xiwen said. "They should have mint candies. They'll make you feel better." Chi Sui lazily lowered his eyes. Along the way, Ji Xiwen ran into many acquaintances. Each time after greeting her, they would quickly shift their attention to Chi Sui and ask who he was. The most exaggerated was a middle-aged woman with permed hair like instant noodles. She was extremely enthusiastic and immediately patted Ji Xiwen on the shoulder. "Chi, I feel like you've grown taller. Auntie, when you have sharp eyes." "I did grow a centimeter," Ji Xiwen chuckled. "Oh, that's wonderful." Auntie Wen's gaze quickly shifted to Chi Sui, clearly not having come for the real purpose. "Chi, who is this handsome?" "Oh, he's my older brother," Ji Xiwen said. Auntie Wen looked Chi Sui up and down, then couldn't help shaking her head in admiration. "Handsome, truly handsome." Chi Sui remained expressionless and silent, his patience completely spent. Ji Xiwen grabbed Auntie Wen's hand, about to persuade her to leave, when Auntie Wen suddenly gripped hers back. She tell anyone honestly, is this, huh?" Ji Xiwen was so startled, she nearly bit her tongue. Chi Sui's gaze slowly drifted to her face. "No, really, he's not. If he were my boyfriend, how would I dare bring him back?" Ji Xiwen quickly said. "That's true." Auntie Wen smiled again. "Young man, where is your hometown? Do you have a girl you like? Let me tell you, the girls in our Ji family village are all lovely. Do you want me to introduce one to you?" "Auntie Wen, he's only 17, Ji Xiwen said, coaxing her away. Chi Sui crossed his arms. "Why is she so She's always been like that, and she's a famous matchmaker around here, having set up many couples," Ji Xiwen explained. "Any good-looking guy is in high demand. With someone like you, she's clearly got ideas and wants to introduce you." "Oh," Chi Sui drawled. "Do I need a blind date?" Ji Xiwen thought for a moment and shook her head. "No, plenty of girls have a crush on me." Yes. Chi Sui gritted his teeth, glancing at her from the corner of his eye, unable to tell if she was jealous or not. Just as Ji Xiwen had said, after they bought the mint candies and wandered around for a while, when they returned to the Ji family home, the crowd of relatives had indeed left. Grandfather, uncle, and auntie were playing mahjong in the mahjong room. Grandmother and Ji Rong were cooking in the kitchen, and on the sofa sat the twins from the uncle's side. The two were a year older than Ji Xiwen. The boy was named Ji Mingqiang, and the girl Ji Mingli. Ji Mingli had dropped out of school after junior high to work, and she considered herself a trendsetter. With her strikingly purple hair and dressed in a skirt, she blinked and leaned in close to Ji Xiwen. "What's this handsome guy's name?" "Chi Sui, as in smooth sailing," Ji Xiwen said. Oh. Ji Mingli asked, "What's his personality like?" Ji Xiwen thought for a moment. "Sometimes he's okay." "What do you mean sometimes?" Ji Mingli clicked her tongue in displeasure. Ji Xiwen was about to explain when Ji Rong came out of the kitchen and called her over to help. "Cici, come here." "Coming." Ji Xiwen was an obedient child, always quick to respond, and immediately got up. The kitchen had been renovated just before the new year, and the stove could hold 3 pots at once, all of which were now bubbling with steam, surrounded by prepared chicken, duck, fish, and vegetables. The scene was even more bustling than the New Year celebration. Ji Rong washed vegetables as she spoke. "I need to discuss something with you, little niece." "Go ahead." Ji Xiwen wondered why she had become so hesitant, rolled up his sleeves, and helped Ji Rong wash the vegetables. Ji Rong seemed embarrassed. "I originally thought Chi Sui could stay in your parents' bedroom for a while, but they're coming back tomorrow noon, so he has to squeeze in with Mingxiang." Ji Xiwen gasped. "You might as well kill him." Ji Mingxiang had been notoriously slovenly since childhood, his bedroom resembling a pigsty, hating baths unless he had a date with a girl's socks and underwear strewn everywhere, either waiting for Ji Xiwen's aunt to wash them or picking out the least smelly ones to wear again. Chi Sui was a clean freak. If he actually stayed there, he wouldn't last a minute. So I have no other way, and I was wondering if you could share with Mingli and let Chi Sui stay in your room temporarily. This request was utterly inappropriate. Even Ji Rong, who knew how to speak differently to different people, found it hard to bring up, but she had no other choice. The nearest inn was almost an hour's drive away, and the guests there were mostly having affairs with poor Chi Kai could still sleep in her room, but Chi Sui truly had nowhere to go. Ji Xiwen was silent for a moment. Ji Rong waited 2 seconds. Or I could sleep in your room and let them stay in mine. Your bed is very small. Ji Xiwen lowered his head. The water running cold. Forget it, it'll go share with Mingli. After all, she was still living in the Chi family's home, always relying on their kindness, and she would help whenever she could. Luckily, Chi Sui was considerate and very clean. If it were Ji Mingxiang, she would rather jump from here than let him sleep in her bed for a single night. The aunt and niece prepared to tidy up the room. When Ji Xiwen followed Ji Rong out of the kitchen, she glimpsed Ji Mingli leaning close to Chi Sui, trying to chat with him, a hint of ingratiating smile on her face. Chi Sui sat on the single sofa, lounging against the backrest, lazily staring at his phone, as if he hadn't heard what Ji Mingli said. Chi Sui sat on the single sofa, lounging against the backrest, lazily staring. After Ji Xiwen put away her belongings, Ji Rong took out a brand new bedsheet set and changed the bedding, patting Ji Xiwen's shoulder. You've done me a big favor, I'll remember this. You're too kind. Ji Xiwen smiled. The two left the bedroom and headed back to the kitchen, but as they passed the living room, Chi Sui, who had been staring at his phone like a dead man, suddenly came alive. Ji Xiwen. Ji Mingli's mouth fell open. So he wasn't mute after all. Ji Rong patted Ji Xiwen's shoulder. Go play, you don't need to help in the kitchen. Ji Xiwen walked to the sofa, picked an orange from the fruit tray on the coffee table, and while peeling it asked, What's up? Chi Sui suddenly looked up, pointing at Ji Mingli indifferently. She asked how old I am. Ji Xiwen had no idea what his deal was, turned to exchange a glance with Ji Mingli. The sisters looked at each other in bewilderment. Ji Mingli hadn't been present when the relatives asked about Chi Sui's age earlier. Chi Sui said languidly, Tell her how old I am. Ji Xiwen was taken aback. He just turned 17. Ah. Ji Mingli nodded. I see. She rested her chin on her hand coquettishly. Why didn't you tell me yourself? Chi Sui remained silent. So Ji Mingli turned to Ji Xiwen again. Ji Xiwen ate an orange, feeling a headache coming on. He has a cold recently, sore throat, doesn't want to talk much. Cough, cough. Chi Sui faked a cough. So it's a cold, no wonder. Ji Mingli flicked her hair, suddenly tossing it, convinced that no guy could be so indifferent to her. Bleg. Chi Sui suddenly stood up, his face pale. The bathroom. The bathroom is over there. Ji Xiwen panicked and quickly pointed. Chi Sui headed straight for the bathroom without looking back. Ji Mingli stood frozen like a statue, baffled and barely concealing her shock. What does he mean? Ji Xiwen still had half an orange in her hand, suddenly unable to eat anymore, and guessed, maybe the perfume on you irritated. When she tossed her hair, just now a strong, pungent scent of perfume reached Ji Xiwen's nose. Chi Sui probably. Ji Mingli's face darkened even more. This perfume was expensive, 200 yuan a bottle. Don't you think it smells good? It's okay. Ji Xiwen scratched her nose. She might have thought it smelled good before. But since she smelled the subtle incense scent on Chi Sui, she knew what a truly pleasant fragrance was like. In comparison, the perfume on Ji Mingli was indeed a bit harsh, too strong, and now her nose was a little uncomfortable. What do you mean okay? Ji Mingli looked at her disdainfully, as if she didn't appreciate good things, and glared at her. Ji Xiwen wisely kept her mouth shut and lowered her head to eat her orange. Ji Mingli sulked for a while, then quickly leaned in again, asking Ji Xiwen about how things were in Pingching, the climate and the environment. I think it's okay, but there are quite a few bugs and summer is humid. Ji Xiwen finished the last segment of orange. Otherwise it's not. Is it developed there? Ji Mingli had just gotten her nails done, and she always preferred long nails, and Ji Xiwen always worried about how she would pull up her pants when using the restroom. It's quite developed more than here. Ji Xiwen was puzzled. Why are you interested in this? Ji Mingli pursed her lips, looking down at her nails, which were covered in many tiny, sparkling rhinestones. Ji Xiwen recognized that expression and knew she had accidentally touched a sore spot for Ji Mingli. Just as she was thinking of changing the subject, Ji Mingli suddenly exhaled and said, Nothing much, I just quit my job and want to move to another city to find work. Ji Mingli had no education and her looks were only average, so her job options were limited. Moreover, she had been spoiled by her parents since childhood was quite delicate and didn't want anything too tiring, so she changed jobs frequently over the years. Oh, Ji Xiwen nodded. Pingcheng is also fine, and my aunt can look after you a bit. They'll think about it further, Ji Mingli said. The evening meal was very sumptuous with a full 15 dishes. Two dining tables were pushed together to barely hold them all, which showed how much importance they placed on Chi Kai as their future son-in-law. My daughter has been very opinionated since she was young. Her father and I have tried every method but can't control her. Grandmother Luo Meixia, just 65 this year, was hale and hearty. She didn't smoke but loved wine. She raised her glass and clinked it with Chi Kai's, saying all these years she never married, and her father, and I thought she would stay single forever. Who would have thought she could actually bring you home? I will treat her well, Chi Kai said, tilting his head back and downing an entire glass of baijiu. During this time the others at the table listened quietly. I will treat her well, Chi Kai said, tilting his head back and downing an entire glass of baijiu. During this time the others at the table listened quietly. Perhaps because they had quite a lot of contact, ordinarily Ji Xiwen felt that he was in a very low mood now. On second thought it made Ji Rong often said that the Chi family used to be a very happy family of three. Chi Sui had seen the beauty of the past, so he couldn't accept his parents' feelings fading away. Ji Xiwen had been left with her grandparents by her parents since childhood, started boarding school from elementary school, and grew up alone until now. She was a typical. She could accept all beautiful things slowly decaying and becoming ugly, accept all bad outcomes. God's mind is unfathomable. 1 second, he makes you happy, the next he can bring you to ruin. Whereas Chi Sui leaned toward idealism. In his world, there was a perfect logic comparable to idol dramas. He firmly believed that lovers would love until the end of time, that hardworking and earnest people would achieve their due results, that evil could never overcome good, and that justice, even if delayed, would surely come. Black was black, white was white. He would express like and dislike very strongly, never caring about others' feelings. For instance, that evening, when Ji Mingli enthusiastically tried to talk to him, he didn't even bother to respond. Born with mountains of gold and silver, he regarded money as dirt, and only spoke of romantic and aesthetic matters. Since she started interacting with Chi Sui, Ji Xiwen had been quite indulgent and tolerant of him. Because she liked this kind of personality. It was what she lacked. For instance, that evening, when Ji Mingli enthusiastically tried to talk to him, he didn't even bother to respond. Born with mountains of gold and silver, he regarded money. The accumulated feeling of nausea seemed to dissipate quite a bit. Chi Sui forced himself to eat a few bites of food, and then went back to his room to rest. He pushed open the door of the room, and after seeing the scene inside, the accumulated feeling of nausea seemed to dissipate quite a bit. Chi Sui forced himself to eat a few bites of food, and then went back to his room to rest. He pushed open the door of the room, and after seeing the scene inside, he was suddenly stunned. This room was not large. It was wallpapered in a light pink color throughout without any patterns or designs, very simple. The wardrobe, desk, and bed were all integrated tatami. Even though there was nothing on the table, any sharp-eyed person could tell it was a girl's room. He took out his phone and sent a message to Shiwu. Chi Sui frowned. Is this your room? Ji Xiwen was amazed. How did you figure that out? Nonsense, it's obviously a girl's room. Chi Sui frowned. Is this your room? Ji Xiwen was amazed. How did you figure that out? Nonsense, it's obviously a girl's room. Your cousin. It's my older cousin, 1 year older than me. Ji Xiwen reminded him. Chi Sui quickly changed his tune. Your older cousin's room would probably have many bottles and jars of cosmetics and skincare products, and there would likely be a celebrity poster on the wall. Her phone case has an idol star. This bedroom's bookshelf is full of workbooks and extracurricular books. You're very observant. Ji Xiwen gave a thumbs up and praised amazing. Chi Sui was silent for a moment. I'm 17 this year, not 7. Ji Xiwen blinked quickly, withdrew her hand. I know. You stay here, I don't mind. Then where will you sleep? Ji Xiwen blinked quickly, withdrew her hand. I know. You stay here, I don't mind. Then where will you sleep? Ji Xiwen blinked quickly, withdrew her hand. I know. You stay here, I don't mind. Then where will you sleep? The younger uncle was honest and simple, the younger aunt was shrewd, and Ji Mingxiang was a slick character. Ji Xiwen had the best relationship with Ji Mingli, the closest. Chi Sui looked at her silently, and after a long while said, Thank you. No need to thank me, you'll still be living in your house from now on, Ji Xiwen said, stuffing a bottle of cola into his hand. Grandma told me to give this to you. If you don't want to drink it, just leave it on the table. Okay. Ji Xiwen sat in the living room listening to the adults chat for a while, mainly because she hadn't seen her grandmother for a long time and missed her. The grandmother and granddaughter leaned together. Luo Meixia, while talking to Chi Kai, reached out and pinched Ji Xiwang's hand, then stroked her hair. After she had fussed enough, Ji Xiwen got up and prepared to go back to rest. After riding in the car all day and bustling about for a long time, she was tired. When Ji Xiwen pushed open the door and entered, Ji Mingli was lying on the pillow playing with her phone. Ji Xiwen looked around the room and inexplicably felt like laughing. Because Master Kai's guess was absolutely correct. The table was covered with bottles and jars standing messily, and the edge of the wardrobe was plastered with posters of Ji Mingli's idol. Ji Xiwen, you better confess honestly. After hearing the commotion, Ji Mingli sat up. Her toes were painted with bright red nail polish, and she toyed with her phone idly. What exactly is your relationship with that mute? Ji Xiwen was stunned. What mute? Ji Mingli lifted her chin. That handsome guy, the one who didn't talk to me. Ji Xiwen was stunned. What mute? Ji Mingli lifted her chin. That handsome guy, the one who didn't talk to me. Naturally, Ji Mingli didn't want to bother with him anymore. What else could our relationship be? Ji Xiwen thought her question was particularly crazy. For now, we're friends. Moving toward. Not only were his features good, but his temperament was also good. Wearing a hoodie and jeans, sitting on the sofa, was like a scene from an idol drama. But after trying to chat for a long time, Chi Sui just didn't respond to her at all. Naturally, Ji Mingli didn't want to bother with him anymore. What else could our relationship be? Ji Xiwen thought her question was particularly crazy. For now, we're friends. Moving toward being brother and sister. Ji Mingli stared at her suspiciously and asked, You don't like him? Ji Xiwen widened her eyes. What nonsense are you talking? How could I possibly like him? We are very pure. Oh, Ji Mingli concluded, then he likes you. Ji Xiwen was stunned by her affirmative tone. 2 seconds later, she picked up the potato chip bag from the floor and tossed it into the trash can. You're at it again playing matchmaker. You might as well apprentice yourself to Aunt One and inherit her legacy, then take charge of all the matchmaking in the surrounding villages. I'm serious. Ji Mingli stared at her. He can't possibly like me. Ji Xiwen, like a diligent little bee, rolled up her sleeves and began tidying up Ji Mingli's messy bedroom. Why are you so sure? Ji Mingli sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her legs. You have no idea how popular he is at school. So many girls have a crush on him, including the school beauty, but he turned them all down. He has high standards. There's no way he'd ever fancy me. Ji Xiwen finished speaking and pushed the door open, returning a few seconds later with a broom. Ji Mingli shifted her position, studying Ji Xiwen. Today she was also wearing a hoodie and jeans. The hoodie white, the jeans of very light blue, outlining a pair of slender legs. Ji Xiwen's legs were beautifully shaped, thin and straight. Ji Mingli had envied them countless times because her own legs were fleshier and no amount of foam rolling, stretching, or cupping could turn them into legs like Ji Xiwen's. They were especially suited for jeans with delicate ankles, white canvas shoes, a loose hoodie on top, and slender long fingers gripping the broom. You're beautiful, you know that. Ji Mingli clicked her tongue, a hint of frustration in her voice. If I looked like you, I'd go straight to audition for that Produce 101 or something, or at least become an internet influencer. That's just your bias. Ji Xiwen wasn't blind. She knew she was fairly good-looking, but not as exaggerated as Ji Mingli made it out. Come off it. Let me tell you, a face like yours really attracts guys, especially those who are super straight and have strong macho tendencies. Ji Mingli continued, my brother even said he thinks you're prettier than a lot of actresses. You're just their type, enough to satisfy their protective instincts. At the thought of Ji Mingxiang, Ji Xiwen felt a wave of discomfort. Stop. I'm going to take out the trash. There were big green trash bins on the roadside, emptied every morning. After dumping the trash, Ji Xiwen happened to run into Chi Sui on her way back. Just as Ji Xiwen was about to say something, Chi Sui suddenly raised his hand and patted her shoulder, locking eyes with her for a second. He held up his phone with the other hand and shook it slightly. Ji Xiwen immediately clamped her mouth shut. I know. His hand quickly withdrew and he walked straight out, phone in hand. Ji Xiwen stood frozen, instinctively turning her head to watch his retreating figure. His legs were truly long, and that aloof, self-absorbed aura radiated even from his back, arrogant and unyielding. Between them, there had always been a chasm as vast as clouds and mud, only briefly bridged by a point of intersection through Jirong. The young master perched on the highest pedestal could never like her, and she would never fall for Chi Sui. She shook her head, feeling that Ji Mingli had led her astray, actually making her ponder such things. Zhuang Qingping had been shooting night scenes for days, exhausted and disoriented. When she finally had a moment of respite, she remembered she had missed her son's birthday. She called Chi Sui, first apologizing, then saying the gift was on its way. Finally, she brought up Chi Kai. Is your father still busy lately? Chi Sui was slightly taken aback, thinking she had heard rumors that Chi Kai had come to meet Jirong's parents. He answered vaguely, so. That's good, Zhuang Qingping said softly. Your father's company is having some trouble. Behave yourself for a while, and don't make— What trouble? Chi Sui frowned. Why hasn't he mentioned anything? Zhuang Qingping seemed to let out a faint laugh. With her professional training, her enunciation was crisp and clear. Your father dotes on you so much. How could he bear to let you know about such things? Chi Sui fell silent. After the call ended, a rare look of gloom settled on his face. He returned to his room, fetched his pajamas, grabbed a towel, and headed to the bathroom. When he came out after his shower, the living room was still buzzing with conversation. He waited for a while, then decided to go to bed. As soon as he lay down, he found the mattress far too hard, uncomfortably hard. Chi Sui tossed and turned, then irritably reached for his phone. On the other side, Ji Xiwen was leaning against the wall scrolling through videos when she suddenly received a message from the young Master Qi. CS, is this really your room? Shiwubu Wenzhong, really? CS, why is this bed so hard? Shiwubu Wenzhong, it's not hard. CS? Shiwubu Wenzhong, just make to your highness P. CS didn't reply. CS went into a sulk. Qi Sui gloomily opened a game called Up Su Jiang and Li Junyu and played through the night until dawn. Then he tossed his phone onto the table ready to sleep. Just as he was about to lie down, he suddenly noticed a sentence etched into the corner of the desk. It seemed to have been carved with a compass. Life lies in diligence, without seeking what is gained. Qi Sui was momentarily stunned. In his mind, an image surfaced of Ji Xiwen, her face serious, holding a compass and carefully carving the words into an inconspicuous spot. A place she would see every day when she opened her eyes. A daily motivation to push herself, then go study earnestly. A faint smile curved his lips, and he let out a soft laugh. Early the next morning, Ji Xiwen's internal clock was precise. When she woke up, Ji Mingli was still asleep, clutching a stuffed toy, utterly unconscious. It was only 6:30 and the sky was just beginning to lighten. Early the next morning, Ji Xiwen's internal clock was precise. When she woke up, Ji Mingli was still asleep, clutching a stuffed toy, utterly unconscious. It was only Ji Xiwen dashed into the yard and called out softly, "Chief." Chief was just an ordinary local mutt, but he was plump and sturdy with a fluffy coat of yellow mixed with a bit of white. He had been eating with gusto, but upon hearing Ji Xiwen's voice, he suddenly lifted his head, his black, grape-like eyes fixed on Ji Xiwen for a moment, then his forepaws went wild with excitement. Woof! Woof! As if meeting a beloved relative, he bounded over to Ji Xiwen's feet, sat down, and wagged his tongue enthusiastically. Woof! Woof! Chief! Woof! Chief! Qi Sui had gone to bed late, but woke up early, his head feeling like it was about to explode. The moment he stepped out, he saw the girl and the dog locked in an affectionate stare, calling each other repeatedly. Qi Sui was speechless. Ji Xiwen, immersed in the joy of reuniting with Chief, crouched down and furiously rubbed his head. After she had her fill of adoration, she was about to get a glass of warm water when she turned and met Qi Sui's gaze. Not far away, the young man was leaning against a pillar by the corridor, one leg supporting his weight, while the other lazily bent. His expression was nonchalant, as if he hadn't quite woken up. The courtyard was swept clean. It was a bit colder here than in Pingqing. Qi Sui wore a black jacket and matching sweatpants, lazily crossing his arms and looking down at her with drooping eyes. Ji Xiwen froze for a moment. "Why are you up so early?" "Can't sleep." Qi Sui chuckled lightly. He wasn't picky about beds. He traveled often during holidays and would fall asleep as soon as he hit the bed in a hotel. Now he wondered if it was because he had taken Ji Xiwen's room, forcing her to share a bed with her cousin. He felt a bit uneasy and guilty, and inexplicably woke up no longer sleepy. Oh. Ji Xiwen released the director's head, went to the kitchen to fetch 2 clean cups, and poured 2 glasses. Luo Meixiao was boiling eggs in the kitchen. She took out a red bill from her pocket and handed it to Ji Xiwen, saying, "Good child, go to the town and buy some breakfast." Their family usually had noodles or porridge for breakfast, or ate leftovers from the night before. Obviously, that wasn't suitable for entertaining guests. "Okay," Ji Xiwen responded, taking the money from her grandmother. She returned to the courtyard. The director was circling around Qi Sui's feet, and he looked disgusted. "Ugly as hell, stay away from me." Although the director couldn't understand, he could sense this human's unwelcome attitude. He let out a mournful howl and pitifully lay down on the ground. Ji Xiwen quickly handed Qi Sui a glass of water and glared at him. "How can you bully such a cute little dog?" Qi Sui glanced at the cup. "Ji Xiwen, it's just been washed." Qi Sui then took a sip. "Ugly as hell, I don't know how you see cuteness in it." Ji Xiwen quickly finished her glass of water, set the cup aside, and crouched down to comfort the director. "It is very cute, super cute." Ji Xiwen had only brushed her hair this morning without tying it up. Now it lay smoothly over her shoulders. Ji Xiwen had only brushed her hair this morning without tying it up. Now it lay smoothly over her shoulders, sliding down as she bent her head to pet the director. Her profile was exactly facing Qi Sui. Jet black hair, long curled lashes, a straight nose, and rosy lips. The morning light was bright. There was a small vegetable patch in the courtyard, lush and green. The girl lowered her head, her long hair slightly lifted by the wind. The little dog eagerly rubbed its head against her hand. Indeed, quite cute, Qi Sui thought idly. After comforting the director, Ji Xiwen put the cup back and asked Qi Sui, "I'm going to town to buy breakfast. Are you coming?" Qi Sui initially wanted to say no, but he seemed to have nothing else to do here, so he nodded. "Sure." Ji Xiwen showed the car key in her hand. "Come, driver, Xiao Ji at your service." "You can drive?" Qi Sui straightened up, his casual demeanor gone. "Yeah, I learned a long time ago," Ji Xiwen said smugly. "I drive super smoothly." Qi Sui was puzzled. "Aren't you underage?" "You can still drive even if you're underage." Ji Xiwen led Qi Sui to the carport and opened the rolling door revealing a small white sedan inside. Ji Sui. He looked at Ji Xiwen with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Ji Xiwen, I really underestimated you before. Huh, it's okay, I don't mind. Ji Xiwen looked confused, turned her head to glance at him, and then quickly pressed the car key. The Yadea electric scooter beside the white sedan immediately responded with a sound. Ji Sui watched expressionlessly as she pushed out an electric scooter. Ji Xiwen patted the back seat. Come on, young master, Xiao Ji will take you out for a spin. This is the car you were talking about, he squeezed out through gritted teeth. Or what else? Ji Xiwen swung her leg over and sat on the scooter, gripping the handlebars, feeling quite majestic. Ji Xiwen, can you ride? Ji Sui thought for a moment. I can learn on the spot. Young master, just trust me. Ji Xiwen, can you ride? Ji Sui thought for a moment. I can learn on the spot. Young master, just trust me. Ji Xiwen patted her chest. I've been driving for 5 years. Ji Sui was convinced and got on the scooter. The scooter was relatively large, but it was still cramped, his legs were too long. Ji Xiwen never boasted, she really rode steadily. After leaving Ji family village, both sides were covered with farmers' fields growing all sorts of crops, with rolling mountains in the distance. When the wind blew, it carried a strong earthy smell mingled faintly with a hint of fragrance from Ji Xiwen's hair. Ji Sui kept his hands in his pockets, and the slight gloom in his heart suddenly dissipated. He occasionally glanced around, but mostly looked straight ahead. Ji Xiwen's shoulders were really narrow. To Ji Sui, she was too small to block his view. With a slight turn of his head, he could see the road ahead. Ji Xiwen was in a good mood too. She had always loved running errands for her grandparents, riding the electric scooter to town to buy things. This little road was very quiet with occasional cars passing by, but mostly electric scooters and bicycles. When the wind blew against her, it felt like the world was spreading out before her. She could do anything she wanted. Ji Xiwen went to the breakfast shop she used to frequent and bought 2 large bags of breakfast. One bag went into the basket. The other Ji Sui took willingly. Are we going back now? Ji Xiwen hesitated, pointed to the supermarket across the street, and said, wait for me here for a moment. I need to buy something. Ji Sui, what are you buying? A toy. Ji Xiwen thought for a moment. I heard my parents will arrive at noon. Oh, and my little brother is coming too. I haven't seen him for a long time. If I buy him a toy, he should remember me. Ji Sui caught the word heard in her words. Will your brother buy you a gift too? I don't know, Ji Xiwen smiled. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. Ji Sui. He was silent for a moment, his brow gradually furrowing. Then why should you buy him a gift? I'm his big sister. Ji Xiwen said, I'm much older than him. He's only 7. Ji Sui irritably licked the sharp tooth in his mouth. He wanted to curse but swallowed it. Whether you were born earlier or later isn't something you can control. You don't owe him anything. Although Ji Sui looked annoyed and his attitude was harsh, Ji Xiwen knew he was angry on her behalf. Her tone was gentle. Children are easy to please. If I give him a toy, we should get along better these few days. Ji Sui was speechless. He turned his head and took a breath, then said coldly, he'll give you 5 minutes. If you're not back, he'll ride off, and you'll have to walk back. Okay. Ji Xiwen responded good-naturedly. After breakfast, Ji Xiwen was about to clear the table when Luo Meixia patted her shoulder. Take Xiao Qi out for a stroll. Your grandmother and I can handle things here. Ouch! Little Aunt let out an ambiguous sound. Ji Xiwen obediently nodded. Okay. She circled around, but didn't see Ji Sui. Little Aunt, where's Ji Sui? Ji Rong was bent over wiping the living room coffee table, chatting with your Uncle Qi in the room. All right. Just as Ji Xiwen reached the door of Ji Rong's room, she heard Uncle Kai's low growl inside. Why would I tell you about this? Just focus on your studies. Your mother's getting older and her mouth is getting bigger. She tells you everything. What's the use of telling you? You're just a student. Ji Xiwen only caught that one sentence and tactfully left. Ji Mingli had just woken up holding a box of soup dumplings, eating while watching TV. Ji Xiwen, going out to play? No, Ji Mingli stretched. I went to bed at 4. They'll sleep more after eating. All right then. Ji Xiwen sat down on the sofa frowning as she thought about what fun things were nearby. There wasn't much fun really. This was a village. The best entertainment was the phone, and the most fashionable spot was the small square across the lake. It was empty during the day, but packed at night, all dancing square dancers. She had no choice but to pull out her phone and message Zhang Cheng. She usually spent her holidays studying at home and rarely went out. Zhang Cheng knew more about places to go. Zhang Cheng, there's not much fun, but a new murder mystery game shop just opened in town. I was planning to ask you to go today. Shiwubu Wenzhong, what time? They'll bring one more person. Zhang Cheng, afternoon, there are more people then. Shiwubu Wenzhong. Ji Mingli went back to lie down after breakfast. Ji Xiwen had nothing to do and lay down too. Knowing the young master was in a bad mood, she didn't directly provoke him, but sent a message instead. Ji Sui had a fight with Chi Kai. Though not loud, it was exhausting. He restrained his temper, didn't book a flight to fly back immediately. Returning to his room, he spotted an unopened cola on the table, twisted off the cap, and drank half the bottle in one go. Carbonated drinks consumed too fast cause a stinging sensation on the tongue. He waited quietly for that feeling to fade, then took off his jacket, lay down on the bed, and grabbed his phone. There were several unread messages. Su Jiang and Li Junyu were gossiping in the group chat, asking what it felt like to meet the parents. He couldn't be bothered to reply. He exited and scrolled down. There was a message from Ji Xiwen. Shiwubu Wenzhong want to play murder mystery this afternoon. CS, you have that here. Shiwubu Wenzhong, yeah, just opened. He was too bored here. Around 10 o'clock, Ji Rong came to knock. CC, come out. Your parents have reached the village. He was too bored here. Around 10 o'clock, Ji Rong came to knock. CC, come out. Your parents have reached the village. Ji Xiwen sat up abruptly. Okay. The sound of Ji Rong's footsteps fading away came from outside. Ji Xiwen jumped off the bed, sat at the makeup table, retied her hair, straightened her clothes. She leaned in to check her complexion. Mingli, do you think I should put on some makeup? No need, Ji Mingli said. They're your biological parents. No need to make a big fuss. I'm a bit nervous. Ji Xiwen tilted her head, thinking. Last time I saw them was during the New Year. It had been 10 whole months. What a tragedy. Ji Mingli clicked her tongue and shook her head. If you were my daughter, I'd take you everywhere I go. Even someone as spoiled and self-righteous as she was could find no fault with Ji Xiwen. Pretty diligent and good at studies. You say that once a year. Ji Xiwen stood up, straightened her pants again, and then went out. Luo Meixia and Ji Tao hadn't seen their eldest son and daughter-in-law in a long time. The two old folks missed them terribly. The whole family waited at the door, just like yesterday when they welcomed Chi Kai. Chi Sui didn't want to come originally, but Chi Kai dragged him along. He stood at the edge, hands in his pockets, looking at the sky and the ground. After about 2 minutes, a tricycle appeared in the distance. Chi Sui squinted vaguely, seeing a family of 3 in the back. He instinctively looked at Ji Xiwen again. He could only see the back of her head, unable to read her expression. Ji Xiwen was actually a bit dazed. In her field of vision, the tricycle grew closer, changing from small to large, and the people on it became clearer. She stood frozen. She watched as her uncle and grandmother stepped forward, and her younger brother Ji Firen was the first to. He wore a stylish new jacket, sneakers, and his hairstyle was different from the village kids. Or perhaps it wasn't the hairstyle, but the aura. He had been born in the capital. To him, Ji family village wasn't home, just a resort that refreshed once a year, where he stayed a few days, enjoyed the affection of his grandparents and sister, and soon returned. He had a sweet mouth. Grandpa, Grandma, I missed you. Oh, Ranran is so good. One sentence delighted both elders immensely. Luo Meixia quickly pulled a lollipop from her pocket. Here, have some candy. Ji Firen didn't dare to take it, instinctively looking at his mother. Ji Xiwen's gaze followed to look at her mother. Having not seen her for nearly half a year, Minging appeared unchanged from before. Her hair tied in a low bun, her face free of makeup. Minging patted Ji Firen's head. Ranran, you're losing teeth lately, so no candy. First say thank you to Grandma. Ji Firen nodded, walked to Luo Meixia, and said sweetly, thank you, Grandma. Luo Meixia smiled and ruffled his hair. Ji Firen flinched back. Ranran, Minging said softly. Ji Firen pressed his lips together. He simply felt that Grandma's hands were a bit dirty. It's fine, it's fine. Ji Tao stepped in with a placating smile. Let's go inside, the wind is strong out here. The group thronged into the living room. Chi Sui had no interest in this kind of family reunion scene, especially since his own family was fractured, a stark contrast that made his situation all the more tragic. He seized an opportunity to slip away. Chi Kai noticed him, but couldn't be bothered to intervene. Ji Xiwen fetched 3 cups, poured water, and handed the first to Minging. Mom, have some water. Minging looked her up and down, then nodded, and took a sip from the cup. There was no smile, no greeting. It was as if they were too strong. She belonged to the latter. 16 years had been enough for her to accept it. The smile on Luo Meixia's face gradually faded. After the family finished their small talk and went about their own business, she sought out her eldest. She belonged to the latter. 16 years had been enough for her to accept it. The smile on Luo Meixia's face gradually faded. After the family finished their small talk and went about their own business, she sought out her eldest son and daughter-in-law for a private conversation. During lunch, Minging smiled and placed a piece of lamb on Ji Xiwen's plate. Cici, try this. Mom made it. Ji Xiwen stared at the lamb in her bowl. Thank you, Mom. Luo Meixia watched him passively. Chi Sui, on the other hand, frowned and asked Ji Xiwen, don't you eat lamb? Though he hadn't known Ji Xiwen for long, they had shared countless meals together, and he knew she avoided scallions, ginger lamb, and even durian when her palate was mild. The moment Chi Sui spoke, the entire table fell silent. Ming Ying's smile vanished, and she tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Chi Kai could hardly bear to watch. How had he fathered such a blockhead? Ming Ying said awkwardly, Mom got it wrong. I thought it was beef you didn't eat. It's fine. Ji Xiwen smiled. She glanced at Chi Sui again. The young master remained composed, meeting her gaze without flinching. It wasn't until the afternoon, when the two of them went to the town to play a murder mystery game, that Ji Xiwen quietly asked, at lunch, did you do that on purpose? Ji Sui was actually quite emotionally intelligent. But asking that question deliberately in front of everyone was meant to deny Ming Ying any face. I was just genuinely curious and asked casually. Ji Sui shrugged. Ji Xiwen. Ahead was a bubble tea shop run by the owner himself, which had been in town for 3 years and was a popular photo spot for many girls. She stopped and asked, "Do you want some?" Ji Sui looked at it with a critical eye. "Is it good? It's okay, the taste is decent." Ji Xiwen said, "My treat. Try it first." The young master folded his arms and gave a slight nod of approval. Ji Xiwen pushed open the door first and made a gesture of, "After you." Ji Sui was pleased with her deference and walked in. While waiting for their order, 3 girls at a nearby table, who looked like middle schoolers, whispered, "He's so handsome. Seriously, how does a place like this have such a gorgeous guy?" Ji Xiwen thought to herself, indeed, he was very handsome. She stole another glance. He was looking down at his phone, expressionless, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Or perhaps he had heard, but was so used to it that he couldn't be bothered to respond. Ji Xiwen ordered an extra cup for Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng had arrived earlier than them and was already at the murder mystery store. It was Ji Xiwen's first time at such a venue. The decoration style was quite interesting, with large swaths of graffiti covering the walls. Cici. Zhang Cheng, who had been pricking up her ears for any sound, dashed out as soon as she heard the footsteps. Chengzi. Ji Xiwen ran over happily. The 2 sisters, who rarely got to see each other, were ecstatic and greeted each other with a big hug. After the embrace, Zhang Cheng finally had a chance to look behind Ji Xiwen. She was instantly stunned. Ji Sui leaned lazily against the wall. The corridor light was extremely bright, as if it were daytime, illuminating his sharply defined brow bones. With his eyes lowered, his gaze toward them was casual. This was beauty visible to the naked eye. No Photoshop, no filters, no need to adjust angles. Pure raw handsomeness. For the first time in her life, Zhang Cheng encountered a guy of this level in reality and was rendered speechless by his good looks. Only after they entered the room and were collecting their scripts did Zhang Cheng snap out of it and whisper to Ji Xiwen, "Holy crap, is this the thug you mentioned last time?" "I take it back. Ugly ones are thugs, handsome ones are school bosses." Ji Xiwen. She was speechless for 2 seconds. "Fine." Zhang Cheng pondered for a moment and added, "You're pretty impressive. If I were living under the same roof as a hottie like that, I'd have butterflies in my stomach." "Take advantage of the proximity. But you're so calm." Ji Xiwen cautiously glanced at Ji Sui. He was resting his forehead on one hand, reading the script, completely oblivious that the 2 of them were gossiping about him. Relieved, Ji Xiwen said in a hushed voice, "He is handsome, but his temper is awful." Zhang Cheng. "How awful?" Ji Xiwen thought for a moment and replied, "As awful as he is handsome." Zhang Cheng. "Then forget it." She sobered up instantly. Ji Xiwen was playing a murder mystery game for the first time. Perhaps as a beginner's bonus, she was directly assigned the undercover role. She was a bit flustered, but only for a second or 2. She quietly started analyzing the plot. It was an 8-player game, and they were grouped with a couple and 3 close friends. Ji Xiwen played dumb the whole time. She looked around. The couple was deeply in love, almost sitting on the same stool. The 3 friends were all naive sweethearts, their emotions written all over their faces. Zhang Cheng was even less of a worry, a pushover who believed whatever anyone said. It seemed that only Ji Sui appeared to have a higher IQ and more rigorous logic. So throughout the game, she echoed whatever Ji Sui said, acting like a little lackey. Though Ji Sui didn't say anything, Ji Xiwen could tell he was quite pleased with her perceptiveness. When it came time to deduce the murderer at the end, the guy from the couple kept suspecting Ji Xiwen. Ji Xiwen frequently looked to Ji Sui for help, which greatly satisfied his protective instincts. She's not being inconsistent, as she's just playing this game for the first time and isn't familiar with it. Ji Sui defended. Ji Xiwen quickly nodded. "That's right." With Ji Sui's full support, Ji Xiwen naturally succeeded as the under. When the game ended, Ji Sui sat silently in his chair. The guy across from him stood up, put his arm around his girlfriend's shoulder, and sighed, "Bro, you'd better be more careful next time. Don't fall for a honey trap again." Ji Sui. Ji Xiwen hesitated. "You'll learn your lesson next time." He spoke each word deliberately. Ji Xiwen's right eyelid twitched. She innocently touched her earlobe. "I really didn't mean to." He spoke each word deliberately. Ji Xiwen's right eyelid twitched. She innocently touched her earlobe. "I really didn't mean to." "Let's go home," Ji Sui said with a dark face. When they returned to the Ji residence, dinner was being prepared. Ji Sui got off the electric scooter, his legs cramped from the cramped position. "Here, teach me how to ride it." Ji Xiwen remained seated on the scooter, fiddling with the handlebars. "I feel like you won't even use it after learning." Mr. Chi, whenever he went out, was either chauffeured around, or if the driver was busy, he had money to take a taxi. In short, he did whatever was most comfortable. One can never have too many skills, Ji Sui said. Ji Xiwen was convinced and got off the scooter. "It's actually pretty simple. First sit on it, keep your balance, this is the brake." Ji Sui liked outdoor cycling and skateboarding, so he had excellent body balance. Thus he picked up the electric scooter very quickly, especially on a day like this, neither cold nor hot without the sun. Riding the scooter and feeling the breeze was quite pleasant. Ji Xiwen stood at the doorstep, arms crossed, watching Chi Sui circle the street again and again. She strongly suspected he had become addicted to riding. Until someone tugged at her sleeve. She withdrew her gaze and looked down. Ji Xiwen smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. Sister, have some. He was holding a pack of cookies. The cookies looked familiar. They were bought by Luo Meixiao on purpose at the supermarket. Every time Ji Xiwen came back, Luo Meixiao would go to the supermarket to buy some snacks to stock up at home. She knew her grandson had high standards, everything he ate, wore, and used had to be of good quality. She rarely went to the supermarket thinking that the snacks there were all high-end products. Basically, she only went once a year right before Ji Xiwen was about to come back. Ji Xiwen asked in confusion, did Grandma give these to you? Yes, yes. Ji Xiwen smiled happily with crescent eyes. Sister, you can have them. Ji Xiwen bent down slightly and reached out to pat his head. Why aren't you eating them? I don't like them. They taste bad. I prefer the ones at my home, all imported. Ji Xiwen continued smiling. Grandma insisted on giving them to me. I didn't want them, but Mom told me to take them. Ji Xiwen. She was silent for a long time. So long that Ji Xiwen grew a bit impatient. He shook the cookies in his hand. Sister, are you going to eat them or not? If not, I'll go ask someone else. I'll eat them. Ji Xiwen took the cookies from his hand. Thank you, sister. Ji Xiwen thanked her politely again and skipped away happily. Ji Xiwen watched his back until a gust of wind rushed from behind. Chi Sui, with his feet on the ground, lifted his chin slightly. What are you spacing out for? I was thinking. Ji Xiwen turned around. Do you want some cookies? Huh. Chi Sui was puzzled. What? Ji Xiwen opened her palm. Do you want some? Huh. Chi Sui stared at it for a moment, took it, tore it open, and took a bite. Is it good? Ji Xiwen asked. It's okay. Chi Sui was a bit hungry now, so he took another bite and mumbled, it just tastes like cookies. Ji Xiwen tilted her head. I thought a young master like you would look down on these cookies and only eat imported ones. Are you crazy? Chi Sui cursed softly. Aren't all cookies the same? Can the ones from abroad be plated with gold? Ji Xiwen smiled. That makes sense. Chi Sui looked up, sensing something odd in her expression. He thought for a moment and said, don't worry. I'm the type who usually gets angry on the spot. I don't hold grudges. Huh. Ji Xiwen was bewildered. Chi Sui clicked his tongue. I mean what I said at the murder mystery place. Just you wait. Was just a casual remark. Don't take it to heart. I know. Ji Xiwen said. I didn't take it to heart. Chi Sui. Chi Sui was silent for a moment, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a sentence. Fine, you're good. Ji Xiwen blinked and started changing the subject. Let's go eat. Chi Sui refused, pressing the accelerator. I want to take another 2 rounds. Ji Xiwen. It was also quite magical. Ji Xiwen's uncle was a weak-willed man who always listened to his wife, had a soft ear, and wasn't serious in school, eventually dropping out to attend a technical school to learn cooking. Unexpectedly, he had a great talent for cooking, making dishes that were perfect in color, aroma, and taste. He was the one in charge of tonight's meal. Even Chi Sui, who was so picky he could fly to Mars, ate 2 bowls of rice. After dinner, Luo Meixiao washed a bunch of fruits and handed them out one by one as post-meal fruit. When it was Chi Sui's turn, she smiled warmly and pulled out an apple. Chi Sui. These were picked just this afternoon, very fresh and crisp. Luo Meixia's hands were wet, holding a small green apple with a beautiful color. Try it, you definitely can't get this flavor where you're from. Chi Sui stiffened for a moment. When he met the old woman's kind gaze, it felt like basking in the warm winter sun, every inch of his skin comfortably soaking in the rays. Ji Xiwen had heard Aunt Shin say more than once that he didn't like eating apples. She hesitated, wanting to say something. Just as she was thinking of how to help him out, Chi Sui suddenly took the green apple. Ji Xiwen was stunned. After dinner, everyone went about their own business. Minjing Aunt and Ji Rong cleared the table and went into the kitchen to wash dishes. The uncle, grandparents, and Chi Kai were playing mahjong in the mahjong room. Ji Mingxiang had a very bad reputation in the village, with no girl willing to date him. Desperate for a relationship, he found a girlfriend through a game and rushed back to his room after dinner to have a long phone call with her. Ji Mingli went out to play with friends from the village. Ji Xiwen sat on the sofa, holding the remote control, constantly changing channels. Ji Xiwen looked around and saw that everyone was busy with their own things. She quietly sat down next to Chi Sui. He was holding the green apple, examining it carefully under the light. Even if you stare at it all night, it's still just an apple. Ji Xiwen tilted her head. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me, you'll eat it. Why are you? Chi Sui clicked his tongue, snatching food from a guest. Ji Xiwen. She pointed at herself incredulously. I'm snatching food from a guest. Isn't it? Chi Sui glanced at her, then stared at the apple, pondering how to take a bite. After all, the young master usually had his fruit peeled and cut into pieces by someone very convenient. If no one served him, he would rather not eat. Ji Xiwen took a deep breath. Aunt Shin said before that you don't like apples. I was trying to help you out. That was before. The young master glanced at her. I want to try it now. Ji Xiwen's mouth twitched, completely at a loss. Go ahead, go ahead. Ji Sui stared at the apple for a long time. Just as Ji Xiwen began to wonder if he could see something she couldn't, the young master finally opened his mouth and took a bite. Ji Xiwen subconsciously held her breath. Just as she thought Ji Sui would spit it out, he chewed slowly. Indeed. As disgusting as I imagined. Ji Xiwen. She also took a green apple from the fruit bowl and took a bite directly. It was crisp, sweet, and sour, full of juice. She mumbled, "It's pretty good." Ji Sui clicked his tongue. "You say everything is delicious." Ji Xiwen was speechless. Her palate was light, and she wasn't picky. She would eat almost anything as long as it wasn't too heavily flavored. She had assumed Ji Sui would take only 2 bites and stop, but to her surprise he finished the entire thing with a frown. Ji Sui pulled out a tissue to wipe the juice from his fingertips and asked in an indifferent tone, "Ready to go?" He had heard that occasionally people gathered in the village square at night to dance, but the young master had never seen it for himself. He had remembered Ji Xiwen mentioning it during the day, and it had lingered in his mind ever since. Yet he was reluctant to show too much interest, maintaining a mysterious reserve and a stubborn silence. "Let's go," Ji Xiwen said, rising to her feet. The two left the courtyard, and Ji Sui extended his hand. "I'll drive you." "Ji Xiwen. Do you even know the way? Just point me in the direction." Ji Sui was insistent. Ji Xiwen didn't argue further and handed him the keys. The October night wind was cold, seeping straight into her bones. The roads of Jijia village had been repaved just a few years ago, so the cement was still fairly smooth, but the streetlights were practically useless. The bulbs were lit, but the path was barely visible, even dimmer than the headlight on an electric scooter. Unfamiliar with the route, Ji Sui drove very slowly. Ji Xiwen shrank deeper into her hoodie, tucking her fingertips into the sleeves. She had miscalculated, forgotten to grab a jacket. Fortunately, the person in front shielded her from the wind. The young man was still wearing the same black jacket from earlier, its fabric smooth and crisp, the cut remarkably flattering, accentuating his broad shoulders and long arms. Ji Xiwen could faintly catch a hint of the incense fragrance on him. Somehow she felt a twinge of amusement. Who would have thought that a pampered young master raised in luxury would actually enjoy riding an electric scooter? And he was clearly enjoying it. After nearly 10 minutes of riding, the glow of the distant square grew increasingly brighter. The square was built beside the river, and under the bright lights the small stream glittered with ripples. From a distance, it was already bustling with the clamor of voices. Humans are social animals by nature, fond of lively gatherings. Few people stay cooped up at home at night, especially the farmers who were used to being busy. The square was the only source of entertainment in the village, drawing men, women, the elderly, and children alike. Under the shade of the trees were 2 neat rows of fitness equipment, all occupied, mostly by children, especially the stride machine, where a queue had already... "Oh dear," Ji Xiwen hugged her arms and sighed. "We're late today. Oh, I guess we won't get a turn." Ji Sui followed her gaze and was about to speak when someone in the distance waved enthusiastically. Ji Xiwen. Both of them looked up at the source of the voice. Ji Mingli stood under the streetlight in full makeup, adhering to her principle of better to freeze than be ugly, wearing a white cotton dress that bared her calves. Beside her stood 2 girls, both childhood friends who had grown up with her. They were also practically Ji Xiwen's childhood friends. They had all gotten along well in the past. Compared to the spoiled and temperamental Ji Mingli, the meek and accommodating Ji Xiwen was more popular. She was a good kid. If you were her friend and asked for help, she never refused. If you made a request, no matter how excessive, she would agree. If she had snacks or fun things in her hands and you asked for them, even if she didn't want to part with them, she would give them to you. Until the 1st grade, Ji Xiwen rarely went out to play with these friends anymore. During the first class of 1st grade, the homeroom teacher spoke earnestly, "For children from our background, studying is the best path forward." The young teacher, who had come to teach in the countryside from a big city, had said it on a whim, never expecting that a group of 6 or 7-year-olds would take it to heart. But Ji Xiwen remembered. When class ended, still half confused, she went to consult the teacher again. The teacher patted her head and said, "It means that as long as you study hard, you can basically do anything you want to do and get anything you want." Ji Xiwen was only 7 then. She didn't understand much, only wanted to go to the distant capital to see her parents and be reunited with them. So from 1st grade onward, Ji Xiwen studied diligently. While Ji Mingli barely finished her homework, Ji Xiwen had already started previewing. She no longer went out to play, as she reviewed, previewed, studied, and learned. When she finished the textbooks, she expanded her knowledge further. From 1st grade, she was an unshakable 1st in class and 1st in grade. All her mind was on studying, and she gradually grew distant from her childhood friends. Only the clingy and persistent Zhang Cheng stayed by her side. The 2 girls were named Xiao Jing and Ruru. When the 4 girls met, Xiao Jing smiled and said, "Xiwen, long time no see." "Long time no see." Ji Xiwen smiled politely. Ji Mingli came over and hooked her arm around her shoulder. "Come on, let's go dance." Ruru, the quietest, kept stealing glances at Ji Sui. But Ji Sui had never cared about others' gazes. Too many people had looked at him since he was a child. unless the weather was terrible, every night saw a huge crowd of dancers. Those who arrived late had to stand at the back, while the front rows were almost entirely taken by middle-aged women, all dancing with great enthusiasm. The people in the back row chatted as they danced. Ruru, standing on Ji Xiwen's left, whispered, "Is that your brother?" "Brother?" When that word came from someone else's mouth, Ji Xiwen was momentarily stunned. "I suppose you could say that. He's really handsome." Ruru smiled shyly. "Can you give me his contact info?" "No," Ji Xiwen refused bluntly. Ruru's expression changed, but before she could speak, Ji Xiwen added, "I need to ask him first." "Fine." Ruru tucked her hair behind her ear. "Ask him then." Ji Xiwen looked to her left. Young Master Qi was currently swinging his arms, turning left and right. The surroundings were a bit noisy for him, but the noise carried a kind of novelty, so he could barely tolerate it. Except that the middle-aged woman in the front row had an extremely loud voice. The surroundings were a bit noisy for him, but the noise carried a kind of novelty, so he could barely tolerate it. Except he's almost 30 now, doesn't look for a job, just stays home every day reviewing, eating, and drinking off his parents. It's a damn nightmare. Qi Sui. Amidst the rough and chaotic voices, a soft voice suddenly rang out. Qi Sui abruptly turned his head. Ji Xiwen leaned in, her voice sweet and clear. "My friend wants to add you on social media." "No." Qi Sui answered casually. "No need." The bright light clearly illuminated his brows and eyes, his tall figure, and his indifferent expression. His entire demeanor was languid, yet refined, utterly out of place with the surroundings. In the darkness, Ji Xiwen suddenly felt a bit dazed. Someone like Qi Sui, a young master living in the clouds, belonged to a different world from hers, especially when they first met. Qi Sui was practically the epitome of a pretentious show-off. But he did have the cap. She just never expected that the two of them would become acquaintances. Qi Sui was completely unaware of what Ji Xiwen was thinking at that moment. He furrowed his brows, unable to keep up with the movements of the person in front, jumping about in a fluster for a while. "Ji Xiwen, how do you do this move?" Ji Xiwen snapped back to attention, leaning in close to offer a few pointers. The two were very near to each other. Qi Sui lowered his gaze to look at her, taking in her pale lips, the upper one slightly fuller, and as she spoke he could still glimpse her white teeth. In a panic, Qi Sui quickly averted his eyes. Ji Xiwen tilted her head and asked, "Do you understand now?" "I understand," Qi Sui said. "All right." Ji Xiwen patted his shoulder. "If there's anything else you don't understand or can't do, you can always come and ask me." Qi Sui was a guest having arrived in a strange place, so he must have many questions. Naturally, she was willing to help answer them. But Ji Xiwen never expected that her words would be like the key to Pandora's box, unleashing something uncontrollable from that moment on. Master Qi by nature had no idea what politeness meant. When told to ask, he actually asked, "Ji Xiwen, why is this move on doing different from theirs?" "Ji Xiwen, why aren't you dancing?" "Ji Xiwen, why are you standing so far from me?" "Ji Xiwen, I want to go check out the riverbank, but I don't want to go alone." "Ji Xiwen." After an entire evening, Ji Xiwen was dizzy and disoriented, diligently staying by the young master's side, barely speaking to anyone else. Ruru had originally planned to approach Qi Sui alone to ask for his contact information, but he stuck to Ji Xiwen the whole time, inseparable, even if she tried to pry them apart. She finally gave up. Back home, after taking turns showering, Ji Mingli collapsed onto the bed. "I really want to ask, has Qi Sui not been weaned yet?" Ji Xiwen was lying on the sofa chatting with Luo Wenjing and Zhang Qingyan. The three had set up a small group chat. The group name was chosen by Luo Wenjing, innocent high school girls waiting for male models online. Ji Xiwen was still too thin-skinned. At first, every time she saw the group chat she felt embarrassed, but over time she finally became desensitized. He might just be new around here, not quite familiar. Ji Xiwen offered a feeble defense. "Forget it, there are only two possibilities." Ji Mingli sat up, raising two fingers with a meaningful look. "First, he hasn't been weaned and sees you as his mom. Second," she paused deliberately. Ji Xiwen finally tore her attention away from her phone and looked at Ji Mingli. "What?" Ji Mingli, like a female Conan, extended her hand. "Eliminate all impossible factors, and whatever remains, no matter how unwilling you are to believe it, is the truth of the matter. That is, he likes you." Ji Xiwen held her phone, the group chat messages vibrating incessantly. She was silent for a moment. "Then he probably really sees me as his mom." Ji Mingli couldn't help but laugh, snorting a few times. All right. Thread in Xiwen's hand closed on Ji Mingli swayed her head, overcome with poetic inspiration. "Ji Xiwen." She closed her eyes and silently apologized to Master Qi in her heart. Compared to the second possibility, the first one actually seemed somewhat plausible. After making a fuss for a while, Ji Mingli went back to binge-watching her idols. Ji Xiwen redirected her attention to the group chat. Zhang Qingyan and Shui Kai had officially gotten together today. They had changed to matching profile pictures and nicknames and posted an announcement on their moments. Ji Xiwen tapped into her moments and saw that even the wallpaper above had been replaced with a photo of their interlocked fingers. Zhang Xingyan, are you all free the day before school starts? He'll treat you to a meal. Luo Wenjing immediately responded free. The return flight to Pingsheng was booked for the morning of the 5th. Shiwubu Wenzhong am free too. The next morning, Ji Xiwen woke up early as usual. Ji Mingli was sound asleep, hugging a stuffed toy. Ji Xiwen tiptoed out of the room and went to the courtyard to wash up. The morning temperature was a bit low. The water from the tap seemed to be groundwater, icy cold. She filled a cup with water and started brushing her teeth, all the while thinking about what to do today. Tingzhong was already awake, rubbing against Ji Xiwen's calf, whining and clinging. Ji Xiwen crouched down and footsteps sounded behind her. Ji Xiwen turned her head, toothbrush still in her mouth. Ming Ying, with her long hair tied up, said flatly, "Don't touch the dog while brushing your teeth." All right. Ji Xiwen obediently let go. Mother and daughter stood together at the wash basin. Ming Ying was squeezing toothpaste, saying as she did, "Your bangs are too long. I'll take you out this afternoon to get them trimmed." Ji Xiwen's brushing slowed for a beat, and she mumbled, "It's fine as it is now." "What's so fine about it?" Ming Ying furrowed her brows, a faint displeasure coloring her face. "A nice young girl, so pretty, and you keep such an ugly hairstyle. Are you afraid to be seen?" Ji Xiwen bit her toothbrush, taking a long while before she spat out the toothpaste foam. A little what? Afraid others will see." Ming Ying's frown deepened. "Is it still because of what happened before?" Ji Xiwen was slightly surprised. Your aunt mentioned it to me before." Ming Ying rinsed her mouth, unconcerned. "It's a small thing. No need to torment yourself over someone like that." Ji Xiwen lowered her eyes. She had thought Ming Ying didn't know about it, but she did. And yet, after knowing she hadn't even made a single phone call to check on her, she filled a cup with water to rinse the toothpaste from her mouth. "I'm going out with Zhang Cheng this afternoon. She'll take me to the..." "That works." Ming Ying's tone was indifferent. She shared the same type of beauty as Ji Xiwen. Fair skin, soft features, especially those eyes which were identical to her daughter's. She was slender, the pale daylight casting a quiet aura about her that seemed out of place with the surroundings. Ji Xiwen had heard a lot about Ming Ying from her aunt Ji Rong. She had been an excellent student, the kind who burned the candle at both ends and gritted her teeth to persevere, but unfortunately, she had to drop out after junior high and go to work. She was born too early in an era when education was a luxury, and there were 2 boys in the family. In rural areas, few girls could study, most dropped out early to work, sending their earnings home, and by the time they came of age, they would be married off around 18. Ming Ying dropped out to work, spent 5 or 6 years away, and sent most of her monthly wages back home. At 20, she received a call saying her father was gravely ill. She rushed back home in a hurry, only to find wedding decorations hanging everywhere, the walls plastered with double happiness characters, all red. A sound came from the doorway. A strange man smiled at her shyly. Her mother pointed at him and told Ming Ying, "This is your future husband." Others asking if she had brought any snacks. A sound came from the doorway. A strange man smiled at her shyly. Her mother pointed at him and told Ming Ying, "This is your future husband." Ming Ying was stunningly beautiful, known throughout the villages. So her bride price was higher than other girls. Those who liked her couldn't afford it, and her mother refused to lower the price. After all, her daughter was capable and could earn good money working away. They waited and waited until finally someone was willing to pay that much. That man was Ji Xiwen's father, Ji Zifeng. Fortunately, Ji Zifeng was a good man. Though not particularly ambitious, he doted on his wife and listened to her. In the first year of marriage, Ming Ying gave birth to Ji Xiwen. She proposed going to work in another city, and Ji Zifeng agreed without a second thought. Over the years, she only returned for the spring festival. When Ji Xiwen was young, she missed her parents terribly, but now she had grown up. She harbored no resentment toward Ming Ying's preferential treatment. To her, Ming Ying, Ji Zifeng, and even Ji Firen were all strangers, guests, and they spent at most a few days together each year, maintaining harmony and keeping things pleasant. As for her bangs, Ji Xiwen had been thinking of cutting them recently. She wasn't the type to dwell on the past. She had kept them only to enjoy a little peace and quiet. Now that she had transferred to Pingzhong, she realized there were many pretty girls, each confident and unashamedly showing off their beauty. People are heavily influenced by their environment. The month she had spent at Pingzhong had indeed changed her thinking a little. Chi Sui had barely slept the previous day, so this sleep was exceptionally long. When he opened his eyes, sunlight filtered through the thin curtains. He ran a hand through his hair and glanced at his phone. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. There were many unread messages on WeChat. Chi Sui tapped the app, ignored his 2 goofy friends' messages, and went straight to the one from Shiwubu Wenzhong. "Shiwubu Wenzhong, have you eaten?" "Shiwubu Wenzhong, am in town. CS know anything good to eat?" "Shiwubu Wenzhong, just some snacks. Fried noodles, cold jelly noodles, fried rice, meat buns." "CS fried rice." "Shiwubu Wenzhong, sure." After chatting, Chi Sui got up to wash up. The temperature seemed to have dropped again today. When he went out to the yard in a hoodie to wait, the cold crept densely into his body through the sleeves and collar. The family had gone to the county town to shop for clothes in the morning, so he was alone at home now. The little ugly dog heard noise in the yard and came wagging its tail. Ji Xiwen pointed at it. "Stay away from me, you ugly thing." Though Tingzhong couldn't understand, it could sense his rejection. Ji Xiwen, just like Ji Xiwen, as if he was the one bullying others. Ji Xiwen came back, carrying the packaged fried rice. As soon as she entered, Ji Xiwen, just like Ji Xiwen, as if he was the one bullying others. Ji Xiwen came back, carrying the packaged fried rice. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw the young master staring at Tingzhong. "Time to eat." She smiled and shook the bag. Ji Xiwen casually lifted his eyes. The moment he saw her, his originally unfocused gaze sharpened, and he froze entirely. It was an overcast day. The square yard opened to a boundless sky, dim light falling over lush green vegetable fields, and behind her stood a nameless tree with sparse leaves on its branches. Her black hair cascaded down her back with only a few wisps of fringe above her brows, the length just above her eyebrows. Delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes, her already small face appeared even sharper and more refined under the bangs, her jawline soft and round. She wore a white jacket and black jeans. When the wind blew, it lifted her hair gently. It was like a page from a manga turned by chance. "You got a haircut?" Ji Xiwen's voice was a little hoarse. "Yes." Ji Xiwen stepped closer, handed him the fried rice, then bent down to stroke Tingzhang's head. "I got bangs and trimmed the ends." Suddenly remembering something, she looked up again, her eyes curving into crescents. "It only cost 15 here. Back in Pingching, even a cheap salon would charge 30. She was very close. The fresh scent of shampoo wafted straight into Ji Xiwen's nose. When he remained silent for a long time, Ji Xiwen tilted her head. "What's wrong? Did someone upset you, eh?" "No." Ji Xiwen looked down, trying to hide his expression. "Good, that's settled." Ji Xiwen let out a sigh of relief and focused entirely on playing with Tingzhong. Ji Xiwen hooked the bag strap, but his gaze drifted. "Good, that's settled." Ji Xiwen let out a sigh of relief and focused entirely on playing with Tingzhong. Ji Xiwen hooked the bag strap, but his gaze drifted to her profile. "I don't want to." Ji Xiwen pinched Tingzhang's ear. "Why, oi?" Ji Xiwen was genuinely perplexed. Logically, children should miss their parents. He had assumed Ji Xiwen would cling to her parents, given how rare their reunions were. It's better to maintain this polite, distant relationship. Ji Xiwen was rubbing Tingzhang's chin, the cat's eyes narrowing in pleasure as a smile graced her lips. Yet her words carried a chilling detachment. "Don't seek any deeper bonds." Ji Xiwen appeared easygoing, docile as Ji Xiwen would put it. That was because she didn't care about most things. Deep down she was stubborn and exacting with a strong sense of order. In her eyes, these parents and her younger brother were merely guests she met once a year. She neither resented their favoritism nor their coldness. It was a clear day. As they emerged from the terminal, the warm sunlight spilled over them, as if determined to thoroughly dry the ceaseless It was a clear day. As they emerged from the terminal, the warm sunlight spilled over them, as if determined to thoroughly dry the ceaseless overcast of Ji Family Village. Back at Huaiwa Bay, the apartment was just as they had left it, spotlessly cleaned by the housekeeper. Ji Xiwen was the most exhausted, especially after the bumpy journey from bus to plane. Disgusted by the smell on himself, he headed straight to the bathroom. Ji Xiwen had nothing to do and wasn't sleepy, so she fetched a brand new set of test papers and went to the adjacent study to work on them. She finished the National Day homework assigned by the teacher in 2 days. At 4 o'clock on the afternoon before school started, Ji Xiwen left on time. She had agreed to meet Luo Wenjing at the subway station entrance. At 4 o'clock on the afternoon before school started, Ji Xiwen left on time. She had agreed to meet Luo Wenjing. As soon as Ji Xiwen came out, she spotted her and waved excitedly. But Luo Wenjing showed no reaction, still scanning the area as if searching for someone. Only when Ji Xiwen stood before her and waved again did Luo Wenjing step back abruptly. "Cici." Her face was full of undisguised surprise as she looked Ji Xiwen up and down. "Why so surprised?" Ji Xiwen smiled. "Didn't you recognize me?" "I really didn't." Luo Wenjing exclaimed happily. "You cut your bangs. This fringe suits you perfectly. You look stunning. When you came out just now, I glanced over, but didn't dare look again out of shyness." "No way," Luo Wenjing said. "You'll need to trim them off, and once they grow a bit, they won't look as good. But honestly, with your looks, even a bald head—" "No way," Luo Wenjing said. "You'll need to trim them off, and once they grow a bit, they won't look as good. But honestly, with your looks, even a bald head would be beautiful. You'll see when they grow out." Ji Xiwen laughed. The two huddled together, sharing what they had done over the National Day holiday. The venue for this gathering was quite close to the subway station, just a 10-minute walk. Before they arrived, Zhang Qingyan had told them in the group chat that quite a few people would be coming. Even with the warning, Ji Xiwen was startled when she entered the private room. The room was spacious, big enough for karaoke, card games, and various party activities. In the center was a wide table flanked by sofas on both sides. Some sat on the sofas eating and chatting, others held microphones singing, a few stood by the window on the phone. Scattered about there were nearly 20 people. When the door opened, the room fell silent for a moment, all eyes turning to the entrance. Su Jiang, who was fighting Li Junyu for the microphone, looked up at the sound. He thought it was that dawdling guy surnamed Chi finally arriving and was about to tease him, but instead saw two girls. The one on the left in overalls looked familiar, a quiet, honest girl from their class. The other. Su Jiang's gaze landed on her, and he froze completely. A light pink hoodie paired with white cotton pants, her hair in a ponytail, stray wisps ruffled by the wind. Her expression was slightly shy, but her face was pure and stunning. She was slender, as if a light breeze could blow her away. Damn, Su Jiang whispered to Li Junyu. She's sweet dream girl. I like her too. I want to add her on WeChat. Li Junyu glanced over. Zhang Qingyan had already gone to greet them, and the three girls were huddled together chatting happily. He looked away, silent for a few seconds. Don't you recognize her? What do you mean? Su Jiang was puzzled. You know her? Actually, she does look familiar, but I can't place where I've seen her. I don't recognize her face, but think about it. Zhang Qingyan usually keeps to herself in class, basically only hangs out with two people. She'd probably only invite those two. Li Junyu trailed off knowingly. Su Jiang's eyes lit up. You mean she's that little top student in our class? Li Junyu seized the opportunity to snatch the microphone from his hand. Su Jiang glanced toward Ji Xiwen, forgot about fighting for the mic, and walked over to where the three girls were sitting, phone in hand. Zhang Qingyan found an empty sofa and pulled Ji Xiwen and Luo Wenjing down to sit. The three naturally started chattering away. Luo Wenjing asked quietly, "Where's your boyfriend?" "Outside smoking." Zhang Qingyan picked up the menu. "What do you two want to eat?" "The fried sauce noodles and snack platter here are pretty good." "What's in the snack platter?" Ji Xiwen asked curiously. "Egg tarts, popcorn, chicken fries, and chicken wings." Zhang Qingyan handed the menu to them. "Order whatever you want. Chui Kai has tons of pocket money." Ji Xiwen ordered a snack platter, and Luo Wenjing got a bowl of beef noodles. "Classmate Ji." Ji Xiwen put down the menu as a familiar voice came from beside her. She looked up puzzled. "Moi." Su Jiang smiled and shook his phone. "Let's add each other on WeChat." Ji Xiwen had a good impression of Su Jiang. Witty, cheerful, easygoing, someone who could chat with anyone and always smooth things over. Without much hesitation, she scanned his QR code. Li Junyu had just sung a couple of lines when he saw Su Jiang return with a dazed expression, phone in hand, browsed deep. Li Junyu ignored him until he finished the whole song and passed the mic to someone else. Then he leaned in and asked, "Didn't get her WeChat?" "I got it." Su Jiang was still in a daze. "It's just what?" Li Junyu's curiosity was piqued. Words couldn't explain it. Su Jiang simply held up his phone for Li Junyu to see. Li Junyu looked at the screen, his eyes slowly widening. The nickname stream at noon, no bell. Beside it, the avatar was a small red strawberry holding a sword. Unmistakably Shangguanzi from Guobao to Guang. It was Shangguanzi from Guobao to Guang. That stepsister of Chi Sui seems to be. Li Junyu trailed off. She has the same profile picture too. Su Jiang had only glanced at it briefly, but he remembered more clearly than Li Junyu. Exactly the same. Su Jiang said with a pained expression. The two brothers exchanged another glance, and everything was understood without words. Su Jiang said with a pained expression. The two brothers exchanged another glance, and everything was understood without words. Su Jiang picked up a can of beer and clicked his tongue. "Chi Sui, you damn beast." Li Junyu clinked his can against Su Jiang's. No wonder his online name is CS. Chi Sui arrived late. Today, for once, Zhuang Qingping had returned to Pingqing, and mother and son had a meal together. He pushed open the door of the private room. When everyone saw him, they began to tease him. He spoke first. "Not good, not good. Master Chi is way too late. Clearly he doesn't want to give our brother Kai face." That's right. Su Jiang immediately chimed in. "A penalty drink. One glass is too little. Are you guys sick?" Chi Sui casually grabbed a throw pillow from the sofa and hurled it at the rowdiest group of boys. "Final drink, a can of beer, okay?" one boy said with a laugh. Drink up. Chi Sui casually picked up a can of beer, hooked his finger under the tab, tore it open, tilted his head back, and began to drink. He was wearing a new jacket today, a very light green with the collar open. The inner shirt underneath had a low neckline revealing two deep, hollowed collarbones. He also wore a silver necklace that rested against his collarbones, the metal pressing against his pale, cool skin, exuding an inexplicable sensuality. His posture as he tilted his head back to drink fully exposed him to everyone's view. Not until he had quickly finished the entire bottle of beer did Ji Xiwen finally look away and quietly asked Luo Wenjing, "Do we still need to drink?" "Definitely not." Luo Wenjing said, "This group is rowdy, but they know their limits. They usually don't make things difficult for the girls." "That's good to know." Ji Xiwen lowered her head and took a bite of an egg tart. The egg tarts at this place were already good enough to open a shop. There were 4 in total, each with a different flavor. 1 chocolate, 1 matcha, 1 strawberry, and 1 original. The crust was flaky and crisp, and the sweetness was just right. After barely managing to get through the socializing, Ji Sui found an empty seat and sat down. Su Jiang hooked his arm around Ji Sui's shoulder and threatened, "I'm giving you a chance to come clean. If you confess honestly, the organization might consider leniency." "Are you sick?" Ji Sui slapped his hand away. "What am I supposed to confess?" Su Jiang pulled out his phone. "Take a look for yourself." Ji Sui's expression was casual and different as he glanced down. His gaze slowly froze. On the screen was clearly Ji Xiwen's WeChat. "You added her as a friend?" His voice dropped a little. "Huh." Su Jiang gasped. "You didn't even deny it." "Then our guess was right," Li Junyu said in a low, ominous tone. Su Jiang squinted. "You really know how to keep secrets." "You talk too much." Ji Sui poured himself a glass of warm water, tilted his head back, and took a sip to wash away the taste of beer. "Why did you add her on WeChat?" "Li Junyu, you're so concerned." Sui. "I think she's pretty. What's wrong with adding her on WeChat?" Su Jiang said nonchalantly. His WeChat friend list was huge. He would ask for contact info whenever he saw a pretty girl. "Don't harass her," Ji Sui warned. "Got it." Su Jiang was displeased with Ji Sui's choice of words. "Why do you call it harassment? Isn't it?" Ji Sui shot. "Of course not," Su Jiang said with righteous indignation. "Given our close relationship, since she's your sister, she's also my sister. It's perfectly normal for a brother to add his sister on WeChat and send a few greetings." "Get lost, who's your sister?" Ji Sui was nearly infuriated by this remark. "You have no shame." "She's not." Li Junyu, who had been watching the drama unfold, finally asked, "Why do you care so much?" Ji Sui. "Exactly." Su Jiang caught on as well. "You really do care an awful lot. Could it be that you—" He stopped abruptly, staring at Ji Sui. The lighting in the private room was not particularly bright. As Su Jiang studied him, Ji Sui suddenly felt a flutter of unease. He couldn't pinpoint the source of his anxiety. Turning his head, he scanned the room and finally spotted Ji Xiwen in a corner. The people around her were saying something, and she was laughing, her eyes curving into crescents with deep dimples at the corners of her lips. Ji Sui opened his mouth to call her name. During this National Day trip to Jijia Village, the hardest thing for him to quit was Ji Xiwen. Back in Jijia Village, she was the only person he was close to. He could call her name 800 times a day. When he was thirsty, when he was hungry, when he was sleepy, when the chief came too close, when he wanted to ride the electric bike, when a fellow villager tried to add him on WeChat. After returning to Pingqing, he had only seen Ji Xiwen during meals these past 2 days. Ji Sui's mood had been terrible, absolutely terrible. He kept thinking about those days in Jijia Village. Back then, he could call out Ji Xiwen's name without restraint. Now he couldn't. There was no justifiable reason to call her anymore. He held back, swallowing a name that lingered on his lips. "What about me?" He met Su Jiang's gaze directly. A hint of amusement crept into Su Jiang's voice. "Are you falling for her?" He had only said it casually, but he sensed that Ji Sui was different now. He had never seen Ji Sui care so much about anyone before. Little did he know how those words stirred Ji Sui's heart. "Get lost." In his panic, that was all he could say. Su Jiang, as if relishing the abuse, actually started laughing after being cursed. "Just kidding, look at you getting worked up." "Getting worked up," Li Junyu added. "Ji Sui, you two might as well die together." Although Cui Kai's reign as the top dog in Pingqing Middle School had suffered a Waterloo thanks to Ji Sui, he still commanded a fair amount of respect. Most of the people who came today were well-known figures in their grade, and the majority were extroverted. The private room was filled with noise and laughter all night. "Come on, let's play a game. Everyone has to join. Losers must accept punishment." Cui Kai held a microphone in one hand and a box in the other. He shook the box and said, "These are all punishment cards. Let's play." "What game?" He shouted. "Number hug. One person will be the host. The host calls out a number, and that many people have to huddle together," Cui Kai explained. "It's simple." Ji Xiwen usually spent weekends either going to the town with Zhang Cheng or riding the bus to the county for some good food. She rarely attended such gatherings. She didn't quite understand the game and asked Luo Wenjing quietly, "Do you know how to play?" "I'm a bit confused." "I got this. Just follow me." Luo Wenjing patted her chest confidently. "Okay." Ji Xiwen's eyes curved into a smile. Cui Kai handed the microphone to Zhang Qingyan. "You be the host." Zhang Qingyan understood. This was meant to help her get acquainted with Cui Kai's friends. She didn't refuse and agreed readily. When the music started, Luo Wenjing pulled Ji Xiwen to her feet. A group of people was circling around the private room. 10, 9, 8. With each countdown, Ji Xiwen felt her tension rise. 1. The music stopped. Zhang Qingyan smiled and said, "For people." The room erupted in chaos. Luo Wenjing grabbed Ji Xiwen's wrist, and they huddled together with 2 other girls. The girls all smelled sweet. Ji Xiwen hugged Luo Wenjing, craning her neck to secretly look for Ji Sui. He was huddled with Li Junyu and 2 other boys. Su Jiang was left out, hands on his hips, fuming. Left out. Left out. He ran stirred the pot. Punishment. No way I want to protest. Su Jiang raised his hand. Zhang Qingyan protest what? Su Jiang pointed at Qi Sui. That scheming bastard deliberately pushed me out. Protest denied. Qi Sui picked up the punishment box. Hurry up and draw. With a sour face, Su Jiang drew a card and handed it to Zhang. Zhang Qingyan opened it and read, "It's a dare. Grin like an idiot for 1 minute." Su Jiang froze. What? Zhang Qingyan started laughing. Grin like an idiot for 1 minute. Ha ha ha. He ran, pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and knelt on the nearest sofa like a paparazzo. Start grinning. The people around burst into laughter. Where did you two get such a ridiculous punishment? Su Jiang fumed. What do you mean by grin like an idiot? Qi Sui also pulled out his phone. Just grin the way you always do. Su Jiang. Su Jiang, being a free-spirited soul, first scolded Qi Sui, then grinned foolishly at everyone present. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, he let out a dry laugh. Others with low laughter thresholds couldn't help but join in. The private room was filled with all sorts of laughter, some like geese honking, some like chickens clucking, some like cows mooing. Qi Sui's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He was about to lose his composure. He ran, not burdened by such a heavy image, flopped onto the sofa. Laughing my ass off, this is such a bizarre scene. Normally 1 minute doesn't feel long. For someone like Su Jiang, who was heavily addicted to games, a minute might not even be enough to finish picking a hero. Now he finally understood how long this minute could be. Halfway through his laughter, his face froze. But laughter is contagious, and a nearby guy let out a goose-like laugh that tickled Su Jiang's funny bone. Zhang Qingyan looked at the stopwatch. All right, that's enough. Su Jiang, as if pardoned, jumped up and hooked his arm around Qi Sui's shoulder. Zhang Qingyan looked at the stopwatch. All right, that's enough. Su Jiang, as if pardoned, jumped up and hooked his arm around Qi Sui's shoulder, attempting a hip throw. But his fighting prowess was insufficient. Qi Sui easily kicked him away. Again, he ran, urged. Sister-in-law, take charge and stop these two shameless bastards from making a ruckus. It's annoying to watch. One sentence successfully diverted the fire. Su Jiang immediately cursed, get lost. Who do you think you were talking about, our Sui like that? Qi Sui crossed his arms. Exactly. His hair was slightly tousled. Under the light, his high nose bridge looked like it had been highlighted. A faint smile tugged at his lips, which were bright and red, revealing white teeth. He looked full of vitality. Qi Sui had always been a popular guy since childhood, not just because of his handsome face, but also due to his charisma. He had many friends and could easily become the center of attention in a crowd. It was as if a spotlight always shone over his head. People couldn't help but look at him. Many girls kept glancing his way. Luo Wenjing secretly whispered to Ji Xiwen, Qi Sui is really handsome. Ji Xiwen looked over as well. Yes, he is. The second round of the game began. Everyone was still running around the private room, and Ji Xiwen stuck close to Luo Wenjing. Luo Wenjing ran into an acquaintance and smiled to greet her. Zhao, what are you doing here? I didn't see you earlier. Ji Xiwen looked over and saw it was the mushroom-head girl who had bullied Zhang Qingyan before. Li Zhao was still the same as before, short hair, wearing a fluorescent hoodie with 4 big characters on the chest. No, she curled her lips. I'm pretty close with Brother Kai. Not that close, actually. Li Zhao was a person who valued sisterly loyalty greatly. Previously, she had picked on Zhang Qingyan for a friend's sake. Cui Kai had heard about it, but didn't care. He just laughed about Li Zhao causing trouble everywhere when eating with Qi Sui and the others. Now that he had met his online girlfriend in person and found out she was Li Zhao, he was immediately displeased. He called Li Zhao today to make her apologize. Li Zhao was sensible enough to come early, sincerely apologize to Zhang Qingyan, and drank 3 glasses as a penalty. Zhang Qingyan compared notes with her and found out that Li Zhao had been tricked by a close friend into causing trouble. Zhang Qingyan was always patient with foolish people, so the friction was smoothed over. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, Zhang Qingyan cleared her throat. This time it's 5 people. Luo Wenjing was chatting enthusiastically with Li Zhao, the two being elementary school classmates. Naturally, they huddled together. Luo Wenjing reached out and pulled Ji Xiwen over. Li Zhao already had 2, counting Ji Xiwen and her it was exactly 5. But just as Ji Xiwen moved over, another person appeared behind Li Zhao. The person had a long, thin face and smiled at Li Zhao. Zhao Jia. Li Zhao clearly enjoyed the title and nodded at her. A friend beside Li Zhao said, Oh, now it's 6 people. One of you has to leave, or we'll all face punishment together. I don't want to draw a punishment card. These guys are endlessly pervy once they get going, another friend said. Li Zhao turned around. Huh, is it too many? Ji Xiwen tactfully stepped back. It's okay, you guys are exactly 5. Huh. Luo Wenjing was stunned. She let go of Li Zhao's hand. It's fine, you're exactly 5 like this. Ji Xiwen patted her shoulder. But Luo Wenjing looked around and saw that everyone had already formed groups, leaving only 2 single guys and Ji Xiwen. That made 3 people in total, not enough for a group of 5. Time's up. Everyone stay still. Zhang Qingyan circled around checking each group, and finally her eyes fell on Ji Xiwen. Baobei, how come you're alone? Ji Xiwen smiled awkwardly. There was an extra. In the distance, Cui Kai quietly whispered to his brothers, she's never called me that before. Su Jiang curled his lips in disdain. Look at yourself. Look at how pretty she is. A little cake or a toad. Even a 3-year-old knows which to choose. Are you an idiot? Cui Kai clenched his fist ready to punch Su Jiang's shoulder. Su Jiang quickly dodged into Chi Sui arms. Sui Gij, protect me. As soon as he got close, Chi Sui reached out and pressed his shoulder. Stay away from me, he said with undisguised disgust. Su Jiang glared at him. Heartless man. Then he retreated into Li Junyu's arms. Jun, protect me. Li Junyu smiled and hooked his arm around Su Jiang's shoulder. Darling, if you promise to give me that divine artifact from your account, I'll protect you. Su Jiang changed his expression instantly and pushed him away. Get lost, that's my little wife. Have you no shame? Chi Sui wasn't interested in watching them gross each other out. He was staring at Ji Xiwen. She was talking to Zhang Qingyan, her skin very fair with a faint blush on her ears and cheeks. Her eyebrows were distinct, her eyes bright, and her fingers nervously twisted the drawstring of her hoodie. Under the light, her eyes were bright, with every eyelash clearly visible. Luo Wenjing felt a bit guilty and discussed with Zhang Qingyan. He'll take the punishment for Xiwen. No need. Ji Xiwen quickly grabbed her hand and shook it. The girls' fingers were thin and soft, sharing the warmth of each other's palm. It's really okay, Ji Xiwen reassured her. I'm actually quite curious about this novelty. All right then, Luo Wenjing squeezed Ji Xiwen's hand again. Zhang Qingyan handed the punishment box to Ji Xiwen. The box was filled with identical cards. It was impossible to tell them apart by touch. So she randomly drew one. Here, give it to me, Zhang Qingyan said. Okay. Ji Xiwen obediently handed the card in her hand to Zhang Qingyan. Zhang Qingyan opened it and was stunned for 2 seconds. All eyes in the room were fixed on her. She was clearly dazed for 2 seconds. Su Jiang whispered to Cui Kai, it seems this punishment for our little sister is a bit too harsh. Your wife is stunned. Chi Sui, being close to him, naturally heard it clearly. He irritably pushed Su Jiang and said, are you the only one with a mouth? Su Jiang, caught off guard, nearly stumbled backward from the push. He flailed in the air for a moment before grabbing Li Junyu's hand to steady himself, staring at Chi Sui in shock. What kind of grudge do we have? Chi Sui coughed, turned his head away, and avoided his gaze. Zhang Qingyan brought the microphone to her lips and read the words on the punishment card. Call the person pinned at the top of your WeChat and say I like you to them in front of everyone. Oh! Everyone burst into uproar, followed by jeers and cheers. At this age, love is always a topic everyone likes to talk about. As long as it touches on this, it quickly causes a stir. Ji Xiwen's thoughts briefly blanked for a second, her mind going empty. What? Zhang Qingyan said, call the top contact, and she thought this task was quite simple. Usually the pinned contacts are close to oneself. Ji Xiwen wasn't in a relationship, so it was probably just a good friend. I don't have a pinned contact, Ji Xiwen said. Huh, really? He leaned in. There are still people without a pinned contact these days. Really, I don't. Ji Xiwen took out her phone and showed it to Zhang Qingyan. Zhang Qingyan said, then the one at the top of the list. Okay. After agreeing, Ji Xiwen looked down and froze on the spot. She had thought the top contact would be Zhang Cheng or Luo Wenjing. Who would have known that a few minutes ago Chi Sui had sent her a message? CS, if Su Jiang bothers you, remember to tell me. Ji Xiwen's emotions were too turbulent at this moment. She couldn't utter a single word. Beautiful lady, make the call, don't hesitate. A strange guy smiled and urged. Someone followed with a whistle. That's right, that's right. Ji Xiwen. Zhang Qingyan noticed her expression was off and quickly asked, what's wrong? But there were too many people in the private room and too mixed as she couldn't tell which class they were from. From the very beginning, Chi Sui had said that they could, but there were too many people in the private room and too mixed as she couldn't tell which class they were from. From the very beginning, Chi Sui had said that they couldn't reveal their relationship in front of outsiders. Baby, if you can't do the punishment, you have to drink 3 cups. Zhang Qingyan hesitated and asked, can you handle it? This conversation clearly reached everyone's ears. Su Jiang looked at Chi Sui in confusion. Who does your little sister have in her phone? How can she not even make a call? Logically, as long as the relationship was decent, this call could be made. At worst, after making the call, she could apologize and say sorry. It was just a game of truth or dare. Chi Sui. He didn't say anything, took out his phone and opened Ji Xiwen's chat window. Actually, at this moment, Ji Xiwen's chat had already squeezed into the 3rd position on his list. But it couldn't be helped that Ji Xiwen only had 10 people in her WeChat. Counting Su Jiang, it might be one more. Fuck. He muttered a curse under his breath. Chi Sui coughed. I'm going to the bathroom. A lazy donkey has more piss and shit. Su Jiang shot him a glance. Chi Sui punched him lightly, then turned and left. Most people's attention was on Ji Xiwen, so few noticed his departure. Just as Ji Xiwen was fretting over what to do, she suddenly received a message from CS. CS, just call me directly, they won't be able to tell. Seeing those words, Ji Xiwen's heart suddenly calmed. She glanced around, but didn't see Chi Sui, guessing he must have figured something out. He'll call now, Ji Xiwen said, then mustered her courage and dialed. Hello. A girl's voice answered on the other end. CC, what's wrong? The voice was unfamiliar but gentle in tone. The phone was pressed against the speaker of the phone, ensuring everyone in the private room could hear the voice. Damn, it's actually a girl. Boring. Most people hearing it was a girl's voice instantly lost interest and went back to their own knowing it was a girl on the other end. Ji Xiwen felt relieved. She casually called out a name, Zhang Cheng. After all, no one here would know Zhang Cheng. She whispered, I like you. Ji Xiwen's voice was very soft, and the private room was already noisy with laughter and chatter intermingling. Except for Zhang Qingyan and Luo Wenjing, who were closer, no one else heard clearly. But on the small balcony of this floor in the clubhouse, it was utterly silent. Chi Sui leaned against the railing, hands in it. At this time the sun was setting, the sky half blue half not. In the distance, the towering skyscrapers had already lit up with dazzling neon lights like a flowing rainbow galaxy. The wind stirred his jacket, his shoulders straight. The silver chain around his neck was highly conspicuous, shimmering in the light. A female waitress stood beside him. She held Chi Sui's phone in her hand. Her acting was clumsy, but it was enough to fool the crowd in the private room. Yet that soft, I like you fell clearly into Chi Sui's ears. When the wind carried it in, it had already shed the summer heat, replaced by the unique coolness of early autumn. The window was half open. The car horns and clamor from downstairs, along with the waitress' voice coordinating with Ji Xiwen's act, all vanished. It was as if he had tinnitus. Or perhaps he was hallucinating. For a moment only that, I like you, remained in his heart. He knew it was a truth or dare game. He knew it didn't come from Ji Xiwen's true heart. The car horns and clamor from downstairs, along with the waitress' voice coordinating with Ji Xiwen's act, all vanished. Chi Sui couldn't describe this feeling. He closed his eyes and actually felt hot. Instinctively, he grabbed his jacket and shook it, trying to let the cold wind blow in. The heart flutter of a 17-year-old boy is a grand seasonal change. It is the sudden chill of autumn when all things wither, yet when he thinks of this person, the heart flutter of a 17-year-old boy is a grand seasonal change. It is the sudden chill of autumn when all things wither, yet when he thinks of this person, he still feels hot. When he opened his eyes, it seemed as if it were still summer. High summer, the cicadas chirping noisily, the air fragrant with mint water and watermelon. The days were long and people's emotions would become bold and fervent. Ji Xiwen. He slowly savored this name. He leaned back as if all strength had drained from him. When Chi Sui first saw Ji Xiwen in the classroom, he never imagined he would come to love this person. As if bewitched, it spiraled out of control. After finishing the game, Chui Kai took the lead to suggest moving to another venue. It was almost 8 o'clock. Some of the girls, unable to stay up any longer, left first. Ji Xiwen and Luo Wenjing emerged from the club. The sky over Pingsheng had completely darkened. The streets were bustling with traffic lined with various snacks, and the neon lights glittered brilliantly. Luo Wenjing tugged at Ji Xiwen's sleeve. CC, I'm sorry, please don't take it to heart. I haven't seen Li Xiaoxiao in a long time, so I ended up talking mostly with her. It's really alright, do I seem that petty? Ji Xiwen smiled and waved her hand. I once cut ties with a friend over something like this, so I'm a bit scared. Luo Wenjing breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're not angry. Are you very close with that person? Ji Xiwen changed the subject. We used to be close, often hanging out together. She's a nice person, just a bit unlucky. Her parents were extremely biased toward sons over daughters. Luo Wenjing continued, but not so much now. It's been so long that we've become just ordinary classmates. I see. Ji Xiwen nodded. She thought the topic would end there. Perhaps the name Li Xiaoxiao triggered something in her. When I first met her, I thought her name was interesting and pleasant sounding. But guess what her parents meant by giving her that Zhao character? The Zhao from Zhaora, to provoke. Ji Xiwen recalled what Luo Wenjing had said about gender bias. Could it mean to invite a younger brother? Correct. That's the first Zhao, Luo Wenjing said. The second one means to attract a good son-in-law. Ji Xiwen. Luo Wenjing said gloomily. She used to be a good student who never spoke in class. I don't know what got into her, but now she's turned out like this. Ji Xiwen patted her hand. Maybe she's happier this way. Back at Huaiwa Bay, Ji Xiwen took a shower first. She didn't like using a hairdryer. Instead, she would carefully dry her hair with a towel until it stopped dripping. This time was no different. Her wet hair hung behind her as she carried her dirty laundry downstairs. Outerwear went into the washing machine, while underwear she washed by hand. After finishing, she hung the clothes on the drying rack. It was already past 9 by the time she was done. Ji Xiwen ran her fingers through her hair. It was half dry. She rubbed her sore waist and walked out of the laundry room. Just as she reached the stairwell, she prepared to go upstairs to bed. As she stepped onto the first stair, the door behind her opened. She froze and turned around. The young man was pulling open his jacket zipper as he entered. The courtyard was pitch black, the dense night stretching behind his shoulders. The overhead light at the entrance cast a glow on his pale skin. Ji Xiwen was stunned. It felt strangely surreal. In the private room earlier, he was surrounded by admirers, seeming so distant from her. Ji Xiwen hardly dared to believe it, feeling she wasn't that familiar with Chi Sui. Now in this house with just the two of them, the familiar feeling returned. "You're back," she greeted with a smile. Chi Sui didn't answer. He stood at the entrance, his gaze slowly moving from Ji Xiwen's face down to her legs. She had clearly just showered, wearing light blue shorts. Her slender legs were flawless, dazzling under the light, almost like. Ji Xiwen was taken aback. She looked down at herself. "What's wrong with these shorts?" "Too revealing," Chi Sui said with a cough. "Not look too long." Ji Xiwen looked at him puzzled as he finished changing shoes and walked over to her. She tilted her head and asked, "Are you unhappy?" "No," Chi Sui said, looking away. "Could you not wear shorts like this in the future?" Ji Xiwen was taken aback. She looked down at herself. "What's wrong with these shorts?" "Too revealing," Chi Sui said with a cough. "Not look too long." He knew himself how ridiculous that sounded. Ji Xiwen's gaze turned strange as she looked at him. She glanced down again, confirming they were normal shorts. Ji Xiwen felt a bit awkward. Her hands fluttered helplessly, and for a moment, she didn't know whether to speak up. Ji Xiwen's eyes held an unmistakable trace of confusion. When Chi Sui met her clear black and white gaze, he immediately averted his head in guilt. It wouldn't look good. Ji Xiwen's stare grew even more peculiar. What wouldn't look good? Chi Sui was at a loss for words. For the first time in his life, he found himself unable to answer. After a few seconds, he raised a hand to pinch his brow. "My issue. Wear whatever you want." Ji Xiwen asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" "A little." Seizing the unintentional excuse, Chi Sui quickly followed up. "I'm too tired. Didn't rest well last night. I'll go back to sleep." "Okay." Ji Xiwen didn't think much of it and went upstairs. Back in her room, she found her school uniform for the next day and checked her National Day holiday homework. After confirming everything was fine, she went to bed with peace of mind. Ji Xiwen was a fast sleeper. Within minutes, she was sound as. Next door, Chi Sui tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He kicked the blanket off, pulled it back up, then kicked it off again. Luckily, the floor was covered with a clean carpet, or he'd have to change the duvet cover. The next day, before the alarm even rang, Ji Xiwen she got up to wash up, glancing at the weather outside. It seemed overcast. Ji Xiwen rather liked this kind of gloomy. Aunt Chen had made small wontons for breakfast. When Ji Xiwen arrived at the dining table, it was empty. "Haven't they gotten up yet?" "No." Aunt Chen brought over a steaming bowl of wontons. "The young master stayed up late again last night. The wind was a bit strong and I worried about the new flowers in the yard, so I got up to move them inside." His room light was still on. Ji Xiwen took a sip of the soup, warmth spreading through her. "What time was that?" Aunt Chen replied, "Must have been around 3. "That late?" Ji Xiwen was surprised. Halfway through her meal, Chi Kai finally arrived. He sat across from her while adjusting his tie. "Has Chi Sui not come down yet?" "No." Ji Xiwen shook her head. "He probably stayed up late again last night." Chi Kai said only this before lowering his head to eat his breakfast. Not until Ji Xiwen finished eating did the young master come downstairs. Drowsy and carrying his bag over one shoulder, he stood at the dining room door and called out, "Aunt Chen, give me a rice ball. They'll eat it at school." Chi Kai added, "Give him a carton of milk too." "All right." Aunt Chen responded, packing the milk and rice ball into a paper bag and handing it. Chi Sui took it and glanced at Ji Xiwen. "Coming, Mom." Ji Xiwen grabbed her bag and followed. Once in the yard, the damp, cold wind burrowed into their clothes. Ji Xiwen made small talk. "Aunt Chen said you were still awake at 3 last night." Chi Sui's steps faltered, his gaze falling on her profile. You should go to bed earlier," Ji Xiwen said. "Your dark circles are really bad now. You're not as handsome as before. You can play games during the day." Chi Sui fell silent. He stopped completely. "You think I stayed up late because of games?" Ji Xiwen blinked. Her bangs had one advantage: every expression was clearly visible. Her black and white eyes were especially clear, revealing no ulterior thoughts. Unlike him, who harbored a guilty conscience. Chi Sui wanted to speak, but couldn't. A breath stuck in his chest, wanting to say something, but not knowing what. She messed up his heart, and still smiled innocently. "Fine. He'll try to sleep early tonight." He sighed. After getting in the car, Chi Sui opened the paper bag and pulled out the milk. Ji Xiwen hadn't noticed at first, but the milk carton's color was too vivid, a soft pink that caught her peripheral attention. She turned her head. "Is that?" "Huh." Chi Sui turned puzzled. "What's wrong?" He was peeling the straw. In his hand was a carton of strawberry-flavored milk. "Is it good?" Ji Xiwen asked curiously. "Pretty good." Chi Sui stopped what he was doing. "Do you want some?" He looked as if he would give it to her without hesitation if she said yes. Ji Xiwen quickly shook her head. Just asking. I've already eaten breakfast. Only then did Ji Sui insert the straw. Ji Xiwen remarked, I've never seen a guy who likes this flavor before. I liked it as a kid. It's become a habit. Ji Sui said. This time the car stopped the street away from Pingzhong as usual. Ji Sui looked at Ji Xiwen. She was unbuckling her seatbelt, showing no surprise at all. He finished the last sip of milk. A lot of people at school recognize this car. If someone sees us, who knows what rumors they'll spread. Okay. Ji Xiwen smiled, dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. Thank you. Ji Sui turned away awkwardly. Are you a thank you fairy? His voice was very low, but Ji Xiwen had already jumped out of the car and didn't hear him. Besides summer and winter breaks, the National Day holiday was the longest. Students generally needed half a week or a full week to readjust. Especially on the first day back, almost everyone was still reminiscing about their just-ended vacation. The classroom was buzzing with chatter like a bustling market. Ji Xiwen entered through the back door. Ji Sui on her right hadn't arrived yet, nor had Su Jiang diagonally ahead, nor Zhang Qingyan across the aisle. Only Sui Yu in front of her was there. She took out a book of selected essays and began reading. Whenever she encountered good phrases, she circled them with a black pen and jotted them down in her notebook. She sat up straight, a little out of place in the lively classroom, yet she caught the eye at once. Chu Zi, the class sports commissioner, was extremely outgoing. He entered through the front door whistling. Put down your pens if you're doing homework, shut up if you're talking, and welcome the most handsome guy in the class, me. Raise your. He stumbled, leaning against the doorframe, as if had seen something unexpected. A girl in the first row by the door asked impatiently, Are you having a fit? No. Chu Zi leaned against the wall, muttering, Did we get another transfer student? I've met my dream girl. What? The girl didn't understand. You wouldn't get it. Chu Zi straightened his uniform and ran a hand through his. He walked down the aisle. When he passed a certain row of desks, he dropped his bag. Many eyes in the class followed him. Sui Yu was frantically finishing her homework, completely absorbed. One thread of her consciousness noticed the sudden silence in the classroom. Startled, she thought the homeroom teacher or a subject teacher had arrived. She quickly put down her pen and looked up. Just then Chu Zi strode past her and stopped. The whole class watched him, probably expecting another joke. Sui Yu turned around too. Chu Zi leaned on the desk, feigning gentleness. Hello, classmate. Can I add you on WeChat? Ji Xiwen was startled. She was usually quiet in class, barely noticeable except for her impressive performance on the last monthly exam. To someone like Chu Zi, who had little contact with her, her only impression was that ridiculously long bowl-cut bangs. Now that she had cut them, he couldn't recognize her at all. He didn't recognize her, but Sui Yu did. She looked at Ji Xiwen in surprise. You got a haircut? Yes. Ji Xiwen said somewhat awkwardly. The previous one was blocking my view too much. Cut your hair. Chu Zi was stunned. He looked Ji Xiwen over again, his expression flickering with surprise and uncertainty. Are you the transfer student from before? Yes. Ji Xiwen. She instinctively loosened her grip on the pen and hid it in the desk hole, because many people had turned around. She was still not used to so many eyes on her, especially those carrying a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. Chu Zi drew in a sharp breath. After a few seconds of mental struggle, he pulled out his phone and smiled somewhat shyly. Classmate, can I add your WeChat? He laughed again. He wasn't exactly a handsome guy, but his features were well proportioned. When he smiled like that, his appearance. He laughed again. He wasn't exactly a handsome guy, but his features were well proportioned. When he smiled like that, his appearance seemed to improve dramatically, and it was very infectious. Just tell me your phone number. I'll add you first, and then you can accept my friend request when you get home. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face. His attitude was quite good, and Ji Xiwen didn't know how to refuse at the moment, so she had to give him her phone number. At a breakfast shop outside the school, Ji Sui took a sip of soy milk. Can you two eat faster? What's the rush? Li Junyu slowly nibbled on a fried dough stick. Don't you know eating too fast is bad for the stomach? Class is about to start. You're always late anyway. Why the sudden act of being a good student? Li Junyu looked at him strangely. Ji Sui was left speechless, unable to refute. After all, he really had been like that before. He was often late on Monday mornings, and at most had get caught by the dean old go and be scolded a few times. In school days, good students got preferential treatment. As long as Ji Sui didn't commit major mistakes, old go would turn a blind eye to the rest. But now it was different. Now he was eager to go to the classroom to see someone. The thought made his heart race wildly, beating so fast that it felt unfamiliar, even to himself. Adults don't rush during meals. Sui, be good. Su Jiang added. Listen to your uncle. Ji Sui cursed, too lazy to keep talking to these two idiots, and lowered his head to continue drinking soy milk. While eating, Su Jiang looked at his phone and suddenly said, Why is the group chat so lively? Li Junyu, let me see. Ji Sui felt oddly left out. He knocked on the table. Did you two start a secret group without me? If we were hiding it from you, we'd just private chat. Why would two people make a small group? Su Jiang scoffed. It's the guys group for our class. You didn't join before, remember? Ji Sui. Oh, Su Jiang looked down for a moment, then suddenly lifted his head. Damn, the group is gossiping about your cheap sister. What? Ji Sui was stunned, snatched the phone from his hand, and looked. The class guys group was buzzing. The transfer student is so pretty, why did she have that hairstyle before? Goddess of beauty has descended, the sports rep is totally smitten, ha ha ha, asked for her WeChat on the spot. You're really something? Choosy replied immediately. She's exactly my type, couldn't resist. I shouldn't have maliciously assumed she was ugly, my face hurts now. The more Ji Sui scrolled down, the more expressionless his face became. He irritably licked his sharpest canine tooth. 1,000 curses rose in his heart. Su Jiang originally wanted to call him shameless, but when he saw him snatch his phone away with such a grim expression, the words caught in his throat. What's wrong with you? Are you really addicted to being a brother? Ji Sui was already quite angry, and Su Jiang's words only made him angrier. Brother. He kept chewing on the word, suddenly realizing it was not a good term, but a shackle. If Chi Kai really got a marriage certificate with Jirong. Like biting into a green apple, or a candy flavored like a green apple. Ji Sui was silent for 2 seconds, then tossed the phone back to Su Ji. Like biting into a green apple, or a candy flavored like a green apple. Ji Sui was silent for 2 seconds, then tossed the phone back to Su Jiang. Right, so what if I am? Addicted indeed. Addicted to being a brother. And wanting to go further to be a boyfriend. Fine, since she's our sister now, Su Jiang laughed carelessly. By rounding up, she'll be my sister too. Li Junyu was the most perceptive of the three when it came to emotions. He cast a thoughtful glance at Ji Sui across from him, then patted Su Jiang on the shoulder, and said exasperatedly, you should talk less. I didn't say anything wrong. Su Jiang pouted. Despite his words, he obediently lowered his head to eat. The three of them dawdled out of the breakfast shop, already 10 minutes late for class. Lao Go was blocking the school gate to catch late students. A long line of latecomers had already formed, mostly from sports and arts classes, most of them not wearing school uniforms. Sorry, teacher. Su Jiang apologized with practiced ease. Don't give me that, it won't work. Lao Go waved his hand. You three are like dead pigs that aren't afraid of scalding water. Sorry, teacher. Su Jiang apologized with practiced ease. Don't give me that, it won't work. Lao Go waved his hand. You three are like dead pigs that aren't afraid of scalding water. He ran it on for a long time. His gaze shifted from Su Jiang to Li Junyu. Both of them looked genuinely attentive, but Ji Sui on the far side seemed dazed, clearly not listening. Lao Go was so furious he could barely breathe. 5,000 words of self-criticism handed in by next Monday. Lily was going over the 6 Chinese language test papers assigned for the 7-day break. She moved through the questions at a brisk pace, focusing only on the interesting ones or the new knowledge points. Half the class had passed, and she had already finished 3 papers. Take out the 4th paper. Report. At the front door of the classroom, Su Jiang stood at the head, his face a sickly pallor. Lily shot him a glance. What's with that expression? Skipping half the class to eat breakfast off campus. Shouldn't you be overjoyed? Su Jiang was startled. How do you know? Lily said, when I rode past, weren't you sitting by the window grinning from ear to ear? Ha ha. Loud laughter erupted from the rest of the class. Ji Xiwen couldn't help but curl her lips. Her gaze uncontrollably drifted past Su Jiang, then further. Ji Sui's expression was faint, but his fingers were hooked on the side of his backpack strap, betraying a trace of impatience or irritation. Lao Go made us write a 5,000-word self-criticism. How could we possibly laugh? Su Jiang let out a long sigh. Oh ha ha. Lily finally couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Serves you right. Since the dean punished you for me, you guys can go back first. I won't add any more punishment. Su Jiang exhaled in relief. The three of them returned to their seats. Ji Xiwen quietly observed Ji Sui. Only after he pulled out his chair, sat down, and put down his backpack did she lean over. She looked as if she wanted to say something. Ji Sui lowered his eyelids. What's wrong, Ji Xiwen? Can I talk to you now? She was still thinking about that 3 ground rules agreement. The boomerang had come back to hit him hard. Ji Sui thought to himself that a person really shouldn't do too many bad things, because one day they would definitely come back to bite you. You can. Did something happen? You seem to be in a bad mood, Ji Xiwen asked with concern. Ji Sui hesitated as if wanting to speak, but stopping. Her eyes were too pure and clear, filled with simple concern, the kind of worry one has for a friend or an older brother. It was not the affection between a man and a woman. No, just a bit sleepy, he brushed it off. Ji Xiwen indeed didn't ask further. She nodded understandingly. True, after all, you only went to sleep at 3 in the morning. You should take a nap after lunch today, since you have math class in the afternoon and the math competition class in the evening. Okay, he replied, lowering his head and not looking at her anymore. Ji Xiwen turned her attention back to Li. Occasionally she would lower her head to circle a couple of things or write a few words, but most of the time she looked up at the multimedia screen ahead. Ji Sui's claim of being sleepy was just an excuse. However, listening to the Chinese class really was a bit soporific. By the time the class was about to end, he was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, but forced himself not to sleep. After all, Li was usually quite strict. He rested his chin on one hand, barely managing not to slump onto the desk, while his other hand held a black pen, pretending to jot down key points. In reality, the pen tip was already scrawling nonsense and his mind had wandered far away. "Let's take a break between classes," Lily said, unscrewing her thermos and taking a sip of water to moisten her throat. The next class was still hers. When Pingzhong arranged the schedule, they liked to have 2 consecutive classes of the same subject, especially Chinese. It was convenient for students to write and practice essays. Hearing this, Ji Xiwen undoubtedly felt as if he had received a royal pardon. His pen tilted, and he collapsed directly onto the desk. Ji Xiwen glanced at him, and the sound of her turning pages instinctively became a bit softer. There was an indescribable sense of noise in the classroom, laughter and chatter. When Ji Xiwen lay sideways on the desk, one ear pressed against his arm muffled the sounds, seemed as if filtered through water. The other ear, however, could clearly hear every noise, including the deliberately softened rustle of his deskmate turning pages. Including when she spoke to Sui Yu whispering, Ji Xiwen sank into a deeper sleep. Such sounds carried a strong sense of dreamcore, like a beautiful daytime dream, yet as if it might shatter the next moment the dream broken. At 17, Ji Xiwen thought to himself that he might remember these chaotic sounds for a lifetime, especially that cautious whisper, "Ji Xiwen is asleep." Adults all know that promises made for a lifetime require extreme caution. But Ji Xiwen didn't understand. He didn't know what the future would bring, nor did he know if Ji Xiwen would ever like him. He only knew that right now he liked her very, very much. The sincerity of the present moment was unmatched. The bell rang for class. Lily adjusted his portable microphone as he entered from the front door of the classroom. Ji Xiwen turned her head to glance at Ji Xiwen, carefully nudging his shoulder. "Ji Xiwen, class is starting." Ji Xiwen wasn't actually asleep, but he didn't want to move. He opened his eyes and glanced at Ji Xiwen. Seeing him awake, she withdrew her hand. "You're awake, that's good." He shifted his position, facing the wall. A few seconds later, he turned back. In the hazy view, she was lowering her head, organizing the exam paper. A face of pure and striking beauty with a delicate, yet straight bridge of the nose. She seemed to be a person of good temper, but in her bones she was so stubborn that even 2 donkeys couldn't pull her back. Such a person, through sheer academic effort, pulled herself out of that dilapidated, isolated, backward little village. Much more impressive than him. Ji Xiwen was in low spirits all day. Ji Xiwen asked twice, but got no answer, so she stopped bothering him. The weather was getting colder day. The autumn sports meet was to be held in late October, lasting 3 days. Preparations started 2 weeks in advance, so on Thursday of this week, Chu Zi went to a meeting after dinner. The good news was announced during evening self-study. The class instantly erupted in excitement. Chu Zi was especially warm-hearted and had a bit of a flair for performance. Every time the sports meet came around, he became the center of attention. Because the prizes at Pingzhong School sports meet were quite generous, many people came to him to sign up. Crowds clamored for the easy events while the long-distance running went completely ignored. During the break on Friday afternoon, Sui Yu went to the restroom with her girlfriends. Chu Zi quickly sat down in her seat and turned to look at Ji Xiwen. Was originally discussing a problem with Zhang Qingyan across the aisle. Seeing him like this, her movements paused. "What's wrong?" The chatting Su Jiang and Ji Xiwen also stopped. The 4 of them looked at Chu Zi in unison. He smiled. "Do you want to be a referee? There's a prize, a voice recorder." Ji Xiwen was momentarily stunned. "Chu Zi, what do you mean by that?" Su Jiang asked bluntly. "There are a bunch of people in the class vying to be referees, and you said you wanted to think it over. Now you're just going to give it to our little scholar, right?" Chu Zi smiled carelessly. "After all, I've been working diligently for so long, I should have some privileges." Almost all class committee members had privileges. The class monitor was close to the homeroom teacher, and the subject representatives also had better relationships with their respective teachers. It was like a miniature bureaucracy. "Is that what I meant?" Su Jiang clicked his tongue. "I'm asking, do you like our little scholar?" Ji Xiwen fished a pack of bubble gum out of his desk, popped open the lid, and leisurely took a piece. Su Jiang directly grabbed one. Then he held it out to Ji Xiwen, smiling. "Have one, sis." Ji Xiwen was already embarrassed, and being addressed like that made her even more awkward. She looked down and saw it was strawberry-flavored gum again. Ji Xiwen really was a strawberry lover. "I don't want any." She pushed it away. Chu Zi looked at her and said with a smile, "I'll have one." Su Jiang handed it to him and urged, "Hurry up and answer my question." Just as Chu Zi was about to take the bottle of bubble gum, a hand suddenly reached out from the side. Ji Xiwen snatched back his own thing and kicked Su Jiang under the table. "Have you no shame? Did I give you permission to touch it?" "No." Su Jiang stared at him in astonishment, his mouth agape. "Have you found another close friend outside? What, can't I even have a piece of—" "No, get lost." Ji Xiwen tossed the bubble gum back into the desk drawer. Su Jiang feigned heartbreak. You heartless scoundrel treating me like this. I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Ji Xiwen was startled. Chi Sui, even more composed, replied, suit yourself. Su Jiang sniffled, turned, and leaned on Chu Zi's shoulder. From now on I'll be friends with you. Sure. Chu Zi chuckled. Then tell me, have you taken a fancy to our little scholar? Su Jiang pressed on. Chu Zi's ears suddenly flushed red. Must you be so blunt? Isn't it obvious from your own behavior? Su Jiang straightened up, spreading his hands. Ji Xiwen. I beg you, please. Su Jiang raised his hand in a military salute. Yes, sir. Ji Xiwen and Chu Zi both sighed in relief. Yet from this brief exchange Chu Zi had discerned Ji Xiwen's shy and reserved nature. He rested his arm on Ji Xiwen's desk with a mischievous grin. Classmate Ji, you haven't answered my question from earlier. Do you want to be a referee? The work is easy and you'll get a voice recorder for free. Most people would find it hard to refuse. No thank you, Ji Xiwen said. I have no experience. It's better to leave it to someone who does. The work is easy and you'll get a voice recorder for free. Most people would find it hard to refuse. No thank you, Ji Xiwen said. I have really no need. Thank you. Ji Xiwen declined with both firmness and sincerity. All right then. Since she wouldn't agree, Chu Zi couldn't force her. He could only ask pitifully, then will you accept my friend request tonight? Ji Xiwen scratched her ear. Okay. Chu Zi beamed and stood up to leave. Su Jiang instinctively glanced at the resentful guy behind him. Chi Sui stared at the test paper with a blank expression. Ji Xiwen also turned her head, cautiously scrutinizing Chi Sui's expression. Seeing his grim face, she thought to herself, it seems Su Jiang really pissed him. She was even more surprised that Chi Sui was so possessive. Good thing on Monday morning in the car, she hadn't actually asked for the box of strawberry milk in his hand. Ji Xiwen had thought the two best friends were in a tiff over a bottle of bubblegum. But when school ended, they were arm in arm again, as thick as thieves. She was utterly bewildered. Su Jiang hooked an arm around Chi Sui's shoulder as they exited the classroom through the back door, whispering in his ear, I asked, but he didn't answer. Does he need to answer? Chi Sui pushed him away coldly. The answer is written all over his face. Su Jiang. He thought for a moment, then advised, come on, she's grown up now. You don't need to watch her so closely. What if Chu Zi is her mister? Right. Chi Sui. He turned his head and seriously studied Su Jiang, speaking from the heart. You never fail to redefine my understanding of stupidity. That's going too far. Why are you insulting me again? He glared at Chi Sui angrily. Not until Li Junyu emerged from the front door of the classroom did the three of them meet up and leave. Ji Xiwen had made plans to go shopping with Luo Wenjing this evening. She rarely had such relaxed moments. It was already 7 o'clock when she returned to Huaihua Bay. The days were getting darker earlier. When she changed her shoes, she noticed that the slippers of the other three were still in the shoe cabinet. None of them had come back. Ji Xiwen went upstairs in her slippers, picked up her phone from the bedside table in her bedroom. She had fully charged it before leaving, and it still had over 80% battery. Ji Xiwen sat down on the small sofa nearby, opened WeChat, and saw several friend requests. From the notes, they were all boys from her class. Ji Xiwen didn't add any of them. She scrolled straight down and found Chu Zi's WeChat. After adding him, she typed a message. Shiwubu Wenzhong, is the women's high jump event still open for participants? She had wanted to sign up with Chu Zi earlier, but his attitude was too strange. Ji Xiwen decided to switch to chatting online. She didn't think Chu Zi had a crush on her. Who falls for someone after just one meeting? But his attitude was too strange. Ji Xiwen decided to switch to chatting online. She didn't think Chu Zi had a crush on her. Who falls for someone after just one meeting? But she didn't like owing favors. Staying with the Chi family already incurred many debts, and the burden on her shoulders was heavy enough. As long as she made it to the second round of high jump, she could also get a voice recorder. She preferred to be self-sufficient. Chu Zi. Okay, I'll put your name down. Shiwubu Wenzhong, thanks, sorry for the trouble. Ji Xiwen scrolled through the week's news. Just as she was about to put down her phone and do homework, she received a message from Chi Sui. CS, are you home? Shiwubu Wenzhong, yes. CS, come out for a bit later. I have something to give you. Shiwubu Wenzhong, what is it? CS, is that how you ask? Young Master Chi was quite displeased. CS, since I didn't say it's meant to be a surprise. Shiwubu Wenzhong. I just don't want you to spend money. CS, it's not expensive. Shiwubu Wenzhong, alright then. Can I do my homework in your little study? CS. CS, why are you asking so pitifully? CS, every time you wanted to go, when did I ever stop you? Don't ask next time. Shiwubu Wenzhong, okay. With permission, Ji Xiwen grabbed her bag and went to the adjacent study. Half an hour later, the study door pushed open. Ji Xiwen instinctively looked up. The young man was wearing the red school uniform pants of Pingzhong with an extra black jacket zipped all the way up, probably because he was cold. What is this? Ji Xiwen stood up in surprise, couldn't help stepping closer, her voice softening. Is this a kitten? Yes. Chi Sui placed the pet carrier on the table. In his other hand, he carried a box of green cake. He opened the front door of the kitten inside let out a soft mew, slowly poking out its tiny head. Round, chubby, golden. A tiny little ball of fluff. Because it was so young, there was still a blue film over its eyes. It tilted its little head, looked around, then warily retreated into the carrier, refusing to come out again. So timid, Ji Xiwen said. All kittens are like that, Ji Xiwen replied, utterly charmed, her eyes practically sparkling. She looked at Ji Xiwen, her tone uncertain. Is this a gift for me? So timid, Ji Xiwen said. All kittens are like that, Ji Xiwen replied, utterly charmed, her eyes practically It was unmistakably a golden chinchilla, a domestic cat that demanded meticulous care. Unlike the stray cats from her countryside, which could survive on sheer resilience, this one required a delicate touch. That's not it. Ji Xiwen lifted his chin, gesturing slightly. That's the one. Ji Xiwen followed his gaze and saw the cake box. She let out a breath of relief. Okay. The kitten was undeniably adorable, and she truly liked it. But currently she had no source of income, and it had been a long time since she last took up odd jobs like ghostwriting homework. No matter how much she wanted to raise a pet, she would have to wait until she had a job and earn money. So why did you suddenly buy a cat? She tilted her head, staring at the golden chinchilla inside the carrier. Utterly adorable. The kind that could drain your health bar in a single second. Ji Xiwen looked at her. A sudden impulse. He had gone to play billiards with a few friends. When they came out of the billiard hall and were waiting for a ride-hailing car on the street, he clamored to check out the neighboring cattery since his girlfriend's birthday was approaching. Ji Xiwen hadn't initially planned to go, but since everyone else was heading over, he followed along. When he received Ji Xiwen's message, he was sitting in a chair. After replying and putting away his phone, he looked up and happened to meet a pair of blue eyes that looked utterly aggrieved. The kitten wore a small green necklace lying in a cabinet. Beside it were a litter box and a bowl for water. Its cheeks were chubby, its nose tip tilted upward, and its head was cocked, exuding an inexplicable sense of grievance. He couldn't help but think of Ji Xiwen, who had just messaged him asking if she could do her homework in the small study. Her demeanor was equally aggrieved. In the end, when everyone came out of the cattery, he ran, who had wanted to buy a cat, left empty-handed. Instead, Ji Xiwen, who had always been indifferent to small animals, spent a hefty sum to buy a kitten and carried it in his hand. This kitten had excellent features, but due to its high price it had remained unsold for several days. Okay, Ji Xiwen didn't think much of it. After all, Master Qi was wealthy, and one cat was nothing to his wallet. Ji Xiwen stood by the side watching the duo of human and cat, and said, let's give it a name. Moi. Ji Xiwen was slightly taken aback, pointing at herself. Me. Yeah. He crossed his arm. His chin rested against the zipper, his fair skin almost dazzling. Loose strands of hair hung over his forehead, radiating an unmistakable handsomeness. No atmospheric embellishment needed. He was naturally striking in appearance, whether in height, physique, or skin condition, all top tier. After all, he was the son of a renowned actress who had made her mark in both domestic and international film circles, and Shi Karen, who remained handsome even in middle age. With such a combination of genes, it would be hard to produce an ugly offspring. Any random frame of his seemed like a scene from a romantic drama. Ji Xiwen hesitated. You're its owner, shouldn't you be the one to name it? I'm terrible with names. Ji Xiwen dragged a chair over and sat down. I'm not good at naming either. Ji Xiwen was still hesitant. Ji Xiwen leaned back against the chair, crossing his legs. It's fine. You're good at Chinese. Ji Xiwen. Can naming a cat really be linked to Chinese grades? She tilted her head, continuing to gaze at the kitten in deep thought. Meanwhile, Ji Xiwen watched her quietly. The young girl stood under the light, her skin as white as snow. In contemplation, her expression was serene, betraying no trace of urgency or worry. Her curled lashes rested on her eyelids. It was the same expression she wore when doing exam papers in class. One that inspired confidence, revealing no panic. How about calling it Zhuzhong? Ji Xiwen finally came up with a name. It sounds very impressive with a lot of style. Ji Xiwen. He couldn't help but chuckle. You said Tingzhong was named by your grandmother. It was Grandma who named it. Ji Xiwen looked at him. Believe me, at the time the name I chose was Zhuzhong and Grandma chose Tingzhong. In the end, we flipped a coin and her side came up. Ji Xiwen. Here it comes again. There it was, staring at him with those big shiny black eyes like grapes, looking both sincere and innocent, making him feel like a heinous criminal. He was rendered speechless. Fine. Then he turned around and found it odd. Wait. This cat isn't exactly stunning, but it's not ugly either. Why should your ugly little mutt be called Tingzhong while this cat is Zhuzhong? Ji Xiwen. That long sentence was full of points to rebut. She had to address them one by one. It's very beautiful. This cat is, that's your opinion. I don't think so. Ji Xiwen snorted lightly. Your standards are too high. What kind of cat would you consider beautiful? Ji Xiwen asked curiously. Ji Xiwen. His thin lips moved. The words that almost came out were swallowed back. He'll tell you later. Okay, Ji Xiwen said. Tingzhong isn't ugly either. If you think Zhuzhang's rank is too low, we can change it to Buzhang. That would be a ministerial level position. Ji Sui. He fell silent again. Then let's stick with Zhuzhang. The young man seemed to recall something, a smile curling on his lips. Fulfilling your earlier dream. Ji Xiwen. She felt inexplicably embarrassed, pinching her earlobe. Then, thank you. I should be the one thanking you for helping me name it. Ji Sui tapped the cake box with his index finger. This is the last piece, a new green apple flavor. Try it. Okay. Ji Xiwen's eyes lit up. In truth, during those days in Ji Village, she had bought him things quite often. So this time she didn't refuse the cake. Ji Sui waited until she unwrapped the packaging and took a bite before asking casually. Did you add that person's WeChat? The cream on her tongue was slightly tart. After a moment of sourness came sweetness. Who? She squinted happily. Chu Zi. Ji Sui didn't want to appear too eager to know the answer. He turned his head to look at the cat poking its head out of the pet carrier and slowly responded, as if casually asking. Added. Ji Xiwen also tilted her head to look at the kitten. Ji Sui. He could no longer pretend to be calm while looking at the kitten. He turned to stare at Ji Xiwen. There was a bit of cream accidentally smeared on the corner of her lips. Just a tiny bit. The color of her lips was beautiful, like crushed cherry jam, red with a hint of pink, so the trace of white cream was very noticeable. The young man's Adam's apple bobbed, and he looked away awkwardly. Why did you add him as a friend? Does it need a reason? Ji Xiwen looked at him in confusion. Why not? Ji Sui looked at her again. You barely have any friends on WeChat, how come you suddenly added him? He's the sports committee member. I want to sign up for events with him. Ji Xiwen looked at him with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he was so agitated. Ji Sui. What event do you want to sign up for? His gaze was surprised. He looked Ji Xiwen up and down, truly unable to understand what event someone with such slender arms and legs who seemed like she could fall over in a gust of wind could sign up for. High jump, Ji Xiwen said. Can you do it? Ji Sui asked. Of course I can. Ji Xiwen puffed her cheeks slightly in dissatisfaction. I never do things I'm not confident about. She had signed up for the high jump almost every year at the sports meet, and her results had always been decent. Getting into the second round shouldn't be a problem. Is that so? Ji Sui said. Do you want the prize? Yeah. Ji Xiwen's brows were still furrowed. Then don't sign up. I've signed up for 3 events, they'll give you one. Ji Sui said lazily. His long legs bent slightly, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. He was feeling quite pleased, waiting for Ji Xiwen to show a moved expression and praise him lavishly. I don't want it. Ji Xiwen was stunned for a moment. You look down on me. She put down the fork, no longer feeling like the expected praise did not come. Ji Sui was stunned. I didn't. Then what do you mean? Ji Xiwen propped her cheek on her hand, clearly. If you're just interested in the prize, I can give it to you, Ji Sui explained. I'm just worried that you're forcing yourself to sign up for the event just for the prize. I have plenty of events anyway. The liberal arts class naturally had more girls, and half of the few boys were weaklings who couldn't even run as fast as the girls. Chu Zi was still urging Ji Sui to sign up for another long-distance run. He didn't agree. Normally, he might have agreed, but that guy came over to harass Ji Xiwen and asked to add her as a friend. Ji Xiwen looked at him. Ji Sui was confused. What do you mean? Why do I need you to give me the prize I want? Aren't we pretty close now? The word sister hovered at Ji Sui's lips, but he swallowed it back, seeming reluctant to say it. After all, you've helped me a lot before. Help is mutual, you can't keep score, Ji Xiwen said. But the things I want, I'll get them through my own efforts, not wait for others to give them to me. Ji Sui. But I'm not interested in the prize anyway. Wouldn't it be perfect to give it to you? Ji Xiwen. The sweet and sour taste of cream still lingered on her tongue. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She just felt that the current situation was strange. If the person in front of her were Zhang Cheng, she might have agreed. But it had to be Ji Sui. She was already staying at his house and eating the little cake he bought. If she also took his prize, I don't want it, she said sullenly. Ji Sui remained in the same posture without moving. After a long while he spoke, don't you want what others give, or don't you want what I give? Ji Xiwen was taken aback. I don't want what others give. All right. Hearing this, the gloom in Ji Sui's heart lessened a little. Zhuzhang finally deigned to come out of the carrier. It poked out its little head, looked left and right, and seemed to find no danger, so it strutted out with its head held. It had fully adapted to the new name Ji Xiwen had given it. Can I pet it? Ji Xiwen asked hesitantly. She was about to lose control of her hands. Feel free to touch, Ji Sui said, propping his chin on his hand. Ji Xiwen tentatively stroked Zhuzhang's back. A layer of soft, fluffy fur, tender and smooth. Zhuzhang let out an ah, tilting its head without jumping away. Emboldened, she scooped the cat into her arms. A 2-month-old kitten is at its prime, adorable in every way with soft little paw pads. Ji Xiwen cherished it for a long time until the kitten, irritated by her petting, began meowing incessantly. Only then did she sheepishly try to put it back. His eyes were very dark, the corners slightly upturned, and when he focused on someone, it made you feel as if you were his entire world. His skin was so pale, it was dazzling his jacket open. His eyes were very dark, the corners slightly upturned, and when he focused on someone it made you feel as if you were his entire world. His skin was so pale, it was dazzling, his jacket open, and he wore a pair of school uniform pants. It was the most youthful and innocent stage of adolescence. Ji Xiwen was momentarily stunned. In fact, she had a bit of a thing for good looks, and she genuinely thought Chi Sui's face was well crafted. Every feature from eyes to nose to mouth was just right, neither overly flamboyant nor too rugged. Right in the middle. Realizing she was starting to daydream, she guiltily placed Zhu Zhang on the table. You hold it. They'll continue with my homework. All right. Just as Chi Sui reached out before his fingers even touched it, Zhu Zhang had already dodged, wagging its tail. His expression stiffened. Is this cat only recognizing the first person who held it? How is that possible? Ji Xiwen flipped through her test paper. Then why won't it let me touch it? Chi Sui tried again, forcefully scooping Zhu Zhang into his arms. The cat began to struggle wildly, meowing nonstop. It was as if it had become a human prodigy, truly acting like a bureau director, discriminating against people. I don't know, Ji Xiwen thought for a moment. Maybe it thinks you're too fierce. Chi Sui, do I look fierce now? He tapped the remaining half of the cake. Ji Xiwen quickly shook her head. No, you're not fierce at all now. I take back what I said. Chi Sui chuckled, released Zhu Zhang, and got up to look for his backpack. Because the sports meet was approaching, the atmosphere at Pingzhong High School had been exceptionally relaxed these past 2 weeks, giving off the vibe of an imminent New Year celebration. At Ji Xiwen's previous school, because the playground was too small, the sports meet was always held symbolically for just one day, ending before she could really experience it. This time she finally knew what a normal school sports meet was like. It was bustling every day, and every evening during self-study there were votes. They had to vote on which snacks and soft drinks to buy with the class funds, what kind of class uniforms to buy, what style, what color, and also vote for the placard bearer. Ji Xiwen especially loved voting, and each time she would think carefully before casting her precious vote. Tuesday afternoon. As soon as the school bell rang, Su Jiang eagerly put on his jacket, turned around, and knocked on Chi Sui's desk. Let's go, let's go. A new tea-scented chicken stall had recently opened in the cafeteria. The flavor was exquisite, and despite being a new establishment, it had already become a favorite among students. Long queues formed at lunchtime or in the evening, and sometimes the supply couldn't keep up with the demand. Su Jiang adored it. He would dash back every time, dragging his best buddy along. Ji Xiwen had only managed to queue up once. Neither Shi Luo Wenjing nor Zhang Qingyan were the type to sprint to the cafeteria just for food. This time the three of them strolled leisurely to the first-floor cafeteria. Zhang Qingyan asked, "What'll you have?" Luo Wenjing replied, "Boxed meal, I guess." Ji Xiwen wandered around, showing little interest in anything. "Boxed meal for me too." The three queued up, bought their boxed meals, and then began searching for seats. After wandering for a while, Luo Wenjing's sharp eyes spotted an empty table. Over there. Zhang Qingyan led the way toward the direction Luo Wenjing had pointed. Just as they approached, someone slid over with a tray, as if wearing roller skates, plopped down into a seat. The three of them were speechless. Su Jiang grinned and said, "First come, first served, right?" Zhang Qingyan snorted, ignored him, and sat down directly opposite him. Su Jiang whined, "What are you doing?" His tone was drawn out, almost pleading, yet it didn't come off as annoying. "Nothing, just eating." Zhang Qingyan waved at Ji Xiwen and Luo Wenjing. The two exchanged a glance and sat down beside Zhang Qingyan. The tables in Pingzhong could generally seat 4 people. The chairs came in light shades of pink, yellow, green, and blue with sturdy backrests. The tables against the walls were separate, while those in the central area were all pushed together, 4 tables in a row. Larger groups usually sat in the middle. This particular table was in the central area, but at the very edge. Su Jiang, facing 3 girls all by himself, felt helpless and vulnerable. "Hey, I've got a bunch of brothers coming." Zhang Qingyan said, "ITLL fit." Su Jiang glanced back. All right. He happily began devouring his food. Chi Sui spotted Su Jiang sitting with 3 girls. From his angle, he could only see the girls' backs. He instantly recognized Ji Xiwen by her ponytail. Her hair was soft and smooth, not overly thick. A light blue hairband, no extra adornments. The back of her head was perfectly round and her neck was slim. Li Junyu clearly didn't recognize her. He clicked his tongue. Su Jiang's at it again, sitting with pretty girls. Su Jiang had done this a few times before, but Chi Sui had taught him a lesson and had behaved. Li Junyu pointed somewhere. "There's an empty table over there. Let's go." "No need," Chi Sui said. "I think that spot is..." Li Junyu was bewildered, his head full of question marks. He watched Chi Sui walk towards Su Jiang's table. Had he been possessed? Chi Sui set his tray down and sat beside Su Jiang. Su Jiang felt a twinge of guilt when he saw him rubbing his nose. "Well, I saw my sister when I came out, so I came over." He thought Chi Sui cared about this nominal sister, and mentioning Ji Xiwen might soften his anger. "Oh," Chi Sui hummed in response, grabbed his lemon water, and took a sip. Ji Xiwen was sitting directly across from him. Li Junyu, who had arrived late, set down his tray and let out a long sigh before sitting. I swear you're a master of mood swings. Chi Sui pretended not to hear. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the opposite side. Ji Xiwen was probably looking at Li Junyu, not understanding what he was saying, so she glanced back and forth. Finally, she looked at Chi Sui. Their eyes met for a moment, then each lowered their heads and busied themselves. Chi Sui remained expressionless and took another sip of lemon water. It was full of ice cubes, sending a chill through him that made him gasp. Ji Xiwen heard the sound and quietly looked up. What's wrong? Nothing. Chi Sui certainly wouldn't admit his teeth were frozen. Too embarrassing. Master Chi had a 1,000-pound burden of pride, especially in front of the girl he liked. Ji Xiwen didn't press further when he declined to answer. She simply said, "Oh," and obediently lowered her head to. Chi Sui stared at her tray. 3 vegetable dishes: stir-fried bean sprouts, stir-fried broccoli, and tomato scrambled eggs, with pathetically few eggs. His brow furrowed slightly. No wonder she was so thin. He pushed the untouched tea-scented chicken toward the center. Want some? Ji Xiwen shook her head. No, I tried it last time and didn't like it. Chi Sui pulled the chicken back. He vaguely sensed something off. Turning his head, he saw 4 people staring at them in unison. Su Jiang was adult, his expression unreadable. But Li Junyu was sharp. His expression was particularly intriguing. Zhang Qinjian's expression was similar to Li Junyu's, pregnant with meaning. And the girl beside her, whose name Chi Sui couldn't remember, was staring blankly, like Su Jiang. What are you looking at? He kicked Su Jiang under the table. Su Jiang hissed. Hey, what's that for? I just never expected you merciless skinflint to be so thoughtful as a brother. Ji Xiwen was speechless. That was a redefinition of thoughtful. Chi Sui used to think Su Jiang had no tact, but now he found it rather nice. At least this dolt's words steered everyone toward the brother-sister angle. He responded reluctantly, lowered his head, and took a bite of rice. Why are you guys so early? He said as he pulled out the chair next to Chi Sui and sat down. Chui Kai in his sportswear ambled in behind. He patted Su Jiang's shoulder. Go sit over there. Su Jiang was currently sandwiched between his 2 good buddies Li Junyu and Chi Sui and felt like a hot commodity. He flatly refused. No. Come on, Chui Kai said. Why should you sit opposite my girlfriend? Su Jiang was speechless. It's fine. Zhang Qinyan stood up. When let's swap seats. Ji Xiwen replied, sure. Zhang Qinyan moved to the edge with an empty seat beside her. Chui Kai smugly sat down next to Zhang Qinyan. He Ran's gaze swept briefly over Ji Xiwen's pretty face, then he leaned in close to Chi Sui. Hey, does that beauty across from you have a boyfriend? No. Chi Sui stared at him. What are you planning? Nothing. He looked at him, puzzled, wondering why Chi Sui seemed like a jealous husband whose girlfriend was being eyed. I have a girlfriend, just asking casually. Chi Sui was speechless. He clicked his tongue again. Don't tell me you're a secret siscon. Su Jiang was a big mouth. Ever since he found out that Chi Sui's desk mate was his nominal sister, everyone in their close circle knew. But only those few. Anyway, Chui Kai knew, and after Chui Kai knew, Zhang Qinyan found out. Zhang Qinyan was a bit surprised and confirmed it with Ji Xiwen. Luo Wenjing was also present. Ji Xiwen heard it came from Chui Kai's side, not her fault, so she breathed a sigh of relief and stopped hiding it. She hadn't intended to keep it a secret anyway. But Chi Sui had laid down rules. None of your damn business. Chi Sui neither confirmed nor denied, choosing instead to curse directly. He and Su Jiang were both equally insufferable, afflicted with a masochistic streak. Being scolded by Chi Sui only made them chuckle. He's so cute, Sui Sui. Chi Sui. A wave of disgust made his scalp tingle. He shifted aside. You're really disgusting. The guy like you definitely doesn't have a girlfriend. He smugly bit into a chicken leg. Chi Sui was baffled. What does that have to do with not having a girlfriend? He snorted. My girlfriend always talks to me like that. Baby's so cute. Chi Sui. When Ji Xiwen went to get her meal, she only took half a portion of rice. She ate slowly anyway, and now she was whispering with Luo Wenjing, making her even slower. After the whispering, just as she was about to take a bite of rice, she vaguely sensed someone watching her. She looked up in confusion, but Chi Sui had already averted his gaze. As soon as the evening self-study bell rang, Chu Zi stood at the podium. The classroom lights were exceptionally bright. He picked up the blackboard eraser and tapped the table. Come on today. Well, first vote for the placard bearer for our class sports meet opening ceremony. Those interested can raise your hands. He scanned the room, waiting for a moment. Su Jiang lounged against Chi Sui's desk, tilting his head slightly, and said in a low voice, Old Chu is an idiot too. How can he don't people care about face? Chi Sui propped his chin on his hand, sarcastic. You really know it all. Su Jiang. Ji Xiwen turned her head to study Chi Sui's expression. She felt something was off about this guy. He had seemed strange since lunchtime. No one raised their hands. Chu Zi quickly said, How about this? Everyone writes down on a slip of paper who you think is most suitable. He'll collect them and tally the votes. Whoever gets the most votes will be the one. Is that okay? All right. Sure. The students below responded enthusiastically. Ji Xiwen, however, was troubled if she didn't know whom to vote for. She tore off a sticky note. A hand reached out from beside her. Give me one. Ji Xiwen tilted her head to look at him. Chi Sui sometimes resembled a cat, especially in his sense of entitlement. He was utterly brazen, showing no trace of embarrassment. Here, Ji Xiwen respectfully handed the item to Chi Sui. Chi Sui caught a glimpse of the light pink sticky note in her palm, and his mood improved a little. He took it. Su Jiang turned around and asked, "Who are you two voting for?" Chi Sui twirled the sticky note in his palm, saying nothing. Seeing he remained silent, Ji Xiwen said, "I haven't decided yet. I'm not really familiar with anyone. If you don't know who to write Li Qian." Su Jiang said, "Sis, you can write her with confidence." She was the placard bearer for her class in first year. She wore a horse-faced skirt and looked absolutely stunning. She even made the top 3 of the most beautiful goddess list. Most beautiful goddess list. Ji Xiwen was surprised. Su Jiang explained, "It's just a vote every year for the placard bearers, just for fun. No boys." Ji Xiwen tilted her head. "It's mostly girls. I've been to so many sports meets from elementary to middle school to high school, and I've never seen a guy." Su Jiang copied her gesture, tilting his head as he spoke. "Oh," Ji Xiwen responded. She folded her arms, resting her chin on them. The red school uniform sleeves made her skin look fair. Her moist eyes were wide open, her ponytail draped over the desk, and beneath her arm lay a test paper with elegant, beautiful handwriting. People are visual creatures. Su Jiang couldn't help but say, "Sis, do you want to be the placard bearer?" Ji Xiwen panicked a little and quickly shook her head, "No." As her head shook, her ponytail swayed. The tips of a few strands seemed to brush against Chi Sui's fingers resting on the side. But before Chi Sui could fully savor the sensation, the ponytail had already returned behind Ji Xiwen's shoulder. As her head shook, her ponytail swayed. The tips of a few strands seemed to brush against Chi Sui's fingers resting on the side. But Su Jiang nearly fell to the ground, barely managing to steady himself against the desk. He stared at Chi Sui in shock. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Chi Sui. Out of the corner of his eye, his deskmate also had her eyes wide open, her black pupils glistening with moisture, as if she were utterly astonished. He pressed his lips together, turned his head away, and then met Ji Xiwen's eyes with a serious look. The classroom lights were as bright as day, the sky outside the window pitch black, and the many classmates behind her blurred into the background. She was still lying on her arms, her eyelashes distinct and clear. When she blinked, the young man's heart thumped like a drum. "Are you angry?" Ji Xiwen asked with concern. "No." Chi Sui coughed. "I just can't stand him." Ji Xiwen. She felt that Chi Sui wasn't telling the truth. Ever since returning to Pingcheng after National Day, Master Chi had been acting strange. But she couldn't figure it out. She pressed her lips together and didn't ask further. Su Jiang was half dead with anger. "What did I do to you? You're an eyesore." Chi Sui squeezed out the words through. "It'll be an eyesore, it'll be an eyesore." Su Jiang huffed angrily, then suddenly paused, and smoothly sang, "Can't get enough of your love. I can love you day after day, month after month, year after year, until forever." Ji Xiwen. Sui, you couldn't help but turn around and stare at Su Jiang. Su Jiang stopped singing. "What's with that look?" Sui, you sighed. "Su Jiang, I've never been impressed by anyone in my life, but you're the first. You always manage to redefine my understanding of insanity." Su Jiang. "You're all attacking me, Wu." Ji Xiwen quickly said, "Don't be sad, I didn't. Sis, you're the best." Su Jiang looked moved. Chi Sui poked him with a black pen. "It'll give you 3 seconds to turn around." Su Jiang crossed his arms, disdainful. "And if I don't?" Chi Sui flashed a smile that could only be described as nuclear friendly. "Then don't copy my homework next time. You're the emperor, you have the final say." Su Jiang swiftly turned around. 2 seconds later, someone poked him from behind. He twisted around, and Chi Sui handed him a notebook. The two brothers exchanged a look, and everything was understood without words. Su Jiang looked down. On it was a line of scrawled, arrogant handwriting kept just legible enough for him to make out the— "Can you stop calling her sis? Are you two that close?" Su Jiang. "No, He had only said 3 words before Chi Sui kicked him. He shut his mouth, picked up a pen, wrote something, and tossed it onto Chi Sui's desk. "Isn't your sister my sister too? The last time you came to my place, didn't my sister call you brother every time?" Seeing this sentence, Chi Sui fell into a strange silence. That seemed true. He thought for a moment, wrote a line, and tossed it back to Su Jiang. Ji Xiwen, who had witnessed the whole process, suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Chi Sui didn't want her to know what was on the note. Maybe he thought they weren't that close yet, or maybe the content was about her. Whichever the reason, she didn't like it. She had thought she and Chi Sui were good friends by now. Turns out she had been overthinking. Su Jiang, diagonally ahead, had written down Li Qian's name and handed it to his deskmate Sui Yu before he had time. Su Jiang diagonally ahead had written down Li Qian's name and handed it to his deskmate Sui Yu before he had time to read Master Kai's note. Then can you stop calling her in such a syrupy tone? Like she's your sweetheart. Su Jiang. His eyes nearly popped out. For a split second, he almost thought he couldn't read. He angrily wrote a sentence, then angrily threw it onto Chi Sui's desk. Finally, he glared at Chi Sui in fury, breathing heavily through his nostrils, huffing and puffing like a mad bull. Chi Sui also wore a cold expression. He picked it up and read it. A dirty mind sees everything is dirty. Chi Sui tore off the page with a blank expression and tossed it into the trash bin behind him. Ji Xiwen turned her head to glance at it, then quickly averted her gaze. At the front of the podium, Chu Zi enlisted his deskmate to help tally the votes, marking tally marks on the blackboard. Meanwhile, he stood beside the podium reading out the ballots one by one. The ballots were shuffled before the roll call. Li Qian 1 vote. Chu Xiangyi 1 vote. Chu Xiangyi was the class league branch secretary, not particularly pretty, but outgoing and on good terms with everyone. Ji Xiwen picked up her pen about to start on her homework when she suddenly heard Chu Zi say, Chi Sui 1 vote. This sentence was like a bomb dropped into the crowd, leaving everyone stunned and disoriented. Ji Xiwen froze, turning to look at Chi Sui. Chi Sui looked even more baffled than she did. What the heck? The deskmate in front, Su Jiang, leaned back again, looking at him with sympathy. Someone voted for you. My deskmate said there are quite a few. Chi Sui. His expression was a masterpiece, bewilderment mixed with shock and shock laced with irritation. The key point was that it was a secret ballot, so he couldn't find out who voted for him. Ji Xiwen couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Chi Sui heard the laughter and turned his head to look at her. Ji Xiwen buried her head in her homework, pretending nothing happened. Normally Chi Sui would have snapped at her. She waited for a moment, but surprisingly he said nothing. Chu Zi continued reading out the ballots. Whether by some agreement or not, quite a few people had voted for Chi Sui, until there was only one ballot left. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ballot in his hand. At this moment, Chi Sui had the most votes, one more than Li Qian, who was in second place. If this last vote went to Li Qian, they would be tied. Chu Zi stared at the slip of paper, his expression growing even more subtle. Ji Xiwen 1 vote. Ji Xiwen, who had been focused on her homework, slowly raised her head with a question mark forming on her forehead. Su Jiang turned around. Little sister, you also got a vote. Wonder who voted for you. Ji Xiwen frowned. That's so weird. Su Jiang agreed. Yeah, so embarrassing. Damn. Before he could finish, his chair was kicked from below. He was startled. Did I offend you again? He asked Chi Sui incredulously. You know it, Chi Sui said coldly. Su Jiang was speechless, only raising his thumb. You're a genius. Ji Xiwen was still puzzling over who had voted for her. Chi Sui noticed her unease from the corner of his eye and asked awkwardly, what's wrong? Ji Xiwen scratched the tip of her ear, her fingers fair and slender. I'm thinking maybe I accidentally offended someone without noticing, and they deliberately voted for me to make me feel awkward. Chi Sui. He was silent for a few seconds, then said, no, everyone likes you. Ji Xiwen was taken aback. Ji Xiwen didn't believe him, thinking he was just comforting her, so she stopped dwelling on it and smiled. Thank you. Ji Xiwen didn't believe him, thinking he was just comforting her, so she stopped dwelling on it and smiled. Thank you. Chi Sui. The thank you monster was back, limited edition. Chu Zi glanced at the blackboard, barely suppressing a smile. According to the votes, first place is Chi Sui. I object. Everyone turned around. Chi Sui raised his hand. He wore a sour expression without his school uniform jacket. Just a plain black hoodie underneath, probably, because he was hot, with his sleeves rolled up, revealing a pale forearm. A lively student in the front row laughed. Objection overruled. We voted it fair and square. Once someone led the charge, countless others chimed in. Yeah, objection overruled. Young Master Chi is so handsome, he should be shown off. Of course we vote for the best looking in the class. Yeah. Chi Sui. He grabbed the tissue box on the desk and hurled it at the most boisterous boy. The boy caught it with a cheeky grin. Thanks, young master. I was just out of tissues. Chi Sui. Shameless. Su Jiang was laughing so hard he was. Fortunately, the sports secretary Chu Zi was responsible. He hesitated. But according to tradition, the sign bearer is usually a girl. Li Qian was seated in the third row. A few boys nearby were jeering. She also wore a smile, but her gaze kept darting to the blackboard. Li Qian was seated in the third row. A few boys nearby were jeering. She also wore a smile, but her gaze kept darting to the blackboard. The boy who had caught the tissue box said, "Isn't that perfect? When the marching teams come, all the other classes will have girl sign bearers, but our class will have a boy. That's definitely a unique sight. The school leaders will remember us at a glance." These words clearly convinced Chu Zi. He slapped the podium. "You've got a point." Then it's Chi Sui. "I disagree." Chi Sui was furious, slumping back into his chair as if all strength had left him. Su Jiang in front was practically laughing his head. Ji Sui was furious, slumping back into his chair as if all strength had left him. Su Jiang in front was practically laughing his head off. The contrast between the two was stark. Ji Xiwen leaned over and whispered comfortingly, "I want to be in the marching team so I can take photos of you and make you look super handsome." The marching team only needed 40 people plus the sign bearer, making 41 in total. A few extra people wouldn't have to march. Chu Zi simply followed the student numbers. Since Ji Xiwen had just transferred, her number was naturally last, so she didn't have to join the team. Ji Sui was startled, his expression softening. Really? Really? Ji Xiwen tilted her head. Although Ji Sui and Su Jiang had a little secret, one they couldn't let her know. But in her heart, Ji Sui was still a good friend. That wouldn't change just because he didn't see her as a good friend. Feelings didn't have to be mutual. Not getting a response was fine. Ji Sui struggled to suppress a smile. How handsome. More handsome than a god. Straight out of a blockbuster movie. Ji Xiwen rested her chin on her hand, looking at him obediently. All right then. Ji Sui quickly accepted the role of sign bearer and was already secretly searching on his phone for what clothes would be suitable. Chu Zi opened the multimedia system, logged into his QQ account, and opened the chat history with the class monitor, which was full of photos of clothes. The monitor and I have roughly picked out 20 class uniforms. Now everyone vote on the style. He'll show you all first, then we'll vote one by one. Just raise your hands. Everyone can vote multiple times. Whichever gets the most votes wins. Chu Zi turned off the 2 lights at the front of the classroom to make the projector clearer. Okay. No problem. Ji Xiwen wanted to cultivate friendship with Ji Sui, so she made small talk. He's quite— Ji Sui gave a cold face. I don't see it. Ji Xiwen, all right then. Everyone voted enthusiastically for one class period, finally, choosing a preppy-style hoodie in cream yellow with a hint of light blue. For girls, the bottom was a matching blue pleated skirt, for boys a pair of blue trousers. Of course, the boys weren't too fond of this set, but the girls loved it. Comfortable, pretty, and youthful in color. In the humanities class, girls had the say. After school, boarding students rushed out like horses breaking free with a whoosh. The laundry room and bathroom were limited, so it was first come first served for those who wanted to shower, wash hair, or do laundry. Day students, on the other hand, were much more relaxed, chatting as they walked. The campus was lively and noisy after school. Su Jiang asked puzzledly, "You're acting a bit strange today." Day students, on the other hand, were much more relaxed, chatting as they walked. The campus was lively and noisy after school. Su Jiang asked puzzledly, "You're acting a bit strange." Li Junyu chimed in, "Yeah. If I told you to, you wouldn't understand anyway." Ji Sui grabbed his bike keys and headed to the bike shed to find his newly purchased electric. After returning from Ji Family Village, Ji Sui went to pick out an electric scooter that very evening. He found his bike and unlocked it. A girl beside him bit her lip and spoke softly, "Ji Sui." After returning from Ji Family Village, Ji Sui went to pick out an electric scooter that very evening. He found his bike and unlocked it. A girl beside him, "No need thanks." Ji Sui inserted the key. "I actually want to do it." Li Qian. Luo Wenjing returned to the dormitory carrying a basin. Her hair hung wetly over her shoulders. She glanced at Ji Xiwen, who was sitting on Zhang Qinjian's bed, looking at the phone with her, their expressions quite serious. "When didn't you sign up for an event? Don't you need to practice?" Luo Wenjing asked with concern. "He'll practice next week," Ji Xiwen said. Luo Wenjing looked up. "Won't it be too late? Last year's high jump event had quite a few embarrassments." ITLO. Ji Xiwen curved her lips. "It's okay. I'm not afraid of being embarrassed." "Okay." Luo Wenjing went to find a clean towel. Ji Xiwen lowered her head and continued studying with Zhang Qingyan how to take good photos. The sports day was approaching and 2 weeks passed in a flash. On Friday afternoon, Chu Zi found a few boys to fetch the class uniforms from the entrance, distributing them according to sizes so everyone could take them home to wash over the weekend. At that moment, Ji Sui and Su Jiang had not yet returned. When Ji Xiwen reached her seat, she noticed the class uniform. At that moment, Ji Sui and Su Jiang had not yet returned. When Ji Xiwen reached her seat, she noticed the class uniform on her desk. She opened the package and took a look. The front was printed with Class 2 Grade 11 and her name on the back. It looked quite nice, but the skirt seemed a bit short. Zhang Qingyan leaned over. "Let me see yours." Ji Xiwen spread the sweatshirt for her to see. "It's pretty," Zhang Qingyan said, reaching out to pinch Ji Xiwen's cheek. "With your fair skin, you'll look stunning in it." Zhang Qingyan leaned over. "Let me see yours." Ji Xiwen spread the sweatshirt for her to see. "It's pretty," Zhang Qingyan said, reaching out to pinch Ji Xiwen. Sure, Ji Xiwen nodded with a smile. The bell rang, and Zhang Qingyan returned to her seat, while Ji Sui sauntered. Though he asked if she wanted some, he had already placed the chips on the desk. Then he pulled out a pack of gum and a strip of light pink milk tablets, clearly strawberry flavored. After putting them down, he dragged his chair and sat. Ji Xiwen blinked. "Why are you giving me things all of a sudden? What's so strange about that?" Ji Sui dismissed it, casually lowered his head to eat a piece of chocolate, and opened his own class uniform for a look. Ji Xiwen peeled off a milk tablet, popped it into her mouth, and glanced at him. It was then that she noticed Ji Sui had 3 sets of class uniforms on his desk, neatly stacked. "Why did you buy so many?" she asked, stunned. "For changing," Ji Sui said, opening the package, glancing at it, and stuffing it back. "Oh." Ji Xiwen unwrapped another milk tablet. After school, Ji Xiwen didn't go out to play, but went straight back to Huaihua Bay. She had planned to go shopping with Zhang Qingyan and Luo Wenjing the next day, so she wanted to finish her homework before that. The teachers at Pingzhong were quite considerate. Knowing that the sports day was next week and everyone might not be in the mood for homework, they assigned very little for the weekend. After spending half an hour finishing her math paper, Ji Xiwen heard a noise at the door, like something scratching. She put down her pen and opened it to find Zhu Zhang tilting his head, meowing, and lifting a paw. "Ah, baby." Ji Xiwen's eyes lit up with surprise. She scooped Zhu Zhang into her arms and closed the door. During class, Ji Sui had been discussing with Su Jiang where to go for fun, likely planning to stay out until late again tonight. That meant she could play with Zhu Zhang all evening. Ji Xiwen lowered her head to nuzzle Zhu Zhang's small soft head. She buried her face in his fur, inhaling deeply. It smelled like a blanket that had been basking in the sun all day, warm and cozy. While petting the cat, Ji Xiwen did her homework, feeling that her efficiency had improved. At 8:30 p.m., Ji Sui pushed open the door with his backpack. The living room was brightly lit, and Chi Kai, wearing a white shirt, sat on the sofa reading documents. "Out with Yang Yang and Xiaojun again?" Chi Kai asked casually without looking up. Ji Sui didn't bother to reply, lowering his head to change his shoes. Chi Kai coughed softly. Ji Sui paused in the middle of changing his shoes and let out a faint from his nose. He grabbed his backpack, walked over to the sofa, and pretended to ask casually, "You caught a cold?" Seasonal change, the weather fluctuates quickly," Chi Kai said with a smile. "Father is getting old." Ji Sui frowned, resistant to the topic. "You're about to remarry, and you say you're old." Chi Kai, probably not feeling well, just smiled and beckoned to Ji Sui. "Sui, come here and take a look at this." Ji Sui asked offhandedly. "What is it?" "The wool," Chi Kai said. Ji Sui's steps faltered. "Whose wool?" "Your father's, of course," Chi Kai replied. Ji Sui's breath suddenly became shallow. "Are you crazy? You're so young, why are you riding a wool? I'm so rich, a billionaire. It's safer to have a wool," Chi Kai said. "Father is leaving everything to you." At that moment, Ji Sui found himself speechless. His gaze slowly fell on Chi Kai. The man's features were still handsome, his expression gentle, with a well-defined bone structure. His hair was thick, but his temples seemed to have been dusted with snow. No one could escape time. In his childhood, his father's arms were strong enough to lift him above his head. As Ji Sui grew older, his father could no longer lift him. Now Ji Sui even had a girl he liked. His heart was blossoming with first love and spring. Meanwhile, Chi Kai had already entered the latter half of his life. "Got it, but I don't want to see it. I'm going back to do my homework." Ji Sui fled the scene. After going upstairs, he pulled out his phone and found the contact of Chi Kai's secretary. "CS, send me my dad's medical checkup report." The secretary seemed to have anticipated this. "Yes, young master." The next second, Ji Sui received Chi Kai's detailed health report. Basically, there were no issues, just slightly elevated blood pressure. He wasn't sick. Ji Sui tilted his head back and let out a slow breath, the weight in his heart lifting. He went straight to the small study. Pushing open the door, the room was brightly lit, and Ji Xiwen was indeed there. She was still in her school uniform, the red jacket making her skin look as white as snow. Her ponytail had become a bit messy after the afternoon, with many stray strands around her ears. "You're back," she said, swiftly writing the short answer questions on her political test paper. Chi Sui suddenly frowned and sniffed. "Why does it smell so bad?" "Huh." Ji Xiwen was taken aback. She was sitting by the window with a half-open window letting in a breeze, and she had been so focused on her homework. Only when Chi Sui mentioned it did she notice the odd smell. Chi Sui looked around the room and finally fixed his gaze on the cabinet beside them. "Ji Xiwen, your class uniform." His voice trailed off. Ji Xiwen stood up and followed his gaze. Zhu Zhang was squatting on her class uniform bottom, raised earnestly, doing his business. "Ji Xiwen." Chi Sui stepped back, overwhelmed by the stench. Ji Xiwen stood despairingly in front of the cabinet. "What do I?" Zhu Zhang finished quickly and hopped away, leaving a large puddle of urine underneath. "Can it be washed clean?" Ji Xiwen asked, her tone mournful, like a gambler who had lost everything. "It can't be washed clean," Chi Sui said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "If you beg me, I can give you one of mine." Ji Xiwen was stunned. "But the names are different. Didn't you sign up for an event? You can put the athlete's number bib on the back to cover it." Chi Sui crossed his arms, looking at her leisurely. Ji Xiwen was convinced by him. "Can you give me one? I can pay for it." Chi Sui put on the airs of a young master, leaning lazily against the table with one leg stretched out and the other supporting his body. "Do you think I'm short of this little money?" "Of course you're not short of money." Ji Xiwen turned around and praised him again. "You're so handsome, and so kind surely you'd be willing to lend me one, right? No, flattering me won't work. Ji Sui leaned forward slightly, a hint of smile on his face. Ji Xiwen begged me, and he'll give you one. Ji Xiwen pursed her lips and forced out a dry please. If Su Jiang were here, he would have already been whining with all sorts of sweet talk like, Brother Sui, please, I'm willing to be your slave. If Su Jiang said those things, Ji Sui would be disgusted to death. But if it were Ji Xiwen, he actually felt a faint glimmer of anticipation inside. He crossed his arms. Is that how you beg? I don't know how to beg. Ji Xiwen thought for a moment. It'll help you with your weekend homework. That trick won't work on me. Ji Sui quickly refused. Ji Xiwen frowned in distress. Ji Sui said slowly, all right, I don't have any overly demanding request. Just call me brother, and he'll give it to you. Ji Xiwen. What a strange request. What's strange about it? Ji Sui clicked his tongue. Logically, I'm also your brother, aren't I? You used to call Ji Mingxiang brother so smoothly, didn't you? I didn't call him brother, I called him Ji. Ji Xiwen clarified. It's pretty much the same, just one extra word. Ji Sui tilted his head and looked at her seemingly expectant. Go ahead, say it, and he'll give it to you. I'm the only one in the class who ordered several sets. After all, the sports meet only lasts 3 days, one set is enough. Ji Xiwen. This was even more torturous than the final problem on the competition paper. She remained silent for a long time. Ji Sui didn't urge her either, just casually swinging his leg, looking very leisurely and complacent. Ji Xiwen let out a breath. Are there any other options? No, there are not. Ji Sui said each word deliberately. Ji Xiwen. She steeled herself the word, brother, lingering on her lips for a long time until her face flushed red, and she stammered out, bro. Her voice was naturally soft and sweet, and now with her shyness it tickled the heart. Ji Sui coughed, lowered his head to hide his expression, and decisively pulled out a brand new class uniform from his backpack and tossed it to Ji Xiwen. Her voice was naturally soft and sweet, and now with her shyness it tickled the heart. Ji Sui coughed, lowered his. Ji Sui left with the cat, without any hesitation, only the awkwardness of a hasty retreat. Ji Xiwen stared at his back, not understanding what was wrong with him, but she sincerely felt that Ji Sui was just tough on the outside and soft on the inside. He gave it to her just because she called him brother. He didn't take the money either. She thought for a while, then threw the class uniform that had been stained with Zhuzhang's poop on the upper half into the trash, and put away the intact pleated skirt, opened the window, and bent down to finish the last set of political questions. She picked up her phone and transferred the money for the class uniform to Ji Sui. He replied instantly. CS. Shiwubu Wenzhong, please accept it. If you don't, I'll feel uneasy. CS, go ask around which brother takes money from his sister. Shiwubu Wenzhong. Shiwubu Wenzhong, alright then. The next day, Ji Xiwen woke up, scrubbed the class uniform, and hung it on the drying rack. Then she went out shopping with 2 good friends. When she returned, the uniform was already dry. This time she carefully checked to make sure it was clean, then folded it away with grace. Never repeat the same mistake again. Monday. The weather was kind. The temperature had warmed up, and it was a sunny day. Ji Xiwen woke up quite early. She put on the class uniform and stood in front of the full-length mirror, tilting her head to look for a long time. It was too weird. The pleated skirt was a bit short, and the hoodie on top was too big, almost longer than the skirt. She tucked the hem of the hoodie into the skirt, revealing her waistline, which looked relatively normal. The sports meet didn't require school uniforms, so she put on a jacket to cover the name Ji Sui on the back. Aunt Chun had made preserved egg and lean meat congee today, and also made xilongbao. The xilongbao were juicy, and Ji Xiwen's eyes lit up after one bite. After eating 2, she heard footsteps at the door. She looked up and suddenly froze on the spot. As usual, Ji Sui still looked a bit sleepy, walking with a lazy stride. But today was exceptionally different. He was actually wearing a suit. Pure black fabric, well-tailored, with a shirt as white as snow underneath and a reddish-brown tie that was the finishing touch, especially dazzling. His laziness and casualness weren't suppressed by the suit. Instead, they became more pronounced, exuding a sense of youthful arrogance completely different from anyone Ji Xiwen had ever seen in a suit. Ji Sui walked toward the dining table while adjusting his cuffs. His black hair fell softly over his forehead, his lips were slightly bright in color, and his brow bone was sharp. When expressionless, he looked even more flamboyant and defiant. Ji Xiwen couldn't swallow the food in her mouth for a long time. Ji Sui couldn't help but fix his gaze on her face. That was because she had changed her hairstyle today. No longer a ponytail, but a round bun. Why didn't you tie a ponytail today? This makes me look more energetic. Ji Xiwen lowered her head to drink some congee, trying to hide. And Ji Sui's fingers itched. After breakfast, when they walked out into the yard, Ji Sui suddenly raised his hand and pinched her bun. Ji Xiwen was stunned. What are you doing? Ji Sui looked away. I just wanted to touch it, see if it's a fake hairpiece. Of course it's not fake. I have a lot of hair. Ji Xiwen said seriously. Okay. Ji Sui let out a light snicker. After arriving at school, Ji Xiwen took her change of clothes back to the dormitory and also brought a few bottles of yogurt. When she got to the dormitory, only Li Jiaojiao was there. She was tidying her wardrobe. Ji Xiwen pushed the door open and greeted her. "Jiaojiao, would you like some yogurt?" Li Jiaojiao looked over. "What yogurt?" Ji Xiwen directly took a bottle of flavored yogurt from her bag and placed it on her desk. This kind. Although the two had some unpleasantness at first, after living together for so long, they had already let bygones be bygones. Girls exchanging snacks brought them closer. "Thanks." Li Jiaojiao took out a bag of chips from the cupboard. "Want some chips?" No, Ji Xiwen said. "I have a bag of chips in my desk drawer that's been sitting there for a week, and I haven't eaten it yet." "All right then." Li Jiaojiao didn't insist. Ji Xiwen also placed a bottle of yogurt on the desks of Luo Wenjing and Zhang Qingyan. She had just tidied her desk for a while when the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. Luo Wenjing poked her head in. "Cici, good morning." "Good morning," Ji Xiwen said with a smile. Luo Wenjing leaned in and hooked her arm around her shoulder, unable to hide her excitement. "Wow, why does Qi Sui look so handsome in a suit? I'm about to faint. He's no less than an idol." Ji Xiwen agreed with that. "You saw him?" "No, but there are lots of photos on confession walls and chat groups. I saw the pictures," Luo Wenjing said. Let me see. Ji Xiwen put down the clothes in her hands. "Come here, I'll find it for you." Luo Wenjing carefully closed the dormitory door, took out her phone from her backpack, opened the chat history, and flipped through the photos to show Ji Xiwen. Ji Xiwen leaned over to look at it. The angle was clearly from the milk tea shop outside the school. Su Jiang occupied most of the picture, his head bent down as he slurped a packed bowl of noodles. Li Junyu and Qi Sui sat together, huddled over a phone, talking about something unknown. Qi Sui even let out a chuckle. The backrest of the milk tea shop's chair was arched with beautiful stripes. He leaned his entire weight against it, resting his chin on one hand. In the entire photo, he was strikingly handsome, fair-skinned and beautiful, like a scene from an idol drama. Luo Wenjing said, "He's really handsome. If his grades weren't this good, he could become a star." Ji Xiwen nodded in agreement. It would be a pity for him to become a star with such good grades, but it's also a pity for that face not to be a star. Exactly. Luo Wenjing grabbed Ji Xiwen's hand excitedly. "We're totally on the same wavelength, Cici." Zhang Qingyan arrived a bit late. After tidying up, the three of them headed to the classroom just in time before the class started. Ji Xiwen placed her backpack on the desk and glanced at Qi Sui before sitting down. The young master was currently looking in the mirror. Su Jiang turned his head. "Can you give me back the mirror now?" Qi Sui clicked his tongue and tossed the mirror back to him. "Here, this mirror would be wronged just by following you." Su Jiang squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. "Get lost." Ji Xiwen tried hard to hold back a laugh, but failed, letting out a chuckle. Qi Sui glanced at her, but said nothing. If anyone else sitting here had laughed, he would have scolded them long ago. At 8 o'clock sharp, the whole class followed the sports monitor Chu Zi to the playground. The sports meet opening ceremony began at 9. Class 1 Senior 1 was the first to march in. Pingzhong High School emphasized students' individuality and freedom. The sports meet processions were a dazzling display of creativity. Pingzhong High School emphasized students' individuality and freedom. The sports meet processions were a dazzling display of creativity, especially the sign holders. They wore all kinds of outfits. Long skirts, short skirts, horse-face skirts, and even someone in a bear costume. The bear holding the sign looked particularly adorably simple. Each class uniform was also very distinctive. "Our class is a sure win," Zhang Qingyan said. Ji Xiwen took several photos of the bear. "What's a sure win?" "The ranking is a sure win," Zhang Qingyan explained. "Every sports meet selects the top 3 processions. They receive awards, and each person in the class gets an extra beautiful notebook and a collective certificate." Ji Xiwen squinted. The viewing stand here was too far from the school gate to see Class 2 Senior 2 yet. One class after another. The pace was... Ji Xiwen squinted. The viewing stand here was too far from the school gate to see Class 2 Senior 2 yet. One class after another. The pace was actually quite fast. Class 2 Senior 2 followed closely behind Class 1 Senior 2. When she caught sight of Qi Sui, Ji Xiwen suddenly felt nervous. She took out Qi Sui's phone from her coat pocket, entered the password he had told her, and without daring to look at anything else, directly opened the camera. Qi Sui had complained that her phone's signal was too old and the camera function was poor, so, before leaving, he had thrown his own phone to Ji Xiwen, instructing her to make sure to take a handsome photo of him. She kept in mind the photography tips she had learned earlier and adjusted the angle. The uniform of Class 2 was very youthful. When they stood in neat rows, it felt like spring was arriving, with everything reviving. Cheers echoed all around. Ji Xiwen looked at the screen of the phone. Qi Sui walked at the front holding the sign for Class 2 Senior 2, as arrogant as ever, striding with a swagger worthy of a king. The wind seemed to favor him, especially gently lifting the stray hairs on his forehead. The suit outlined the young man's tall figure, broad shoulders, and narrow waist, especially those long legs. Ji Xiwen pressed the shutter button lightly with her thumb. Just as the moment was about to freeze, Qi Sui seemed to have finally found her, and click, The young man's entire face was fully captured in the photo. A breathtaking glance. Ji Xiwen stared at the photo, unable to stop herself from being dazed. So beautiful. That was the only thought in her mind. After the procession ended, Chi Sui grabbed a bottle of water from the table, took a couple of gulps, and walked over to Ji Xiwen with the bottle. With a hint of casual anticipation in his tone, he said, "Where's my phone?" Ji Xiwen guiltily fished it out of her pocket. Chi Sui was about to take it. Ji Xiwen held onto the phone, not letting go. Chi Sui. His gaze fell on Ji Xiwen's face again, and his brow lifted slightly. Aren't you tired? Ji Xiwen's mind raced. I heard the class sign is really heavy. Why don't you sit down and rest first? Chi Sui said abruptly, "Why are you feeling guilty?" "I'm not guilty." Ji Xiwen widened her eyes. Chi Sui let out a cold laugh. "Let go." Ji Xiwen lowered her hand, dejectedly staring at her knees. Chi Sui unlocked the phone and opened the album. He tapped on the latest photo. The first one made him see stars. It was a back view shrinking his 187-meter height to 1.5 meters with a body proportion that was almost 50-50. Chi Sui took a deep breath and continued flipping. All of them were back views. He was almost furious until he reached the last one, which finally made him let out a slow sigh of relief. He hadn't died on the spot. Only this one was decent. Ji Xiwen could sense the pressure emanating from him and lifted her hand to lightly pinch her earlobe. She had been too busy admiring Chi Sui's photo, and by the time she came to her senses, Chi Sui was just a back view. She chased after him, but could only capture back views. Ji Xiwen. The young man's tone was icy like a demon's whisper. "Is this what you call a god descending to earth?" Ji Xiwen. "I'm sorry." She looked up. The stray hairs on her forehead were perfectly in place. Because of embarrassment and awkwardness, her eyes were glistening, making her face look extremely pure. If she had puppy ears, they would definitely be drooping now. Chi Sui's anger dissipated in an instant. He closed his eyes. For a moment, only one phrase remained in his mind. Truly, every cause has its effect. His retribution had arrived. Karma came full circle. Heaven must have thought his life in the first half was too smooth, so it sent Ji Xiwen to torment him. He couldn't hit her, and he couldn't bear to scold her. He could only keep being angered by her. "Fine, I accept it," Chi Sui said. He took another sip of water. In the distance, Li Qian gently tapped her knees, withdrew her gaze from Chi Sui, and asked Li Jiaojiao in a low voice, "What's your relationship with Ji Xiwen?" "Just ordinary roommates," Li Jiaojiao said while scrolling through her moments. "She's a nice person, very honest." Li Qian pressed her lips together. "What exactly is the relationship between her and Chi Sui?" "Chi Sui." Li Jiaojiao frowned, following Li Qian's gaze. Everyone was seated, casually clustering with friends. Chi Sui was not supposed to be here, yet he had moved to sit beside Ji Xiwen. His look stood out among the boys like a crane among chickens, and his suit made him even more eye-catching. He seemed oblivious, chatting with Ji Xiwen about something. It's probably just a normal classmate relationship, plus they've been desk mates for a long time, so they're closer than others. Li Jiaojiao said. Li Qian asked in a low voice, "Don't they talk about Chi Sui in the dorm?" "Rarely. Even when they do, it's just praising how handsome he is. Most of the time they talk about Zhang Qingyan and her boyfriend." Li Jiaojiao explained. Li Qian. She clenched her clothes in frustration. Chi Sui's attitude toward Ji Xiwen was far from ordinary classmate or desk mate relations. After all the class teams had marched past, they were dismissed early for lunch. The afternoon's men's and women's 100-meter dash and relay races were the highlight. Ji Xiwen's high jump was scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. In the cafeteria, Zhang Qingyan took a few bites of rice and set down her chopstick. Luo Wenjing was surprised. "Not eating anymore." Zhang Qingyan rested her chin on her hand, a couple's bracelet on her wrist. "I'm running at 2 o'clock. Eating too much will make me uncomfortable." Luo Wenjing was surprised. "Not eating anymore." Zhang Qingyan rested her chin on her hand, a couple's bracelet on her wrist. "I'm running at 2 o'clock. Eating too much will make me He handed 3 cups to Zhang Qingyan. "2 are for your girlfriends." "So thoughtful." Zhang Qingyan smiled and tugged at his earlobe. She wore a faint perfume and always carried hand cream, applying it after lunch. When she reached up to tug Chui Kai's ear, a light fragrance wafted over. It instantly turned Chui Kai into a puppy. His whole face turned red as he scratched his head and grinned foolishly. A few boys approaching from a distance. Su Jiang sighed heavily, exasperated. "Chui Kai, can't you have some backbone?" "Exactly." He ran quickly, agreed. "All day long you're just a dog to women. Get lost, a bunch of single dogs. Go away." Chui Kai turned and cursed. "Hey, I'm not one." He ran, clarified. "I've been in a relationship way longer than you." Chui Kai looked at the other 3. Li Junyu lowered his head to sip lemonade. "Don't look at me, I wasn't mocking." Su Jiang tightened his jaw. "My mom doesn't." Everyone's eyes turned to Chi Sui. Ji Xiwen also looked over. She was startled. Chi Sui had an event in the afternoon, so he had taken off his suit and was now wearing the class uniform. It was just a simple hoodie and pants, but she had almost never seen him in such light-colored clothes. Ji Xiwen lazily glanced at her. Don't look at me, I have no interest in being someone's dog. Damn you. Chui Kai launched a kick. Ji Xiwen dodged easily. Sir loser. Su Jiang jumped in. Who said you could bully our Sui? Come at me if you— Chui Kai turned and started wrestling with him. He joined in cheering, and the group tussled together in sweet harmony. Ji Xiwen stayed where he was, then stepped away in disgust. He very cleverly ended up next to Ji Xiwen. I have a race later. Remember to he said it casually. But Ji Xiwen's attention was on the distant brawl. Tisk. Ji Xiwen annoyedly flicked her bun. Ji Xiwen. What's wrong? Ji Xiwen was startled and turned around in surprise. Remember to cheer and bring me water later. Ji Xiwen, according to the young master's guess, she would readily agree. But she blanked for a few seconds and asked, what event did you sign up for? Ji Xiwen gritted his teeth. Didn't the class group post everyone's events? I only remember you signed up for the men's relay race, which is tomorrow morning. Ji Xiwen blinked, looking innocent. And the men's 100-meter dash. Ji Xiwen raised his hand and flicked her bun again. His photo holding the sign in a suit was flying all over campus. While queuing for lunch, she could hear girls around her talking about how handsome he was. Even at the table, the next table was discussing him. His photo holding the sign in a suit was flying all over campus. While queuing for lunch, she could hear girls around her talking about how handsome he was. Even at the table, the next table was discussing him. After all, he was Zhuang Qingping's son, inheriting the best of her looks, surpassing even male celebrities in the entertainment. They're not you. Ji Xiwen said naturally. The words. Even the dull Ji Xiwen sensed a hint of intimacy and something off. Ji Xiwen leaned in slightly, getting a bit close. His dark eyes stared unblinkingly at her, but his lips curled up with a lazy arrogance. Ji Xiwen, no one else has borrowed my class uniform. Ji Xiwen. The pink bubbles that had just risen in her mind instantly popped. She snapped back to reality and said sincerely, "I'll bring you water. Indeed, once you owe Master Chi a favor, hell, climb the pole and keep asking for more." The midday sun was somewhat scorching. The men's 100-meter dash, always a spectacle, was a must-watch highlight of the annual sports meet. Especially the second heat featuring Ji Xiwen and Chui Kai. Both were well known in the school, the former for his family background, academic excellence, and good looks, while the latter was the infamous school bully who loved playing the boss and recruiting underlings. A large crowd of girls gathered on both sides of the track. In the monotonous high school life, the sports meet and the Lantern Festival Gala were rare highlights. The girls were all dressed up, radiating fragrance. Ji Xiwen, holding a bottle of water, struggled to squeeze to the front, utterly frustrated. After a gunshot, the spectators on both sides of the track cheered rhythmically and passionately. Ji Xiwen stood on tiptoes and tried to peek, then circled around the crowd. After much effort, she finally caught a glimpse, only to see the race already finished. Ji Xiwen stood on tiptoes and tried to peek, then circled around the crowd. After much effort, she finally caught a glimpse, only to see the race already Baby, you're so thoughtful, Chui Kai said, deeply moved. Ji Xiwen shuddered with disgust, scanning the area for someone while muttering, "Why do you have to be so nauseating when you're in love?" Ji Xiwen licked his teeth, about to go look for her, when a cloyingly sweet voice suddenly came from beside him. Ji Xiwen. Everyone as if no one brings me water. Ji Xiwen retorted, annoyed. Where is she? Chui Kai looked around slyly. I don't see anyone. Ji Xiwen licked his teeth, about to go look for her, when a cloyingly sweet voice suddenly came from beside him. Ji Xiwen. Everyone present, including the three of them, froze in unison. Meng Laren wore a white strapless dress, her curly hair draped over her shoulders, a smile on her lips. She held a bottle of mineral water, and the diamond bracelet on her wrist sparkled strikingly. Ji Xiwen's eyes stung instantly, and he stepped back. For you. Meng Laren extended the water with a smile, flicking her hair with her other hand. She could feel the gazes of many around them shifting to her. Meng Laren reveled in the attention. No need, thanks. Ji Xiwen stepped back again. Catching his movement, Meng Laren said displeasedly, It's just a bottle of water. I'm not asking you to be with me, so just drink it. I really don't want any. Ji Xiwen forced patience. Chui Kai cleared his throat and was about to hand over the remaining half of his own water to help him out, taking a step forward. I really don't want any. Ji Xiwen forced patience. Chui Kai cleared his throat and was about to hand over the remaining half of his own water to help him out. Why are you running? Ji Xiwen's tone was dark and displeased. I wasn't running. I just didn't want to disturb you too. Ji Xiwen turned around with a placating smile. What's there to disturb? Ji Xiwen looked down at her, demanding. I just came first in the race, even faster than Chui Kai, the sports student. Did you see it? He emphasized the words, sports student. I saw it, Ji Xiwen said guiltily. She quickly handed Ji Xiwen the bottle of water. Here, water. I have something to do, so ill. Don't run. The boy grabbed her wrist again. Through the thin jacket, the distinct presence of his bones was evident. I came second, not first. Ji Xiwen. She looked up shocked. She never expected this young master to pull such a trick. Ji Xiwen said, liar, not a single truthful word. He pressed his lips together and lowered his lashes. It was the first time in his life he had tried to show off. But she hadn't even looked. He was both frustrated and hurt. Cui Kai watched their backs, sensing something off, and whispered to Zhang Qingyan, "Don't you think they're weird? They don't act like siblings." "Shut up," Zhang Qingyan said, covering his mouth in exasperation. She glanced at Meng Laren, who was sulking on the spot, and dragged Cui Kai away. Ji Xiwen fidgeted with her jacket sleeve, feeling at a loss. "Sorry I couldn't squeeze through. There were too many people." Chi Sui pressed his lips together. "Then cheer me up." "Ji Xiwen, but I don't know how to cheer people up. You can't ask for favors, and you can't console others." Chi Sui took a deep breath. "Are you made of wood?" Ji Xiwen explained. "I have very few friends, and we've hardly ever had arguments, so I'm not really good at this." Chi Sui pondered for a moment, then handed the bottle of water back to Ji Xiwen. Ji Xiwen frowned, puzzled, but obediently took it. "Open it for me," Chi Sui said, arms crossed and matter-of-fact. This was exactly how Cui Kai had shown off earlier. Ji Xiwen. Chi Sui looked around, but failing to find Cui Kai, he sighed regretfully. Her tone was just as forthright as Chi Sui. Ji Xiwen recognized the same brazenness. "What's it to you?" Chi Sui waved her off. "Go away." Her tone was just as forthright as Chi Sui. Ji Xiwen recognized the same brazenness. "What's it to you?" Chi Sui waved her off. "Go away, I'm not in the mood to deal with you." "Do you know how cruel you're being?" Meng Laren said angrily. "You've hurt my feelings." Chi Sui paused for 2 seconds, then tugged Ji Xiwen's sleeve. "Let's go. If you can't fight, run." Ji Xiwen's jacket nearly slipped off as she adjusted it while saying, "She seems really upset." "She's upset because she lost face, not because I rejected her," Chi Sui said indifferently. Ji Xiwen paused, slowly processing his words. "So you mean she doesn't really like you?" Ji Xiwen asked, tilting her head. "Right," Chi Sui said. "She probably hasn't even awakened yet, as she has no idea what liking someone is. It's just that there are usually many girls who pursue him at school," so Meng Laren joined in the fun. As the one being pursued, Chi Sui felt it more keenly than anyone else. "Oh, I see," Ji Xiwen said, her view of him changing somewhat. "I didn't expect you to have such a sensitive side." "What do you—" Chi Sui clicked his tongue, extended his arm, and hooked it around her neck from behind, pretending to pinch the back of her neck. "Why do I feel like you're belittling me with that remark?" "I'm praising you, not belittling you," Ji Xiwen said, instinctively shrinking her neck. She quickly unscrewed the bottle cap and handed the water to Chi Sui. "Drink some water first." Chi Sui glanced at her, released his hand, and took the water. In the distance, Su Jiang, seeing the two of them, was about to run over excitedly when someone grabbed his collar from behind. "What are you doing?" He turned around. Li Junyu pushed up his glasses with one hand. "If you go over and disturb them now, Chi Sui will definitely beat you to death." Su Jiang. Bewildered, he said, "Bro, are you okay?" Li Junyu withdrew his hand. A single reminder was enough. If he kept courting death, there was nothing he could do. "Then go ahead and try." He narrowed his eyes and gave a faint smile. Su Jiang. Li Junyu was incredibly shrewd, as if he could tell fortunes. Every word he said was especially accurate. He squinted again and looked into the distance. The autumn sky was always high and vast. On the lawn, students from various grades and classes stood scattered in small groups. Chi Sui and Ji Xiwen, standing together, were particularly conspicuous. They were already quite good-looking, but then, as if they were saying something, Chi Sui, with a sour expression, reached out and flicked Ji Xiwen's bun hairstyle. Su Jiang watched and felt something was off until a certain suspicion gradually formed in his mind. He took a deep breath, turned his head, and asked in surprise, "No way." Li Junyu smiled gently. "When have you ever seen him act like this with other girls?" "Holy crap." Su Jiang clapped his hands. "You've got a point." Then he thought again and felt something was off. He reached out and hooked his arm around Li Junyu's shoulder, whispering, "Isn't this a painful love story?" Their relationship. Li Junyu's gaze fell into the distance. "Things like liking someone are uncontrollable. Don't be so artsy." Su Jiang let go, thoroughly creeped out by his words. "Idiot." Li Junyu held back the rest of his sentence, cursed, and turned away. Su Jiang stared at Chi Sui for a few more seconds, thinking that his buddy had made a stunning move once he finally got it. He directly chose the hard mode. What a pity, what a pity. He shook his head and sighed with emotion. Chi Sui, completely unaware of what his two unlucky brothers were discussing, downed half a bottle of water in one go. As he slowly tightened the cap, he said, "By the way, are you confident about your match tomorrow afternoon?" "Immoderately confident," Ji Xiwen said. "That's good," Chi Sui replied. After all, the high jump event was always a highly anticipated competition every year. This wasn't really exciting. What everyone looked forward to were the funny moments. Every year, there were plenty of blunders. Ji Xiwen hummed him twice. "Is there anything else?" "No," Chi Sui said, displeased. Ji Xiwen couldn't wait to say goodbye. "I'm off then, see you." Ji Xiwen turned her head to look for Luo Wenjing. Chi Sui stood rooted to the spot, watching her cheerful retreating figure, grinding his teeth. He longed to drag her back and take a fierce bite. But that would likely make Ji Xiwen think he was a pervert. He held back. Karma. Truly karma. On the first day of the sports meet, the sun blazed. The second day dawned overcast. Fortunately, it didn't rain. The morning held two major events: the relay race and the tug-of-war. These spectacles were highly entertaining, igniting team spirit, and people cheered until their voices went hoarse. The relay race consisted of 4 runners per team. For Class 2 Grade 11, the first 3 legs were Su Jiang Chi Sui and Li Junyu, with the physical education representative Chu Ziyi anchoring. This quartet boasted the highest collective attractiveness. Chu Ziyi reveled in the attention, grateful he had styled his hair that morning. He touched his head with a suave flourish. His lane was the innermost, closest to the spectators. A junior girl nearby boldly called out, "Senior, look at the camera." Chu Ziyi complied, locating the lens and making a one-handed heart. All right. The girl giggled along with her friends. The girl sported a top knot, her light blue pleated skirt revealing slender long legs that dazzled white. As she walked, the hem fluttered like undulating waves. She seemed to be searching for something, scanning as she moved. Ji Xiwen. Hearing her name, she looked over in confusion. Chu Ziyi smirked. "Are you here to watch?" Ji Xiwen. "No." Chu Ziyi's face fell. "Why won't you come watch me?" Ji Xiwen couldn't understand why he always asked such awkward questions. She had to be honest again. "Because we're not close." Buffed. The nearby girls burst into clear laughter. The girl holding up her phone to photograph Chu Ziyi bravely said, "Senior, you're so adorable." Ji Xiwen, her face flushed bright red, found her group. Zhang Qingyan pulled a lollipop from her pocket and handed it to her, puzzled. "Baby, why is your face red?" "Exactly," Luo Wenjing chimed in, sucking on her lollipop. "Why the blush after a trip to the restroom?" Ji Xiwen casually stuffed the lollipop into her pocket. "Someone just said I'm cute." "You are cute and pretty," Zhang Qingyan said, pinching her cheek. "No need to doubt that." "Right," Luo Wenjing agreed. "You have no idea how popular you are. After the last gathering, Li Zhao messaged me asking for your contact info." Ji Xiwen looked puzzled. "Why does she want my contact?" "She thinks you're cute and wants to be friends," Luo Wenjing said. "You okay with that?" "If you're fine with it, I'll send her your QQ number right now." "Okay." Ji Xiwen had heard from Luo Wenjing that Li Zhaozhao's QQ space posts always got 200 to 300 likes at least, with content that was both cringy and thunderous, and she loved browsing it in her spare time. "No, it's Chi Sui," Ji Xiwen said, unlocking it. "He asked me to take some cool photos of him." "Yes." Chi Sui still hadn't given up. "No, it's Chi Sui," Ji Xiwen said, unlocking it. "He asked me to take some cool photos of him." "Yes." Chi Sui still hadn't given up. This morning had specifically found her, urging her not to take any backview shots this time. Ji Xiwen decided to learn from past mistakes and opened the camera function in advance. Through the lens, she looked at Chi Sui standing on the track ahead. He seemed to know the boy in the next lane, and they were chatting together, the camera capturing only his back. Perhaps because head trained in martial arts since childhood, his posture was exceptionally straight and graceful, a black jacket worn over his class uniform. Then the race officially began with a gunshot. The two chatting returned to their positions. Chi Sui stepped back to the middle of the track and lifted his eyes to look this way. The youth's stray bangs were blown by the wind, his brows and eyes dark and intense. His black eyes narrowed slightly as if searching for someone. Ji Xiwen felt he was probably looking for her, also checking if she was diligently photographing. So she raised her hand and waited. His gaze followed, and the next moment the corners of his lips curved up. He raised both hands above his head, brought them together to form a heart, the red string on his slender wrist pressed against his fair skin, a gold coin dazzlingly bright. Amidst the deafening screams and cheers, Ji Xiwen pressed the shutter button with lightning speed. "This idiot is showing off again," Shui Kai said indignantly beside Zhang Qingyan. "Wife, don't be fooled by him." Zhang Qingyan's mouth was as sharp as a weapon. "I'd love to be fooled by you, but don't you have the looks, eh?" Luo Wenjing burst into laughter. Cheers, chatter, laughter. Amid the cacophony, Ji Xiwen quietly watched the youth on the red track, as if enchanted, and reopened the photo shed just taken. Her finger lightly tapped the heart. The photo zoomed in at the touch like a heart's systolic and diastolic moment. In a lifetime, there are countless subtle magical moments that evoke intense feelings of happiness and anticipation. When Ji Xiwen was young, she met Ting Zhang at the doorstep. A pitiful little dog soaked by the rain, unwanted, starving. She crouched down and fed him half a sausage. The puppy wagged its tail and wolfed it down, then cautiously rubbed its head against her hand. A fine drizzle fell, and the dog looked up at her with wet black eyes. The air smelled of dust. Or perhaps on a certain New Year's Day, she got up early. In the cold morning, the ground was covered with red paper scraps that stuck to her shoe. Everything was white with snow and red with couplets and window decorations. Zhang Cheng stood not far away, waving enthusiastically. "See, I bought a big box of firecrackers." The basin was full of clams blowing bubbles. That was her favorite food. In her brief 17 years, these were the few moments she had felt happiness. The basin was full of clams blowing bubbles. That was her favorite food. In her brief 17 years, these were the few moments she had felt happiness. Each one was precious, so they were few. Now she would add one more. She stood in the midst of the clamor, and the youth smiled at her camera, making a heart. In those young days, thin spring clothes, riding a horse, leaning against a sloping bridge, the whole building beckoning with red sleeves. Ji Xiwen bit her lip, restrained herself, and opened the... In those young days, thin spring clothes, riding a horse, leaning against a sloping bridge, the whole building beckoning with red sleeves. Ji Xiwen bit her lip, restrained herself, and opened the camera again. Su Jiang might be a weakling in fights, but he wasn't slow at running. His figure was lean, and when he ran it seemed as if he might take flight. He was the second to receive the baton. The moment Qi Sui took the baton, he shot forward like an arrow loosed from the bowstring, so fast that Ji Xiwen's lens could barely capture him. After handing the baton to Li Junyu, Qi Sui didn't even break a sweat. He took a couple of deep breaths and stepped aside. Sui. Su Jiang hooked an arm around his shoulder. I need to talk to you about something. Spit it out. Annoyed by the heat, Qi Sui pushed him away. Su Jiang lowered his voice. Later, take a few cool photos of me. What for? Qi Sui eyed him. Ahem. Su Jiang cleared his throat, then theatrically ran a hand through his hair. Crush. Qi Sui raised an eyebrow. Sui, you? Are you insane? Can't you see she likes Li Junyu? Su Jiang glared at him. No, I can't. Qi Sui was the kind of person who only had eyes for those who mattered to him. You outsiders never earned his attention. Shi Kai had always worried about this flaw in him. What is too rigid easily breaks. An overly idealistic and pure person doesn't fit into today's society. My crush is that. You know, that random support from the last game. She's also a sophomore this year. Su Jiang gave an embarrassed smile. Qi Sui glanced at him twice and refused. Go ask Li Junyu. I should never have pinned my hopes on you, you dumb bird. Su Jiang cursed. Qi Sui ignored him. That pretentious guy Li Junyu had someone secretly crushing on him, and that dumb bird Su Jiang even had a crush. Why did he have nothing? Qi Sui tugged at his collar, walked into the crowd, and found Ji Xiwen. Phone. Ji Xiwen felt guilty. Well, Qi Sui's brow arched high. Did you take me looking like a dwarf again? Ji Xiwen raised 3 fingers about to swear, but the boy grabbed her wrist and lowered it. She had to say, I really tried this time, but you ran too fast, so I didn't get any good shots. Qi Sui pondered for a few seconds. Let me see. Ji Xiwen let go, feeling her future was bleak. Qi Sui looked down at the photos, his expression unreadable. Soon he looked up. Not bad this time. I forgive you. Then do I still need to take photos for you? Her eyes were full of hope. Qi Sui generously said, no need. You're graduated. Thanks. She smiled again. Qi Sui. The thanks machine had made a limited time. The relay race of Class 2 Grade 11 firmly took second place in the entire school. Half an hour later, the tug-of war officially began. The whole class had to participate unless someone felt unwell. Chu Zi stood at the front, organizing the line. Girls in front, boys in back. Take off your jackets and wear your class uniform. The student union will come to take photos later, so matching class uniforms look better. Ji Xiwen. She was stunned. Petrified on the spot. Luo Wenjing was confused. Shi, what's wrong? At the back of the line. Su Jiang looked at Qi Sui as if he were an idiot. What are you laughing at? And so flirtatiously. Qi Sui ignored. Li Junyu followed his gaze and seemed to be looking at the girl's side. He understood, hooked an arm around Qi Sui's neck and whispered in his ear, keep it low-key, Sui. A secret crush should look like a secret crush. Qi Sui. He pushed Li Junyu's hand away. You? Li Junyu wasn't wearing glasses this time. His inner-fold eyelids seemed to see right through. Don't deny it. It's too obvious. Qi Sui swallowed the words that were about to leave his lips. It was indeed obvious. From the moment the eldest young master was born, he was the center of attention, doted on by his parents and grandparents at home, and spoiled by his childhood friends, Su Jiang and Li Junyu at school. He had everything he wanted with a strong sense of entitlement, and would speak his desires plainly without ever knowing the meaning of. He was indeed incapable of emulating the secret crushes of others. The secret crush he thought he harbored was nothing less than an open infatuation in the eyes of others. It was only Ji Xiwen who was slow to realize, still oblivious and unawakened. Don't say it out loud, Qi Sui said. Ji Xiwen must not find out. You might as well tell Su Jiang about this. I don't have your sister's contact information. Li Junyu replied, patting his shoulder with a chuckle. Rare, I thought you'd be single for life. I didn't think so either. Qi Sui said, his voice so low it was barely audible. Ji Xiwen stood frozen for a long time. Luo Wenjing, seeing no response, waved a hand in front of her eyes. What's wrong with you? Ji Xiwen sighed. It's a long story. She silently comforted herself, thinking that few people should have noticed. She discreetly took off her jacket and tossed it aside. Luo Wenjing stood behind her, staring at the exceptionally clear Qi Sui, on the back of the clothes, her eyes nearly popping out. Not Ji Xiwen. My shirt got dirty and couldn't be washed clean, so I had to borrow his, Ji Xiwen explained in a low voice. All right, Luo Wenjing said, saying no more. During the tug-of-war breaks, she couldn't help but glance at Ji Xiwen. Ji Xiwen held the rope with both hands. Although the hem of the sweatshirt was tucked in, revealing her waistline, the size was still too large, obviously ill-fitting, like someone else's clothing. In this situation, the two characters on her back seemed like a declaration of ownership. Luo Wenjing shook her head seriously, suspecting she had read too many romance novels. After lunch, Ji Xiwen received her athlete number from Chu Ziyi, the sports commissioner. Luo Wenjing helped her pin it on her back to cover Chi Sui's name, and finally, she no longer needed to wear the jacket. Ji Xiwen was in the third group, with 10 people per group. The high jump, long jump, and shot put were held simultaneously at different spots on the field, so everyone went to watch according to their interests. Each of these three events had its own amusing moments, and the number of spectators was roughly equal. Of course, more students stayed put, playing on their phones, gaming with friends. The first group officially took the field. Luo Wenjing quietly asked Ji Xiwen, "Are you nervous?" "Not really," Ji Xiwen replied, stretching her legs. "My goal is just to make it to the second round and get a prize, not to come in first." Pingzhong had quite a few athletes, and each had impressive results. Luo Wenjing was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but look at her. Ji Xiwen was watching the competition, her eyelashes distinct and clear, casting a dense shadow over her eyelids when she lowered them. In appearance, she was a classic pure beauty with round eyes and small, full lips. Yet her personality was she was naturally free from internal conflict, had clear goals, and would strive hard to achieve her ideals. She put in enough effort, so she took first place in the liberal arts in the first monthly exam, making a name for herself. And in the current high jump competition, she had a clear perspective just to make it to the second round, no extra demands, so she had little psychological. "I'd be nervous to death if it were me," Luo Wenjing said softly. "I'm afraid of making a fool of myself." "Even if you embarrass yourself, not many people will remember," Ji Xiwen said with a smile. "Everyone is the protagonist only in their own life. In others' lives, they might not even be a footnote." She had understood this truth long ago because she knew from a young age that she wasn't important in her parents' hearts. Zhang Qingyan had gone out for lunch with her boyfriend, eating off campus, and arrived a bit late. She hurried over, breathless, asking, "How's it going?" "Has it started?" "Not yet," Ji Xiwen said. "This is the second group, I'm in the third." Zhang Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief, calming her breath, while looking ahead at the high jump mat. The high jump started at 1 meter, and most participants could clear it. The difference was just how graceful their form was. Each person had 2 chances, with the best result counting. With nearly 90 participants making it into the top 30 would qualify for the second round. Ji Xiwen observed carefully. Most of the first 2 groups were stuck at 1.3 meters. If she could clear 1.3 meters, she would basically be safe. The referee blew a whistle and raised the megaphone. "Third group, line up. Third group, line up." After lunch, Ji Xiwen went to the restroom stall to change out of her skirt. Now she wore a pair of denim shorts, her long legs pale and slender, standing out strikingly in the third group. "Xiwen's figure is simply flawless," Zhang Qingyan whispered to Luo Wenjing. "She's not particularly tall, but her legs are long. Absolutely stunning." Luo Wenjing raised her phone and couldn't help snapping a photo. As the two were chatting merrily, a voice drifted from behind. Both turned around simultaneously. Cui Kai led the way, followed by Chi Sui and the others. Chi Sui held a cup of strawberry milkshake, sipping it as he sauntered over leisurely. Su Jiang remarked, "Arriving early is no match for arriving at the right time." Li Junyu added sarcastically, "Almost drove our young master Chi crazy with worry." Chi Sui kept his eyes downcast, pretending not to hear, but his gaze was fixed intently on Ji Xiwen in the distance. Although each contestant had 2 attempts, the competition moved swiftly one after another, and soon it was Ji Xiwen's turn. She stood beside the referee, exchanging a few words. The referee raised a hand, signaling the student in charge of adjusting the height to raise the high jump bar a notch. Beside her, Su Jiang gasped, "What's she doing? Is she challenging 1.3 meters right off the bat?" Li Junyu followed up, "Has she trained before?" Beside her, Su Jiang gasped, "What's she doing? Is she challenging 1.3 meters right off the bat?" Li Junyu followed. He wore a sour expression, resorting to his trump card. "Can you two just shut up and watch quietly? All this chattering is really annoying." The two beside him wisely fell silent. Chi Sui pulled out his phone, turning into a relentless proxy photographer. Click, click, click. His finger on the shutter never stopped. After the height was adjusted, Ji Xiwen stepped back a distance, began a run-up with steps as light as the wind, and as her body soared into the air, her abdomen arched upward, her spine curving into a beautiful back bend. A few stray strands of hair by her ear fluttered in the breeze. The girl's body flowed like a graceful line, shoulders, back, waist, hips, long legs. Every part exquisite, full of tension, nimble and enchanting. Her back brushed past the crossbar, and she cleared it steadily, landing on the mat. A seamlessly smooth sequence, a highly aesthetic spectacle. After a brief 2-second silence, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted around her. "How beautiful, senior," a younger student from the sidelines boldly exclaimed. His words sparked lively cheers, all in good-natured fun. Ji Xiwen quickly got up from the mat, smiled at the younger student who had spoken, then went to confirm her result with the referee before returning to Luo Wenjing and Zhang Qingyan. "Wow, Xiwen, I was really worrying for nothing. You were hiding your talents." Luo Wenjing gave a thumbs up, praising endlessly. "It was absolutely stunning. I hadn't even processed it before you had already jumped over." Zhang Qingyan hooked an arm around her shoulder and gave her a shake. Su Jiang asked, "Little sister, did you train before?" "A little, but not proficiently." Ji Xiwen had always enjoyed jumping like this. Each time she cleared the bar, it felt like crossing a hurdle, allowing her to savor a simple joy at minimal cost. Later she found the Fosbury flop technique elegant, so she studied it earnestly, thinking she could at least show off once. Now she had succeeded, and she was delighted. When she smiled, the dimples at the corners of her lips deepened. The group chattered among themselves. Soon the topic shifted to whether Cui Kai was henpecked. Ji Xiwen took a sip of water and noticed that Qi Sui had been unusually quiet. She screwed the cap back on and turned her head slightly to look at him. He hadn't spoken, his eyes fixed on his phone, hair falling over his forehead, looking utterly absorbed. "Qi Sui," Ji Xiwen called softly. He didn't react, as if he hadn't heard, continuing to stare at his phone. Ji Xiwen felt a little displeased. While the others chatted and took group photos, she quietly crept over to Qi Sui and tugged at his sleeve. He jolted, nearly dropping his phone. "Damn, you scared me to death." The young master remained easily startled. Ji Xiwen withdrew her hand. "Sorry." Qi Sui Adam's apple bobbed as he looked at her face so close. "It's okay. What's up?" Ji Xiwen asked softly. "Did you see my high jump just now?" "I saw it." Qi Sui's expression was complex. He had not only seen it, but also recorded it, and had been replaying it repeatedly. Hearing the affirmative answer, Ji Xiwen's lips curled up. "Was I awesome?" "Super awesome," Qi Sui said. Ji Xiwen smiled contentedly, her eyes crinkling. "I'm this awesome, so you should choose me as your best friend, got it?" The weather was not as scorching as the previous days, with thick clouds shrouding the sky, leaving the noon still somewhat overcast. Qi Sui stared blankly at Ji Xiwen, unable to look away. He wondered why she was smiling so sweetly. The two of them gazed at each other. While the others nearby were thinking of taking a group photo, Su Jiang craned his neck to look for a moment, then upon seeing the scene of their mutual gaze withdrew his head. He exchanged a glance with Li Junyu. "Let's just take a few of us." Li Junyu smiled and hooked his arm around Su Jiang's shoulder. "Sure." Cui Kai looked away. "I have no problem." Zhang Qingyan smiled without a word. Luo Wenjing was stunned for a long while, catching on late, but these people were considerate, neither teasing nor interrupting them. They simply let the two whisper to each other amid the clamor of voices, sharing their little secrets. Ji Xiwen successfully advanced to the second round of the women's high jump. She barely cleared 1.4 meters, earning a commendable third place. The top three in each major event received medals: gold, silver, and bronze. Although third place only brought a small bronze medal, she was still overjoyed. During the first period of evening self-study, after the bell rang, the classroom remained as noisy as a bustling market, with everyone chattering about all sorts of things. It was clear they hadn't yet recovered from the day's sports meet. Ji Xiwen for once did not pull out her homework to bury herself in it. Instead, she stared at the small bronze medal she had received, turning it over and over, examining it with great seriousness. The classroom lights were bright. Qi Sui took out a comic book to read. Before he started, Ji Xiwen was still fixated on the medal, looking particularly fond of it. After he had read about 10 pages and looked up to take a drink of water, she was still staring at the medal. Qi Sui was at a loss for words. He found it amusing. "Haven't you seen enough yet?" "I've seen enough," Ji Xiwen sighed softly. "It's not that I'm fascinated, I'm just a bit reluctant to part with it." Qi Sui didn't understand. "Reluctant? About what?" Ji Xiwen bit her lip, then suddenly placed the small bronze medal on Qi Sui's desk. The young man was stunned, his hand still resting on the comic book. "For you," Ji Xiwen said, emphasizing her tone. "Even though I'm very reluctant, I still want to give it to you." Qi Sui was at a loss for words for a long time. Seeing him silent, Ji Xiwen tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, "Even though you already have 2 silver medals, I still want to give this to you." "What? Why do you want to give it to me?" Qi Sui's voice was a bit hoarse when he spoke. The girl's eyes were exceptionally bright under the light, like a luminous pearl in the deep dark sea. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips. "Because we're good friends." Qi Sui was speechless. Those words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all the emotion he had felt. His expression was clearly strange. Ji Xiwen felt awkward and raised a hand to scratch her hair. Her bun was already a complete mess. She pressed her lips together. "Aren't we?" She looked as if she would burst into tears if Qi Sui shook his head and said no. Ji Sui thought to himself, this must be what the end of the world feels like. Ji Sui curved his lips slightly, then immediately straightened them. Just a small smile would do. Near the end of class, the class monitor came in from the front door. Ji Sui curved his lips slightly, then immediately straightened them. Just a small smile would do. Near the end of class, the class monitor came in from the front door. I have good news. You can guess what it is. Su Jiang perked up with interest. How good is this good news? The class monitor cleared his throat. We can watch a movie tonight. The words like firecrackers on New Year's Eve ignited a fervent cheer, suffusing the classroom with a festive atmosphere. Some drew the curtains, others turned off the lights, and a few swapped seats. A rustling commotion ensued with the scraping of chair and desk legs echoing from neighboring classrooms on every floor. Ji Xiwen lay propped on her coat. Right in front of her, Sui Yu and Li Junyu had exchanged seats. The moment Li Junyu arrived, Su Jiang turned into a monkey, hooking an arm around his neck and leaning in to whisper secrets. She turned her head again to look at Ji Sui. The young master was absorbed in the final pages of a manga under the dim light of the projector, probably at an exciting part. He read intently, his eyelashes casting dense shadows on his eyelids. His eyelashes from this angle resembled a baby's, curly, long, and upturned. Ji Sui, she whispered. My. The boy kept his eyes on the manga, but his body leaned sideways, especially his ear, drawing very close. His profile was inches away. Ji Xiwen, didn't the head teacher mention earlier that we'd be reassigning seats? Ji Sui's gaze instantly shifted from the manga to her face. In the dimness, his eyes glistened, yet his gaze held a hint of coolness. Yes, so what? You want to change desk mates? Ji Xiwen answered obliquely. Do you? No, I don't, Ji Sui said decisively, then reached out to pinch the back of her neck. What about you? It was a blatant threat, as if he would give her a squeeze if she said she wanted to switch. I don't want to change either. Ji Xiwen's eyes curved into a smile. Ji Sui slowly lowered his hand, his lips twitching in a failed attempt to suppress a grin. So you're that happy being my desk mate? Yeah. Ji Xiwen said bluntly, very happy. Ji Sui was taken aback. Ji Xiwen straightened up, glanced at the two people in front, and leaned in a little guiltily. Even though we met a bit late, since you want to be my desk mate, does that mean I'm the one you get along with better? Ji Sui. He closed his eyes. Karma. This was his karma. Heaven had decided his 17 years of smooth sailing were enough. What's wrong? Ji Xiwen pulled back a little. Ji Sui opened his eyes, saw the apprehension in hers, and smiled softly. Him too, huh? Ji Xiwen was stunned. Ji Sui said softly. You actually know that you're the most important person in my heart. Ji Xiwen's ears burned. She scratched her ear awkwardly. She shrank back. Oh, so what about you? Ji Sui countered. Ji Xiwen, what about me? Ji Sui lifted his chin slightly. Am I the most important to you? Ji Xiwen. She lowered her eyelids, avoiding Ji Sui's gaze. It was a blatant sign of guilt. Ji Sui nearly choked. What does that mean? You, Ji Xiwen. Ji Xiwen thought to herself. She had made it so obvious that any normal person would understand, yet this young master was still pressing for an answer. Ji Xiwen, you better talk now. Ji Sui took a deep breath, as if on the verge of collapse. Ji Xiwen changed the subject. The movie's starting. Let's watch. Ji Sui. He licked the sharpest point of his teeth, then reached out and tugged at Ji Xiwen's cheek. Talk. This guy was relentless. Ji Xiwen whispered, right now Zhang Cheng is my best friend. Ji Sui froze for a moment, recalling the girl who had fiercely argued with 4 people at the script murder game store last time. He sulked silently for a while. Ji Xiwen glanced at him, then guiltily turned her head to watch the movie. The class pooled their ideas and chose a foreign sci-fi action film. The plot was suspenseful, the battle scenes were thrilling and realistic, the scale was grand, and the special effects were stunning. Ji Xiwen got drawn in without realizing it. Halfway through, Master Qi leaned over, his face dark. What about between me and Zhang Qingyan? Ji Xiwen was caught off guard, then thought seriously for a moment. You two are about the same. Ji Sui. Fine. He couldn't keep asking. If he continued, he would truly be infuriated to death. The movie ended just a few minutes before class was over. Ji Xiwen was left in awe. It took her a moment to realize that the person beside her had gone unusually quiet. She turned her head and saw that Ji Sui seemed to have fallen asleep, his head covered by his school uniform jacket. School was about to end. She lifted the jacket, intending to wake him. Suddenly the classroom lights came on, turning the dim view bright and making everything crystal clear. The boy, apparently not deeply asleep, frowned at the strong light and slowly opened his eyes. His dark eyes held a hint of misty drowsiness. His cheeks were flushed from the warmth, creating a stark contrast with his fair skin. The red school uniform jacket in this scene resembled a red bridal veil. They exchanged a silent gaze. The noisy chatter of the classroom inexplicably fell silent for a moment. Just an instant, then it turned back into a bustling market. Ji Xiwen quickly withdrew her hand and whispered, class is over. Ji Sui picked up his jacket and stuffed it into his desk, then slowly straightened up. Su Jiang turned around and teased, "Oh, awake." Chi Sui leaned back in his chair without a word. Li Junyu also turned around. "Gaming tonight." Su Jiang turned around and teased, "Oh, awake." Chi Sui leaned back in his chair without a word. Li Junyu also turned. Su Jiang complained, "After washing up, it'll be almost 10. I'm a bit sleepy. I need to sleep early tonight," Chi Sui said. Ji Xiwen listened to the trivial chit-chat of the three. But her mind lingered on the scene of Chi Sui opening his eyes just now. It felt a little strange. She lowered her head, looking at the hand that had lifted his jacket. "Hey sis." Su Jiang suddenly leaned in. "Meng Laren asked me for your WeChat. Should I give it?" Ji Xiwen was taken aback. Her deskmate spoke first. "Can you keep your distance when you talk?" Li Junyu. He lowered his head. His trembling shoulders silently betrayed how hard he was laughing. Su Jiang took a deep breath. "Fine." He moved back a little. Ji Xiwen asked, "Is that the school beauty?" "Yes," Su Jiang nodded. "Give it if you want, or I'll turn her down for you." Ji Xiwen was puzzled. "Why does she want my WeChat? She said your high jump today was really cool. She wants to ask for tips," Su Jiang said. Before Ji Xiwen could respond, her deskmate spoke again. "I forgot to ask, is Meng Laren by Li Junyu?" Ji Xiwen. Su Jiang didn't even know what expression to wear. "What do you think?" The path leading out of the teaching building after evening self-study was perhaps the most relaxing moment of the day for high school students. The late October night was chilly, with the air filled with the scent of unknown flowers and the buzz of voices. The path leading out of the teaching building after evening self-study was perhaps the most relaxing moment of the day. Su Jiang took a deep breath, his voice laced with pain. Other people's relationships get better over time. Like Chui Kai, who's become super clean. Last time we ate at a Holy Inthawal, he even had to scald his bowl and chopsticks. But you're getting more idiotic by the day. Chi Sui didn't respond, playing deaf. He walked on, chewing bubble gum, and blew a big bubble with an air of indifference. Li Junyu hooked an arm around his neck, smiling. "That's because our Sui hasn't been in a relationship yet. He's been pining away, so he's insecure." Chi Sui. "Oh, so that's it." Su Jiang laughed like he had a seizure. "That makes perfect sense, ha ha ha. You two idiots don't come looking for me to play games tonight." Chi Sui slapped Li Junyu's hand away. The three of them walked out of the entire street outside was lined with food stalls. Grilled cold noodles, fried chicken strips, skewers, spicy chicken noodles, starch sausages, all kinds of snacks crammed together. The air was thick with mouth-watering aromas. Su Jiang, overcome by craving, went to queue for grilled cold noodles. Just as he reached the stall, a familiar girl approached. "Su Jiang, did you ask her?" Chi Sui looked up. Meng Laren was wearing a little black dress, her hair in a high bun, with two friends by her side. Su Jiang was about to speak when Chi Sui's cold voice interjected. "She doesn't agree to add you as a friend. Give it up." Su Jiang. Meng Laren glanced at Chi Sui. This guy, presumably feeling the cold, was wearing his school uniform jacket over a light blue class shirt. The color combination was a mismatch. He carried his backpack over one shoulder, looking at her expressionlessly, as if she were a robber about to steal something from him. Fine, I want at her then." She pursed her lips. "No need to be so grumpy." With that, Meng Laren left with her friends. "Such a schemer." Su Jiang cursed. "The girl said it was okay, you know." Chi Sui was still holding a bottle of water. He tapped Su Jiang's shoulder with the bottle cap. "Keep your mouth shut, got it?" "Got it." Su Jiang snorted. On the evening of the sports meet's last day, the homeroom teacher Lao Mao came to rearrange the seats. During the first evening self-study, everyone lined up in the hallway according to their last monthly exam scores, going in one by one to choose their seats. The hallway was noisy during the wait. Chi Sui poked her from behind. "Don't forget you promised to be my deskmate, okay?" I know." Ji Xiwen turned around and whispered, "Don't poke my waist." "Kids don't have a waist," Chi Sui said, but he lowered his hand anyway. He was tall with broad shoulders, and when he lazily crossed his arms, he could completely block Ji Xiwen from view. Jian Xing, who was third in line, stood right behind Chi Sui, but couldn't catch a glimpse of Ji Xiwen. While waiting in line, Jian Xing still held a small vocabulary booklet, silently mouthing words. Li Junyu was fourth. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, utterly bored. In previous seat assignments, he could always chat with Chi Sui from across the row. But now that there was someone else in the picture, Chi Sui, with his typical love-struck brain, probably didn't even recognize him anymore. Li Junyu. A timid female voice came from behind. Li Junyu turned around, hands still in his pockets. "What's up?" Sui bit her lip. "Do you have a deskmate yet?" In this kind of free seating, everyone usually finds a deskmate in advance to save a spot. "Yes." He raised his hand to adjust his glasses. The thin lenses were spotless, revealing a high nose bridge and narrow eyes. "Su Jiang, your current deskmate." Perhaps finding it amusing, a faint smile curved his lips. Sui quickly said, "Okay." Then she pressed her lips together. Perhaps finding it amusing, a faint smile curved his lips. Sui quickly said, "Okay." Then she pressed her lips together. Li Junyu was silent for 2 seconds, then turned around. After all the shuffling, the seats of the class top 2 students remained unchanged. But Ji Xiwen's front desk became Su Jiang, and Chi Sui front desk became Li Junyu. Zhang Qingyan and Luo Wenjing sat together separated from Ji Xiwen by an aisle. After everyone had chosen their seats, the homeroom teacher Lao Mao stood at the podium and scanned the room. Finally he sighed. I really don't feel at ease with the three of you sitting together. Everyone followed his gaze, looking left and right. Su Jiang whispered, brothers, is Lao Mao talking about us? As soon as he finished, Lao Mao continued, individually you all look decent, like good students. But when you three get together, it's a case of birds of a feather flock together. You'll do anything bad. Su Jiang, got it, he's definitely talking about us. Li Junyu sighed. Pure slander. Ji Xiwen was amused, barely holding back. Chi Sui lazily leaned on the desk. Correction, it's the two of you who are bad. I'm innocent. You hypocrite. Su Jiang cursed, then turned to Lao Mao. Class teacher, don't worry. Li Junyu and I have already cut ties with Chi Sui. You have nothing to worry about from now on. The classroom burst into loud laughter. After returning to the dorm and washing up, Ji Xiwen learned from Luo Wenjing why Lao Mao had said that. The three of them had been in the same class during their first year of high school. Back then Li Junyu was the class monitor. One semester the homeroom teacher went out for training and couldn't come back for 2 weeks, so the responsibility of supervising evening self-study and checking headcounts fell to Li Junyu. With him in charge, Chi Sui and Su Jiang lived like kings. Until one evening the discipline director Lao Go went to check the internet cafes outside the school. Chi Sui and Su Jiang were enjoying their instant noodles and gaming when they were caught. Su Jiang thought he was dreaming. The following Monday morning during the flag-raising ceremony, the three of them were called up to the podium to read their self-criticism letters aloud. From then on, Li Junyu's term as class monitor was over. To this day, he hasn't had anything to do with class officer elections. The three of them were quite famous in the grade office back then, and their first-year homeroom teacher talked about them all the time. Everyone thought they'd be separated in the second year, but all three chose the humanities track, and their grades were excellent. Ji Xiwen chuckled. That's actually nice. Yeah, it's nice. Luo Wenjing rested her chin on her hand. I heard they've known each other since they were in diapers. I had childhood friends like that too, but we lost touch after middle school. Zhang Qingyan was texting her boyfriend. It's okay. We three only met recently, but if we keep in touch in 10 years, we'll be the ones people envy. Makes sense, Ji Xiwen agreed. Luo Wenjing adjusted her position. Do you guys have any majors in mind? Zhang Qingyan thought for a moment. Not yet. They'll figure it out as I go. Ji Xiwen said. I want to study to become a lawyer. Luo Wenjing asked. She tried to picture it, but couldn't quite imagine it. No, I want to be a judge. Ji Xiwen thought back. I saw a TV show when I was little, and I thought it looked cool. Luo Wenjing envisioned Ji Xiwen in a judge's robe. I think it would suit you perfectly. Then I could brag to others that I have a good friend who is a judge. How impressive that would be. Ji Xiwen rested her chin on her hand and smiled. I haven't become one yet. It's almost certain, Luo Wenjing said. With your grades you can pick any major at Qingbei. Exactly, Zhang Qingyan said wistfully. I'm in a tougher spot. I can only choose less popular majors at top schools, and if I want a hot competitive major, I have to settle for a lower-tier university. I can't even touch the less popular majors at top schools, Luo Wenjing sighed. We still have over a year, Ji Xiwen said. With hard work it's possible. Luo Wenjing drew out her words. Really? I wouldn't even dare to dream. Ji Xiwen hugged a pillow. Then you can dream about it tonight, when you sleep. Dream today, work hard tomorrow, and maybe ITLL come true the day after. Okay. Luo Wenjing nodded excitedly. After the sports meet, the midterm exams arrived without pause. This was a joint exam of 9 schools with a unified citywide ranking which the school took very seriously. Old Cat started pouring out inspirational chicken soup during evening self-study and occasionally called the top 10 students in the class for a small meeting. Strive for the top 100, charge into the top 10. At the very least, enter the city's top 100. The teachers of each subject had apparently been assigned tasks by the school administration. The pace of every class was much faster than usual, and even the weekend homework had doubled. 1, 2, 3, 4. On Friday afternoon, Su Jiang's fingers trembled as he held the test papers. 4 math test papers. Did Baldy have another fight with his wife these past 2 days? How can he be so insane? Lotus is also ridiculous. 2 politics papers and another 6 pages of special exercises. I'm getting a weekend, not a mini vacation. Li Junyu comforted him. Just write them. You can finish them in 1 day actually. Get lost. Su Jiang glared at him, then turned to look at Chi Sui, grinning from ear to ear. Sui want to go on a duo trip to the canyon with me tonight. Chi Sui lazily sucked on a lollipop and glanced meaningfully at Ji Xiwen. Su Jiang caught on instantly. Sister want to come play games with us tonight. Ji Xiwen was taken aback. What games? It's that. He raised an eyebrow. Ever heard of King of Glory? No, Ji Xiwen shook her head. I've only played Candy Crush, Feeding Frenzy, and Angry Birds. Su Jiang, it's fine. Your brother will teach you later. He was just running his mouth. Unexpectedly, the word brother made both Sui and Ji Xiwen freeze for a moment. Ji Xiwen thought she used to call Ji Mingxiang brother, too. Why didn't it feel awkward then? Now she felt a bit embarrassed. I can play for a while, Ji Xiwen said, lowering her head to organize the test papers. She was curious about everything she had never tried. Great. Su Jiang was so happy his eyes almost disappeared. He then punched Li Junyu's shoulder. Playing, Li Junyu said, weakly clutching his chest. Damn you, you almost knocked the life out of me. Evening. As soon as 8 o'clock passed, Su Jiang couldn't wait to call everyone to log into the game in the group chat. This group was created right after the sports meet ended. It included the 3 swashbuckling swordsmen Shui Kai, a boy named He Ran, and also Zhang Qingyan and Luo Wenjing. Ji Xiwen clicked to open the app and download it, but it took forever and kept spinning. Su Jiang kept urging in the group, so she had no choice but to knock on. The person inside came to open the door quickly. The young man had just taken a shower. His hair was wet and dripping water. Seeing Ji Xiwen, he was stunned for a moment. Why are you here? Ji Xiwen couldn't be bothered to answer, instinctively lifting her head to look at the ceiling. But even in that brief moment, the sharp lines of the young man's abdominal muscles flashed in her mind. His skin was fair with broad shoulders and a slender waist. It wasn't the sturdy, rugged type of a male lead in a drama, but the unique thinness of a youth. A few shallow grooves, delicate lines, a thin layer. You? Ji Xiwen said a single word, then didn't know what to say. Wait a moment, let me get dressed. Sui also couldn't hold it in, his ears turning red. He held the door and explained, I thought it was my dad knocking. The door closed again. Ji Xiwen raised a hand and rubbed her cheek. Half a minute later, Sui put on a hoodie and opened the door. What's wrong? Ji Xiwen handed her phone to him. This game won't download on my phone. Sui took it and glanced at it. The version is too old, the memory can't support it. You can play on mine, you can use my... Ji Xiwen was startled. What about you? I have an iPad. Sui pushed the door open. Come in. This was the first time Ji Xiwen had been in his room. She felt like a rustic entering a grand garden. It seemed to be a suite. One entire wall was a built-in transparent display cabinet, filled with various game figurines and models. The other wall held an ultra-long esports desk with monitors and keyboards that shimmered with brilliance, as if she had stumbled into a spaceship. The room temperature was just right. There was a small refrigerator nearby, next to it a snack rack, and in the corner a basketball with a signature. In the middle was a set of soft, small sofas with a small coffee table in between. On the sofa lay Sui's school uniform. Beside was probably a balcony with the curtains tightly drawn. At the end of the display cabinet was a white door, presumably the bathroom, and sleeping area were behind it. Ji Xiwen was dumbfounded. She felt his room was almost half the size of her entire home. Sui lazily sat down on the sofa, unlocked his phone, and opened the game. Come sit. As Ji Xiwen passed the display cabinet, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar object. She took a closer look and was surprised to see it was the bronze medal she had given to Sui. Seeing her standing there unmoving for a long time, Sui raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? I saw the thing I gave you. Ji Xiwen was a bit embarrassed. It's not worth anything. Why did you put it in here? It's valuable if I think it is. Sui lazily raised his phone. Come here. Okay. Ji Xiwen stopped paying attention to the medal, sat down next to Sui, took his phone, and looked at the game lobby interface, somewhat bewildered. What if I don't know how? It's fine. You can pick a support hero and just follow me. Sui's lips curled up. He tried to suppress it, but failed, and his eyes crinkled. Ji Xiwen glanced at him, not knowing what he was laughing at and why he was so delighted. But she obediently responded, okay. Sui had 2 game accounts. He logged into the other on his iPad. After entering the game room, Ji Xiwen heard Su Jiang's voice from the Hey brothers, gals, let's happily start our climbing journey today. Sui leaned in a bit, pointing at the avatars and introducing them one by one. This cute girl avatar is Su Jiang, this sunglasses-wearing uncle is Li Junyu, and this all-black avatar is He Ran. He Ran. Ji Xiwen thought for a moment. Is he the one who looks kind of handsome when he smiles? Sui. The person beside him didn't say a word. Ji Xiwen looked up in confusion. Huh. The boy put on a sour face. What kind of aesthetic do you have? He's so ugly. When he doesn't smile, he's ugly. When he smiles, he's even more hideously ugly. He Ran. Ji Xiwen thought for a moment. Is he the one who looks kind of handsome when he smiles? Sui. The person beside him didn't. Ji Xiwen noticed his displeasure, tilted her head to think for a moment, and then added, of course he's definitely not as handsome as you. You're the most handsome guy I've ever seen. Those words successfully turned Sui's frown into a smile. Oh, boys' jealousy is just that heavy. They just love male competition so much. Ji Xiwen leaned against the sofa, shaking her head in wonder. After entering the hero selection screen, Sui leaned over, helped her choose a hero, and began explaining the skills. The first skill can bounce off enemies and also reveal vision. Ji Xiwen, what does reveal vision mean? There might be bad guys hiding in the bushes waiting to ambush us. When I tell you to check, you check, Chi Sui said. The second skill is kind of useless, you can just tap it for fun. The third skill is to jump on me. What? Ji Xiwen looked up at him in shock. The light in Chi Sui's bedroom was bright, illuminating the girl's eyes with a shimmering glow, and the shock within them was clearly visible. Jump on my body, ride on my head. Chi Sui raised his hand, and couldn't help but gently pat her on the head. Don't worry. Follow me, and it'll lead you to victory, brother. The word brother successfully silenced Ji Xiwen again. She awkwardly lowered her head to look at her phone. Oh. She felt as if something had tickled her heart. Chi Sui coughed and cursed Su Jiang fiercely in his heart. It was all his fault for insisting on saying brother this afternoon, making him blurt it out. This account has all the skins. You can pick one you like. He smoothly changed the subject. Ji Xiwen's attention quickly shifted. She tapped to open each one, looked at them, and finally chose a favorite. They're all so beautiful, she murmured. Chi Sui smiled. Just as beautiful as you.